Obono gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obun kife la chasha so, obun kife me chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah, I do go, I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi, me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, and me and you. Me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby, Obuzi kife la chasha so, obuni kife la chasha me yo. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Obuzi kife la chasha sa, obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go.
Every look on, don't turn, every look on. Yorubas are screaming, Hausas are crying, Igbo brothers are saying, don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence, 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance, 5 billion for food and refreshment, 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga jaga. APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on how much.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Since I was born, but now I am getting youth.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Where are you? Where to me? It's only all to if I don't come find more, I give up Atari, Popo Meji or Kavana, Popo Meta or Kawase, Hori look to more headu, Popo don't need to more essay. I can be more to more joy. Ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dalẹ̀, bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́, Àkànbí wọn bá lọ gbé fèrè. Wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹnùkú. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé. Wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́. Ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá. Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà. Ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdá bẹ́. Ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ. Ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ. Lọ́ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́. Ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé. Àgétì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́.
And there it is. Pardon me. I almost start with the cough. It's nervous energy. I think I've explained this ad infinitum. It's nervous energy. It's just a surge of nerves. Just as soon as it's just a surge of nerves. Just as soon as the music stops. So nevertheless, I settle into it very quickly. So good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So we start with the greetings first. Good day to you. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So wonderful day. So the weekend comes to an end, and we cascade yet into another week. I've often said often enough that the weekend, the week actually starts on Sunday. So a week cycle is actually Sunday to Friday, not Monday to Sunday. So that's a week cycle. A lot of people confused that it's Monday is the start of the week. No, Sunday is the start of the week. So the week actually starts today, and we cascade then into the working week on Monday. So good day to you and all that. So I'm not quite sure which day we are in this protest that is going on. I'm not even sure if the protest is still going on, but certainly the president came out earlier today to address the nation. But this protest that is going on is somewhat of a global phenomenon. I'm not quite sure if any of you step outside of the cocoon of the Nigerian space, but if you looked outside of the Nigerian space, forget Kenya, there's protests and riots going on where I am, here in the UK, which are for reasons of I'm so used to saying ethnic, racial conflicts, So for reasons of racial conflict, so there's that going on here in the UK. There's an anti-government protest going on in Bangladesh and every country in between. So it seems to be a season for it. But then, of course, our focus is on our own central space, which is our dear country, Nigeria. So yes. I'm not quite sure which day we are in this so-called protest, but the president certainly came out today to address it. So we'll deal with that. We'll take only a little snippet of what Tinubu said, because not only Tinubu spoke today to address riotous behaviors of their citizenry. So we take a little snippet of what Tinubu said, and then we juxtapose it with a snippet of what another leader said in their space to see how these things should be addressed, or how these things are differently addressed and why. So we'll do a little bit of that. But before we do anything, the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So the like numbers need to be going up just as soon as we're making that invitation. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Do that immediately and right now. Click on like. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that as well. These are for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. These are what takes you up the chart of the algorithm space. So if you have not already done that, and if you've ever wondered why you're always being invited to do that, those are the reasons why. So click on like and then click on subscribe. So do that now. And then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's immediate to hand in the comment section. That brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in conversation. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So let me just send it again. Make sure it is most immediate to hand. We're always trying to harvest new voices. We're ravenous for new perspectives. You be that new perspective for today. So be that new perspective for today, especially in this climate that we're in now. So this is a climate now where nobody can sit on the fence. So come express yourself. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then one more click, the dollar sign at the bottom of the stream. We have the anticipation of a minimum of 5 super chats for every stream. I cannot recall a stream that we've not yet met that mark because we've set the bar so low. So be the first then to super chat, super whatever it is, super chat, super sticker towards the stream. So if you do that, though, don't be derisory. Don't do some silly little amount. So keep the silly little amounts in your wallet. But if you are inclined, then do it liberally and generously. Click on the dollar sign, super chat towards the stream. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream. So those are the instructions. Carry them if you will, and then you'll be subsumed with a glowing feeling of warmth. Your body will go all fuzzy with that sensation of well-being. So do that. So do those. Let's just start with this. We'll start with this. So this is I'm not going to labor you through the entirety of what Tinubu has to say, but Tinubu did come out to address the situation in Nigeria. So we'll take about a minute or so from him, and then we'll contrast it then with another leader who also came out today to address the exact same thing in their climate. So let's take a little snippet of what Tinubu said. So as well as what he has to say, I want you to listen to the tone and texture of his voice, because it's heavily laden with contrition, almost to the point of being begging. That those were what I got when I watched it. But maybe you saw it differently. But certainly you hear a heavy laden contrition in his voice. But why is it so contrite? And is that the alpha behavior of a leader? But let's take a minute or two from him, and then we'll contrast it with another leader.
Our violent protests unleashed in some of our states. My fellow Nigerians, I speak to you today with a heavy heart and sense of responsibility, aware of the turmoil and violent protests unleashed in some of our states. Notably, among the protesters were young Nigerians who desired a better and more progressive country where their dreams, hope, and personal aspiration will be fulfilled. I am especially pained.
All right. So there is Tinubu right there. A lot of you have already seen that, so I don't really need to give you the fullness of it. So just to really let you feel the tone and texture of his voice. So there are riotous behaviors going on in the UK as well. And the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, he has also come out to make a national broadcast. So hold what you just got from Tinubu in abeyance and contrast it now with how the UK Prime Minister addresses very similar behavior, riotous behavior, looting of shops, clashing between racial ethnicities, racial stocks, all of that going on in the UK, to the point that the Prime Minister has come out to address the country. But listen and contrast it against how Tinubu presented.
Be in no doubt, those that have participated in this violence will face the full force of the law. The police will be making arrests, individuals will be held on remand, charges will follow, and convictions will follow. I guarantee you will regret taking part in this disorder, whether directly or those whipping up this action online, and then running away the themselves. This is not protest. It is organised, violent thuggery, and it has no place on our streets or online. Right now, there are attacks happening on a hotel in Rotherham, marauding gangs intent on law-breaking, or worse, windows smashed, fire set ablaze, residents and staff in absolute fear. There is no justification, none, for taking this action, and all right-minded people should be condemning this sort of violence. People...
So that's the British Prime Minister addressing a similar situation. So the tone and texture and authority in both voices are marked contrast. So which way? So a lot of people feel that Tinubu should not have come out at all. And if Tinubu did come out, it should be assertive, be alpha, be very frontal in the delivery, and assert his authority over the space. That is what some people felt it should have done, just similar to what the British Prime Minister did there. So that's the two contrasting approach to protest riot management. So two contrasting approach to protest riot management. We're still within the space of our Tinubu speech, and a lot of people responding to it. So let's kick it off with this response. Our Tinubu speech did not address police brutality against protesters. So this is Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka putting the kibosh on what Tinubu attempted to do. Protest, Tinubu's speech did not address police brutality against protesters. So a couple of paragraphs, only really because we have so many things to go through. So I'll just give you a couple of paragraphs. Soyinka in the statement expressed concern over the president's omission of, am I picking it up midway? Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on Sunday faulted President Bola Tinubu's national broadcast for not addressing the violent crackdown by security forces on hashtag end bad governance protesters. So I've not seen any violent crackdown, unless I've missed something. A lot of people are actually saying how exemplary the management of the protest has been by the security forces. Says you can't serve bullets where bread is pleaded. So that's typical Wole Soyinka right there. Says you can't serve bullets where bread is pleaded. Nobel laureate Professor Wole Soyinka on Sunday faulted President Bola Tinubu's national broadcast for not addressing a violent crackdown by security forces on hashtag end bad governance protesters. Soyinka in a statement expressed concern over the president's omission of this critical issue. He said, I set my alarm clock for this morning to ensure that I did not miss President Bola Tinubu's impatiently awaited address to the nation on the current unrest across the nation. His outline of government's remedial action since its inception, aimed at warding off just such an outbreak, will undoubtedly receive expert and sustained attention, both for effectiveness and content analysis. My primary concern, quite predictably, is the continuing deterioration of the state's seizure of protest management, an area which the presidential address fell conspicuously short. So it goes on in that heavy grammar that's Wole Soyinka, but essentially the headline tells us everything. So he's now quibbling that Tinubu did not address what he deems as police brutality. So at day 4, violence erupts as Lagos protest. Violence erupts at Lagos protest as hoodlums disperse protesters. So a lot of anticipation a lot of apprehension, I should say, not anticipation, but apprehension that Lagos was being targeted, especially to repeat the NSAS sort of experience. But it looks as though management by Sanwo-Olu and the indigenous Lagosians have been able to ward that off. So management by Sanwo-Olu and the security forces and the indigenes of Lagos have been able to ward that off. Violence erupts at Lagos protest as hoodlums disperse protesters. So let's have a look at this. On Sundays, hoodlums disrupted the fourth day of a peaceful protest at Ganifayemi Park in Ojota, Lagos State. The demonstration, which began without incident, saw a significant escalation around 10:30 a.m. Tensions flared when a lawyer identified only as JP urged protesters to leave the site, citing President Bola Tinubu's recent national address. So it looks as though that national address somewhat has had an impact on how people are relating now, because they wanted the president to speak to them, and the president has spoken to them. So it's had somewhat of an impact on how on the verve and energy of that space. So people now, they've heard the president, they've heard what he's been doing, they've heard his plan for the future, and a lot of people then are satiated by that. So a lot of people are satiated by that, except, of course, people politically motivated. Let me speed through data. On Sundays, hoodlums disrupted the fourth day of a peaceful protest at Ganifayemi Park in Ojota, Lagos. The demonstration, which began without incident, saw a significant escalation around 10:30 a.m. Tensions flared when a lawyer identified only as JP urged protesters to leave the site, citing President Bola Tinubu's recent national address. However, a faction led by 70-year-old Adegboyega Adeniji of Peace Action Transformation insisted on continuing the protest. The police intervened, attempting to persuade the remaining protesters to disperse. Moments later, a group of individuals whom the protesters alleged were hired to disrupt the event emerged from across the street and began chasing them away. So this idea that everybody that is anti the protest is a hired agent, I think we should move away from that. A lot of people are not for that protest, and they also get the expression of what they want for their nation. So a lot of everybody that is anti what is going on is a paid agent. That's just a lazy pedestrian mindset. Tinubu, government won't allow those with clear political agenda tear nation apart. So these are the snippets coming out of Tinubu's broadcast earlier on. So a lot of political underpinnings to that. So I'll be giving you just headlines in the main, because there's just so many things to go through. Let's go on to this. Protesters off Kano Street as soldiers patrol major markets. So it had to reach that point where the heavy guns are brought in, because no matter which part of the divide you're in, you cannot argue that what we're seeing coming out of Kano State should be allowed to go on. And what is coming out of Kano State is not free expression, it's not protest, it's anarchy and looting. That's just what we're seeing. I'll play you a snippet at the moment. Somebody, one of the persons out of Kano State, telling us that the national, anyway, you hear it in a moment. Protesters of Kano Street as soldiers patrol major markets. The hashtag #EndSARS protesters have left the street in Kano State after the demonstration was marred by wanton looting and destruction of properties. Correspondents on Saturday and Sunday observed soldiers and other security agents patrolling the major markets in the state. At the Katin Quarry Textile Market, soldiers were seen manning checkpoints, restricting the movement of persons not on essential duties. Katin Quarry Textile Market, Carrefour Wambia Market, Dawanau Grain Market, and Sabongari Market were all fortified by security agents. While the peaceful protesters have withdrawn from the streets, some hoodlums continued across the town to loot stores and residential areas. So I don't think anybody can quibble that that is the right action to take. So the right action taken there, just to, and of course, if you want to go up against the soldiers, then good luck to you. Hashtag end soldier, hashtag end bad governance. Soyinka slams Tinubu speech for ignoring police brutality. I think we just had a taste of that. Tinubu unveils array of initiatives to improve life of Nigerians. So that's what he has been doing since he took office. So it just carries on then as it was. So let's go to the next one. Nationwide protest. Tinubu's nationwide protest. Tinubu's speech conciliatory, not condescending. So that is our Festus Kiyamo putting a spin on what we just saw. Let's go to the next one. Hashtag #EndSARS in Nigeria. Protesters change tactics, move to occupy Abuja on Monday. So that's the last throw of the dice. This occupy Abuja on Monday. Now, this is, by the way, is being orchestrated by Omoyele Sowore, who is orchestrating from New Jersey. And we have a big piece on Omoyele Sowore in a moment. So stay steady. We've actually now found who underpins the Sowore narrative, and a lot of people say that there's somewhat a whiff of foreign agency to Sowore's politics. So we go to the heartland of that in a moment, but to this first. Hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria. Protesters change tactics, move to occupy Abuja on Monday. So this, as I said, being orchestrated by Sowore, who hides away in the comforts, in the warm bosom of his family in New Jersey as he throws hapless, gullible Nigerians in harm's way. A few hours after President Bola Tinubu's plea in a nationwide address on Sunday, seeking an end to the ongoing hashtag end bad governance protest, end bad governance in Nigeria protest, which started on August the 1st, the protesters have vowed not to heed his call. Rather than ending the protest, the demonstrators tweeting on x.com under hashtag Oku. And by the way, there'll be names coming out. Just wait. It's very important that we read these. So there are things to come out of these readouts that verifies a lot of the things that we have been saying all the way through. Right, a few hours after President Bola Tinubu's plea in a nationwide address on Sunday, seeking an end to the ongoing hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria protest, which started on August the 1st, the protesters have vowed not to heed his call. Rather than ending the protest, the demonstrators, tweeting on x.com under hashtag Occupy Abuja on Sunday, said they will be shifting focus to the nation's capital, Abuja. On one tweet, so I want you to start paying attention to the monikers of the people tweeting, the names of the people tweeting. One tweet, Stephen Osewigwe, which sounds like a Benin Bendel name, but what is it tweeting? Tweeting as hashtag Peter Obi USA, tweeted, what next? Hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria. All road leads to Abuja. Nigerians wake up now. And by the way, I can highlight it for you. And I just fortuitously came across this. By the way, I didn't even deliberately go out to search for it. So tweeting as hashtag Peter Obi USA, tweeted, what next? Hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria. All road leads to Abuja. Nigerians wake up now. Every state, region, religion, and people, stand up for your country now or never. So that's what he has to say. His moniker, Peter Obi USA. Also, a pro-democracy activist and presidential candidate of the African Action Congress in the 2023 general elections, Omoyele Sowore, in response to Senator Ireti Kingigwe, in response to Senator Ireti Kingigwe, wrote, you have a chance to lead the hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria protest to the Eagle Square tomorrow, Monday. If your current health situation allows you to collect an SUV and all those jumbo allowances at the Senate, a trip to the protest ground would not kill you, Senator. So that's Sowore taking ownership of a situation he created. So another Twitter, this one is a tweet. Maurice, not Maurice, so Morio Invectors, tweeting as hashtag Peter Obi coming, wrote. So that's the second instance now. Wrote, Abuja protesters are doing their best, but the numbers need to quadruple for Tinubu and Wike to understand how angry Nigerians are. 100,000 people can occupy Abuja and shut it down. So you can see that anarchy is very much the object of the exercise. So what are you trying to convey a message to the government, or are you trying to cause anarchy and wreak havoc on the capital city? So why do you want to shut Abuja down? Does that message resonate better if you shut it? It's just I mean, you can see it all there. One tweet, million investors tweeting as hashtag Peter Obi is coming wrote. And by the way, that's his hashtag right there. So I didn't even have to especially go and search for it. I was just reading it, and it started to suddenly pop out as something to take note of. One tweet, Morio investors tweeting as hashtag Peter Obi is coming wrote. Abuja protesters are doing their best, but the numbers need to quadruple for Tinubu and Wike to understand how angry Nigerians are. 100,000 people can occupy Abuja and shut it down, but many are still scared to join the protest. We must hashtag end bad governance in Nigeria. So it's a regime change or something. So I think we all understand that by now. So another one, Chulo, tweeting as Felix Boozy Styros tweeted, as protesters from anywhere around the country, it is important that we all head to Abuja, because any protest that did not hold strong in the capital city of a country holds no water. Another user, Unity, so it says, tweeted, summary of President Tinubu's speech. I have heard you. I am busy working. Go back home. Subsidy is forever gone. And Tinubu was quite right. Tinubu considered nothing in that speech, but he gave explanations as to the direction of travel of the country. So the protesters can disagree with that direction of. I was rather glad that he made no concession to the protest, because if he made any concession to the protest, it will be a retrogressive move. You know, if he reinstates all subsidy, and the country then, one, the largest going to the states will stop, of course, because there's no savings from all subsidy anymore. But then the economy cannot insulate that subsidy. So it will have to borrow then to continue to pay that subsidy. So for how long? You know, so there was no wiggle room, and it was entirely right to stick his ground. Even though he was placid and contrite in his tone, he gave nothing. A user, Unity, tweeting as Unity Forum 1, tweeted, summary of the president's speech. I have heard you. I am busy working. Go back home. Subsidy is forever gone. Forget it. Continue to endure the hardship / hunger. Your protest is politically motivated. Thank you for listening. So that's how she saw it, or he or she saw it. So essentially, Operation Occupy Abuja. I only really read that out because it goes on to affirm what a lot of people have always insisted and known, that this is a political. The names that came out of that are hashtag Obedient and Omoyele Shore. So those were the names that came out of now push towards Abuja. So it's quite clear. Do me be Kachiku to protesters. You can't remove Tinubu through the back door. Wait till 2027. So universally, everybody holds this view that this is politics, nothing to do with whatever is happening to Nigerians. So that's that one. I'm not sure that we need to read anything from here. Dumebi Kachiko, presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress in 2023, has asked protesters to halt their demonstrations. In a statement in Abuja on Sunday, Kachiku said the protest needs to end because innocent people are being killed. At least 14 people have reportedly lost their lives in the course of the demonstration against Nigeria's economic crisis. Kachiku said President Bola Tinubu should stop acting like he could fix the country by himself. The former ADC presidential candidate said even the opposition is not providing solution to the challenges confronting the country. So just through that space, when he's saying the opposition is not providing solutions to the country, to the problems that is afflicting the country. Let me play you a clip that actually speaks to that. Let me play you. I wasn't even intending to, but because the clip slides into exactly what he just said there. The opposition provides no solution to the problems. So because the solution is the one playing out now. But listen to this.
Our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed. Is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. 3 critical development areas is receiving 4.5 trillion. Subsidy is 3.6 trillion.
Six.
No, half year.
Okay.
Half year, 3.6. So every full year is about 7 trillion. Which country will invest more in subsidy and education and health and even roads?
So that's Peter Obi right there in the build-up to the elections, telling us that he will remove subsidy immediately. So everybody universally, all of the candidates, at least the major serious ones, told us that that's exactly their plan. But I said the major serious ones, but I did not include Omoyele Sowore in that major serious one. So here is the expose now. A lot of people tell us that this guy is a foreign agent within the Nigerian space. That is a narrative that has been subsisting about Sowore for a very long time. So we've gone into the underbelly of the Sowore space to try to untangle what exactly makes him tick. So this is Sowore now and where the money comes from. So this is, if you look at this space here, this is the Makati Foundation right here. So I'll de-highlight it, but there it is right there. That is the Makatha, not Makati, but Makatha Foundation. So there it is right there, where my cursor is right there, so you can read it. And these are the people that they are funding. So the person that they are funding is the Sahara Reporters Media Organization. But what's the level of funding? So these are the grants that Sowore has been receiving from that organization, and they cannot fund you without pulling your strings, of course. So grants in 2019 for 2 years are just short of $1 million. Sahara Reporters Media Organization, a Lagos-based non-profit media organization that works to advance transparency and accountability in Nigeria. A previous award from the On Nigerian program. So this is not actually, so that's it. If they are telling you a previous award, that is to tell you then that they've been funding them for even longer than the dates you're looking at on your screen. Sahara Reporter Media Organization, a Lagos-based non-profit media organization that works to advance transparency and accountability in Nigeria. A previous award from the On Nigeria program enables Sahara Reporters Media Foundation to launch a civil media laboratory which provides support to journalists who otherwise would not have had an opportunity to expand their skill sets or have a platform on which to publish their works. So I think they gave them the setup that then emerged that Adeola and Rudolph Okonkwo. So that's what that is telling you right there. So is that from that laboratory that Adeola and Rudolph Okonkwo came out of. With this renewal, this near $1 million is a renewal. So that is to tell you then that the previous $1 million had already been given. With this renewal, SRMF is training more journalists to investigate and on investigative and database journalism, supporting investigations into the education sector, especially budget-related corruption, etc., etc. So that was then. In 2016, they renewed again. Sahara Reporter is an independent online news agency based in New York that reports on stories about corruption, human rights abuses, and other political misconduct in Nigeria. It was founded in 2006 by Nigerian political activist Omoyele Sowore, and reporting has been carried out by paid citizen journalists in Nigeria in collaboration with Showore and the staff in New York. With this award, Sahara Reporter is revamping its website, developing an app to accommodate increasing numbers of site visitors using mobile phones. It is also launching a Lagos-based civic media laboratory project that develops, engineers, tests, and incubates ideas. So it's just meaningless nonsense. This sounds like a dubious business plan, but you can see it right there. You already see $2 million on your screen, and they told you that they've been funding him for even longer than that. So there is Showore right there. They busted, I should say. That's Showore right there, busted. That we can. That's the only real way to conclude it. So that's Showore right there, busted. But let me now play you now this next clip. So they say politics and religion are intertwined. Politics and religion are intertwined, and time immemorial, that has always been the case. Politics and religion always has been intertwined. So we look at the intertwining of politics and religion now, which this next piece. Thousands of RCCG members troop out to partake in their annual prayer walk to pray for Nigeria. So this is the RCC, the Redeemed Church, essentially throwing its way as a body shield towards Tinubu. So this is body shielding right there. So these people are rioting, demonstrating, and he throws then the RCCG. He then throws thousands of his followers onto the streets in a holy march. So this is a tacit endorsement of the administration. This very much a support for the government in situation. But let's get a snippet of it. So without equivocation, as Thomas would say, that's a political move right there. And that's in Lagos as well, of course, which is the erstwhile epicenter of at least the latest installment of the demonstration. So thousands of RCCG members troop out to partake in their annual prayer walk to pray for Nigeria. So that is the RCCG playing his hand right there. So the RCCG playing his hand in support of the government. Let me take you to this space now. So this next space is the residents of not Lagos but Kano, the residents of Kano. There are several things I want you to look out as you look at this. It says following President Bola Tinubu's speech, Kano residents continue with protests to show their dissatisfaction. So there are several things I want you to pay heed. Pardon me, we don't really need the volume. So there are several things I want you to pay heed of in this. So I want you to look at the size of the crowd, one, and Kano State, of course, one of the most populated states in Nigeria. So the crowd is not really anything to write home about. So this tells you then that this is a very much middle class, certainly an educated crowd. But the other thing that I want you to take heed of is the, you can't miss it anyway, is the abundance of Russian flags as they promenade down the streets. The third thing I'd like you to take heed of is that they're not actually breaking into shops, which is we have to be thankful for all that we have seen from that space. But what are we? And the other thing I'd like you to take heed of is the aerial shot, so which is to tell you then that it's somewhat of a drone shot capturing this. So the totality of all those things that you are taking the heed of is to tell you then that this is a political sort of a thing rather than anything else. The Russian flag certainly a political thing, with not in the direction of the goings on in the French Sahel, which we are all aware of. The demography of the crowd, which is the academia somewhat in Kano, that puts a lilt of politics on it as well. And the fact that it's being drone shotted it tells you then that this is a very much an orchestrated thing. So there's no organic texture to it. You can see that this is very much a contrived political thing. So a very much a contrived political thing. I just want to flash that up. So that's a political statement rather than a demonstration. So I think that's quite clear. So let's go on from there to another one. We're talking about Sowore just then and he being busted. And it looks as though the wool is finally dropping from the eyes of the people who follow him fervently. So these are people now body shaming him, not body shaming though, but lashing him somewhat. So this is Sowore right here, and under his feed now, it says Sowore don't cast, see comment, God. So this is he now asking people to continue to push, even though the president has already addressed them, and here are the people then responding to that. So it says, this is the person bringing it forward. It says, Sowore don't cast, see comments, God. So let's see what the people are saying to the guy from the Creeks. Nobody even knows what he is. If he's a Yoruba man or a South man, nobody knows. It says, so this is the first one. Adewale Ibrahim Kayode, this is what he has to say. Oh, Nikure, what have you done to the family? It says, oh, Nikure, what have you done to the family of the deceased protesters? You are there telling us to continue with the protest. Here is Sheikh Yakub. It says, I am sure no sensible person would listen to a man enjoying himself with his family abroad only to give instructions for other people to destroy their lives. Nigerians, especially those in Lagos, will go about our activities uninterrupted from tomorrow. So the penny is finally dropping. Here is Owolabi Oni Anifowoshe, Owolabi Anifowoshe. So these are real life on the moment response to Sowore asking people to continue to put themselves in harm's way as he causes up to his family in New Jersey. This is Owolabi Anifowoshe. It says the idiots listening to you will be used as cannon fodder whilst you are in the comfort of your home in the United States behind the keyboard instigating violence. Here is Eyan Nanais. It says, breaking news, protest leaders at Ojota have called off their demonstration after the president broadcast this morning. They told the police they would leave the protest ground and disperse. So it's the audacity, isn't it? I think there's more. This guy stays at home in the comfort, in the bosom of his own family, and is asking the gullibles, the great unwashed, the hoi polloi to go and chop bullets, the great unwashed, whoever is sacrificed as a meat to Ogun, other than the great unwashed. So the great unwashed finally takes a shower. This is Niyekunle Olawepo. It says, this will have made more sense if you were here to lead. This is Lukman Abiodun. It says, what else do you want, comrade? He said he heard you and is going to sit tight. What else? I am beginning to have doubts if you truly love this country or you are just doing this to achieve something. Here is another character. It says, bros, na true say you know this country. If yes, you are not serious. Mad gone. Brothers, let's go for dialogue. Nigeria is ours. It will be great again. R.I.P. to the lost soul. So this is the penny finally dropping on the great with the great unwashed. The great unwashed. It says here is it's just I think there's more actually. Let me see. There is more. It's just the great unwashed finally takes a shower. Is essentially what it is. The great unwashed finally takes a shower. Here's another one. This is Ajibade Lukman. It says your target is Lagos. Your target is Lagos. Is Lagos the federal capital? For the fact that Lagos State is having a peaceful protest without road blockage is giving you headache. come to Nigeria and disrupt Lagos if you won't be directed to Elaje Ondo to lead protest. So another one, Jimo, it says, Showore, stop inciting people, come to Nigeria with your children to protest. No, look at that. This is Yewande. It says, the federal government said they are ready to dialogue. What else do you want? Some people lost their lives in Kaduna and Borno, all because of this protest that you instigated. You have been trying to make sure this protest turns into another End SARS protest in Lagos State. What are you trying to achieve? You are not even in Nigeria. Rest, we are not protesting again. So rest, we are not protesting again. So rest, we are not protesting again. Here's another one. This is Samuel Bash. It says, you are hell-bent on causing havoc and mayhem in Lagos whilst disguising as an activist, hiding behind this politically sponsored protest. You are not even in Nigeria. You are somewhere safe in the United States with your wife and kids, whilst backing out others to us. People died. Our properties were destroyed, but you still won't give up. We are not protesting again. If you want to continue the protest, then come out of your hiding and take charge physically. Put body. So put body care, you must be a joker. So there it is right there. I did say that there will be I did say that there will be a period of reckoning after all of this anarchical behavior, and that period of reckoning is identifying where it's going to point. It says not minding that Russia has disowned northern protesters. On day 4, protesters from some northern protesters are back on the street. So I'm not quite sure what that is. I think Solly was theorizing that the Russians will send money to they will corrupt some low mid-level military personnel to take over. I think the eras of military coup in Nigeria is long gone, so you can whistle in the wind for that. So whistle in the wind for that. So whistle in the wind for that. So this one now. Update today at Ganifa Emi Park Ojota, the Lagos State Waste Disposal has cleaned up the location. Security officials still fully on ground. Protesters ended. Everybody is moving and minding their business. Kudos to the security agencies. God bless Lagos State. God bless Nigeria. So the totality of everything that was anarchical. No, I could do without the copyright strike. So thank you. So the totality of what they've been able to achieve in Lagos State is just to make a mess at the corner of some street, very quickly cleaned up by Lagos, of course. So there it is right there. So it huffed and puffed, but it could not blow Lagos down. Huffed and puffed, but could not blow Lagos down. So huffed and puffed, but could not blow Lagos down. So we're spending a bit of time on the Twitter, whatnot. It says, I am, this is, they're being flushed out, the political shadowy figures that underpin what is going on now. It says, so this is laugh out how I am happy the Twitter has gotten the right channel. Atiku and Sons Limited, in conjunction with Cash TVist, Enibehi Efyong. So Enibehi Efyong caught napping with his paymaster. So this is Adams Oshiomole quickly acknowledging, I knew there was an agenda when 2 defeated candidates backed the protest. This is Adams Oshiomole, and this is a continuing proof these are purportedly human rights activists with Atiku's son. So I wonder what activist Atiku's son is. So that space continues to unfurl. That space continues to unfurl. So as that space continues to unfurl, I'm waiting for the next one to load up. The next one is actually the clip from the British PM. I think we've already seen that. So let me just go on. Let me just whiz through. I think we've already seen that one as well. I think we've already... There's one last piece, actually. The last one I think I may have to share with you. So let me share this one with you, actually. This one tells the narrative of where we are now in terms of the divide that is going on within the country. Never has the country been so divided along our traditional fault lines of ethnicity and religion. But this one takes it to a new level. So this is not anyway. Let me just this one that I'm about to show you now. It takes it to a new level. So look at this. So let's take it from the top. It says what is going on here to celebrate Toby Amosun is also bigotry. But why would somebody ask that question? So this is a guy that goes by Odogu something or the other, and this is what he has to say. So this first line now is in response to this tweet. It says what is going on here to celebrate Toby Amosun is also bigotry, and it's in response to this. So this is from Odogu something or the other. It says, I have an idea. Why don't you secede, declare an Oduduwa state, and get to keep Toby Amosun for yourself? We can all go our separate ways and live happily ever after. So what would have inspired somebody to say that? So let's go to now what inspired that. It says Toby Amosun has broken 2 Olympic records in one night. Toby Amosun wins the hurdles. And that is somebody celebrating the achievement of a Nigerian athlete, and that cascaded into now yet another ethnic warfare. So we've been divided too sharply along that fault line. So now this is not the last one from the readouts. Northern APC, CPC, ANPP can pull out of APC. So that's the next round of politics to come. You will see the shrinking of the APC in the build-up to the 2027 election. You certainly see that. You see pockets of power blocks moving out of the APC to reconfigure under another space. It says, and this is the speculation to that space. It says Northern APC, which comprises of CPC and ANPP, can pull out of APC. So this is the speculation. It says if this happens, ANC will automatically become minority in all chambers of the government. Further, the Northern faction can consolidate with other smaller parties, maybe not fully, but on various levels and situations. They have nothing to lose in a 50-50 arrangement, since they are not even having 10% of their way in the current APC setup. For example, CPC can align with PDP and Labour in the Senate just to impeach Akpabio. CPC can also align with Labour and PDP governors on various interests. The ANC lacks the national support. So this is somewhat a speculation to politics future to come. So a speculation to politics future to come. But let's now whiz through the video clips that we have, and then we start to go to the panels. I'll leave out the longer ones because I think the session has been going on for a while. So, and the panelists might be getting impatient. So I'll send the link. Anybody that wants to hop on, still hop on. We're at the tail end now to bring on the panel. But before we bring on the panel, let's listen to a friend of the platform, Daniel Boala.
Or will it be too much for any government to undertake?
I agree with you, Margaret, that the lack of consequences has resulted in a lot of the problems we see today. And the simple word is corruption. Corruption has led to the mismanagement of the resources. But in answering that also, I must relate it with what Brother Kola said about the states. You see, if you look at what we are getting today as revenue arising from this oil, whatever, removal of the subsidy, there is a distribution formula that gives the federal government 40-something%, that gives the state 20.6%, and the local government 20.2%. So in other words, close to half of the increase goes to the state. But the federal government is one. The federal workers are few. The rest of Nigeria are in the state. In other words, 70% of our entire economy rests on the state. This money goes to them. Very few states have shown any sign of improvement in the welfare of their people. Now, Brother Kola is saying that there is no need federal government continue to give it to the governor, rather they should find ways of doing it. My answer to him would be, that may be the ideal, but that's not what our law supports. We're running a federation system of government where you have federal government and state government, and the federal government cannot put to the states on how they use the funds. There was a time I gave an opinion. I say, instead of the extra 10 billion that the federal government is giving to them, tell all the states, just like the way they do in UBEC, give us the things you want to be done in your state. We want to execute it directly from the center. Because every money that goes to the state goes to the pocket of the governor. The punishment, Malpe, to this is that let the protesters and Nigerians raise their awareness to the fact that the state governors are not meeting up to expectation, which is the reason why the situation is the way it is. The consequence is impeachment. But who can impeach a governor? Because he has 308, the federal government can't do anything about that. If you say the House of Assembly will be able to do that, do they have the independence necessary? You talk about the local government, and the president has commenced that autonomy policy by, first of all, giving that autonomy to the local government, who will come to the State House of Assembly. We want to strengthen this democracy. Every January in America, when the president appears before Congress, there is this thing called the State of the Union. Their open remarks will always be that America has not reached its ideal, but we have come a long way, and we are all marching towards a better.
So yes, there's a lot to be said for what Daniel Boala is saying there. You know, the protest should actually, the protest we need in Nigeria is actually a protest to state houses, not to the federal space, because the federal space is releasing what the state should get, and they are releasing the states are getting more now than they've ever gotten in the history of Nigeria. So if they are getting more now than they've ever gotten in the history of Nigeria, what and you say in inflation factored in, even if you factor inflation in, they're still a good 30-40% better off than they ever were, even factoring in inflation. So what is happening to that money? They got another windfall on this COVID sort of narrative. What is happening to all that windfall? So a lot of the protest is pointed in the wrong direction. It should actually point in the direction of the state houses, and the federal space should also act towards that. Going forward, they should be amplifying how much every state is getting every month. You know, they should be amplifying. Was it not what's it called? Enigmatic, that was just documenting how some states were getting 150% more than they traditionally have ever gotten. So where is the impact of all of that money on the indigents of that state? So the government should be amplifying more what these states are getting. If they were amplifying it more, then you wouldn't see what you're seeing in the next clip that I'm about to play you. The next clip that I'm about to play you, it will make your heart bleed. It will make your heart bleed. So this is a man planning a meal for a week. But what is he using to plan that meal for a week? And how is he planning that meal for a week? So have that as the backdrop before I play this clip. Here is a man planning a meal for a week, but how is he planning that meal for that week? And what is he using to plan that meal for a week? Watch this. This is a heart jerker.
Touch it, please. Hey, Nigeria. Oh, hey, adios.
So I'm not sure if that was a skit or not, but certainly it's not far off the lived experience of Nigerians. So this is a guy that has chopped a piece of fish into about almost 20 pieces in order then to plot it as a meal for a week. Watch it again. So that's the backdrop. Here is a man that's chopped a piece of fish, a tiny little, a snack for you at Mama Put during pepper soup. You will ask for 3 of those, but this is a meal for a week being planned by a Nigerian adult.
Touch it, please. Hey, Nigeria. Oh, hey, adios.
So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me rattle through the remaining clips. This next clip, it goes back to that space of Igbos must go protest that is being planned within the Yoruba space. It doesn't sound as though it may be going away because they are double downing on it. Actually, let me not play that because I don't even want to go into that space at the moment. But they are still on that trajectory but just pay heed to that. I think that might well be the narrative after the protest, but we'll see how that space plays out. So let me now play you another ethnically jarring one as well. So let me just play you a Reno Omokri one, and then maybe one more, and then we'll launch into the session.
All right, then just one more question before I let you go. You know, people have also been talking about the way the protest was carried out. It appears some parts of the country went silent during the protest, and in some parts, you know, the streets were really, really busy. Of course, in the federal capital, in Lagos, and some parts of the country. Why do you think? What's your own feeling about, you know, the way it was organized and people's response to it? It appears as if it resonated properly in one part, and in another part, people were not just interested.
Let me tell you this: it was all planned. None of the promoters and organizers of this protest were from Northern Nigeria, were Arab, not one. All of the promoters were either from Southern Nigeria or the Middle Belt, all of them. And then the last major promotion for this protest was done in Abia State, like I told you, 5 days ago, when Peter Obi stood shoulder to shoulder with the governor of Abia State, Alex Poli, and was encouraging people to protest. Yet, there were no protests in that state, Abia State. There were no protests in Peter Obi State, Anambra State. Now, here's the thing. This is a man who was caught on camera, who was caught on audio. The audio was leaked. He was promising to wage religious war. Now, if a man like that, who is so sectional and biased, coming out and then promoting a protest, and yet in his own catchment area, this protest is not happening, but in other places it happened, it means that this man was gaslighting the country, trying to bring about division. Like I told you, it all goes back to people who were disgruntled from the 2023 presidential elections.
All right, then. It's all politics. That's what you say. Well, thank you so much, Reno Omokri, for your time on the program. I will take a quick commercial break. When we return.
All right. So, you know, people are delicately navigating through what Reno is saying there. But I have often said that after this protest, there will be a period of reckoning. And that period of reckoning, the theme, the fleshing out of that narrative of reckoning is maybe what you're hearing from Reno right there, because he's already promoting a narrative to come after as the aftermath of this phase that we're going through now. So still staying within this phase that we're going through now, the goings on in Kano, the National Library was looted in Kano. A lot of things were stolen, but something peculiarly was not stolen at all, was not touched. So this is a bit of a long-winded one. If he doesn't land on it, I may cut it short, but I want him to land on what was not stolen as they looted the National Library in Kano. What this?
Yeah, thank you very much. I am happy you directed this question at me. And first, let me tell you that where the president in his address categorically requested protesters to return home and embrace dialogue and come and dialogue with him or with the government, I think I would like to appeal also to the protesters to heed to that statement. The president is the father of the nation, and he had said, look, where I have heard you, you've made your point. The issues that you have raised, I understand them and I feel them, and I want us to sit down and talk about how we can go about them. All the other aspects that you're talking about, him cutting the cost of governance and everything, you know, should be the subjects for negotiation, for dialogue. Even in conventional war, at the end of the day, the opposing sides must sit around a table and discuss. The end of every conflict is dialogue. There is no conflict that ends perpetually on the streets or on the battlefield. So we hope and pray that going forward, this address should signpost an end to the protest and the beginning of the dialogue process that would see to, you know, addressing some of the core demands more directly. So that is that. But on your other question, I think there are political hawks, there are political opportunists that are trying to cash in on this seeming discontent, as exemplified by the protest, to say, look, we want to gain some political currency out of it. And so when some young people are instigated to say Bamayi is tied to, wherever you hear Bamayi, is tied to the treasonable call for military rule, which to my understanding is politicians trying to cash in on something that they see as an opportunity, because most of our political elites, unfortunately, are opportunists. They just look for an opening, and then they come in and begin to do this. And then there are also the economic aspect. The ones the president called rent seekers, those ones that have been benefiting from some of the extreme leakages within the economy, they may also have to mobilize young people to do some of those things. But let me tell you, if you want my honest opinion, as a Nigerian and as a northerner, what played out was not a perception of Asiwaju by the North. What played out is a clear indication of the abdication of the responsibilities that we, northern elites, I say it with all sense of responsibility, we have abdicated our role and responsibilities to empower our young people. We've allowed a large army of uneducated, out-of-school children walking about in the streets without homes, without families, without imbibing any values. They don't even know, and they don't understand what is family, they don't understand what is societal values, they don't understand what is societal norms, and they are roaming the streets. And we could see them, 5 to 10, coming out to protest. And imagine, when they broke into Kano, the National Library in Kano, they took away everything except books. Not one book was taken by anybody. That tells you that, look, this...
So there it is right there. I think a lot of you may have already guessed that. They stole everything, including the carpets, the railings for the curtains, every single thing stolen, but not a single book. So there it is right there. So that tells you all you need to know. Not a single book. That just struck me. That just speaks to so many things. A lot of them that we recall from discussing, but we know is one of the underpinnings of what afflicts us as a nation. Let's hear from Dele Farotimi. We take just, I know you already know what he's likely to say anyway. It's just that heavy laden, hammering it down that he does. But let's just hear from him just for balance.
All right. So now we have a president in the midst of crippling, grinding, biting inflation. The president and the National Assembly voted 21 billion to renovate, hear me, renovate the vice president's house. 70 billion naira was voted to the National Assembly members to buy SUVs, as 160 million naira for each one for senators and House of Reps members. 4 billion naira was voted to renovate Dodam Barrack. Another 3 billion for Aguda House. 5 billion was given to the Presidential Task Force, a Tax Reform Committee, less than 20 members. 1.5 billion was given to purchase cars for the First Lady, an office unknown to our Constitution. Judges, for job well done, got 300% salary increase. I'm not complaining, no. I'm not saying judges should starve. 5 billion was budget for presidential fleet. At least one repo, they will buy fuel now, have you? Every senator gets 21 million naira monthly. No, don't worry. I didn't forget the reps. 13.5. This government voted it. We are going to be spending 15 trillions to pave the road with gold from Lagos to Calabar. And your president...
All right. So I'm not quite sure if that's just not nonsensical. Our government has to function, and the function of government is expensive. So I know it. Let's just leave that one there. Let me play you this lady that was saying she regrets somewhat being unobedient, not for anything, but because she feels that Obi is not aggressive enough.
I don't, this anger don't dey my belle, but I just dey quiet unto say mo give elder respect. Since elder no respect himself, we go tell her the truth. You understand me? So una see this protest since you for don happen, see, we for don address this issue since. You see how this petrol now, we for not dey here now. E just be like say this protest not be like say medicine after death. You know what? I regret supporting Peter Obi. I will say it again. I regret say I support Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not fit to be president. He never reached. He never ready. He was not ready. He just come and come whine us, come give us false hope. We no be here. Peter Obi, you knew that before you collect this power, it not go easy for you. You know, you even tell us. But after the court declare your opponent president, what do? You leave us for hunger. Now they suffer. When one protest before, he said no, make everybody calm down. We calm down. We were waiting for you to hear from you. You go so do something. Go so do something. We're waiting now. Never do anything. But they do emotion. They use emotion. They use emotion. They play politics. They whine me. Tinubu go for you. Go the right out. Sorry, Mr. President. Meaning we will support you. We be fool. You know how many enmity I get because of you. You know people wey carry people wey not do me anything just because say they support party wey don tell you I go dey vex, I go dey block people. People wey suppose even help my life, I saw them. You know what I do to message? Just say I be rest celebrity. You know people wey I call out, even pastor attack them. Now what is Peter Obi doing? He dey do emotion. I think we go fall. He go say sorry. The other one go fall. I'm sorry. But they use your Twitter handle. They write apology.
Okay. She roused and rages on for quite a few more minutes, but I think you get to the thrust of where she is. Maybe her sentiments is her gripe is that Obi is not frontal enough. But a lot of people say Obi frontal plenty. But a bit of housekeeping. A lot of people have been asking about this students' loan. So here are people giving testimonials now about monies being received. So we got receipts from Bayero University not that long ago. This is from University of Ibadan now. It says loan status approved. Let me see if I can blow it up a bit. Disbursement status approved. Academic year loan type institutional fee. So that's somebody's school fees being paid there. And what do they have to say? It says, these are testimony from some of my UI friends. So I know a lot of people will still dispute this. It says, NELFUND student loan disbursement update. So far, a total of 2 billion and a bit has been disbursed across 6 whatnot. So there it is right there. A lot of whatnot. So here are people celebrating receiving their state. It's a Tinubu do this, and then they're putting snapshots of their loans exactly. It says, well, the loan is a good initiative. It helps many students. So if you are protesting against bad governance, then they are not protesting against this government. That's for certain. If they are protesting against bad governance, then they certainly are not protesting against this government. So this will be the last one now. So this protest now, it will end in 10 days, or it may even end a lot sooner, but that will not be the end of protesting in Nigeria. So here is the next round of protests to come. Biafra government office of Prime Minister, 3rd of August 2024. 1 month lockdown of Nigerian government institutions across Biafra territory. The Biafra government is ready to close down all Nigeria government houses and offices within Biafra territory for a month. The details of the shutdown will be announced during the next State of the Union address. Our demands are as follows. Number one, withdraw all of Nigeria's terrorist forces from the 40 United States of Biafra. Number two, accept the Biafra self-referendum, which has recorded over 49 million votes. So I'm not even sure that there are that many Biafrans, never mind that many. Maybe it was Abamudi Yakubu that did the referendum. Release Mazen Nandekanu and other Biafran political prisoners. After this 1 month shutdown of Nigerian offices and nothing happens, we will lock them down indefinitely. The lockdown is not applicable to traders, market businesses, banks, and hospitals. So those banks, are they Nigerian-owned banks or Biafran-owned banks? So the silliness continues. So that's just a bit of a comic relief from the cross-dresser known as Simon Ekpa. So you'll be thankful that is all of it. Let me send the link again. The room does need populating, so anybody that wants the conversation, please jump on. We play the Kegite music, then we'll see where we land. So let's first look for the super chat also needs to be coming as well. What's happened to the super chat? We usually have an abundance of it. Maybe the Kegite will induce you.
Water, only water, water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Waila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agwesheme, death had nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So amen to that. Larry joins us by popular demand. Somebody is actually requesting him on Super Chat. Our father of the bride, Jajale Kokode, is right there. Ekene to give us the update in Lagos. Baba to give us a broad view of the goings on. Thomas right there to take over and to chime in as well. Solid in the house as well. So plenty of room. Anybody that wants to jump on still jump on. So anybody that wants to jump on still jump on. Let's do it in this order. We go to Solly Ekene. We go to Larry Ekene Solly Baba. So Larry, you kick it off for us.
Why do you rearrange it like that?
No, that wasn't what I intended to say. So I said it as I intended it. So let me go with that. All right. So thank you, Solly. Solly has been with me all the way through. In fact, we were chatting even before the session started. So I think that's somewhat what was hinting at there.
Yeah, you can let Solly go, Morman, if you want to.
All right, all right. It's Solly, man. God knew what he was doing for not making you a woman, or you'll be high maintenance if you were. But we love you
I grew
nevertheless.
up around women.
Well, we can tell, Solly, we can tell. Yeah, so good to have you, Solly. Like I said, you kicked it off. We were even here fighting Pansat in the back end before we kicked off. Tinubu came out to speak today. What did you make of what he had to say? They push back against the speech. What are you making of it? The people now railing against Showore. What are you making of that? Showore sponsors the Makafa Foundation, pumping millions of dollars into his pocket. How does that influence his activities in Nigeria? So just give us a flavor, and then we move it around and come back.
First of all,
Solly, yeah.
It was quite shocking that the speech, when people were saying they already have the speech, I said it can't be. And, he made his speech and it was literally the same thing that was leaked. I don't even know what to say. And nobody even understood what he said. 98% of the people that watched that speech didn't even understand what he said. He didn't address anything. So protest continues. Protest continues. When they threatened Goodluck Jonathan, he brought back the fuel subsidy. But these people want to pay away. They've taken the fuel subsidy money and they shared it amongst themselves. All this increase in state governors' funding is their share of our subsidy money. All these VP's office that they are building is our share of subsidies money. All these jets that they are buying is share of, so all these cars they are buying is our share of subsidy money. They took the subsidy money and they shared it amongst themselves. And they are saying the people should endure and suffer, that God is testing them. They are now using pastor. They are using pastor to curb the protests. And you see all of them. When you look at that group, you will see Hausa people, you will see Igbo people, you will see Yoruba people, foolish people, going to pray to God for what government should have given to them. That should show you how demonic some of these pastors are. Because that means the pastors are siding with the evil government. Is that the person that God ordained? Did God ordain a man to side with your oppressor? They cannot think about that. But all of them, their main goal is, since they've suffered so much on earth thanks to Nigerian government, they have to try to bribe God to let them go into heaven for all the suffering that they've suffered in Nigeria. Just a dumb strategy. But at the end of the day, luckily, through all the adversity, through all the propaganda.
Sorry. Are you talking about the RCCG that came out today, the Redeemed Church? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. The people have gone to go and worship their pastor again. So, and they are going to go and pray to their pastor to help so that their pastor will talk to God, and God will give them what government is supposed to be giving them for being in Nigeria. So, just a bunch of low IQ people.
Did you understand that to be a political move to back the government?
Yes,
for the RCCG releasing thousands of people on the streets in the middle of the demonstration just to slice it up.
Yes, definitely. Is his wife not a pastor in that church? Exactly. So demons have taken over the churches in Nigeria, and we can see it manifest in real time. So, it's not unfortunate, and I'm not surprised that demons have taken over the church when Nigerians themselves don't go to church to worship God. They go to church to worship their pastor. So all the demons saw the opportunity and used it to enter that space. And you can see it's being manifested in reality when they use churchgoers to curb protesters that should be protesting for what is their right. They are going to beg pastor to tell God to give it to them with miracles. So the suffering is not going to end with them. They can keep on praying, they can wipe the floor, they can roll on the floor, they can burn themselves alive in the church. Nothing will happen till they go and meet the government to give them what they fully deserve. And so
take us to Showore trying to move the protests to Abuja for a last hurrah, and people riding against him to say that, where are you even as you continue to puppet master from America?
Uh, well, the money was given to Sahara reporters, right? Not Showore. And Showore is no longer the owner of Sahara Reporters.
It's not. Who owns it?
He has removed himself. Is he
Who
still
do-
the owner of Sahara Reporters?
When did they remove himself? They've been giving him money, by the way. Yeah,
And
since
that is
20, millions and millions since 2013. Every single year, $1 million.
and that money is not for his election or campaign. It's for the news media. Am I correct? Yes, I am correct. So it's just probably some of these.
It's for influence over him. That's what that money is for.
And do you have proof of that?
That's how it works. Sorry, that's how
Then
it works.
then since we don't have proof, then we cannot be going with propaganda, because it's probably the propaganda of APC people and obedience as usual. If you don't have proof, then you cannot say for definite that it is. You can't just take people's money and divert it. Look at that foolish guy that went to UK and was telling UK government about migration. He took UK money and started building house in Ogun State. You can't do that with people's funds. So for us to say that Sowore took
Hold
somebody's
on.
funds that was for news media and used it for campaign is
No.
quite a
That's
stretch.
no. Who's even said that? I'm not sure where you're getting that from.
Okay, I thought
Makata,
that's what was being insinuated.
Makata Foundation gives him $1 million annually.
Mhm.
So they're not giving him that $1 million because he's a nice guy. And
Mhm.
somebody giving you $1 million has leverage over you.
Okay.
That is just implicit in, and I don't think anybody of reasoning would reason that that's not the case. So what leverage is being levered by these Americans that are puppet mastering Showore is the thing. So we've been able to expose the money being given in by MacArthur Foundation
Mhm.
now. But
Mhm.
what for? $1 million a year for the last 10 years.
All right. First of all, you have to prove that it is being used for campaign funds or campaigning, which you cannot prove. And having a news
What
media.
are you saying campaigning? No, who has said anything about
Okay, what is
influence?
the influence? What is the
Okay.
influence? Let me know what you are pointing
No,
out.
let me move you from there. I'm not sure that.
No, no, no. Let us
Let me
know
move you from.
exactly what you are
Let me
pointing
move you
at.
from there. I'm not sure it's a conversation for you. Go to Wale Soyinka and his feedback on the uh what is being inferred. Yeah, what is implicit in that thing is that if they are giving him $1 million, then that gives them some leverage over him. So how is it being levered? The only leverage that we have over him is in a space of impact, which is Nigeria. So what is the MacArthur Foundation puppeteering Showore to play out within the Nigerian space and why? So that's where that is. So it's nothing to do with campaigning or whatever.
The money was given for news media coverage work. If they have any propaganda they want, first you have to prove that that's what they are using the funds for. If they have any leverage, first you have to prove it for. You can't just say somebody's giving somebody money, so immediately that's what they are using it for. You have to be able to prove it. So I'm not supporting that opinion. I don't see what influence they will want to use unless you can give me an example and then we can dissect more into it. We can't just be making speculation. You have to prove
No,
it.
that's what I'm saying. It's too nuanced. So it's not your space. Go to the Shrinker space. I think in the course of the conversation, you might well get where that Makata Foundation is. Go to Shrinker and its feedback to Tinubu.
Yeah, it's the same feedback that I had. It's the same feedback everybody had. You know, it didn't address the hunger because everybody is trying to pretend like there's no hunger. Everybody that is supporting Tinubu, everybody that is doing tribal defense, they are trying to pretend like there's no hunger. They will address everything. They will address Obi. They will address Ore. They will address Asiku, but they will pretend that they don't hear people are saying that they are hungry. It is the same thing that we saw in the speech. It is the same thing everybody noticed. It is the same thing Shoyinka noticed also. So protests will continue and it may even go past those 10 few days because until you finally agree and stop trying to gaslight everybody that people are hungry and you should do something about that fuel subsidy money that they've stolen and they've gone to go and share, then the process is going to continue for a long time. It's going to get worse. And I even heard that that flag may not even be a Russian flag. is it may actually be the flag of the military, because when they were raising the flags, they were telling military to take over. I'm just saying this is an opportunity. There are thousands of soldiers that Russia could tempt. There are thousands of poor soldiers suffering. You should see the conditions that they are living in. Some of them sleep on the floor. It just takes a little bit of fund, a little bit of backing and pushing for somebody to try something, even though you believe that military era does not exist. However, history always tends to repeat itself. That's one thing I've known about almost every single country I've gone to. Even what is happening in the UK, it's not a brand new thing. It's just history repeating itself. Nigeria is the same case. Most countries are the same case. History tends to repeat itself one way or the other. As impossible as it may seem, we will see how it plays out. People are hungry, people are suffering, they have nothing else to lose. They have not, and you are playing with millions of people that have nothing to lose. It's a dangerous game.
All right. You know that that people are hungry, people are starving. I think the conversation has gone beyond that. People are. There was never a time. Anyway, let's not even do all that. Let me take you to
yes, you keep on repeating that thing. There was never a time. People have always been hungry, but that was bearable hunger. It takes you 1,500 naira.
No, forget all that. You said that yesterday and the day before. You know, look. Anyway, let me just take you to another space.
You cannot explain to me how a poor person can survive Nigeria at this point. You literally can't. Fuel is 1,000 naira now, and we know by this time next year it's probably going to be 1,500 or 2,000. People
Where will it
are
be
literally
no. You said all of this yesterday. Now, fuel is not 1,000 whatever. It's about 700 naira.
I sent you two videos.
Forget whatever
of
it is you
two
sent
filling
me.
station.
Forget whatever it is you sent me. When there's fuel scarcity,
proof is not good again.
Okay, go on. Just do whatever.
I sent you two videos of.
Do you want to listen, or you just forget whatever it is you sent me and listen? When there is scarcity, there's usually a spike in the pump price, but the average price of petrol in Nigeria for months and months has been round about the 800 naira mark, 700-800 naira mark, which will go back to which will go back to just as soon as the scarcity is resolved. So, and it's not going to get to whatever you are saying in next year, whatever. As soon as the Dangote space kicks off, there will be price stability, then there will be predictability. But that's just what all the industry experts say. So I'm not sure what you are saying, but all this woe betide and woe is me and blah blah blah.
The industry experts, have they not been saying our refinery will start functioning?
All right. Let me just take you to another space.
And also, it's not like Dangote is a philanthropist. Dangote is a businessman and is looking for profit. So which fuel price are you expecting to go down? Pumps, when prices go up in Nigeria, they rarely ever go down. Pumps are already selling.
That's not true. That's not true now.
What price went down?
Every price is going down in Nigeria as
Like
we speak. Food prices are going down. I've played videos. Can you be okay? Just if you don't want me to speak, then you just monologue.
Okay, I'm listening. Which food price?
But don't chop. Just be quiet and listen. We've played videos here with markets being. If I still have it, I'll play to you again. The prices are dropping sharply. Tomatoes, rice, etc., they've been to the markets and they've established those prices. That's one. Prices of even non-food items. I've played videos here of prices of those water tanks that people use to hang up, which are slashed by half. A lot. We've shown examples of prices of Indomie coming down here. Kenya has verified it. So this narrative of prices going up and not coming down is just a nonsense. So just stay, don't say anything. And this Dangote deal, when they said they are going to sell Dangote in Naira, what they've agreed with Dangote is that they will agree a rate of exchange for that for transactions for 6 months. And then that rate of exchange for transaction for 6 months will determine the rate of sale to all marketers for 6 months. So within those slot periods, it establishes a price stability. So if you don't understand the complexities of it, then let me just move you to another space. But don't just say like pedestrianized stuff.
Okay, can I reply now? All those food prices is because they've reduced import duty, and it is not permanent reduction of
No,
import
they are
duty.
tomatoes. They are food grown in Nigeria. We played. If I have the video, I'll play it again. It's maddening. Sometimes when you guys just mantra chant. Hopefully, I still have the video. But carry on.
If prices of goods have come down, why is somebody cutting one piece of fish into 10,000 pieces?
Look, I don't know. That could be propagandizing something. That would.
People are
All right.
hungry. You are saying it's propaganda.
Forget people are. We know people are hungry, but you cannot say that. All right, Tolly, just you have the floor. Just speak. You know, it can be frustrating sometimes. It's a fixation on a stagnated sort of position without understanding the vagaries of the nuances that move fluidly all the way through. We've cited examples of countless examples of food prices crashing, and you are telling us that they are not. When the fuel scarcity spikes up, then it establishes where it is. You don't acknowledge any of that. It's just people are hungry, people are hungry, people are hungry. It's just.
We'll see how the protest continues. We'll see how the outcome goes. One thing I know is that I hope these northerners don't back down, and I hope the people in the south start carrying that flag too, so that you take them serious, right? Shebi, you said that the people should suffer while you continue to spend in exuberance, right? And before they suffer and collapse, they will show you shege and they will show you pepper, and they will make sure that this administration does not work till the average poor Nigerian benefits from this government. Because all these benefits that you are talking about, they are not going to benefit anything. So why should they stay civil? Why should they not protest? You want them to starve till they are dead? That was the plan of the government for them. Government gave 40,000 bags of rice this year alone to each state to distribute. Only like 3 states have distributed it, and they didn't even distribute the complete amount. Now they've carried the rice and they are not distributing it to people so they won't protest. And it's not as if they are distributing the full amount. They are still even keeping some. So we know definitely in the north, they didn't distribute shingbai and they've already sold it. And they've stolen so much from the poor, they've spent it and they've used it already. Now they are panicking that people are protesting. That is basically what is happening. And they cannot face the demands of the people because they finished spending all the stolen money and they finished distributing and sharing all the amenities that you claim that they got into the country to help Nigerians with. They finished everything because that's how confident they are that Nigerians will come online to defend their callousness, to defend their meanness, to defend their insensitivity to other people. And people will still come in the south and they will be fighting tribal war and be doing tribal defense. There are some people here that they took their IQ level down to IPOB level just because some people are insulting you. You now decide to bring your IQ down to their level and you are now insulting them back in the same way. How will you reduce your IQ to IPOB level? IPOB level. Can you imagine? You reduce your IQ to that level just to defend rubbish. It's very sad. When we are supposed to be thinking above them, we know that all they have is mouth. It can get offensive, but they've never achieved anything in their life. You know, and you see them doing so much, especially if you are not living in Nigeria. If you believe that the government is actually doing something, the reason why you left Nigeria is because you saw that you are going to a place where things are going to get better. If you truly believe that Nigeria is going to get better, start by sending your children there first so that they will start getting the good amenities of Nigeria, and then you bring all your full family straight to Nigeria so that we can enjoy this new development that is surely coming. All of us need to enjoy it so that we will not be glorified refugees, because that's what an immigrant is. You will not be glorified refugees that white people in the UK will be attacking on the road, and you will say that, hey, at least I'm living a better life, while white people are looking for you to beat on the road. Because it's going to get to that level, especially if Donald Trump wins the election. These people are going to become more violent, they are going to become more aggressive, and they are going to become more bold. So either we fix our issue and face our reality, or we continue to bring our IQ level to IPOB level and continue to defend nonsense when we can clearly know and see what they are doing. Thank you.
One man, can you hear me?
We all can, Akim.
All right, because I've been trying to see if maybe if I'm audible or not.
No,
And
we all can.
if you say they should hold their state accountable, doesn't the federal government know that the state is doing this? This is part of their strategy. All of them, they are together in it.
If the federal government knows, then what should they do about it?
Can't they penalize them? Can't they do something?
In what way?
Because the state governors are doing this.
You see, it's the naivety that say, do you know how the federal structure works?
Can you explain it to me? Explain my naivety.
Those states, they are in essential, they're essentially sovereign spaces by themselves. The federal government does not have the whip hand over them. You know, they're essentially they are sub-national spaces. You know, the state governor is essentially the president of that space, with all of the essential powers of the federal government or the federal president. And the monies that they are getting is not the largesse of the federal space; it's the entitlement by constitution. And how they administer that money is not to the supervision of the federal space, it's to the supervision of their state assemblies. It's a very sorry, man.
And can't they change some things in the constitution to remove all this kind of rubbish rights? Because when they wanted to change national anthem, they did it swiftly. When they wanted to increase their salary, they did it swiftly. When they wanted to steal subsidy funds and increase their allocation, they did it quickly. Why can't they stop the bad things that are happening? The only thing they seem to be swift at doing is when it benefits them. But when it's time to actually stop something that they say they can't have control of, but they can change, then we see that, oh, it's not possible all of a sudden because it's not going to benefit them. Anything that does not benefit them is impossible. Anything that benefits them is done overnight. Can't it be changed? We know it can be changed.
If it
was going to benefit them, they will change it overnight.
Would you say the student loan benefits them or the ordinary people?
The student loan is pure nonsense. Why couldn't they have given students grants? Now you are putting people into debt because you want to increase. It's just fraud.
They're not putting anybody into. They're not putting anybody into debt.
Can I explain the fraud?
Hold on. Before you explain the fraud, explain the system where you are.
I don't understand.
What's the system for funding education where you are?
The education is subsidized for the citizens.
Right.
And
When
then
you want
the
to when you want to go to university, what's the system here where I am is exactly what's playing out in Nigeria. You get a student's loan which you pay back once you get employment. That's how it works here. And I suspect that's how it works in America as well.
One man, you get it wrong. You got it wrong with interest.
With interest, you pay it with interest.
Okay, but that's not so. In Germany, is school not free?
I don't know. I'm not in Germany, but here in the UK,
in a lot of
here in the UK, the tertiary education
we know
is a loan system, and you pay it back with interest.
Okay, so we should emulate the oppressors of the world and the inventors of fraud and scam.
All right.
No, why can't why must we compare ourselves to the worst when we have okay? Me too.
Let me tell you. You asked the question. Let me answer. I'm really good to answer, but I suspect you may not. Why that system works? Because it's a system that self-perpetuates. Do you understand? So let's say you have a pocket of, this is for the purposes of example, you have a pocket of money for this scheme, you loan it out to a set of students, they pay it back with interest, and then another set of students, they avail of that same pocket of money, they pay it back with interest, and that pocket of money self-perpetuates. But if you give them a grant, they take it, this one goes, and then you have to find another set of grant for the next set of students, and then continuously you have to have that grant. But if it's a loan system, which is either interest-free or low interest, it self-perpetuates. I think you should know that already.
The school fees was already cheap. Nobody begged them for a loan in the first place. Nobody protested for it. Nobody demanded it. Nobody voiced it. They brought it only to benefit themselves because they can use the opportunity to increase the prices of school fees. And they are the one distributing the funds, which means that they will get it back eventually. And they are getting their money back with interest. UK is not the world. There are plenty countries in Europe, plenty countries all over the world where the school fees is basically nothing for the citizens. If you really want funds, why don't you improve the educational system and look for international students which will pay the extra funds that you need? That is what most functioning countries do. But like I said again, they never, ever do anything that will benefit the people in the long run. If it is not going to benefit them, they will never do it. So they came up with this student loan scheme, which nobody asked or begged them for. They quickly increase school fees. They are putting people in debt before they even come out of university. How easy is it to find a job once you come out of university in Nigeria? You are comparing it to the UK. At least when you come out of university in the UK, there's still something tangible that you can use to get some money that you use to pay almost immediately. Did they set up that one while they were setting up the student loan? No, because just 1 minute. I'll finish in just 1 minute. Because all their eyes were on was that payback of that loan and the interest attached to it. That is all they cared about. They did not care about how you get the money to pay back. They only
can I come in?
No, you start paying back when you're in employment. That's how you pay back.
And when we ever get in employment, what's the unemployment rate in Nigeria?
All right, take a question from Akim. Give a very brief answer to it, and we'll move on to Larry.
Yeah. So, sorry, I think if you want to critique a government policy, sometimes you have to be objective in your criticism. Okay, the way this student loan thing, the advantage of it is that it gives access, So if you come from a background whereby your parents, so you say school fees is very cheap, but you forget that it's not everybody that can still afford that school fees. I that I'm here talking to you, I've basically sponsored a family member from year 1 up to final year. Even now, I still get message about his project and stuff just to leave school in Ife. So if that program had been in place, that family member wouldn't have to come to me in the first place, So that is one of the advantages of having a program that gives access to people from a poorer background to be able to access higher education to pursue their dreams. So if a child from a poorer home wants to become a doctor, just because the parents cannot afford it, not because of his ability or his inability, but because his parents could not afford it, that dream is killed. But that when this facility being in place, it means that this child can decide to go and access this facility and then gain that education and become that doctor tomorrow, which is their dream. So you don't have to take student loan if you don't need it. It is there for those people who need it. It's not by force. Nobody holds guns to your head that you have to apply for it. No, if you don't need it, don't take it. Those people who need it, they will use it. That's the whole point of it.
If there was a need for it, then why did an increase in school fees come attached with that loan? If it was to help the people, why was there an increase in school fees attached to that loan? Do you go to bank?
No. Hold on. That's not true. That's not true. Can you listen? What you just said is not true.
So they didn't increase the school fees.
They didn't increase it as a consequence of the loan. They increased it as a consequence of inflation. Are you not aware of that?
How coincidental.
All right. All right. Bring it home and then we go on to Larry.
You don't go to a bank and then the bank, you tell the bank that, oh, I need this 20,000 pounds to go and buy a bus so I can start business. The bank gives you 20,000 and then the bank tells the bus owner to increase the bus price to 40,000.
No, what are you even saying? Sorry, there is inflation in the country. The prices of everything has gone up. The prices of the education went up commensurately with the inflation in the country. That was even, I think that even predates the students' loan. So they were already negotiating the level of increment long before this. It's a consequence of inflation, not the students' loan. But I'll bring it home and then we go on to Larry.
I've spoken on all the topics that I want to speak on. My own is that I just hope Nigeria, in fact, it's not I hope, I'm almost sure, because I know the main root of this protest is hunger. I'm almost sure that this protest is not going to end anytime soon, because you keep on trying to distract and gaslight yourself that there are other reasons. Once you've cleared all those other reasons, once you've cleared the obedience, once you've cleared the Sowore people, once you've cleared they want to remove Tinubu, and people are still out there protesting about their hunger, then we will truly face the reality that people are hungry. I'll just end this there.
All right, brilliant. So that's solely would not be moved by anybody trying to strong arm him. So that's solely a man of his own mind. Another man of his own mind, Larry. So Larry, the excitement wrapped around this anticipated Tinubu speech is been and is gone. He considered nothing to the protest space. I couldn't find. And I couldn't really find that there was any need for that speech. But do you think it was even too contrite in its tonality somewhat? How did you digest the speech by the president?
Yeah, good evening, woman. Good evening to our audience, and good evening to fellow panelists. Yeah, woman, I listened to the president, and this is just my honest opinion. I think most of the things that he said they're trying to do are more of medium-term solutions, not short-term solutions. Like I said yesterday, people were saying, oh, bring back fuel subsidy and all those things. I said that is not going to be possible. But I think there are some other things that he still needs to look into, right? And kind of like look for more of short-term solutions. He has tried. He has done several things, right? Using intermediaries, using the state governors, sending trucks load of rice, sending truckloads of fertilizers and all those things. But it's just so unfortunate that most of those things are not really materializing. You are not really seeing some of those things. So, which I think what he needs to do, number one, there is food inflation, right? What exactly is he really doing towards that aspect? Fine, you can say, oh, where he has given the governors and all those things, but it's obvious that those are not really working. So, probably addressing something like, oh, probably they are kind of like talking to some neighboring countries if they need to import, like we've always said. Yeah, I think at this point we can't wait on our farmers to be able to close things up, because the farmers we have, it's always a season, right? And people need more of immediate solutions. And the immediate solution, yeah, you kind of like reduce tariff on this, on that. It still depends, right? You don't even have a grasp of solving that problem. So, like we've always said here, if you need to talk to some neighboring countries, if you need to buy food and bring it. Because I think the major thing that people are really clamoring for, aside fuel and all those things, is the issue of food. And I think what it needs to do is to really address that situation, because a hungry man is an angry man. So I was expecting something like that, but I didn't say it. I understand. I said, oh, they bought some machinery from US, from Brazil. They are bringing it in. Yeah, those are not short-term solutions. Those are more of the medium-term solutions, because you still bring those things in, and along the line, when they use it, it's not like, something that they just bring and everywhere will be, there'll be food everywhere, surplus everywhere. So I was expecting that in that particular, thing. I didn't say it, which I think he didn't really address that. And on the issue of fuel price, you know, ordinarily he has done some things which I was expecting to also see in that speech, right? What you're doing with Dangote, the expectation, particularly with the refineries, NNPC, probably you coming out and say, you had a very good conversation with the NNPC chairman, and they've actually assured you that probably so time we should have our refinery in. And while at the same time, you've actually worked towards really at least energy security with Dangote, and with what they're actually doing, probably that can actually have, some reduction in that price, not more like, yeah, we're bringing subsidy down back. Even though no matter what he says, right, there are still a lot of people that will never be satisfied. I understand that, right? But I just believe that if he had actually, addressed the short-term solution, put some short-term solution, the medium-term solution, and the long-term. I understand that, the belief of the government is more that you can't use a short-term solution for a long-term problem. But I think they are wrong. There are instances where you have a long-term problem, and in order to solve that long-term problem, you need some short-term solution, you need some medium-term solution, and you need some long-term solution. I know whatever they are doing is for the betterment of the country, but at the same time, me and you really understand how those things work. But the common man on the street does not even understand some of all those things. The common man on the street just understands that, okay, fine, this is exactly what federal government is doing. And the governors and the political class in Nigeria, they've so much,
But Larry, he spoke about the food situation. He spoke about the food, the tariffs being removed to crush the price of food.
That's what I'm saying.
He spoke about, the only thing he didn't speak about was that fuel space. Yeah.
One man, tariff reduction is not going to solve that problem. Tariff reduction is not going to solve that problem because you don't even have control. You might say, oh, probably we reduce tariff and all those things. You don't even have control. What it needs now is a solution that has control over. It's a solution. It needs a solution because you can say, oh, do you know the thing is this? You can reduce tariff why the prices of food and some other things does not even come down in the market because you don't even have control over the market. So the only thing is, if you want to solve this, look for what you have control over and try to work.
Yeah, I think they embedded price control in that tariff reduction.
One man. Embed tax this, embed price control and all those things. We know what's happened in Nigeria. We all know Nigeria, right? You can say, oh, you want to control this, you want to control. It doesn't really work like that. You can only have control over what you have power over. Things that are not within your space, it's difficult for you to control it in Nigeria, right? You can't be in every market to kind of like gag what everybody is selling. But if there is a way you can actually, at a minimum within your own space, have control over one or two things. That's what I think in terms of having some immediate solution, because you've tried several things. If you look at, our storage, basically almost everything in our storage has been shared. The governors
you are not telling us the solution. You're only saying what you cannot control.
No.
Tell us the alternative, please.
I told you one solution. One solution is talk to your neighbors. If you need to buy things from your neighbor, bring it in.
No, we are known to be the supplier of the food, or the food basket of West Africa. Have you been to Benin Republic border?
Baba, we are known to be, you said we are known, but at the moment we have, right, we cannot feed ourselves. Things are food inflation, it's really killing. You can be known to be the richest person, but the moment you can use that.
No, Larry. What I'm trying to tell you is that our neighbors too are not that productive on agricultural ground. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Don't say our neighbors are not that productive.
I know, not that this thing. I know. Burkina Faso, for instance, are the ones supplying tomato and potato and onions to Ghana perpetually, in perpetuity. Okay. And I suspect most of those items comes even from northern part of Nigeria.
Baba.
Yeah.
Our neighbors are not productive, right?
Yeah.
We've even seen trucks of food being intercepted as they were trying to smuggle it in the north outside the country.
You know the thing is this. You can't stop that, right? That is why even if it's going to be you as a government, if they can actually sell it to, if you think you have enough, right? If they can actually bypass you and sell it to your neighbor, why not you buy from them directly and bring it in? So it's a whole lot of things. They have, you need a solution. You have a problem, and that problem needs an immediate solution. And
The immediate solution, what do you think about price control, for instance?
Baba, price control will not work in Nigeria now. I'm telling you. You
Are
can't
we
go.
that animalistic or a
Baba,
stubborn goat
I
kind
am
of
telling
people?
you that price control cannot work in Nigeria because you don't even have the right data. How do you want price control to work? Do you think it's all about going to Ladipo market and say, oh, this is what you must sell? It doesn't really work like that, right? Some of all those things, they are good. Oh, let's do price control, but it can't even work. You can't even go to Juwe market and say, oh, everybody, you must not sell above this. It can't even work now. That is why the only thing you need
Why?
to
But Larry, you saw all those ballets and yellows going to the market trying to talk to the market people. Isn't that not a price control measure?
see all those yaloja, bale, talking to this, talking to that, right? The only thing they can do, right, is basically kind of like, influence people, talk to them, using all those things, but you can't even enforce some of all those things. Do you think one ballet can go to, okay, now, let's say in Lagos, for instance, right? One probably Oba of Lagos will go to Balogun market and say, oh, everybody, you must not sell beyond this. This is the price you must sell this. Do you think that can work? Let's be realistic.
No. It's not about enforcing
So how?
a phantom price.
Okay.
Now, let's take, for instance, a 50 kilo bags of rice.
Okay.
With a tariff, operational,
okay.
landing costs,
okay.
you understand, outside the port, let's say 80,000.
Mm-hmm.
And government says, okay, don't pay the tariff on it, the import duty, everything.
Okay.
It comes free, ex hook, that is dropping and going out. Ex hook means dropping it on the bed of the trailer and the trailer drives out. It comes to 50,000. And the government and the trader agree on a price margin. Let's say 10,000. That brings it to 60. The government has a right to inform the public what they've done, and 60,000 is the appropriate price, and let the citizen take control. How about that?
Baba.
Larry, wrap up that space and I'll take you somewhere else.
Yeah, Baba, all those things you've just said, right? They are good theoretically, right? But practically, looking at Nigeria, right, they are not things that you can just see happening. Because even those tariffs that you said you've reduced tariff, probably if those can actually work, probably if you are talking with the big guys, right, the Dangotes, and some other big guys within that sector. If you have a grasp of them, you can have some of those negotiations with them, right? Take for instance, if it's like cement now, right, you can actually do all those things. If you are reducing tariff on whatever they are getting, and you can have some negotiation, at least that is a kind of like market that you can really easily influence. But unfortunately, the other market, it's kind of like difficult to influence it, except if the government have some power over something. That's why for me, I'm more interested in what they can do. Probably instead of doing that, if you can actually subsidize some of those guys in the market, and then that means you have some leeway, you have some influence, some power to influence them. But if you don't do that, you just say, oh, we've reduced this. How does the person in the market even know, how much was reduced from importing what he's buying? So that's what I just think.
Yeah, Larry, I am sure remember very well during the Shagari regime when we call all these things, because people think what we're experiencing now is something unique. We've been through this before. We call them Esenko. Do you remember essential commodity?
Which we call is only 15, no?
Esenko, where we even in each companies have to, through the union in each company, you put in the product you want, the numbers, everything, you make the payment. Each company now goes to, I've forgotten that agency government established then, and go and pay, and they give you a date to come. And They supply. I don't pray for that kind of thing again, because it was fraught with a lot of fraud and funny stuff then. But then it worked that time, despite the political differences of NPN, GNPP, UPN, and all the rest. I don't want that kind of thing again. But what essentially I believe you are trying to say is that we Nigerians are our own enemies. Am I correct?
Baba, if you categorize it like that, but for me, some of all those things, it's worked then, right? But with Nigeria of today, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do that, right? And that's why for me, I believe in what people have control over, right? And yeah, Nigerians, I know there is a whole lot of things, there are a whole lot of people encouraging people continue protesting, this and that. But let's ask ourselves one thing: will that protest solve our problem now? I can tell you that protest will not solve any problem now, right? It can only increase our problem. The government has actually they said they are ready for dialogue. If the protesters, probably if they have leaders that they can talk to, bring the leaders forward. Let them negotiate. Because I can tell you, look at what is happening in
what sort of a negotiation will take place between somebody like the government and Showore? He will just go there saying, and that's Americano, but he'll just be making various noise.
I'm not even talking of the likes of Showore.
Yeah, but he's their leader now. Who's leading the protest apart from him?
Did you see Showore when they had conversation with the IG? Did you see Showore there? Those ones are just normal noisemakers.
Yeah, but I saw his lawyers.
No. His lawyers. You saw his lawyers. They are not Showore's lawyers. They can represent.
Falano and Adegboruwa are not Showore. Adegboruwa was acting on behalf of the Take It Back movement, and Falano is Showore's personal lawyer.
Wait now, his lawyer.
They rejected him. Adegboruwa. He says no more their lawyer.
Larry. Yeah.
So all those ones, those Showore, those other ones, Adeyanju and all those ones, those are not the people that I'm talking about, because those ones are just internet noisemaker and all those things. But there are people, right, that you can talk to. There are people. The basic thing is just that at least whatever it is, if you have one or two people, right, let them go forward and negotiate. Because this protest, people can be outside the country and tell you, go and protest, go and burn it. That it is no, we won't. No, we no go agree. We no go agree. I can tell you, tell them to bring their family and lead. Tell them to all of them come to Nigeria, bring your family, be in front. We will follow you, because all those things will not solve the problem. Hardly will you see a place where there is a protest, right? Every protest, if you have every protest that is objective, it has to have, you have to have things that you are asking for, and it has to have a period of negotiation, and there has to be a period when that protest has to come to an end. But you see all those things, oh no, because you see a lot of drama, you see a lot of people, oh, they want to be known, they want to be heard, all dramas and everything, right? So if people are telling people, go and continue protesting, don't allow the government to stampede you, is this, I'm telling you, it's a lie. Please negotiate with the government. People that are reasonable, they've told people, right, look for a way. You need to at least have a point of compromise.
So Larry,
yes,
you are saying protest is a lie. It cannot do anything. Why did the president? Why did he make a national broadcast today?
No, Baba, don't.
All right, Larry, use 1 more minute to respond to that, so that we can move it around.
Okay. What pushed him to make a national broadcast?
Don't misquote me. I am not saying protest, right, does not have its own positive things. I'm saying protest, right, that does not have, a time, right?
They have a time now. They have the starting time
to compromise. See, Baba, there has to be a time to compromise, a time for negotiation, a time for dialogue. You can't have, if you don't have all those things in whatsoever protest that you are having, then
The
probably
government is not showing interest to heed to their
no.
demand.
The government,
So what
the
are you
government
talking about?
has given out their olive hand, and they said, "Come for negotiation, come for dialogue." So take the next step.
Who have they invited for dialogue? They
Who do
can't
they
tell us
want
they
to
don't know.
invite? Do you think the whole protesters in Nigeria, do they have a common front? Then it's now meant for the protesters to come together and pull out a common front.
They do have people that are leading the protests. Have they
But
contacted
people
them
that
to come and sit down for dialogue?
no. People that are leading the protest, have you not seen several instances where the people that are protesting have even gone against those people?
All right. Bring it home, Larry. We must
So
get other voices.
that's what I think. And and basically, you always see people tell you, come and say, oh, the government has not done everything, they've not done anything, it's zero, it's this, it's that. Sometimes I laugh when I hear some of all those things, right? But the basic thing is this: as far as I'm concerned, if you tell me to assess and assess the Tinubu's government, are they doing things? Yes, they are obviously doing several things that for years that probably we've not really seen. But the major problem, personally, to me, it's number one, either they are not really communicating, orientating, and making people really see most of the things they are doing. And they want long-term solution for long-term problem. Probably if they start looking at some short-term solution, some medium-term solution, and some long-term solution, at that point, then they can actually meet everybody at every level. That's what I believe. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Still other topics to speak to you about, but just so many people waiting. So let me take it round. Hopefully, then bring it back to you. Ekene, we're going to go on to Ekene, but with Ekene, we're going to kick it off with the 5-minute monologues. So we go to Ekene Baba, Uptown, Ajan Lekoko, Ogbeni. So we have somewhat a bit rigid with the 5 minutes just because so many people waiting. Ekene, you're up next.
Yeah, one man.
Alpha.
This
is a protest. You don't bring anything come. Tinubu came and told you to F off, and that's the end of it. So he just told you to F off. That was the whole of everything he said. Gave you nothing, and then you people are going back home now. So what was all the fuss about? Much ado about nada.
I'm not a protester now. I did not go to the street. I already told you that I know that this even though the protest is necessary, but I know it will yield little or no result. But coming direct to the presidential broadcast, which was read before the broadcast, I didn't know why it happened like that, but that's what it is. It's a Nigerian thing, so nothing surprises us again in this country. But most of the things I hear him say, well, he has not addressed the issue. People talk about we are not having food scarcity in Nigeria. Honestly speaking, people should just understand that. Even though we have not had much maybe for export, because if you are talking about cultivating more land in Nigeria, maybe it's for export and more production and more jobs to be created and generate more revenue. That's what it should be. But I don't think I've found anything in the market. I go to the market, then I'm looking for it. And they tell me this is scarce, especially when it comes to food item. So if I need tomato today, I just go to the market. I see it. If I want 2 baskets, I will buy it. The issue is that the purchasing power of the people is reduced to nothing, either by the removal of the fuel subsidy or unification of the exchange rate. These two things, these two policies combined.
Do you not add the you said there's no food scarcity, but there is no food abundance either. So that's the thing. Because if you had food abundance, then you'd have cheap food. So and that is where
Even if you have it abundant,
yes,
The issue is that these two policies has affected the purchasing power of the people. And that is why you see people saying...
No, if you have food in abundance, it wouldn't affect their capacity to feed.
No. People are not saying... People are saying that if you talk about hunger in Nigeria today, you will talk about lack of fund to get what they necessarily need to feed their family.
No, that's wrong. No, it's lack of capacity to afford, not lack of funds.
No, I'm telling you what is happening. Whatever you want to believe it, it's just like you giving telling a solid that the other time that the price of this, the price of that. I was just laughing. The price of petrol in Lagos is about 815 naira. The price of tomato, 4 pieces, or is it 4 pieces or 5? Still 1,000 naira. Pepper, all those stuff, they're still there.
Okay. So stay there. Stay where you are at the moment. If you had an overabundance of tomato, will the price be where it is?
The issue is this. The issue is this.
Answer that question. Answer that. If you had an overabundance, would the price be where it is?
If there is nothing like overabundance, the most important thing is that if I go to the market today, the people I see selling tomato still sells tomato, and they still have the quantity that I know them they used to have. But I tell you, this thing is costly. It takes us a lot of money to bring it here, and you should understand that. You understand? You don't expect a tomato seller. And you buy things costly, transportation costly. You expect him to come to the market to reduce the price to please the government. It's not done like that. He will calculate all the cost. Add it there.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying is, if he doesn't buy it expensively, does that impact on the price?
If he doesn't buy it expensively, it will not impact.
It will not.
You understand? No, it is a price that determines everything. The pricing. So you add your transportation cost.
Correct, and it will
you add your
impact actually.
You add your.
Well, of course,
you add your.
Basic. You know, I don't know why he's running away from it. Well, carry on.
You add your capital and everything. Then you add your profit. You check the amount you are going to pay in your house rent in the next 1 year, which has drastically increased for about more than 300%. The house rent in Nigeria today increased about more than 300%, some 200, depending on area you are living. You add the cost of your children's school fees. You add the cost of your transportation of coming to market and going back and coming and going back. All these things must be included before you make your sales. You don't just dash out your goods just like that to please the government. So then you still add the cost of feeding your family also, because a tomato seller will still need to buy fish, buy all those stuff to also go back and feed his family. So what the problem we have is the problem of purchasing power of the people. So people saying that though we still need to cultivate, we still need to do export because we have the land, and we know that farmers are being affected also, but we still have food in the market to buy. There is no way you go to the market and say you want to buy rice. You didn't see even foreign rice. We have it. So the problem is the purchasing power of the people. So the government talk about the increase in the minimum wage, which is nothing compared to the price of foodstuff and house rent, school fees in our today's Nigeria. So at least a minimum wage of 150,000 naira would have balanced everything. What the government would have done was the money they have getting from the removal of the first subsidy would have been channeled to this increment of minimum wage, to the extent that the workers and salary earners, because they are the one being hit most, will not be affected much. If they receive their salary monthly, they will go and buy a bag of rice, buy 5 liters of oil for about 13,000 naira and all that, then they still have a little change, maybe 10,000 naira to save up. You see things start going well. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to remove or you need to reduce the price of petrol again. But the money you are getting there, you are not giving it to the right channel. You are still sharing it among yourself. You understand?
What do you mean they're sharing it amongst themselves?
That's how it is. When the governors receive all the, you say you increase. Even I'm not defending the governors, but telling me that you increase the allocation of the governors is also a fallacy.
So
yes,
the governors themselves have come out to say
if the governors are receiving a 1 billion or 1 billion or 100 billion maybe in 2022, then come 2023 and 2024, you are giving them 200 billion. You are not even giving them enough. To me, you still need to make it with the economy of today. You have to make it about 400 billion or 350 billion. It has to be about 300% increase coming from where the economy has risen. Inflation has taken us from 2023 to 2024. You should know that 300% increase
is 30-something percent.
How it's not at something percent. So if you check the price of it, let me compare it. Let me just give you simple analysis. Before they left office, cement is still about 2,000 or 3,000 naira or so. Before the last administration left office. Today, cement is still about 8,000. Some places 7,500, some 8,000 something. You understand? So check the increase. It's more than 100%. So when you come and tell me that
that's a single item. Now you use a medium, not single
no, you will use those simple items. Just check if a governor want to build roads that cost him maybe 1 billion, maybe a kilometer of road is costing him 1 billion in 2022. Do you think that a kilometer of road will still cost him 1 billion in 2023 and 2024? Probably it might be costing him 2 billion or 2-point-something billion. And you are telling me that you have increased his allocation you have doubled his allocation. What kind of mathematics are we doing in Nigeria? Or are we lazy to think? So probably what you should have been giving them, if you are giving them 1 billion as an allocation, you should have been giving, common sense would tell you that you should be giving them 350 billion now or 400 billion to be able to meet up with their capital expenditure and other things. Build schools, hospitals. Then when they are not doing all this, then you know that you have given them enough. I'm not trying to defend them. It's not that they are capable, or it's not that most of them are accountable. But these are realities. Because most of the Nigerian state today their roads and everything are not receiving proper attention. And these governors that they are telling you they don't have the money. And the another aspect of it is that they don't want to think. They don't want to go into other things to generate revenue for their state. They shouldn't be expecting the federal government to be giving them all the money to do their necessary daily expenses and all that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do you feel, because I don't understand that statement. You said that they are not accountable with the money, but you are asking that they should give them more money. How does that relate? If somebody is not accountable with your own money, will you give them more money?
If they're not accountable, you should not be giving them more money. But the state, according to our constitution, that is how we run our government. They have their allocation. Every state have their allocation. I think every month. So you don't have to take away that. Maybe when they change the constitution, we should be talking about that one. So we are still talking based on the kind of system of government we are still operating in our country. So, but the way I think it should go is let the state generate their fund. With most of our states today have everything to generate fund. You understand? So, and you know, that is why I still used to compare it, starting from the time of PDP till now, what minimum wage is, how it can affect the life of a common civil servant in our society then, and compare it today. Minimum wage in 2019, I mean in 2012, can afford you good living. Good living, I mean good living. Even if you want to borrow from the bank, you can go to the bank and borrow because your minimum wage can cover you. It can afford you good living. If you want to eat a bag of rice every month, you can buy it with your minimum wage of 19,000 naira then. Buy 5 liters of tomato, so all these are simple analysis because you can still compare it to about maybe $100 and something. Buhari paid about $66. Then this government is now paying about $45. It's nothing. They just signed $45 last month. Or I think it's not even up to that now because the dollar has increased since when they signed it. When they signed it, the dollar is still about 1,500. Now dollar is about 1,600 and something naira. So it's not even up to $45 anymore. So all these are simple. So what would have gotten them out of this mess is giving the workers a good minimum wage that will end at least up to $120. You calculate it with the 1,600 or 1,500 naira. Then you give them their minimum wage. So when they come out and say,
the workers are satisfied with what they got now. They did not have representation.
The workers are not satisfied. They just have to let peace reign. You can't tell me they are satisfied.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've heard you said severally, kind of like, oh, federal government should give states this, they are not giving them enough and all those things. So what is your understanding regarding how revenue allocation kind of like work and how, how this whole thing works? What's your understanding of it?
How it works?
Yeah.
All I know is that every state they don't get the same as a revenue. I don't know how they check it, but every month I think there is a certain amount every state derive from the federal government to run their monthly expenditures, paying staffs and all that. So what else? How does it work again?
Okay.
So every state, based on their population, they don't get equal revenue or equal share.
Okay. So that
every
is
month.
Right. So that is right. Every state they don't have equal revenue. But the major thing is this: there is a common purse which get filled based on what you sell, based on what you generate. And everybody goes to that purse and share based on the revenue sharing formula. So it is not more of probably federal government giving them. Everything is based on what we make, right? So if you have a particular month where probably we don't even generate much, then everybody will still go to that purse and share. So probably why they are sharing more now is the fact that what we're selling crude and it's in dollars, and if they convert it to naira, it's more. So everything's still based on what they generate, and that's exactly what they are sharing. So it's not more of probably federal government saying, oh, we want to give them this, we don't give them that. So it's an inclusive thing. So if we want to get more, everybody needs to also work together because it's a common purse that everybody needs to go to. And when
that's my point. At least I'm not even heading to that direction, but my point still remains that maybe the government, they should work on how to generate more revenue as in state for them to do more. Maybe if for the state to work on how to generate more revenue. We have governors that are not thinkers. We have just those ideas. They're just there because all they know is they know that once the time reach at the end of every month, they go to Abuja, they collect the allocation, they do whatever what they want to do with it. without necessarily knowing that a lot of
all right. Bring it to McKenna and then we go on to Baba.
yeah, I have just a few things to say, one man. So they still have to make more impact. The states have to make more impact. So all this narrative and all those stuff, that is the problem we have in the country, and the president has not addressed it. Is it that he restore back the fuel subsidy, or he increase the workers' wages, and they should be getting what they need to be getting? Then that naira, that this dollar rising and falling, they should keep it at the level and make it stable so that the business environment will balance. So what we have is not scarcity. What we have is purchasing power of the people being reduced. That what your 1,000 naira was affording you in the last 2 years cannot afford you that today. You need maybe 3,000 naira to be able to afford that. That's the problem. So, the speech has a lot of things, a lot of controversies that I still need to believe. He talks about cultivating 10 millions of rand. And, if you listen to the last speech he made, he talked about 500,000 hectares of land to be cultivated. I'm still waiting for that one. He now come out again and talk about 10 million hectares of land. Which one are we going to stand on? This thing that we are sharing in his last speech, he has talked about sharing of all these fertilizers and all these seed. The ones they shared in his last speech, where are they? So 500,000 hectares of land has not been cultivated. He's talking about 10 million hectares of land. So these are the controversies that I'm seeing. That is, most of the time, I found it very difficult to believe this government. So Solly was being tackled about the suggestion he was making about a student loan. Yeah, good for the people that likes loan and people that want to collect. It's good. You understand? But the point Solly was making was that where is the job? We still have to work on how to improve our employment rates, so that when the students come out, they should have the employment to be able to pay back these loans. You understand? When the rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is the servant to the lender. So it's just like if we make them a servant to you, how are they going to get out of it? You understand? How are they going to get out of it? You don't make them servant forever. There should be a way of escape for them. Maybe at the end of their graduation, you should make a work available for them to be able to escape all these servants, because we're just trying to make everyone servant in Nigeria. So you continue to be the rich, while the poor continue to be your servant. That's the situation. Let's stop it here, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Can I stay with us? If the conversation looks like, I still want to hear more from you.
One man, we can hear you.
Did we lose one man?
No, I've been rabbiting. I've been rabbiting and I was muted. I was saying, stay with us, Kenneth. I still want to hear a lot more from you. And I was saying, I'm going on to Baba. 5 minutes monologue. I'm still a bit rigid with the time because so many people waiting. They've rolled out the army in Kano, so I don't think too many people can quibble as to why the protesters now turning against Showore, saying that you keep on riling us up, but you are there in New Jersey. They are moving the protest to Abuja for a final day of hurrah, which is going to be tomorrow. So Yemsin Week, of course, will have something to say about that. They want to storm the Eagle Square. So all of that, Tinubu comes out to speak. He said a lot, but gave very little. So all of that, Baba.
Yeah, one man, I salute everybody, both on the panel, on the comment section. Yeah, the last time I was on the panel, I spoke of there is a fight to be fought in the Nigerian arena. The forces of good and evil. And this is just a kind of practicing session for it. Because There is a deep state Tinubu haters and bad faith actors in our countries, in our country. Very deep Tinubu haters. And most of them, or some of them, are situated in the north. I read everything that's been coming out of the northern space. Even the last time I was here, we talked with Azan and the other fellow, and they call for this. And there's this saying, be careful what you ask for, because you may get it. Nobody is talking about Professor Usman anymore, who came on several platforms, television station, showing us kwashoko, our children, and how they are starving to death and everything, trying to bamboozle us. With that woman who APC rejected, I can't remember her name, all it is what. But I listened to Ahmed Saju today, and he spoke my mind. What he spoke is not new. He situated everything at the doorstep of their elites. Even the Cardinal state government, though I disagree with his percentage statistics that out of school children, they did not have 70. I think it's more like 85% of it. It's a wake-up call for them. If not, there are people who bury them, the 5-year-olds, the 10-year-olds that are digging interlocking blocks on the streets as if that's what offended them, breaking traffic lights, but went into a library, took everything, stripped it, but left the books. That is laughable. And according to Sergio, he even saw somebody carrying placard asking for Indian hemp price to be reduced and legalized. That's the kind of situation that has been in the north. I've been hammering on, and people think I'm just being hard on the north, because all the bad statistics affecting our country today as a whole, most of them comes from the north, or they have a greater percent of it. They have to wake up. What they've seen is just small. What is coming is bigger. It's bigger. They asked for it. They were not careful. They thought they were doing Tinubu. Why Tinubu is not their problem? Because everything the South gets, they get also. So what do they do with it? So for me, let's go to the fuel subsidy thing. I'm not surprised. I'm not one that I didn't want the president to even cough during this period. Not to talk about even coming to address us on his feet. He did. But I'm happy to. He just didn't double down. He tripled down. He tripled down on all that he wants to do for the country. He's not a man to waver. He will not waver because he knows where he's taking us, to that shore where all of us will have cool breezes on our faces. We have to become a wealthier state like every Western country. That cannot, if after his 8 years, they come and reverse it, history will record them too. Because we have a very faulty economic base. The subsidy thing is very, very necessary. Very, very necessary. And it has been done. So anybody, if you have your fuel today, you have your chance to bring PMS and the price is right, they will buy from you. A lot of empty tank farms are available. You can sell. It's a free market. So if they think fuel subsidies are a problem in the country, or it's the subject that has brought the country to its feet, or its knees, That's a wrong summation of where our problem lies. What we have to do, since we cannot increase production overnight, what we have to do, the only commodity we have to sell, apart from gas that is coming up, is the oil. I'm happy to hear that production has increased up to 1.7 million barrels, but we need at least 2.2 million to keep afloat in this very, very hard time. At the rate that is going averagely about $75-80 per barrel. And our budget was based on, I think, 72 or 75 dollars. So we are still within range. And we are already in August. So that is exactly what we have to do. And good thing, we are not seeing it, but it's blocking all the leakages in the ports, at the airport, and everything. All those revenue collection points, all those revenue is blocking them. They are computerizing everything. So once there are no more leakages, the man that is defrauding the government will have no chance again to defraud the government. Autant. There's no need VFCC.
Can I ask why it's not blocking leakage when the government is stealing rice from the people that they are supposed to?
Give it up on that right. Baba, let me play you this clip. This is the Kano State governor taking the wreckage after the event. So let me play it to you and then give us a reaction. I think all these are rice, whatever it is. Just abandon that. Yeah.
While part of it was set ablaze, the State High Court also comes under attack, and no fewer than 20 vehicles belonging to judges, court workers, and litigants are set on fire.
Some of the buildings that were attacked, vandalized, include the newly built NCC building. It was looted, all the furniture, all the computers, all the accessories were vandalized. The state judiciary were also affected because they attacked the appeal court building, which is housing even the chief judge of Kano State.
Another terribly affected facility is the oldest printing press in northern Nigeria, built in 1938 and operated by the Kano State government. Sophisticated machines, stationery, buildings, and sensitive documents are completely destroyed.
Everything, all the machines were burnt down. Most of our documents, secret documents, not only for us in Kano.
It is a colossal loss to us.
The state government feels there is a sinister motive behind the mayhem.
We got information that somebody who has just gotten an appointment in Abuja was planning to attack innocent protesters and to attack public buildings as well as business. I reported to the security agencies. Many of them acted. But unfortunately, yesterday morning, he came out true to his action and led those thugs to perpetrate this crime.
It's politically motivated because day before yesterday, at even around 9 p.m., I think one of my staff was at the divisional police office here, just very close to us, and they haven't responded to us. We only invited civil defense, which the talks overpowered the civil defense.
Several private businesses were also badly affected, including the popular Barakat store, as officials called for the government's intervention to enable them bounce back.
Our father, Mr. President, that he should help us a little. Since the situation of the country, we too are businessmen. We are not government people. So we are just appealing to Mr. President that he should help us a little, compensate us. Since we are even trying to help the masses too.
So I expect our youth going further to, even if they protest, they should protest orderly. without destroying any government, property.
A few of the looted items have been recovered with the joint efforts of the security agencies following several arrests.
We have gone there and searched house by house to see that we have collected some.
So that's part of the wreckage in Kano, Baba. Yeah, the Kano State governor, of course, he was a backer of this protest. Like you were rightly saying, the protest is not against Tinubu, it's against elitism. And I think the pen is about to drop. There was a piece also written by Shehu Sani. If I can find it, I'll bring it forward as well. They have to, it's inviting them to look inwards. Because what we're seeing now is not about Tinubu, it's about elitism, and these people are starting to identify that their people don't serve them.
So that is one of the good things, I think, even though, I mean, the damage is too extensive, but they should know their people. That
look at that. The oldest printing press in the north burnt down. The oldest court in Nigeria burnt down during NSAS. These are historical, monuments never to be recovered.
Like we said on this platform, that to them, riot is protest. Protest is riot. They don't know it two ways. One-way traffic. And you play with fire, you downplay the influence of the imams and took ownership of it. The imams who had always helped you to put these people on leash because they are their teachers. Most of these are Nigerians. And look what happened to them. I feel sorry for what has been destroyed. They should try and rebuild carefully and take care of their people. It is very, very important not to come and start posturing, and you as a professor showing me the backbones on a baby's back that it is a cause of one policy or the other. No, it's not. What this government is doing, our listeners, look, they don't want to be stampeded anymore. We've always taken everything on ad hoc basis. We threw on ripe solutions to a deep-seated problems. The CNG buses, it has been in the works right from the time of Buhari, but they didn't even realize that you need CNG stations from where the buses or the cars, the CNG buses or the car can purchase gas freely. So they are just putting those ones in place. The few CNG buses in their thousands that are already in Abuja, in all other states, don't even have a place to buy. You understand?
2 more minutes.
So, so these are the problems. So they have to start putting those things in place. And who says transport people cannot go to work? We should remember, most states now is just 4 work days in a week. Some are even 3 to help the workers. 2, most of the states, they give free transport to workers, free transport. And those that are still charging, they charge almost next to nothing. The train ride, 750, that takes you from Mile 2 to Marina. I mean, that is being subsidized one way or the other for the workers. And I even fear that how long can someone sustain that? How long can he sustain that? And people are talking about 150,000 monthly salary for workers. It's not going to work. Well, for these 70,000, when they start paying, you will see the hands of the landlord, the taxi driver, the market women. They also will increase. That kind of increase goes pari passu with inflation. So the government is actually navigating a very, very dangerous curve in this. And rather than help them to achieve their aim, because whether we like it or not, by constitution, it is 4 years. except you impeach him. If you cannot impeach him, there is just no other way. Because look at even the demands of the protesters. I've counted, when I got to 50 from different forum, I just got fed up. Even included in that, dubiously, change the constitution, as if with a presidential fiat, Tinubu can sit on his desk and sign away the constitution, or change the National Assembly into one house assembly. That's not going to happen.
Baba,
Yes,
do you
sir?
think that those demands meet up with it?
Repeat again. I lost you somewhere along there. Can you repeat, please?
Do you think that the government cannot meet up with those demands?
Which
So
demands?
some of the demands are constitutional.
What Baba is saying is that the demands are incoherent. They will sell fuel for 200 naira. That is
not even look. They said the constitution should be thrown away.
There are major ones like
yeah. Okay, go on. Let Baba put the question. Let Baba respond.
That the issue of cutting cost of government. I thought the government would have come frontally in that presidential speech, but most of those demands, he would have picked one or two, maybe that cutting costs, few of them, and deal with it in the speech. But he never mentioned any of the demand. He just came on with his interventions and all the stuff.
Ekene, this is how government works. A serious government. I'm telling you the truth now. You must not show weakness. Don't believe Tinubu will not address that cutting of government. He's going to cut. But to show weakness, come and stand and tell, okay, I concede. This demand will not stop from that point on. Ruto made a mistake. He went on Twitter to go and talk to the youths. The youths of nowadays, they are different. Look, Playtown used to use one word here, Sorosoke. Do you know how Sorosoke came about? It was when Sanwo-Olu was at the toll gate addressing them. One person just stood up, a riffraff. Sorosoke, you know what that means? You this madman. How can you talk to somebody who is not your mate that way? That's how Sorosoke started.
When they are stealing from you, they don't know that they are not your mates, but it's the respect that they demand after stealing from you.
I beg you.
No, sorry. Sure. Let Baba land so I can go on to Uptown. Yeah.
You get my point. But what I want, what I desire, like what everybody abroad is enjoying. Look, there are people, if they even say today, are people not sending their children to the British school in Lekki for about 40,000 pounds per annum? There are people who can afford it. But those that cannot afford it, the indigent one amongst us, they can't pay the electricity. Let's pay the normal international price so that people can come in. If you can't pay your electricity, there is a place you can go and get a ticket. Or you go to all these charity organizations that can pay your gas, your electricity for you. They will teach you even how to moderate your stuff in your house. If you cannot fill your gas to pick your children in school, they also give you a ticket for your gas, because they will investigate you. You fill a form. They know you are in need. You understand? That is how people live in the West. Ekene, don't let anybody deceive you. Don't let anybody deceive you. If you have a basement, you just throw a chair there and put in one bed in your own basement, not even the house you give out for rent. That person will be paying about $500 to you every month in a shitty condition. That's how people live. Don't let anybody deceive you. You live better. So don't just get carried away and things like that. It's not easy, whether you're abroad or you're at home. Things are not easy. It's even worse for people abroad. though they may not want to
why
say
don't
it.
they go back home?
No,
Since
sorry.
Please,
Please,
sorry.
I want
Please.
Baba to land, just so I can,
You understand?
if you keep interjecting, then Baba has to respond and then extend more.
So the thing is, those of us who are disagreeable, who don't believe in this government, please strengthen, put in all your disagreeability in your campaign mode when it starts in under 2 years or a year now, and use it as a campaign strategy to remove this government. But give them rest, whether you like it or not. Give them rest. We voted him for 4 years. Let him rest. He will cut down. But I know, if I were the president, I'm not going to come out and tell you, okay, I submit. I'm going to do this. What you said is you are correct. I'll cut it right now. And it will continue that way. No, government doesn't. A strong government who knows his onions, who knows where he's going, who is serious, will not come and do that. I yield, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Always a magical delivery by Baba. So thank you, Baba. A man of equal magic, uptown, the homie, play town, or playboy even, or whatever it is, whatever you're playing. Uptown, you there?
Yeah.
The rascality of Lagos. Maybe I should. Maybe you should remain you rename yourself that as the Lagos rascal, in the spirit of Portable.
Portable talk say no they protest too, so he goes.
I know they protest too. That my daddy the government to all you people. If you try, I will break your head. That guy, man. He's only ever done one track that I know, but he's never off social media that you just know him. I don't know him for music. I know him for one thing he did with Olamide. That's the only thing I know him for. But in terms of music, but is he doing hits? Does he have any hits apart from that?
One man. Portable is the only person that can release anything anytime.
That will blow.
Hey, that guy will. If this conversation now, give Portable tomorrow, he will release something.
But what do you know him for? What's that song he sang with Olamide?
His major song is Zazu.
Zazu. That's the only one I know him for. Zazu. But then I'm not in that space anyway, so I wouldn't know.
One man.
Yes.
He did Sisterhood, or is it Brotherhood? They call that. Now he to go.
Really? As much as Zazu?
The one against, I think that one is just what they call single or something like that. The one against Bobrisky now, when he was fighting Bobrisky, did one Brotherhood, from Sisterhood to Brotherhood, something like that. In he too. That guy.
I was surprised that it's actually touring internationally now. Imagine that from Adegunle to New
that guy,
York to,
I think he has another
Times
one
Square.
with this UK guy, Tony Montana.
Yeah.
He has Portable na Cruzo. He's using everything, streets, everything together to make money.
But he's heavily invested in property as well. That's one thing. He always talks about that anytime he gets money, he buys in the best area he possibly can.
Now he'd go to listen to Portable. For you.
Well, but you know that he speaks more sense than most. He cuts through the BS and just gives it to you straight. But cutting through the BS and giving it straight, it looks as though your protest is now coming to. I wouldn't even say a crescendo or a whimper. It's passing out with a whimper, not a bang.
Just like I and Ogbeni analyzed here some days ago, the protest is a successful one because it's still running according to the protesters. It meets all the standard of a successful protest. Even the only skirmish is what went on in the 4 states of the north. Apart from that, generally it meets everything. At least now we know where we are as a country in that space.
All right. Take us to the presidential space and now your new best friend Wole Soyinka's response and all that's been going on today, and then the planned march on Eagle Square tomorrow. So all of that, uptown, a 5 minute monologue.
But the people that want to spoil this whole thing for Showreel, I love the way he's tweeting every second on Twitter. He doesn't just want this team to go away at all. Showreel like revolution. Hey, well, he's doing well. He's doing well. It's good. A lot of obedience are on board with him as well, and I see he's been pampering obedience.
Do you not see that Showreel is making a power move on your space?
Yes, he is.
You understand what that is moving into your space. If he gets the credit for this revolution, it would take a big slice from your space.
He won't take anything. This space is too sophisticated for that. The thing is here. Remember that some people that were Showreel supporters in 2019 are obedient today. You know what I'm saying? Including the people that supported him, but he wasn't able to mobilize them to go to polling unit and vote the way Obi did. But they recognize that fact, but they also recognize the flaws in pursuing that area. But I want to give him kudos for. I mean, he's been, since after the election, he's been trying to make this protest happen. The first time he tried to push it, we went into a clash, obedience versus what do they call themselves? Take it back movement or revolution now movement, because they start accusing us. That's when Showreel came up with the fact that Obi is working for APC. That's why he kept calling for calm, that people should not go to the street and all that. And because Obi called for calm, obedience sided with their principle and said, we are not going to protest. Showreel was pushing for protests throughout, immediately after that election, but obedience shut it down themselves. And Showreel got angry. Since then, he's been trying to push it out again. Finally, this one has gathered steam because apparently it was able to measure up with the level of tension, hunger, especially in the country. So, and then obedience was also able to, a large chunk of obedience was also able to agree with him that it's right now. All right, let's do this and all that. And since then, he's been pampering that section of obedience that agree with him. It's not saying anything bad about Peter Obi again, you know, and it's hoping that this, because if obedience pull out from the protest, it's gone. This obedience, the ones that are supporting the protest, if they pull out, is gone. He really knows that. But I must give him kudos. This is probably he's tried to take credit for NSAS. They didn't allow him, but I mean, I might want to give him credit for this, even though the government that is accusing Obi for it is also now working against Showere's prize. You know, that's why I think he's frustrated about that as well. Like, I'm doing all of this effort, and you guys want to give the credit to Obi. You know, I must understand how that feels for him as well. You know, but that's it on that point. One man, let's talk about our daddy's speech. I'm being heard, right?
No, carry on. The floor is yours. It was a speech that needed not have happened. It was more of a space filler than anything else, because it made no concession at all to anything. What it did give was a structured explanation of government activities and the reasons why things are as they are. You know, so it especially made no concession to anything fuel. So I don't even think he said anything about that. It did give explanations on agriculture, the tariff, which will be the immediate insulation, and then the agricultural broader stroke, which had all these heavy-duty machineries that are on their way, and the identified farmlands that are going to. So it gave all of the explanations, but made no concession to you guys. And I noticed that you guys came out in Lagos and then quietly went back home after the Tinubu speech. You know, so the last hurrah now tomorrow, you go to Abuja, Wike will give you a good flogging, and then everybody goes home.
One man, my business interest has lost a lot of profit for 4 or 5 days now. I beg, hunger day. I beg, make when I go back on the house. Because that's my own. But the problem is, the issue with the speech is, one man. First of all, that speech, like you said, is not supposed. It's not supposed to happen. I thought it should happen. I was one of those that said it should happen. But now that it has happened, the speech he gave, he should give a speech, but the speech he gave shouldn't have happened. That speech was it was it shouldn't have happened. That they should have given that script if that was what he wrote to get to say to Nigerians. He should have just given it to Bayo Onanuga to go to TVC and read, because there was no difference. It was almost like a repeat of his July 2023 broadcast. Nothing much different between that and this. And talking about the content of the speech, a couple of things. So, obviously, as always, non-inspiring, flat, no hope sold. Nobody expected that anyway. Funny enough, he sounded more like an election campaign video. It sounded like he wasn't sounding like a president. It was sounding like a presidential aspirant for a president that has been in office for 13 months. That's also really, very off.
No, but he's the president, or whether you like it or not, whatever it sounds like, he's your president till 2027 and maybe long after. But let me just pause you for a minute. Okay. Apologies. You're saying it's a bit flat, but the response, especially people pushing against the show space, people are off the back of that. It says people are off the back of that, pushing back to say, look, the president has spoken, and so now let's just give it a moment. I think people are actually looking for a window to call it, to bring it to an end, and I think that presidential speech opens that window. This is what we're getting from the show space. People pushing back against him quite aggressively, actually. Yeah.
Okay. People have always pushed back against Showore quite aggressively. I don't think that is it. I don't think any Nigerian felt any relief from the speech. Every analyst that I've seen that have analyzed that speech since he dropped it, nobody really said anything good about it anyway. But then, which is not different from what we saw in the speech. But again, notably, is the fact that he failed to speak to the issues raised by the protesters. And for me, I don't think anybody of a sound mind is expecting him to speak to all those listed. Funny enough, I can't even think about most of them off head. All this other stuff Showore listed there. But then he could have picked like one or two and spoke to them. For example, like I don't know who said it on the platform, the space of cutting cost of governance. One man, are you? I want to ask you because you're a Tinubu supporter. The committee was supposed to round off in.
You people you're just determined to color me bad. Yeah? When did I come out to tell you that I'm a Tinubu supporter? I've always told you I support Nigeria. Everybody knows that. As Nigeria is my candidate, that's my only interest.
One man, you are doing a better job at defending Tinubu than most of his aides are doing, the ones that are getting paid from the federal post. So I don't know what you mean by supporting Nigeria. But the fact is that again, supporting Tinubu should not be calling you bad. Now, that should be a good thing. Are you guys about to abandon him? But the fact is, what I wanted to ask you is that he came out to do chalet for us in February when he declared Orase reports and he gave them 2 months. 1 month. Do you have any update on that? Because that 14, how many weeks again? He expired 2 months ago. Any update on the committee?
It's in the workings now. It's a heavy lift piece of work.
Let me give you the update.
No, some of them is with NAS.
No,
NAS has to have. Yeah, go ahead, the lawyer. Carry on.
Let me give you the update because I know we have many obedient that watch news. They only watch Arise TV, and you won't find those. You won't find all these updates in Arise TV. And I keep saying it here. You find it only on NTA. But if you ask yourself, when last did you watch NTA? Too bad. Many of them are very unpatriotic to Nigeria. They don't watch NTA. As at less than 3 weeks ago, okay, their report was submitted before the rep. It's presently before the rep. Still for another report. You can Google and look for it. You find it on the NTA. rep, and it's set now for public hearing. So that for public hearing was supposed to take off, was he last week, but because of the protest that was scheduled for this week, so they knew that if you start that public hearing, because it will spill to the next week, so because of that they have to suspend the public hearing, but it's before the House of Representatives. So that's the update, and I would encourage you be watching NTA News. Okay, don't watch only Arise TV.
NTA fucked up our childhood. We are still, the trauma is still here.
How? How?
No, not mine. No, all those things against my soul and Samantha. Those are the good memories of my backdrop. You probably don't know what
No,
that
those are
means.
the entertainment hour from
Those Samantha and what was that? Uncle Beke? Which one is that? They used to have Uncle Beke and not this kind of you know.
But don't you think we don't even have those journalists of those days?
We don't.
Like, for me, like people like I think it's Yinka Craig, Sadiq Daba. Those are my favorites.
Contrast that with Cyril Stober. Contrast that with Rufai was saying Digbolugi journalism. That's what we have now, Digbolugi journalism.
That guy is not a journalist now. That guy is just a gaslighter.
Okay, so yeah, that's the Ogbeni Abi, or was it Ogbeni?
Yes, it's Ogbeni from all the way from Scotland. I'm giving you Nigerian news.
Yes. So after you come to Ogbeni, so I think Ogbeni wants to go after Showore for that for that the millions of dollars is pocketing in America. But carry on off down.
Yeah, he has the go ahead to do that. Ogbeni, thank you. So yeah, you should have spoken to a couple of things like cost of living and the food space, especially with respect with more production. Because like the question you asked my brother Ekene, yes, one man is definitely we might not have food scarcity, but we definitely don't have food sufficiency. It's a normal law of demand and supply. With more food, the price goes down. If you read Akinwumi Additional's write up on the importation of food, I think he made it clear there. So definitely, simple economics. If we produce more, it's going to drive. In as much as the transportation my brother was citing and some other things he was citing, there will still be a standard factor, but then there is a level of control that more food production is going to bring it to that space. Actually, a very significant level of it. So I think he didn't speak to that space. The subsidy space also that a lot of people are talking about. For me, he should have probably said something about it. Whether you're gonna do this or that, or reason why this cannot be done, at least just to pass a message to them that if I'm not gonna do this, this is why what you're asking cannot be done. So and so is reason and all that. So at least they know that there is a response to it. But now it's a blank space, and people asking that thing, saying that thing on Saturday, they will say it on Monday. Why? Because they didn't get any whatever from that space at all, not even the smallest utterance. So I think he should have done that. Again, I feel he should have used the opportunity to call for the release of all arrested protesters, and I mean peaceful protesters. I'm not talking about anyone that looted. We had reports of some protesters that were being arrested. Some has been released, but according to what I got yesterday, a lot are still in detention, including a particular journalist. So I think he should have used that opportunity. That's also going to
no, that's not the opportunity. That opportunity will be post the protest, not in the middle of the protest. Now, after the protest, then they'll tell them to release them. That is if protesters were arrested.
No, I disagree. If I was president, I would do that because now we're trying to appeal to the protesters. We don't want a continuation of it, right? So you don't have to wait for, if it's going to last for 100 days, then after 100 days, you do that. No, you can use it now politically as a way of solidarity, but no solidarity at the same time. So I'm calling for immediate release of all protesters and all that. I think that's going to give some okay, all right. That's I mean, if I'm a protester and I hear that from my president, I might not it might not cure all my issues, yeah, but at least it will soften my heart a little bit towards that speech. That is what I think diplomatically.
Uptown, can I ask you a question?
I don't think
It will soften your heart. Soften your heart based on what? What did they say in the speech that is softening your heart?
I said no, I didn't no, you didn't listen to me. So I said if he had done it, he didn't do it clearly, no. You
Uptown,
gotta say.
uptown. If
Yeah,
he had
so
told the police to release all the protesters, so how would he be able to differentiate between the looters and the protesters? Don't you think him saying that is even not really helping the police to do proper investigation to be able to know looters from protesters?
then no, you don't have to say. You can say I have ordered the IGP to immediately fast track whatever investigation between 24 hours or whatever it is, then and release any protester that is not found guilty of anything. At least to show that, hey, I'm concerned in that space. I'm the president. I've made such directive to the police and all that. So just to show that form of solidarity, but not necessarily falling for you or whatever it is. But hey, this is daddy speaking in a way, yeah. So I know what I'm talking about. If I was protester, that's actually what I want to hear. Part of what I want to hear. There's a lot I want to hear anyway. But that is another point. Again, I don't like the politicization that he brought out. I think Bayo could have done a politicization speech, and some other aide could have released the politicization speech.
But it is a political protest, though. So are you saying he should not acknowledge it for what it is?
No, it is insensitive in the kind of situation we find ourselves, which he admitted to. So that means that in every part of the world, one man, if it's a hunger protest, there's no country in the world that hunger will drive people to the street and opposition will not take part in it, unless they are foolish opposition.
Yeah, but his argument is that it's not hunger that drove people to the streets; it's the opposition that drove them to the streets.
That is the insensitivity Solly was pointing you to, and there are a lot of people are pointing to that. A lot of critics.
This is the first time I agree with Uptown.
Yeah,
maybe the last time, but the first time.
I've noticed that one man tackles you more than any other person in this world when you are.
No, it's so you know what frustrates me with Solly? It's not even the right or wrong. It's not having enough grounding in the topic sometimes.
Do you know what makes me laugh in this situation here? Sometimes when Solly come to do things, say some things that, especially when it relates with the whole tribal thing, this same thing you accuse him of not being that grounded, it plays out in that space too, but you enjoy it. You never push back. You enjoy it so much. You cross your leg and sip wine. But now,
no, that is not true.
Hold on, Solly. Hold on, Uptown. Solly, what do I admonish you about the most?
My tribal talk. One man will even remove me. He will put me in the back, and he will not let me speak till the next day.
Let me know. Sorry.
That's what I get punished for the most.
Yeah. And thank you for all your submission. I must say, I think Shawere people will be admiring you now. They want you in Take It Back movement. Maybe you should be there. But I love what you said yesterday or day before yesterday. You said you kind of limited intake of something, and that's why you are becoming less agbado, And I urge you to continue. One man is an indictment in your part, in your side, the agbado side. Does it mean that the more intake, the more agbado, the less intake, the less agbado? That was just me. That was just a lighter mood anyway. But
it's the celebration of free speech and free expression, isn't it? So Solly may be confused, but it's entitled to be confused.
He's not confused. How can you say he's confused? All of a sudden you say Solly is confused. Are you okay? Solly, please, you're not confused, and we are solidly behind you for the love of the nation. So That's my point.
When is he going to get the Labour Party card? Yeah? Are you measuring him up already for the?
I'm not
him up,
joining
so
Labour Party. I will never join.
Did you see Rhodes? Did you see Chinedu Road Fever come out today to go do his usual?
Yeah. He did well.
Yeah.
Arise TV, I think.
He was very
Yeah.
respectful. I
Yeah,
like the new Badebo.
So, one man, the politicization for me shouldn't be part of their speech because it's a sensitive time. One man, if you follow the protests and you follow the interviews and you follow the happenings, there's I think by now, over 20,000 videos from that coming out from that space. You will get tired of watching videos, and then it gets you into the minds of ordinary Nigerians, whether it's the Northerner talking or the Muslim girl talking or the Yaloja talking or the whatever person across the country talking.
Do they not sound scripted when they do they not sound scripted?
Sorry, it's like you come in and kick one man out of this place because what do you mean by Nigerians sound scripted?
You know,
Which director?
all these clips of vox pops with alleged protesters. Some people might describe them as anarchists, but almost verbatim they say the same thing. Oh, it's not individualized. It's not individualized to their specifics. It's almost like mantra chanting, isn't it? It's like mantra chanting.
No, one man. If you gather 10 million people under the same situation, under a leaking room, and a room that has almost the same environmental situations, and you separate all of them differently and ask them, they're most likely going to say the same thing. They're living in the same country. They're going to the same markets. They are going through exactly the same thing. They're buying the same fuel. Every other thing the same thing. So they're most likely going to say so some will be peculiar. I saw the one talking about medical issues. I saw the one talking about other things. Yeah, some peculiarity here and there, but all surrounds exactly the same thing. For you to know that it's the same situation in the north, it's the same situation in the south. Just that even in the north, those guys are a little bit too angry to even talk to you in a civil way or whatever it is. But if you look at that kind of situation and you're on ground in Nigeria and you know that this is real, and you know that for me, I used to do a few interventions for about 15 of people around me, my friends and all that. Now I've cut out everybody. I've left with one, only my babe. Everybody's been cut out, at least in the last 6 months. I'll apologize to you later when country is better, but me, I've not even sustained myself. Hunger is catching me. And I can't remember the last time I was in that situation in my life, actually. So, what is now going on in the streets? A lot of big men are cutting out people.
You said that I'm mocking the situation, but what you just did there was to mock. Hunger is catching you. What are you even? You should apologize for saying that. Actually, hunger is catching. Are you mocking Nigerians?
Hunger is catching me.
Hunger is catching you.
Hunger is catching me. I'm telling you.
Yeah. So you're now having to fly business class now instead of first class. That's hunger.
Hunger is catching me. Is it you people will now hear something? Hunger is catching me. Same day I say. See, one man. A lot of big men. Middle class is wiping away. A lot of big men now are dropping those people they send money to because they are trying to hold onto their own immediate family first. If they used to on generator 24 hours round the clock, they have cut it now. They're now offing it when it's 10 p.m. A lot of big men in the estates. People are cutting out. If you used to give 100 village people whatever handouts per month, you have cut it down to 10. Those 90 who are now depending on nobody, and it cuts down the entire value chain. So it is crazy. I've never seen it personally. I've not experienced it before, and I heard my dad say he has not experienced it before. So that means it dates back for a very long time too for him. But the issue is.
All right. So sorry, Uptown. 3 more minutes, just so we can move around. 3 more minutes.
Politicizing such a thing in a speech where protesters gave a break to listen to you in between, and you decide to politicize their hunger. looks to me like one of the dumbest strategies ever. Whoever wrote that speech, and he also didn't.
How did you arrive at that place, or what made you think that he has politicized hunger, or what? How do you define it? I can't remember.
We listened to the speech and I was talking about disgruntled elements and opposition, whatever this and all that. Nobody wants to hear that from you now. You can say it later after we are done with this protest and people go back home. People are less angry and whatever. You can say it then, but now this is not what for this protest. These guys on the road, on the streets want to hear. They don't want you to, talking about politics right now, as far as they're concerned. But that is me. That's my honest opinion on that. I think a lot of people also agree with me. But what do I want to say? Okay, yeah. On the positive side, he called that bigotry. I like it. For the first time from that space,
You mean the Lagos Mosque
he didn't actually talk about Lagos must go, and I like the fact that he didn't talk about it like that. In fact, I like I said on the positive side, so obviously I agree with.
Do you think that thing is gaining momentum? Because I'm seeing snippets of it growing on social media.
One man, it's the energy is around a little very very small space that calls themselves Yoruba conservatives. I don't know.
You don't think that will come in post the protest?
It does not have the life. It does not have the energy to have a life. I can tell you that for free.
All right. Let me play you a minute or something, and then after that minute, please, just bring it home.
One man, you want to use this thing to collect my time. I say, what are you playing for me?
No, okay, carry on. But I'm seeing signs that this thing might have a bit more legs. Yes, everything starts online, isn't it? The protest started online. Everything starts online.
That's a small space. Don't worry, we are dominating the online space, and we know when something is a small space. There's more breeze now. Lagos media was running mouth. Now immediately we blow and breeze, he ran away and closed his accounts. You know, that's all these guys are just noisemakers. You know, it was a very small, tiny space without any real energy. You know, but the point is that I like the fact that the president spoke to bigotry, and I like the fact that he didn't narrow it down to Igbo must go. So when you talk about bigotry, so let it cut across the entire country. So for people that has done before, people that are doing now, people that plans to do later, let it cover the entire thing. So let's generally call out bigotry and stop bigotry across board. And I like the fact that the speechwriter decided to put it like that. At least for the very first time, I'm seeing that come out from there, which everyone in the platform knows I've been calling them out for a long time, because I feel they have adopted bigotry as a state policy. Now, this move now coming for the very first time from this administration, from the federal government, I like it. I want him to continue on that light and let it take a stand that, hey, even if you're using this thing to fight for me, don't use it to fight for me. Let it come from the president. I like that fact. That's my only takeaway from the speech that is positive. Every other thing was just balabulu. You know, one man, balabulu. You know the famous balabulu. That's the rest of the things that happen in that space. One man, let me end the second. Let me use my 2 minutes, whatever, to just talk about
a minute more. But carry on. Just a minute more.
Which minutes? So let me just say that, yeah. One man, we are where we are today, yeah, because Tinubu's first year was a failure. You know, that's largely the reason why we are today, and it's usually very one of the reasons why Buhari's government failed is because his first year was a failure, and like I say, I pulled out in the first 6 months because it was not the measurement I was measuring was not measuring. And here, I've checked this 1 year, and I'm not, like I said before, I'm not the guy that will rate your 1 year with the price of Gary or price of rice. No, I know exactly what I know. I understand over time that at least a year administration in a leadership should focus on, especially when you're talking about on austerity period, which is post subsidy movement period. And I gave 6 parameters for him, which he almost failed in all of them. First of all, is hiring. Don't
take us through the 6 parameters.
No, I'm not going to. I'm just going to mention them so you know.
Oh.
Yeah. So even his followers, we know that he didn't do well with hiring cabinets. He did really very poor there. Even his followers agree with that. Second one is budgeting. Even his followers understand that his budgeting was trash largely. So he did very poor in budgeting. That's a first year priority. Third one is cutting cost of governance. We all know he did like zero there, because you enter the post-subsidy removal period. That means it's austerity period. So cost of governance is one of the first year agenda. He failed in it. On the emergency interventions, he didn't do very well there. On unifying Nigeria, which is part of the first year agenda, having gone through that kind of election that he went through, unifying Nigeria should be one of the first year agenda. He didn't do that, obviously. The last one is the food and oil security, food security, oil security, just that productivity side. He didn't do the beat around the bush in the food security angle. That's why we're having food inflation now. The oil angle, he's maintaining Kiari there. That means he's completely unserious. So this guy literally failed in his first year, So, but let's see what goes on. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent uptown who came here to mock the poor people, claiming poverty. It's one of the is part of the 1%. It's part of the 1% of the 1%, and he's claiming. Look at this guy. You should go and do 10 Hail Marys for you to do penance for that. So 10 Hail Marys for uptown, but hallelujah, Ogbeni is with us. So Ogbeni the hallelujah, but the person shouting the hallelujah the most is Omoyele Chore, who is getting $1 million a year for the last 10 years from Makata Foundation. So what is all this? And I was trying to explain to Solly, maybe I'm missing something, but I'm saying that this they cannot be giving him $1 million a year without leveraging some influence on him. So what's your take on this space? We dug out, because this guy is going to be investigated by this platform, by the way, and this is the beginnings of it. But the funding of Tore, do you have any take on that?
Thank you, Woma. Thank you, everyone. Woma, before I go to this, let me quickly say something about the prayer walk that Redeem Church did, RCCG did, and I saw it being politicized, or is it being? I think I listened to Solly talking.
It's a political work,
it's a political work. I don't agree. What I simply did, I'm not a member of Redeem, but I'm not one of those that follow bandwagon arguments, because these days I realize that perceptions that people pushing probably in the media wants you to believe is what you believe if you are not a deep thinker and you are not an ardent reader. You just pick it and then you run with it, and you don't have the deep understanding. I just did a quick search online and realized that first and foremost, that work has been for a very long time. It's not today. It's not one-off, right? And I realized that they've been maintaining they've been very consistent as to the timing of their work. I just did last 5 years. I saw the 2020 work. They call it Global Prayer Walk. I saw the 2021. I saw the 2022. I saw the 2023. The 2022, they tagged each one. They put theme. I saw the 2022. They put it Global Prayer Walk. They say against insecurity. I saw 2023. Can't remember what it is again. Now 2024. So the question I may want to ask myself is, so if it is what I've been doing over time, what has changed? So because of protests now, religious organizations should not do their, what you can call ritual, their regular ritual again. So then let's stop Easter celebration and stop Christmas celebration because some people are protesting now, so that people outside will not term it something else. So I don't follow bandwagon argument and what they call group thinking. Because these days you have what they call group thinking. See that you are in or you're out. So just to divulge that part, and my little search show that it's a regular thing, it's a ritual, it's something they do yearly. And if it falls, if they plant and it falls in that time, they won't say because of process they shouldn't do it. So whatever anybody misinterpret or interpret it to be, let it be. So after all, we live in the world where even when you bring superior argument, people don't want to, they only want to listen to themselves. That's the world we live now. So we just need to be tolerating and managing it. That is that. One man, let me talk about your Sowore. This Sowore thing is not new. I don't know why your news, your narration show as if it is new. It's not new. People have been saying it over time. Unfortunately, Sowore has been denied. There was one he said, oh, it was then when they first started Sahara. And by the way, somebody said Sowore is no longer part of Sahara. I wonder what kind of argument is that. Sahara is a registered company and Sowore is still a shareholder and director in Sahara. So why how is he not Sahara? Then he should resign from Sahara, not only as the managing director of Sahara now. He should resign his directorship and shareholding in Sahara if he wants to discharge himself completely from Sahara. Everybody knows that when you are a shareholder in a company, you are the owner of the company in the real sense. Because whatever profit you declare for that company, then you take profit because it's shareholders that will take profit, right? And everybody knows that even if you don't control the company, what matters in the company finances and the profit and loss. And then as a director of a company or a shareholder in the company, you are entitled to many benefits. Okay, they may be paying your rent for you, do this thing for you, and if you like, you want to wind it down, then you cash out. So let's stop peddling that narrative that Sowore is not it's not Sahara. Sowore is Sahara, Sahara is Sowore. Nobody is taking Sahara from Sowore, and he has produced his likes like that one called Rudolph, and then that Adeola that will just be gaslighting used everywhere around, and getting traffic and getting money. I don't begrudge them; they are getting their money, but for the uninformed one that think what they are doing is just for them to just do it, well, good for them. I don't like enlightening people who are not ready to be enlightened anyway. So if that is what makes them happy, they should continue seeing them as people that have that sincerity of purpose. But one man, in 2020, let me take you back in history line now. In 2020, sometimes July, Reno Mokre was one of the first guys to raise this issue and say, look, Sowore, you are just, your venture, this Sahara reporter is just to blackmail people. And what happened there, and also to ruin life. If you go to this medium.com, you see what I'm saying there. Because Reno Mokre didn't have, I think he used maybe Daily Trust and others, some mainstream media to try to push his story out there. But because of Sahara Reporter was the order of the day and nobody would listen to others like that. So probably you didn't pick that news there. But for some of us who have been following news, at least for some time now, I remember that news. And what happened then? Sowore published during Jonathan's time, at that when Jonathan 2015, towards 2015 when Jonathan and Buhari were having his stuff. Don't forget, Sowore was one of those who packaged Buhari for us by demarketing Jonathan to a standstill. Now, in demarketing Jonathan, he went after Reno Mokre. When he went after Reno Mokre, he told one big lie.
Hold on now, Benny. How did Sowore package Buhari? How did they package it? Tell us what they're packaging.
Now, Sowore went after his enemy, his political enemy. Sowore knew that the more you bring Buhari, Jonathan down, the more you are promoting Buhari. It's very simple. It's a reverse psychology thing. Demolish the main opposition, and this man will emerge. And Sowore went for Jonathan. Every public secret, Sowore must reveal it. Every public. Let me share experience of Reno. Let me land on this Reno so that probably you have a clearer picture of where I'm going, so that you can push back.
We were all alive. So hold on now, because the way you just said it before I asked the question is that a package,
I've told you how you package now.
Hold on, a packaging, and it marketed directly, packaging directly, marketed him directly, and work against Jonathan, because that's what the way you just said it earlier.
Yes.
But now you're saying because he went after them.
I said that before too. Probably you didn't hear. You didn't pick
that. Went after their corruption, their corrupt practices.
It's not just corruption. That's why you should have waited.
Okay, all the corrupt practices of Jonathan and all the officials involved, he went after them, brought out documents and many things against them. So how did they market Buhari?
That how is what you should have allowed me to land now. Let me just land on this so you understand.
Yeah.
So that you understand one of the how. You know, I have a very limited time. Let me give you. I was painting a story of Reno. You can go and read about Reno. I know anything that exposes the Shore disciples, the apostle of the revolution now will not want to take it. It's the world we live now, so it's not we'll be taking. There's no problem. It's the world we live now. Whatever doesn't validate our narrative, we don't see it as truth. So there's no problem with that. But we'll still say our own and bring out facts. So what happened was that he pushed out. I hope everybody is listening. One man, can you hear me?
We are in rapt attention.
I can hear you. Carry on, please.
Rapt attention. Carry on.
So it's simple. What the Chore did, Chore knew that Reno Omokri was Jonathan's spokesman. And Reno Omokri was very formidable. It was almost on every media. And he needed to bring Jonathan down. He went for Reno. And what? There was a lie he told about Reno. Okay? He told a lie about Reno of how on a particular day, Reno went to a particular occasion and that lie was that the Reno stole money from Jonathan in the Aso Villa. Now, what Reno now did, you know, Reno thought he was dealing with a reasonable person, a reasonable activist, and never know that it was funded or sponsored. So what Reno did was that he went for all his logs that's in Aso work. In fact, Reno wanted to show that I was not even in Aso Rock that day you said that I stole and I did not steal. Reno went, you know, on a decent path. He got all his call log for the day. He got his flight ticket for the day because he wasn't even in Reno was not in Reno was doing one he has one orphanage that he built somewhere in Edo. So he was actually there and also was preaching in a particular church around that time. He wasn't in Aso Villa at all. So he showed all his call log, he showed all his log, check in, check out, and everything. He sent it with he wrote his own side of the story. And by the way, before Sowore released that story to malign Reno, he did not even contact Reno. And what Reno was claiming was that you have my address, you have my contact address, you have my phone and everything. Why didn't you contact me on this story so that I can tell you I did not know anything? He sent all the color and then Sahara Reporter didn't say anything. Sowore did not contact. They just put that their story out there. Then after that, Reno, because Sahara Reporter said they got the news from a particular public officer back then, Reno sued that public officer. He went through that case. When Reno sued that public officer came to court with an affidavit and said, I did not see Sahara Reporter. I was nowhere around them. I did not give them any story. They fabricated this story. It's not from me. When Reno got that judgment, he picked the certified true copy of that judgment and then forwarded it and sent it to Sahara Reporter and said, look, now clear my name, apologize and drop this nonsense from your site. He did not hear anything from them. Sowore and all of them, they were receiving all those things from Reno. They did not reply. They did not do anything. Reno had to go and hire a lawyer in the US, California, and I think New York to sue Sahara Reporter. Okay, first he wrote Sahara Reporter. They didn't do anything, didn't drop anything. And according to Reno, he believed that it was because election was, I think as when Reno was doing all this, the election was already very, very close. So for Sowore, he needed that story to be there to demarcate this guy pending when election will come. So what Sowore did eventually was he now got some investigative journalists and others in the US with his lawyer. They worked together to look for who exactly is financing him. He said because his lawyer advised him, look, when journalists behave like this and they don't want to hear the other side, there must be a funder somewhere and they must actually be working towards the objective of that funder. So, and if they are not working towards the objective, you can only use that funder to influence their decision. So that was they now started looking for who exactly is funding Sahara Reporter. and trust them is US. You get information out. It's not like the one we put in secrecy in Nigeria. They got it out, and Reno mentioned 3 that his lawyer got for him that is funding Showore. There is not only one. First, Ford Foundation, Default Foundation, and they are collecting. In fact, he says that then, MacArthur, as at that time, MacArthur has already given Sarah Reporter $1.3 million, not naira. And then there's another one, I think, the Omidaya Foundation, maybe that one in Saudi, I don't even know, foundation. So there are 3 major foundations that is funding Sarah Reporter. So what Reno now did when they got that information was that I think they now wrote one of them, either Ford or I think the most powerful out of these 3, and now threatening to sue and then put all the explanation that Reno has, all his evidence and everything together. And Reno said, lo and behold, the week he dropped that thing with Ford Foundation also was the week Sarah Reporter dropped that particular news off from there. So it's simple. What Reno is just saying is, look, so with all these things, you didn't
exactly as I inferred.
I'm telling you,
that this guy is being puppeteered by the.
And Reno did not write it today, so that I don't think it's because now Reno, he didn't write it today. He wrote this years back. That who plays the what do you call it? Papa dictates the tune. So these people have to weigh on you. So it means these people will be influencing whatever you post. And that's why
just to be clear, if they can get him to drop, and because the one thing that a journalist is almost like taking back a moving chess. The one thing that a journalist never does is to withdraw an editorial. So if they can get him to do that, then that tells you they can get him to do virtually anything. And I think $1.5 million will persuade anybody to do most things.
That's it. So, and that was why when in 2020, I think when they arrested Showore, that time they arrested Showore, one of the things Reno first put on his 2000 back then was that look at what is happening, that now a brutal blackmailer has now met a brutal dictator, and that let them play on in their home market because it's a match made in hell. Go and read it. Reno put it clearly there, and he re-narrated the story again. And it's a counter Sarah Reporter. So for anybody to come, you know, sometimes I realize we think we even know more than all these people. I know they will just sit in the comfort of their room. Sometimes they will just laugh. Say, how can people be so gullible like this? Do you think I'll be running this kind of outfit without having some funders?
Sorry, Ogweni, carry on. Then go on to the Tinubu speech after that. I need 5 minutes. Well, carry on.
Okay, thank you. So that's all on that.
Let me interject.
Okay, interject, sir.
Everything you said, you landed at nowhere. Everything you said at Showore.
It's okay.
Nothing. You brought nothing out of it.
It's okay.
You said Reno brought a lawyer in New York or in US to investigate. The lawyer said when a person is not responding, he must have a backer.
A journalist.
A journalist is acting this man, he must have a funder. Okay. What did Reno, with all his legal pursuit against Showore in US, what did he achieve? Nothing, right? Only what you're telling us that he achieved.
He dropped the story. Dropped the story.
Hold on, Baba. Only what he achieved, according to everything you said now, that they were able to got information that McCarthy or Ford Foundation is funding Showore. And then you fail to mention what they were funding him for. What were they funding him for? Look, sometimes when some of you talk this way, it can be very laughable because you are misinforming people that doesn't know how this system in the United States, how it's work, particularly how organizations get their funding from, particularly organization that has to do with fighting for the right of the people, non-profitable organization, and so the way they source their funding, you know, it is alarming that because you don't like this guy, because you guys don't like his politics, you are looking for all means to destroy him. McCarthy Foundation or Ford Foundation support, give grant to a lot of what do you call it? Organization, non-charitable organization, both in US and across the world. So when they are giving that support now, does that mean that they are funding them to go and destroy their country? Did they fund Shore? Are you insinuating that they were funding Shore and that grant he got was to go and destroy Nigeria? And at the same time, you have your Nigerian country getting loan from US, from IMF, and all these things. Oh, you guys should stop this propaganda. It cannot work with, when it can't work. People that are supporting you people that are supporting the Tinubu that you people are supporting for, yes, it can work with them, but not people like us. And we know the way this system works. We know the way grant is given to organizations in this country. So stop it. This you landed at nowhere. It's
Ogbeni,
all
let me ask
totality
one
of
question of
story.
Aja, beg, eh?
Totality of story that landed at nowhere, Ogbeni. And I'm shocked. You
Baba
and
Aja,
Mobu going
yeah?
after this guy in this manner.
Baba Aja,
Yeah.
are you aware there is a dark side to this funding? I'm not saying McCarthy, but I'm just asking a general question. Are you aware?
There is no dark side. Do you know how many research organization and individual that are carrying out research for the benefit of mankind that these people are giving grants?
That's
Do you know billions of
you're not getting my question, Baba Aja. Calm down.
Yeah.
I said, are you aware if there is a dark side to this organization? That's what I asked. I'm not saying they're not going to do good things.
Tell me, sir. Tell me those dark side.
I will give you an example.
Yes.
When they say the company in America, what's being referred to as a company?
No, you tell me. I don't know what you are going somewhere.
That's a CIA operation.
That's the what?
That is a CIA operation when they say operation by the company. And they have a lot of this foundation all over the place. They interact. I'm not saying McCarthy, but I'm just giving you an insight into how these people work. And America's interests come first in everything. America's interest is supreme. America first. So that's my own take in all of this.
Can I continue?
Yeah, continue.
Ogbeni, please continue because we are learning.
What do you say?
I said you should continue. We are learning a lot.
Thank you. Sorry, Larry. Do you align with what Ogbeni is saying? Because I align with it. And this article, I may well pull some of these materials together and make a standalone something on it. Because this guy needs to be exposed. This guy. Yeah.
One man. If you've been following Sahara reporters, for me, I take Sahara reporters as probably a gossip
comic book.
No, I call them gossip blog, right? Because if things are coming from, I don't really take them serious. Sahara reporter, you can, if you read through everything, you can quickly see things. I've seen several instances that Sahara reporter come out, they lie. Rather than them retracting, they go back to another story. It's a lot of things that they do. So me, I don't take them serious.
You wonder how many lives that guy has ruined from all this.
No, seriously, I don't take them serious, right? There is someone in Nigeria that I respect a lot. At the point, he was with Sahara reporter, but I think, they couldn't even go along. That was why he left. So, and at the point I was trying to ask him why he left, he was like, yeah, it's too dirty. And this is someone that it's now doing things that, you know, I can say today, the number one investigative journalist that we have in Nigeria is the same person. So for me, I don't take Sahara Reporter serious. Sahara Reporter is just like a normal gossip blog, you know. They are so comic. So Ogbeni, I don't even Sahara, Sore, and the likes of them. They are, you know, they are dirty. You know, they do a lot of deals. So if Baba can actually come here and tell us, oh, Sahara is Sore is this, Sore is that. We know Sore now. Sore is a dirty guy. He has a lot of deals, dirty deals that he has done. So it's not even the saints that will now come and tell us, right, that, oh, Sore is that saint that, you know, he did a lot of dirty deals with the likes of Tinubu and all the likes of, you know, it's a lot of dirty deals that he's done. So Sore is not today that we know Sore.
You see, when you guys speak this way with nothing to back it up, it just so
Baba, you know Sore. We also know Sore now. Why are you saying we don't have this?
No.
Know Sore, we also know Sore now. You can't know Sore now.
Hold on, you have said something. It did some shady deeds. Where are your facts? Bring it out. Where are the facts against the rest of those?
The one I brought out for you.
This is nonsense. This is a public space. This is in a public space.
Ogbeni, let me ask him. Let me give him a teaser.
The publication of McCarthy or Ford Foundation, those that give or they
where's
give
George Menendez
every year, they have a public this to that effect. You can go there. You can get it.
Aja,
I
where's
have a
our friend
that I've gotten money from them.
Where's our friend George Menendez? Can you know him now? I mean, you don't know him. Our friend George Menendez. Or
yes.
Menendez. Where is he now?
I don't even know. I don't know where he is. Yeah, Menendez. Yeah. George Menendez. Do you mean the senator in New York?
So red friend, isn't it?
What happened to him? What did he do?
I think he's awaiting sentencing.
It's done. It's not running for office after this. After his
no. He will be sentenced, I think, in November or so.
Yeah, but let me just.
So you are linking. Hold on, Baba. You see in Kotaman Sonny. So you are linking Menendez problem.
Wait. So I said, let me give you a teaser.
You want to
I'm not saying anything.
Baba, they say, show me your friend and I'll tell you who you are.
I'm giving you a teaser. I didn't say anything.
You said Yoruba is your best friend. So you want to rob?
Baba.
Agbóhùn ara wa dáadáa.
You don't let Ọ̀gbẹ́ni máa fún wa ní nǹkan tá à ń gbà lọ.
Ẹ ń jẹun ọ̀gbẹ́ni, ẹ máa jẹ propaganda lọ. Ẹ dájú propaganda, ẹ máa jẹ propaganda ọ̀gbẹ́ni lọ. Ó yá ọ̀gbẹ́ni. Fire on, wọ́n ń jẹun lọ. Jẹ́ kó máa jẹun lọ́jọ́.
Anyway, if you give me back my space, I was really glad to take it back.
I'm giving you your space. Keep feeding them with propaganda, so that they can enjoy the dinner well.
May I? Thank you. So you see, I've said it and I will continue to say it on this platform. When you see grown-up adults using oral evidence against documentary evidence, the only thing one can say is it is well. I've brought out links. I brought out victim evidence. And to date, Sahara Reporter dropped that news without disclaimer on Reno Omokre's assertions. Yet, someone who think he know Reno, even he knows someone Showore, even more than Showore himself, is disclaiming for him just now today. Isn't it just funny? But I have one news or one thing to tell Baba Danle Koko. I don't know. I think you don't really know too much about how NGO runs and what the underpinning motives and objectives of NGO in our present day.
CAOs, they call them now.
Yes, politics. See, They are if you want to look for spies in this world now that operate in, they don't need, you want to infiltrate anywhere, is NGOs they use now. That is the new, that's what it is now in global politics. So I don't think we should be naive of that. We should understand that. And if you want to understand this thing very well, go and read this woman, Caroline Davis. Go and read his research report about Wole Soyinka. And I don't know. I don't want to say too much on that because I don't want the obedient to start picking it and start lambasting Baba again. Baba is 90. He should just go and enjoy himself. But let me tell you, in that particular research,
I read it.
You read it, okay?
Complete.
In that particular research report, that lady, that Caroline, talked about 2 NGOs that CIA were funding. And those NGOs also were funding scholars in Africa. 2 of them, Farfield Foundation, and I think something BC led. I can't remember 2 of them, but I remember
even the road scholars too.
Yes, they were funding them in order to fund scholars in Africa to be writing in promoting capitalism against communism and also be writing against USSR. Where are those NGOs today? Do you know what happened to those NGOs? CIO quickly withdraw their funding and they close down those CIO quickly because they've achieved result and they don't need them again. That's how CIO, this guy Ortega in Nicaragua cancelled about 200 NGOs. As at about 2 years ago.
Major, what's his name now?
Ortega.
That American major. The American major who funded it.
200 NGOs. Do you know why I cancelled 200 NGOs? You think they are just NGO because they want to help humanity? Forget that, sir. I think we should up our game and understand how global politics play. And that's one of the problems we still have in Nigeria. We don't understand how these things work. In Nigeria, for instance,
we can actually extrapolate and project and conclude that Sowore is actually a CIA agent.
I won't be surprised. I will not be surprised if we find out later, because you see, if you look at that Wole Soyinka space, Baba, the way Caroline painted it,
Caroline, go on to all that.
On Wole, because Wole didn't even deny it completely, because mo believe Baba. Maybe Wole now realize it that low me saying gone, because you see the way this NGOs thing works, they will be you are an undisclosed agent. You are agent that you don't even know you are achieving some people's goals. You think you are pushing your own, but you're actually achieving their goals. That's the way all these things work. But
yeah, Oliver North, that's the major I'm trying to remember. Oliver North.
Let's leave that. Pakistan, do you know Save the Children NGO? Do you know why Pakistan shut it down? Go and check why they shut it down. Because they were infiltrating their system using Save the Children. So let's leave all these NGOs. Why is it that Sahara Reporter dropped Mohbad case, CC on Mohbad case? As a few weeks ago, somebody was still calling him out. That why did you drop Mohbad investigation? After all, at the point in time, you pick this news. So, but let's leave that. Let me go to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Mr. President. Now, on Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I don't know if I still have about 3 minutes because they push back a lot, one man. So don't cut me.
Yeah,
don't tell me
3
minutes.
Carry on. Then after you are done, carry on.
Okay, so on this Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I'm still in line with Uptown. If he's still here, Uptown, nice analysis to an extent, to a great extent. I'm still with Uptown that this protest has achieved results. 2 days ago, I said I want the president to address, but I said something. I think the Minister of Information should address, and I think every governor in the state, in the space where they're protesting, and even in those where they're not protesting, also should address, because they are all representative. We practice representative democracy in Nigeria. Yes, the president is there to represent everybody over, but at the subnational level, where people are representing us, what are they saying? Why is the Senate on recess? Why is the rep on recess? Why have they all traveled abroad to go and enjoy themselves when there's protests at home? And then we are pointing to only one man who is just the head of the executive. This question I keep asking, but thank God he's out. I would have preferred the Minister of Information to be out rather than himself. I wanted him to be the last resort, but it's good he's out. And now when you analyze what the man has said, I've structured what the man has said to 3, as far as I'm concerned. 3, the first part, the man addressed what they think is the feeling of the people. And in that place, he put it there that, look, I understand that the fact that the economy, our economy reforms is for now is not yielding what you were expecting. But at the same time, there are political opponents still outside there that are still pushing some things. Good intro. Now, the middle, he tried to tell us what are the steps he has taken so far, and that is what is resting his hope on that will yield result. And he believes that he's already yielding, but there are not things that for now will directly affect the commoners. And he real out facts that I expect the information minister and some of the ministers should have even be reeling out national orientation, all those ones, I don't know what they are doing. All those ones should have been reeling out all this information before today, not just the president coming and be reeling this out. We've been saying it. You need to communicate your gains. You need to communicate your projects. You need to communicate your programs so that people will understand what exactly is the president doing. Not to be sending Boala to go and be making noise online. And all those guys are doing. Send people who are professionals, people who are with you that can relate with, not by or non-uga that they've already tagged that man. Send people that you know will go outside there, can relate with the public, can take questions from the press and answer questions in a very, decent and, intelligent way to put out all these things. Because if you tell people that our revenue has doubled, they will tell you it's a lie, except now that they are hearing it from the president. And I know some people will still be doubting it now, even though they have heard it from the president. Don't mind that man. Yeah, 9.1 trillion. Don't mind that man. Someone like Ekene will still tell you, no, we must see it reflecting in the cost of Gary first. And I agree with him, yes. But the point is there are fundamentals to things. If you are building an edifice, you start with the foundation. So when I'm building the foundation, don't tell me as long as I can't see any wall standing, then they are not doing anything. Then that means you are too simplistic about your analysis of issues in life. Because there are foundations, there are fundamentals to everything in life. So you must deal with it. So if the man says, look, I'm dealing with fundamentals, and the discerning should be able to see, and the discerning should be able to see all these things and I've given your governors money, I'm giving them more money. Oil production is increased, it has increased by 1.7 million, something like that now. And they also talk about foreign direct investments, that he has been able to gain 2 and already signed $500 million. And these are the indices opposition should come and disclaim if they are not true. And I don't think the president will come out if they are not true and be talking, And minimum wage, we all know, I've approved minimum wage, and NNC are fine with it. Student loan has started. I remember the last time we talked about student loan here, they said the northerners are assessing it more because in South we are skeptical about it. People are still saying, is it real or not? But we've seen university coming out now and say, look, we've taken this for some of the students and encouraging more students to go and apply. That is good. And so he just reeled out the gains he has made so far, but he downplays, and that's the area people are talking about. He now downplays the area of how this thing has become violent and all sorts of things. Now, where am I going? This is where I'm going. The president has come out now. What next? As far as I'm concerned, he has advised them, shield the sword and let's engage. Now they ask, okay, how do you want to engage with us? Then they should look inward first. Who are the one leading this thing? Showore that is leading his own group is in the US. I don't know if he's from US, he wants to be engaging through Zoom. Femi Falana, not on street. Ebade Gorua, they've told him yesterday now that you are not even leading us, you are not part of us. So ask me who is leading. So that's the issue. And when Uptown comes here and tell us who is leading. So if you don't have anybody leading, then at the end of the day, that means this thing is going back to what we said before the protest, that if you don't have a leader, there's no way you can engage. And whatever is the gains you've been able to make from this thing, it's both on nullity. Now, finally, on this issue, somebody talked about why Baba mentioned that something political is being insensitive. I don't think so. One man, I think you were the one who raised it. I don't think so. If you listen to the Kano, and by the way, that monumental loss that happened in Kano, taxpayers will still suffer it. So Kano now has experienced what Lagos experienced in 2020. They will feel it this time around now and see that this thing is not easy. Even when you are paying opposition politics, you should be very careful. That rascal, I call him rascal, that their governor, that rascal guy, I hope he won't burn that state, because he allowed this to happen to his state, believing that those guys will find it easy with him. But now, see that printing press they burnt? Do you know that printing press? I think they used to print maybe or they used to print their Quran or something like that in that printing press. And that's what it says, sacred books. Because I know there's one home by Lebanese, and another one. I don't know. This one is a home by Kano State government. I hope it's not that Lebanese home, because I know there's one very old one owned by some Lebanese and Kano State also. They print Quran and some the holy books and everything there. Now burnt down. How do you want to recover all those things? And by the way, he said something. He said somebody who got appointment in Abuja threatened to burn down those infrastructures before, and they reported to DSS and others. And somebody is saying the president shouldn't have mentioned that some things are political motivated. Somebody appointed in Abuja. That's politics. So the man is simply, the Kano State governor is simply saying, look, all these things, they are beyond hunger and everything. People that burn this thing are this politically motivated. And that's the thing I think the Northerners should look at whenever there is any trouble again that is brewing. They should look at the environment and they should ensure that they are their own people. Now, I realize that the president didn't talk about how the food price is going to come down. I'm disappointed on that. I've been saying it on this platform. He should declare state of emergency on agriculture. He should use the local government guys to ensure that there are farm settlements in every local government in Nigeria, or every major town in Nigeria. Very good. They are doing well now in housing. He has told us per major town, they want to be building, I think, about 1,000 housing. And he has started with Kasana in Abuja with 3,201 units.
That's not true, Ogbeni. It did not say per major town. It said per state. They're going to build per state, not per major town. What do you mean by per?
I didn't hear per state. I hear
per state. They want to build 1,000 housing units, and it's going to be ready in 2020. Is it not a year before the end? In 3 years. That's what it is, in 3 years. It is a per town, per major town. What do you mean?
But wait now.
Stop this propaganda now.
Look at it, Babadale Koko. Look at this from this angle. If I have to agree with you, he said we want to put 1,000, right? In Kasana in Abuja alone, he said they are delivering 3,202. Does that not contradict what you are saying?
I don't know that, but what I heard.
That's what the president said now. That's paragraph 27 of the president's speech.
State is going to be 1,000 housing units, and which will be ready in 3 years.
Yes,
Can I ask you something? If they are building 1,000 in a state, do you think it's going to be in a single position? Wouldn't it be distributed across the states?
It said per town. That is what Ogbeni said now. Country now that is
no.
Per state.
Why I pick from is not today has been saying this.
Per town. You know how many towns?
How many
towns we have in Oshogbo? In Osun State.
How many do you have?
That doesn't.
You know how many towns we have in Osun State?
In Osun, do you have more than 5 major towns?
That doesn't detract from the wider point. Now he said he was going to build else amount of houses right across the country. So I think that's the wide. Whether it's the town, the state, whatever, it's going to build it.
No. Let's state it clear. The way.
All right.
And don't let us rap propaganda or.
How is that propaganda? Hold on, Larry. Hold on, Ajande Koko. I think that's a bit excessive language. The propaganda will be if he did not say he was going to build the houses. So whether he's going to build it in the village, the gutter, wherever, he's still going to build it. So whether the town, if you didn't say it, that would be the propaganda. The location is not the propaganda now.
No, it is state. We know what state means and we know what town means.
He did not mention state now, but go and read.
Continue. No problem.
Yes, paragraph 27 of his speech. I emphasize again. He didn't mention per state, and don't forget, it's a follow-up on his former speech. In that his former speech has made it clear that major towns they will have those, and that's why I ask you. In Abuja alone, the one he did is 3,212 units. So if you have 3,000 in Abuja alone, then so what are you saying is per? Well, let's even say per state. Let me correct myself and say per state. For me, it's a good development, but that is not what I really want as a priority for me. What's priority for me is the declare state of emergency on agriculture, use the local government, tear it down, don't route it through the state, let it be from the local government level, let there be farm settlements, agreed input and output units in each local government level, and pump the money down. Those ones you are giving the governors, I don't believe in you are sharing the, pump it down to the local government level, and then let's see if we're going to achieve result. They don't care about, okay, the some people have heard from some quarters, they said if government involved directly in agriculture is going to kill farmers or producers. For me, I don't care. What I care is the government, you don't need to go to all crop production. Go for the ones that are staple food for commoners in Nigeria. Not all now. We all know heat, yam, rice, cassava. Go for the major ones. After all, that's why they keep calling you agbado. So you bring out your agbado economy completely and let us know that it's working. One, is there any topic you want me to?
Anyway, one man, I will leave my space for Enigmatic. I think he's waiting, right?
No. Enigmatic is on the screen, but
what about RM?
I can shuffle you for Kulata though. Who
okay. RM anybody? Okay. Kulata.
What is there any topic you want me to talk about?
Thank you. I just even need maybe 3 minutes before I leave.
There are several other topics, but I think
I've exhausted my time. Okay, that's fine.
No, you've not exhausted your time, but I think maybe we move it around a little bit. I was going to go to Ajanle Koko, but Enigmatic is pushing to come in for a moment, so that would depend on how Ajanle Koko wants to manage that.
Is rational mind? Is rational mind on?
Rational mind is there. Yes, there.
Oh, okay. I'll stay. Yeah.
Abaja.
Ajali Koko, one man, can I say something, please?
Yeah, carry on.
Yeah, for me. One man, I watch a protest. Sorry for taking us back to protest now. I'm very sorry for doing that. I watched a protest in that your UK, one man. I saw hundreds of police using their face shield, the guard, blocking the way for a protester not to go beyond some stage. But when we talk on this platform here, that protest doesn't warrant you that you have to roam about all the streets. Some people here, they'll tell us here, they are restricting freedom of people. They don't let people move around. They know themselves. I've not mentioned their name. One man, I watched it live for 1.5 hours. They were throwing stone on the police. They were throwing things on the police. They didn't move. They were there, stand by. They didn't let them move from that beyond.
You are even going too far. I think one man himself, he must have seen what Tinubu did today when he spoke to the nation. He must have seen the Prime Minister's comment. Is it comment or speech? Yeah, speech to UK. So I think if you are done, let me just maybe continue and then.
Yes, we actually maybe you started with us later, but we actually played it. We played 2 minutes of Tinubu, and then we played 2 minutes of the Prime Minister to contrast the tonality on how both leaders were addressing the same situations in their different locations. So yes, we played a bit of it. Yes,
and this is the hypocrisy that we see in the Western world, so to speak, that most of our gullible ones back home want to pick up, right? If it wasn't happening in UK now and people are not seeing it, if they are reporting from Nigeria, like they are focused on Nigeria's protests, they will refer them as innocent protesters. But in the UK, you see the way they were described. It described them as thugs, as every negative names. Now you could see the tonality. He was basically threatening those folks, and Tinubu was actually in the contrast pleading, right? But people are not. They still do not appreciate that. And when I say Nigerians, right, sometimes treat them like the real animals that they are, because in the Western world when you behave like animals, they treat you, they take you to the level of an animal or the animal that you are. I could remember when there was protest in some cities in the US. I saw the way they dealt decisively with those protesters. So now, when we have our own democracy and we want to abuse the privilege of having leaders who will speak to us, who will plead to us, who will send emissaries, who will talk through third-party agents like the imams, the pastors, NLC and stuff like that. But you are still grandstanding to say you have freedom of speech, you have liberty to this, you must be left to exercise your right. You can see the Western world now, the sinner crimes, quote and unquote, that you guys are actually referring to, that you actually want to kill yourself about. You saw what the Prime Minister just did. Imagine Tinubu had spoken like that, one man. What do you think the Chihuahua guy from Agulu now will be doing now? Peter Obi, what do you think he will be doing? What do you think his brother in the north, Atiku, would have been saying by now? Or what do you think a couple of the headless mobs who come to this platform most of the time, how do you think they will be relating or probably speaking to that effect? So now they really need to choose and pick. Does Nigeria really want democracy to play as it should, or do they really want to pretend as if they don't really understand how it should be played? So that will be for them to answer. And then I'm trying to restrict myself within 3 minutes so I can give the space. Ashwaju's comment. Yesterday I said if I were in his shoes, I would leave them to do what they want to do, and then because they have intelligence, they know the people who are actually behind this, right? They know it is politically motivated, but beyond that, I was kind of when I saw the speech, I wasn't really particularly happy. Why? Because he was too nice. He was too nice to those goons. Maybe because the way I think anyway, he was too nice, and I actually appreciate the fact that he didn't give anything up. He wasn't trying to be to placate them. He wasn't trying to actually even meet them any halfway or any way at all. So, and there were two options or two things that I found out. The truth about the speech was the president's speech was neither compelling, right, nor persuasive, which I was expecting. And would I say it fell short of what the present circumstances necessitate? I would say that, yes. But the president, in the other hand, we understand the fact by virtue of what, if hindsight now, right? And then by virtue of the intelligence, is acutely aware that this protest is politically driven and politically motivated. So despite the legitimate grievances of some Nigerians, actually, at least we can't actually discountenance that. But there are two options that he had, and I was very marveled that he played to those two options greatly. So he had, number one, the option of yielding to the detractors, the stratagem now, right? To succumb to the threat and the manipulation of the protest, and then get himself in a kulak where they will be held in the jugular and perpetually be overshadowed by the specter of these protesters and the protest throughout his first term now, thereby distracting him, and probably it's certainly cutting a lot of distraction to his government. That is what they want, but he didn't yield the floor for them. He didn't yield the ground for them on that, which I actually appreciate. And the second one is that he remained, impervious to the actions of the detractors now, which are masquerading as protesters and the puppeteer leaders now. The one you see from that pretender, that Peter Obi and that Atiku, which are basically allowing the fervor to dissipate through his calculated silence. So which he has actually maintained over this period by engaging the third-party agents of government through those imams and all those people generally. So ultimately, what that did actually was having to disarm the protest, weaponry, which was wielded against his administration. So by now he knows the areas of strengths and areas of weaknesses, particularly in the north. So they will be so taken aback now to say they cannot go forward to say they want to threaten him about protest or with protest, because they know at the end of the day, right, it's gonna be counterproductive, because they have a wanting a plethora number of illiterates, right, that will actually overplay their hands, we saw now in maybe 2 days ago. So this strategy actually permits him now, Ashwaju, to govern, without having to the looming menace and the intimidation of protest for the remaining part of his tenure. If he has to go for second term, he knows how to do that. So so he has opted basically for the latter now, which is the second part of this, number 2. So his speech that I saw basically was very unique, and he focused essentially, to serve the challenges, to challenge his detractors now. And then if what he has gained in this is that to the extent of their arsenal, he has seen it, and he remains unshaken going forward with whatever they want to bring. So now about the things that people were saying he should address, what actually do they want him to address? What actually does Ogbeni want him to address, or Uptown address the fact that
is that a Nigerian 3 minutes
yes.
or a German one? That's not a German 3 minutes, it's a Nigerian one.
Okay, is it 3 minutes already? One man.
It was 3 minutes 9 minutes ago, but carry on.
Okay, so maybe okay. So they wouldn't expect him to say National Assembly should be closed down, or all the judges should be thrown out of offices, or all those ridiculous demands. So he has actually, I expected what he did today, having taken time to say he wants to come out. And then they were talking about the leakages or whatever. Yes, in the US, they do it over here too. When the president wants to make a speech, 20 minutes before that, they present the documents, but with a big proviso that it shouldn't be published, or nobody should do anything to it after at least an hour after the speech. They gave it usually to editors in Nigeria and the TV owners, basically, but somebody actually broke that accord. And they found out that person already, and the TV station that actually did it. So your guess could be as mine. And I'll leave it at that one, man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So up next is Ajanle Koko. But before I go to Ajanle Koko, I'm going to play 2 clips to tee up Ajanle Koko. So the first clip is to interpret for the benefit of people who may not have understood what Enigmatic was saying. The first clip is to interpret to people who may not have understood that, and then the second clip is to somewhat is to the space that Ogbeni spoke to just now, which then tees it off for Ajanle Koko to come in. But first, the interpretation of what Enigmatic just said there.
The reforms are there, and we will continue to institutionalize them in such a way and manner that anybody that has the privilege of God and the people of Edo State to become the next governor of Edo State cannot just like a political Simkin Swagger, cannot just like a political Mais Gloriosos, cannot just like a political Burakio, capriciously set aside the reforms and engage in a suo moto political peregrination.
All right, so that's a little bit of a joke or something. But this other one now, to the space that Ogbeni was inviting Ajanle Koko to enter, that show essentially brought Buhari to power.
Been around for 30 years, fighting for the betterment of this country. First as a student union leader, and of course as a leader of a media movement that brought the government that is today into power. Because we came to power on my back.
Which back?
On my back.
Whose back?
On the back of young people who invested a lot of, who invested a lot of hope and aspiration.
You invest more than me.
No. The investment we made in... No.
Come and make noise.
So that's story essentially telling the Buhari administration that he brought them to power. So by his own admission, but
that's his interview against Shitu now. Okay.
Yes, in Ibadan. Yes.
He said it clearly. He brought Buhari
to power. So
Ajanle Koko will not believe now.
Woman, did you see what I sent to you?
Where did you send it?
Yeah, not quite long. It's because about maybe 30 minutes ago.
All right. Let
The
me.
DG anyway, because of what Ogbedi said that other people should be speaking other than Bayo Odonugal of this world. The DG, that's Malam Isa Unilu. He has been doing that, and he does it to me every now and then. I don't know whether I can talk to him. Probably they can. You can invite him to the show. Is the
All right. We'll arrange that offline. Let's arrange that.
Okay, then tomorrow too, I quality promise to get you some classified information on show.
All right, but these are offline stuff though. So
Offline, no.
yeah, offline. Yes, offline. Yes, you have my number. I'll actually call you tomorrow. Then we have a deeper conversation around that. But Adele Koko, you are up next. Yes, he is there. Adele Koko, you are up next. So the narrative Tinubu's speech, the pushback against Showore by which we read out already, are kind of being shut down by the military because of the excesses carrying out there. And they plan now to storm Abuja Eagle Square. So the Take It Back movement versus Yemsen Wike. So that's to play out tomorrow. So all of that, Ajanliko.
Yeah. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. You see, let me first say something on Showore. It is it's quite unfortunate that Nigerian people that are seen as very enlightened can be talking the way they are talking on this platform against Showore. And everything that you guys are saying against him totally show that you are on the side of Tinubu and you want to defend Tinubu by all means and at every cost. So I think Showore is playing his part. Is playing his part perfectly in that nation building. But if you guys feel what you are doing, if you think that by playing your own part is to continue to support government that have not delivered according to what they promised to Nigerian people before the election, then good luck to you all. So the propaganda that you guys are packaging, bringing the grant for Showore's organization to succeed, as a news outfit that mainly carrying out investigative journalism. You all know what investigative journalism means. So and he got some grant from organization that is known for that, and then you want to label him because of the grant, label him as an agent of CIA. I mean, you guys are just, I mean, this height of hypocrisy is unbelievable. An agent of democracy, agent of CIA, propagating for socialism. Socialism. Are you, does it correlate? Does it have any correlation? Somebody.
Ajale Koko, if I may interject for 5 seconds, I don't think you really understand the extent Western democracies goes to protect their interest. And an example is the CIA selling cocaine to its own people. I'm sure you're aware of that. So if CIA can do that, go to Colombia, take cocaine and sell it to dealers, to his own people to raise money to fund a war, then you probably are not, you're being you're being very green when it comes to understanding of democracy.
So the CIA sponsoring Sore against Jonathan, and now
I didn't say CIA sponsored him. I'm just saying don't leave everything to, don't take everything off the table.
Oh, okay. I got your own point. Yeah, your own point is clear. But people that spoken earlier, that won't even be surprised that see, he's working as an agent for CIA. So CIA sponsor him against Jonathan. CIA sponsor him against Buhari, and CIA sponsor him. They are not sponsoring him against Tinubu. And you guys should sit down and just relax and stop this propaganda against somebody that is fighting for the betterment of the country and the people of that country. People that were for Jonathan, this is the same campaign of calumny they carried that against Shore.
Wadaleko, can I ask something?
The same thing, the same propaganda.
Can I ask one question, sir?
Okay.
Now, you said that Shore did not bring Buhari into government, but you have just heard yourself that Shore himself boasted that he brought Buhari to government. Can you first apologize to us and then continue? Do you think you feel compelled to take that down and then continue your take?
Yeah, no, he didn't say you. You see what you guys are saying. I mean, the contest. I mean, you don't put things in context. You just bring 1 minute, show the totality of this video, show everything. Let us know where he's coming from, what led to what he said, and what he said after that. Then you can really get the perspective at which he said something that sounds like, oh, yes.
Can I just say something?
Yeah.
I think you're spoken well. I don't know why you continue wanting to talk about this. I think we've talked about this many months ago, even over a year ago. And I know the Agbado people, they always go and dig out whatever that suits their narrative. You've said it all. I mean, there's context to everything. And this guy, after in several fora, even when he was accused, even by some journalists that you brought this comment, then that was Buhari. He said no. So in what context, how should we now understand what he said in that context of when he said it to that man?
I know what he said.
Hold on. I'm borrowing Ajami Kuku's time.
Okay. So, but go and listen to that too before you make comment on it.
I've listened to it from the beginning to the end. Even when that thing freshly came out, I
So tell
saw it.
us the context.
Oh, come on. They will have, come on, don't bog me down with all this. Go and watch it. You said you're watching it, right? Don't bog me down with that. I don't know.
You are arguing against the context, and I said,
dude, no, it's okay. It's okay. Let me just go with my thoughts, please. I don't want to.
You know, you don't need to just dismiss people like that now.
I'm not dismissing you. Can you allow me, please? Can you just allow me, please?
I'm allowing. Don't take offense for being pushed back. This is a platform where everybody talks now.
Would you allow me talk? I said it's okay. And
so you don't need to raise your voice now. Why
don't be so sensitive now. Why are you being sensitive? Why are you being sensitive?
I said let me talk.
Don't raise your voice now. Let me talk.
I will
let you now.
I keep telling you, let me go on. You keep talking and talking. What is all this about?
Don't raise your voice. Why are you raising your voice?
Right, okay. Can you allow me talk? Can you just allow me talk?
You're not talking to your maid. You don't need to raise your voice now. Please.
I'm not talking to my mate.
Sorry. What's going on? What's going on? Sorry.
I'm not talking to my mate. Who am I talking to?
You are not talking to your maid. Please don't raise your voice.
Your maid. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Your maid. Maid.
All right.
NAID. NAID.
Come on.
What's going on? Hold on. I can't even step away for a moment. You guys are.
It's rational mind. It's just catching feelings.
Maybe I should be appointed school. Who was the class prefect? Who was the class prefect?
They like these guys. They like doing something. They come here. They gaslight people. They just want to trigger you to get you to the point whereby they know what.
So okay.
And I've said to you that allow me talk. And you keep talking, and why would I increase my voice when you want to cascade your voice over mine?
Abadale Kokogon that has the space is not raising his voice.
You see what we're doing here?
You have even spent a lot of time arguing now. You should have spoken. And I don't know why you resisted pushback. It's not easy to lose your thoughts now.
I'm not pushing back. I borrow somebody's time.
People said, I don't want to lose my train
I borrow somebody's time.
Is it that easy to lose people's thoughts?
Let's not do this tonight now. Why would you doing this?
All right. Hold on. Rational mind. I stepped away for a moment. So whatever you were saying, just say it and then let.
So I borrowed Ajale Koko's time. I just want to support what he's saying about Showore. That these people.
You think it's a closet CIA agent too? Do you agree with?
No, I don't believe that. When I had my time, I will talk more on that. But my point is that we need to contextualize everything. Our people, our listeners should go and watch the totality of that video. Showore was coming from somewhere. They were having an argument. Him and that man. They were having an argument. And Showore has also spoken, even when he was confronted by other journalists, saying that you brought this government. That was Buhari then. You brought this government. Why are you not going against this government? He said, no, he never brought it. If he said Buhari wrote on his back, in 2 forums, I've mentioned it on this platform. Buhari in 2 forums, to say, Buhari himself on the day when he was giving his certificate of return, Tinubu was by his side. I was in Lagos at that very day. He was by his side. He was exclusively thanking Tinubu for helping him to come to power. Tinubu himself, second forum, Tinubu said that the president, is that not what he said?
Sorry, we don't understand. Say it in English. Say it in English. We don't understand now.
I don't understand. We don't understand. People will interpret for you. Go and make them. So my point is this: is that now suddenly you people want to now put everything on this guy on Showore. Showore is an investigative journalist. He did expose Jonathan and his corruption of his people that were ruling with him. Nigerians saw that. APC, they used that against him. That was what he meant. Not that he sponsored Buhari. Who sponsored Buhari? Who paid all the Buhari's flight everywhere that he was going? Does Buhari have the money? Was it not Tinubu? Was it not Lagos money? Was it to finance all the
not only Tinubu, Amechi, and many other governors.
But Tinubu was the one that was by his side.
You just narrow it on Tinubu as if we are not
informed. Here, you want to rewrite history. Like some of us are so dumb that we don't even know what transpired. We're not alive when that thing happened.
No, is it only Tinubu, Amechi, and other governors? They didn't sponsor.
Other people came.
Saraki, Atiku.
Yeah, fine.
You just mentioned Tinubu.
You just come and mention Tinubu. And you say you were in Lagos. So when you were in Lagos, were you sitting beside Tinubu? You were in Lagos. You were probably in a Molu somewhere. You now said you were there.
Okay, fine. Those people you mentioned too, they contributed. I agreed. But my point is this: is that somebody who never gave any money out, who only just do is investigative journalism, exposing the crap that was going on during Jonathan. And the APC idiots, they jump on it. The criminals jump on it. They rode into power with it. That was what he said. He rode on my back to power because of his work that he did, exposing Jonathan. That is the context. You need to understand this. But you people will just take it out of context, that like you always do in all your things that you say on this platform. Oh, over to you, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Rational Man, for trying to enlighten our people.
Why don't you want to be exposed? Why?
National mind.
Why do you want to expose?
One man, kill expose. Anything. Why are you pushing this narrative on your platform? You didn't do anything wrong. Come on now.
See, thank you, Rational Mind. We have to counter this propaganda against somebody that is working hard, that have sacrificed a lot of things, even to the extent that he was incarcerated for 3 years. He was restricted. He was punished. He was almost killed. Now, you see, just because of Tinubu, they are now bringing up propaganda against him. So the real issue, they are not tackling it. They are not saying anything against it, but they are now turning a blame game. They are playing a blame game against another person, not the person in power who the buck stopped on this table, who has failed the country. So it's just unfortunate. You guys, you have to go and have everything, sit down, have everything, and then, maybe you can do better another time or in the future. So let me leave that. Let me thank one man for, allowing Soli to speak first yesterday and today. And Soli did very, very well in his analysis on all the issues. Even to some extent that one man was trying to even push back, was very resistant against everything that guy pointed out against Tinubu. So I thank you for bringing him, that you allow him to speak for yesterday and today, and he did a very, very good analysis. I believe young person like Soli, if Soli can speak in such manner, I think I have hope that our youth, some of them with the brain, good brain, maybe they can stand up to fight for their country. So, to Soli, I give kudos to you. Keep doing what you are doing best. Never allow propaganda, never allow yourself to be ravaged by this propaganda of, praising Tinubu to the high heaven, that he has done the best, he has done this, he has done that nobody felt. So kudos to one man and kudos for Soli as well. So let me go to the real issue. Today's broadcast by Tinubu, in fact, showed that man is so insensitive to the plight of Nigerian people, so disconnect, and he is not in tune with what is going on with Nigerian people. And the real issue, which is the policy that he implemented, the removal of petroleum subsidy that have brought pains on Nigerian people. It did not arrest the real issue. No issue that he arrested, that he addressed as to what is causing this thing. So for him not to have addressed that issue of petroleum subsidy, it shows that this man is driving on a path towards, ruin that country and the people of that country as well. But I know Nigerian people, they will resist him. They will resist him. They resisted in the past administration, and they will resist him for trying to implementing policy that have not make life comfortable for Nigerian people in their country. So I think everything is said there's nothing new in everything he said. One man is here. There's everything he said. We have treated it on this platform many times before now. Everything that man said today, we have treated it on this platform. There's nothing new. How can a president make a national broadcast and we are not getting something new from it? Is it the payment of backlog of what we owe in all those airline and all the rest and some other commitment that we didn't know about that we never treated here? What is it that he said that we never treated on this platform? Nothing new. So he came late to address the country. Campaign after election, everything has been ruined. You have ruined the country already with the protests. I'm talking about the protests now, that the protest that would have been prevented, you allowed it to happen, and the worst has happened, and then you are coming out to talk to the country. That is not the way a responsible leader acts. A responsible leader must be proactive, able to prevent a disaster that is looming to happen, is to be able to prevent it. But he failed to prevent it. So Tinubu, for his speech today, I think he lacked that ability. To me, he lacked the ability to tackle the real problem that is so challenging to Nigerian people. Yes, on the macro level, it shows that we're having some positive sign, like we have what do you call this thing? The foreign reserve increase. Yes, we have according to him, revenue increase. We have, but how well has Nigeria felt the impact? When Nigerian people they didn't feel the impact of all these things you mentioned that you have achieved or you have done and you are promising to do. Oh, what the heck?
Ajale Koko, why are you talking like this now? I think one man gave an analogy of foundation, and I thought everybody understood it. So your house got damaged, like the hurricane. Hurricane came in, damaged your house. You're now, I mean, the house didn't have good foundation, and we're at foundation level now, and you're saying, oh, why aren't people enjoying the jacuzzi? Like, let's be real now.
Oh, hold on. So, foundation, like you are saying, foundation rock your, I mean, what do you call?
We're rebuilding.
Oh, we are rebuilding. We are rebuilding for Nigerian people to suffer and for them to live very comfortable.
It's a process. When you are rebuilding, the house is not ready yet.
Hold on. So we are rebuilding
No,
The
I
vice
think
president have
it's going to the SUV and
so the
vice
president.
presidential villa. You know
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Oh yes. You know where I'm going. So how does that look to you when we are rebuilding? People sacrifice, then you are living large, and you think that people going to be happy? No, we are
No,
not rebuilding.
they
That is not
shouldn't
a
live.
rebuild.
No, but they
If you
shouldn't
want to
live
rebuild,
large. No, Ajale Koko, your argument was going to give people petrol subsidy. You weren't going to live large. You just reached the argument now. Yes, they shouldn't live large. They should try and be more Spartan in their expenses. But you were going back into damaging the foundation again by saying let's go and give subsidy. That's where you were going, and that's why I reacted. If we're talking about cost cutting, I don't mind cost cutting, but don't bring subsidy here, please.
So hold on now. That is one of it. It didn't even address how they're going to cut costs of governance. Did he arrest it? It did. There's nothing good that man.
That wasn't where the narrative was. Adanle Koko. What Kulata is saying to you is exactly where the narrative is. What is actually talking about is the long-term prosperity of the country, which is a different space from, oh, are they suffering along with us? So that's a different narrative. But what Tinubu was talking about, which is very, very difficult to fault if you apply a logical mind to it, is talking about the pathway to the long-term prosperity of the country. So if you're talking about the immediacy of, oh, the Gari is something and then they're doing SUV and private, yes, we can do that. That chimes with populism, but you cannot fault the pathway to long-term prosperity.
There's no pathway to prosperity. Nothing he has done now that is on the pathway to prosperity. Don't let us continue to deceive ourselves. This is what we have. Look, let me tell you. This is for this kind of narrative. I have heard it. I've been hearing it since since where can I say? Since the 70s. Pathway to prosperity.
Yeah, but have you seen actual? I know. Have you actually seen actual steps being taken in that direction? Because you may have been hearing it as a political chime, but what we are actually seeing it now as governmental actions, not rhetorics, actions.
There is no action.
Credit scheme, students' loan, infrastructure up and down, rebalancing, removing corruption from the system, unbuckling dependency, and basing the country on an economy that sustains itself. All of these being actioned. Being actioned.
One man, tell us what is what corruption he has removed for the system? Tell us. Give us an instance.
You want me to tell you what corruption is? You asked the question now. You're asking me to tell you.
Please.
You're asking me to tell you what corruption he has removed from the system. Okay. Just hold on 1 second. I will tell you momentarily. But he has removed. You know, the biggest obstacles to corruption are system. Let me see. There's actually something I wanted. Yes, this tells you. So
that is the sign of landing of big money when MFL give you the line in official rank.
So I think Honorable Kazwari has explained it better than I can.
So to you, that's the corruption he has removed.
Is that not a removed corruption?
Okay,
is it not? Is it not? Is it not? You can answer. Is it not?
No, it's not.
All right.
Is it? But the center, the issue at the center of this crisis is the petroleum subsidy, and the people of that country are saying it loud that the cost of petrol has increased. The cost of
that wasn't what they were talking about. They were talking about the cost of food. It's an alleged hunger. Yeah.
Did they not ask for reinstatement of petroleum subsidy?
Yeah, they asked for a lot of things,
Yeah,
but
yes.
that's not central to the
Ajale
thing.
Koko, let's drop the dead donkey. Subsidy is gone. It is never going back. Nobody should ever bring it back. Forget it. Let's move on.
Well, you, I think you as an elitist will not.
Don't call me names.
Yeah,
You don't have to call
hold on.
me names. I'm looking
Yeah,
for a productive Nigeria, not a
no,
Nigeria that you live from. I mean, that you subsidize. We need a responsible country where people get more productive, where we actually subsidize productivity, not consumption. Let's get it over with. We're never going to get that kind of subsidy again. And I pray we never do it again because Nigeria will not be on the right path. We've done the right thing. We need to reinforce it and it needs to double down.
you see the problem with you guys saying this is that you fail to address the corruption around the subsidy. And that subsidy, how it stimulates economic growth and productivity in that country, you guys will never mention it. And this is what happened before the election, when all these crap-haired politicians that you are all divided, supporting in one way or the other, are telling you, and you people supported them. Now you are seeing it. What we AAC was saying is that back then is that subsidy is not the problem, but the corruption around it. So when you have irresponsible people managing the affairs of the state that enable corruption to flourish, and then they want to turn around and said, oh, this thing is not working, then we have to stop it, and then the people have to suffer. It's just unfortunate. Subsidy can be paid for by productivity in that country. It is the corruption around the subsidy that balloon the cost of that subsidy that been recorded and shown to you that, oh, look at how much subsidy is gulping about half of our nation, what do you call it, of our nation income. Subsidy is gulping about three quarter of our nation. It is not the subsidy, it's the corruption of incompetent and corrupt people that you people always are always supported to be in position of power. Every country pays subsidy one way or the other to stimulate their economic growth. And you have a product that is singular, the most important driver of your economic activity, and you said that that product must, the subsidy around that product must be taken away. And then you kill the
Can I ask you the question, please?
Yes, answer your question.
Okay, let us even assume that Tinubu should bring back fuel subsidy. With the analysis of the situation on ground, that 97% of current revenue is being used to service debt. Now, where your own, where will you have expected the Tinubu to get money to pay this subsidy? Because it is like since yesterday, you are the only one that refuses to face reality. Yesterday, I supported you, but where I supported really is Tinubu shouldn't have taken a responsibility that he was the one that removed it. Instead of explaining the reality, it's like Tinubu was scoring a own goal, which he does not need. But where will he even get the money? Do you want Nigeria to? Do you want the Nigeria to collapse? Because he inherited dead economy. Please don't let us. It's like you want us to go back to the Israelites, to go back to the Egypt. because the three candidates, Obi and Atiku, they both said they are going to remove subsidy, that it was a criminal activities. So now, if this man now took a bullet by the horns and did it, why would you ask him? In fact, let us. What is the way forward? Because you did not expect this guy, even the crude oil. Do you know how many? You don't even know how many years that they sold it up front now, and they cannot break. They cannot break the agreement that the Buhari signed. So we don't have money. The crude oil has been sold in advance. They've collected the money. They spend it. Where will he even get the money?
Okay, it seems
hold on, Ajale Koko. Listen to this and then come in after it.
Sir, our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed. Is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Well done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. 3 critical development areas is receiving 4.5 trillion. Subsidy is 3.6 trillion. Six. No, half year. Okay. Half year is 3.6. So if it's full year, it's about 7 trillion. Which country will invest more in subsidy than education and health and even roads? It doesn't make sense. This is the annual budget of education is 2 trillion. Annual budget of health is 1.5. Road infrastructure 1, and subsidy half year.
So even the saint with the halo around his head, even he says he will remove it immediately. The saint with the halo around his head. Yeah.
Man, God bless you, old man, for bringing this. Oh my God.
Oh man.
I mean, one man send it to me privately. I need it. I need the video.
Look, this one, this is what I was telling Kurata, that all of them, politicians that said they are going to remove the subsidy, they did not even understand what the subsidy, what it represents in, in the management of the economy of that country.
Ajale Koko, subsidy represents opportunity cost for development. We were wasting how many during that time? How many billions? Over 10 billion a year of things, roads we could be building, schools we could be fixing, infrastructure that we could be doing. We're using it to subsidize rich people, corruption, and people in general. What was our productivity on that subsidy? It's nothing. It's not like we were turning into Singapore or something when we were paying subsidy. We for years and years and years, we could have built a lot of stuff in that country, but no, we wasted that money because of subsidy.
So you technically agree with me?
Let me just say this. You see, I think Showere's way should have been, the way the AAC thought they were going to solve it. I think for me, that's the best. But you see, this whole thing about subsidy, we heard some few months ago when the World Bank was lamenting that Tinubu's government they are paying subsidy secretly. So where's the subsidy that went?
It's lower now in dollar terms. It's lower now in dollar terms, but it still exists.
It's lower.
We all know now. Has anybody argued that it's totally gone?
Can I speak?
Over my should be smart Alec.
I mean, it will kilo buy.
Could that you want over my cover right now?
Oh God.
Subsidy, I mean, well, what are you talking about? What are you saying?
Sorare, mastermind.
Who's acting like a smart aleck here now? Who's acting?
Sorare talk.
Yeah, well, so why are you targeting when you want me to Sorare? I mean, come on, dude. You guys
I
are
gave you
just,
permission to talk now. Talk.
Bullshit here. All of
Talk.
you full of bullshit.
Talk.
I will talk. Don't tell me to talk. I will talk. You don't need to tell me.
Talk.
So anyway, we had World Bank saying that they were paying subsidy. So what's the subsidy that went? Now this same guy kept borrowing money. So what is the money they say they saved? Some people now, when you come here, they will start telling you that, oh, go and meet your governor. They gave them money. These governors, like for example, that of what's it called, Kaduna State, all the money that Kaduna State is getting, the allocation is going to pay their debt. My states, on those states, they are owing. So also other states. Some of these governors, they are paying those debts. And now you are talking about Tinubu, whatever. So what has been saved from that subsidy? That's the question. What do we have? I mean, when we say these people are so, they just shroud everything in mystery. We don't even know how much they've saved from that subsidy. All you will hear is that, oh, they've increased the allocation of that they gave the state governments. And this same state government, they're also lamenting that even the money that they are giving, it goes into paying so many other things, whether it's true or lie. We don't even know.
Yeah, but if they are paying for something, doesn't that represent things they borrowed in the past? No. It's a quick question. You just can't open your mouth just like that without making sense. You said they are paying for something. Doesn't it represent things that have been borrowed in the past?
So, as I was saying, my point is this: is that you removing subsidy, you paying subsidy in secret, creating the illusion that your subsidy is gone, and in reality, you're still paying subsidy. The whole thing that he did at the beginning was what triggered. I believe that this whole thing was overblown. There's nothing so much about it. If he had done it properly, it wouldn't have caused panic in the system, whereby those marketers, they had to jack up or ramp up their whatever they've been doing. It was that was what really triggered the whole thing. I mean, looking at the oil that they sell, the barrel they sell in the market, it's hovering between 70, 80, 100, I mean, 80, $90, $80. So why haven't we seen this before? So are we talking about the cost of refining this? Is that a problem? So for me, you see, there's a lot of
sorry, rational mind. Sorry, rational mind. Are you saying that it was because Tinubu said that oil subsidy was removed that jacketed it up? I think that's what your term. Hold on. Are you saying that was what happened in that moment, or that is still what obtains still now? Because the prices are still now. So that Tinubu statement is still what is affecting the price still now.
It sends a shockwave in the system.
Right.
That was why a lot of people. That's why a lot of people.
And that's why the price. Man. All right. Okay.
To compound it, you have to float the naira, which is another mark. That's another avenue whereby these marketers they get this things subsidized to them. The dollar to go and bring in this fuel.
Do you want me to pay you, Honorable Kazwari, again?
But it's okay. It's okay. Don't give me that. That's your. That thing that you always do. It's so annoying. I don't want to hear it. I know what you're talking about. So my point is this, woman, is that there's a different approach you could have approached this. But we know this guy, very impulsive man. Look at what he was saying today. I removed self-question. You did not. Like somebody was saying here. He did not. Buhari has already removed it, or maybe he never made allocation for it. So and I removed subsidy. Why would you say you remove subsidy when in actual fact, when we say this guy is just a liar, that just want to ascribe to himself what is not? But that moment, I just leave it at that. But for me, I just believe that this whole fuel subsidy thing is just it's such a sham. It's a fraud that till this very day. What is the accountability from the Minister of Finance that this is how much we have saved from the fuel subsidy? This is what we have put that money into. Have we seen any accountability as to that? I have not seen. All we keep hearing is that
but we have seen now. They've told you.
Tell me. So
they've told you. They've told you about the increases to this. No,
they told me.
No, you don't even want to listen.
Okay, go on, please.
They've told you about the the quadrupling of allocations to state governors, which the state governors themselves have confirmed. So that comes from that subsidy removal. And all of these infrastructural projects, the ones that goes towards the students' loan system, this now new superhighway, a lot of things coming off the back of that removal. So the money is accounted and audited for.
But are you aware that some of the state
do you know that a lot of the airlines, including that's why Emirates they stopped. All their money were trapped. They couldn't access it again. It was Tinubu that paid off their money, and that is why the Emirates is coming back now.
Nobody did not pay up. It did not pay all of them. It did not pay. Let's not say that. It did not pay everything. They are still holding.
No,
it backlog.
It did $7 billion.
So, what are you talking? But this is what they are able to pay for years.
All right, bring that interjection.
Omar, can I quickly say something, please, before you round this off?
Yes.
Just on that space, you see, I've never seen people who are most confused like Nigerians before, particularly all these people that pushing back against the government. Now, they will tell you that the way he removed it was the problem. They will still be the same one. That's what Rational Mind just displayed again this morning. They will still be the same one that will tell you it wasn't the one who removed it. Stay on a lane now. If you are saying the way he removed it, you are at the same time say it wasn't the one who removed it. I just bragging about it. Then what exactly are you saying? You are talking from both sides of your mouth.
No, it's okay.
Then lastly,
the announced it.
let me quickly land. Lastly, I remember Goodluck Ebele Jonathan when he removed subsidy, he didn't announce it. Go and check his speech, a New Year speech of 2012. You won't find removal of subsidy there. That man sneakily removed subsidy. But what happened? The Nupeng of all this world, IPMA, Independent Petroleum, all those guys were the one who blew the thing by January the next day. People that traveled home realized that they jack off the price. He almost the same way. Jack off the price of transport. They couldn't return to Abuja or the cities where they are from again. And spontaneously, protest started. That was the man who did not announce it, or let's say did not brag. That's what they're saying. They say it's that bragging that is reacting to. Jonathan did not brag. Market reacted to it. Protesters reacted to it. Another man came and said, look, I won't do all those sneaky things. I will make my own open, and announced. Yes, we are saying the way. So which way do you really want? Is it? So as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria just confused people that just would find every explanation to defend whatever position they take.
Woman, can I give my report on that? Because you mentioned my name. Can I do that, woman?
Yes, well, make it brief so that we can go to Ajale Koko and then we were going to go to Patrick, but he's dropped. You know, it always rankles me when people wait so long and then they drop. But we go to Ajale Koko and then we come to you, and then we go to Simba. If hopefully it's still there. Yeah.
Okay. Real quick. When I said some people say we accuse us of speaking from both sides of our mouth, well, that's your own opinion. When I said he removed it or whatever. In actual fact, it wasn't the one who removed it. I meant the way he went about it. That's why I said it. The way he went about announcing it. I mean, the way he went about it. You see, when we say something, not just look at what somebody said the first time.
No. Hold on. That was in that what Ogbeni was countering was that he cited the example of Goodluck Jonathan not announcing it. It still led to demonstration and immediate spike by the very next day in prices. And then you are saying Tinubu announced it, it led to the same set of circumstances. So either way, the results remain the same.
See, another thing again, when it comes to my time, maybe I remember I'll address this. You see, we like to do this what about. There is context to everything. I'll leave it at that. Go on, man.
Oh, all right. Ajale Koko, back to you.
So the speech of Tinubu today is there's nothing new that is said there that we have not handled on this platform, that we're not that woman have not brought the article, have not read yet. We have treated it here. So for his president to speak and not say something new to the people, it shows that he have nothing to tell the people. He failed to address the issue of subsidy. He failed to address the food inflation. He failed to address the the inflation rate in the economy. So where is he taking us to? Where? So he got the opportunity to make Nigeria be hopeful again. Nigerians be hopeful again. But he missed it. He failed. So it's I think Tinubu government it's not a government. To me, I'm more convinced now that it's not a government that is here to deliver good governance to Nigerian people, but rather, so politicians and others that have their friends or whatsoever. So what has he done that have made positive impact in the life of the people? He cannot say it. He cannot say it. So, I mean, Tinubu is he need this mentality that we are in government and what the people are saying does not matter. I think is a is and he's just preparing a doomsday for himself. Nigeria in 2027, if the situation remains like this, I want to ask a question from all of you. Do you think it's going to win re-election?
Yes.
If the situation in 2027,
the situation clearly will not remain like this now. So I mean,
all the
was the situation the situation better when Buhari was going into his second term?
It didn't better. It was worse off at the end of
was he not re-elected?
Oh, you are talking about it's going to rig the election. It's going to rig
re-elected. That is Nigerian re-elected level. So he got re-elected.
No, it's going to be different. Let me tell you. You know what happened to Jonathan? That is what is going to happen to him.
Tinubu is not Jonathan.
It's different.
Sorry, Ajanle Koko. Who did what happened to Jonathan to Jonathan? Who did it to him? Was it not the Jagaban himself? It was not the Jagaban.
Yeah, it's Jagaban. So they are going to do it.
Have you not read Machiavelli? You can never have mastered the master.
Wait, woman. What he did against Jonathan is what they are going to do to him. And his son is going to be worse off.
Who is the day? Who has the brains? Don't
worry. Don't worry. Nigerian people will show the politician in 2027 that enough is enough and they will all be sacked. It's a matter of time. Today, if election is conducted today, Tinubu cannot win. With the present situation in Nigeria, you all know that. How dare you want to tell me that is doing something good for Nigerian people? When last have you seen demonstration in the north? It is not trouble. because
So
the
did you
Northerners
not
did
see?
not
He
listen. Hold on,
did not
hold
see
on,
demonstration in not during Jonathan.
hold on. What I'm saying, the what do you call it? The people did not even listen to their leaders. So that should tell us something. Something is on the way.
Ajale Gogo is not telling us anything. If there's a Southern as president, the North will
I just asked
demonstrate.
him a question.
So
He
let
will not
me
answer the
conclude.
question.
Let me conclude so that I can yield for another person. So Tinubu failed to address the real issue, which is this issue of subsidy, and that is a failure of a leader. So it's a failure of him to not say anything on that issue. It's a failure of you not to have said anything on the food inflation. He said it's important by importing agricultural machinery from Belarus, United States, and they say this. Look, one man, he missed the opportunity. He failed. The protest.
Ajale Gogo, wait. You don't want people to work. He said he's importing agricultural equipment, and then you're kissing teeth. Shouldn't you be happy?
Look, the man, he failed to address the subsidy. He failed
There's
to
no
address
subsidy. Forget subsidy.
Hold on. He failed to address the security problem. He failed to address the inflation rate. He failed completely. He brought nothing new to Nigeria. If a leader make a broadcast and cannot bring something new to his people, it shows that he have nothing. He has done nothing, and that is what Tinubu have done today. He has done nothing good for Nigerian people, and he have not good news for Nigerian people. This is worst. This is the worst broadcast ever in the history of that country, even during the military regime. When we listen to military leaders,
all right.
they bring.
Settle down with the
Hold on,
hyperbole.
one man. Hold on. But the energy. Look, let me tell you, this is even worse than even military broadcast. When the military people make announcement during their own time, they bring something new to Nigerian people. But a civilian leader, a man that is trusted by some people like Kulata and one man and Ogbeni, a man that is driving Nigeria towards, towards disaster. It's unfortunate. He failed. Let me leave it there, one man. Thank you.
All right.
Before you round off, you have not said whether you should apologize for busting you on this already thing.
No,
you didn't post anything because the context that is surrounding that statement.
Give me 1 minute.
You don't want to put that into consideration. So you have been spewing propaganda this morning against Showore, and I'm not seeing you stopping this now or in the future. You guys can continue, but the time
I won't stop it. If there are more facts on Showore, Showore is not God now.
No, you don't have no facts. You don't have nothing against him.
If you have more facts, Ogbeni, I would like to have them because I want to put. I've already even just in the course of this conversation, I've already even put together the title. So I'm just going to try to. So I want to do a piece. Showore, closet CIA agent, egocentric activist, or the people's champion. So
one man, be careful. You don't have fact to that effect.
I'm
working for CIA. You don't have fact, so don't mention that.
No. It's speculative stuff now.
You can coin it in another way.
All right. American agents.
Don't follow Ogbeni. Don't let Ogbeni. Don't let Ogbeni lure you into trouble. Don't let Ogbeni Masalo. Ogbeni Masalo.
Ogbeni is a lawyer. Like, if you get
Ogbeni Masalo, we need to defend you.
One man knows
defend you.
No, one man knows that I'm always against a headline that would defame people. One man knows that has always been.
All right, that's only a joke. It's just something I wrote down as we were speaking. So that was Ajale Koko.
Okay, so what Ogbeni as a one man lawyer, so you have advised him not to coin it that way, right? That's good. Good luck.
No, I practice my own law with high level of ethics and etiquette. There are some things I want to advise my client to do, and one of it is to defame reputation. You won't say Showore doesn't have reputation. He has something, at least the reputation he has built. But to deny funding that is collecting, and you can't even look at people's face and deny it. It's you that is denying on his behalf, and it's, I don't know. You need to go and read about that law.
The funding it was getting for the organization.
Let's not go back to that conversation.
I will leave now, woman. So, Ogbeni, what they are saying, that the funding that his organization was getting for their investigative journalism is to destabilize Nigeria. Is that your point?
It's for an objective. Is to go against any Western enemy they have within the political space.
Okay.
Every NGO, there's an NGO recently. Let me just give you 2 seconds.
Damn.
There's an NGO recently by what's this lady's name? Is that your space? That America space too? That because some people raise issue that particular group that that the woman funded, that the NGO funded, has been used to be anti-LGBT before, and because of that, they withdrew. That's why I find that they has clear objective and good intention. They still withdrew their funding from that particular group because it has talked against anti-LGBT people. To tell you that every NGO has interest in whatever they are funding. Don't be green like Akulata put it. Green simply means try to be highly informed about all these things and look more deeper than the surface thing. I'm telling you about NGO. Try to do little research on NGO and all their shady things, and you know why they are funding things. They don't just fund. Anyway, we'll leave that space for now.
All right, brilliant. And by the way, I'm not doing anything on show. I just wanted to use that to excite the space. But the star, let's hear from you, and then we're going to Simba as we wait for Thomas to join us at the star.
My 1 minute is to respond to Babajale Kuku. Tinubu, as he is, he needs our prayer. We need to pray for Tinubu to succeed, because that's when Nigeria will succeed. If you listen to Shehu Okubaloye interview today, yesterday in Nigeria, I think ADC presidential candidate is an able guy. He admitted that of all including himself, that of all the presidential candidates, that Tinubu is the smartest of all that when it comes to competency and capacity. So if Tinubu can be struggling like this, you could know that you should be able to know that if you were to be any other candidate, it will have been submerged. That is that. Then for LP space, I'm telling you, no matter what Showore did, it's not going to get a space of Obi space. The only people that will still stick with Showore is Babajale Koko and Co. It's not going to, because practically the Igbo guy, the Igbos, they normally go with their own, no matter what. Even if Obi, God forbid, if Obi withdrew today or dropped, God forbid, if anything happens to Obi today, I'm telling you, anybody that comes again, the massive support they give to Lubili is the same thing that they will see transfer to any Igbo candidate. So then, as for 2027, go and mark it down. We are the one that is calling Tinubu Jagaban. In the political circles, they don't call him that name. They call him an MVP. He is the most valuable players in Nigerian politics. So by 2027, you are going to see it. Number one, Nigeria is going to be the solid foundation that is laying now. It will have gone through it and bring back Nigeria back to the driving force. And by 2027, politics, whatever they did to Jonathan, it's not going to go that route with him. He's going to, anybody that it goes on his ways, he's going to clean them systematically with politics. And then back the last one, his speech today. If you analyze his speech, you will realize that those, especially the Northerners, that overhyped this protest. I think it was too early for them. They've shown, it's like they've shown their highest card to Tinubu. So when the Tinubu now see the space now that so it is only there, it is only in their spaces that they were destroying their infrastructures. And I'm telling, and it is even paining, it is paining the North now. In fact, they are regretting that they wouldn't have embarked on that, because if you see the Southwest, they didn't allow them to destroy the infrastructures. In the Southeast, and of course, it was calmed. They were now regretting that the LP space that put them into this narrative that in their own side they didn't do anything. So now Tinubu, this thing has even energized Tinubu that so this is the highest the North can do. So that was why he did not send any the statement, the press release today. It shows that he did not send them because he has seen the last they can do. So that is my contributions.
All right, brilliant, excellently delivered. So that's the mighty the star. So thank you, the star. So from the star, Rational Mind, are you there?
I'm here.
Rational Mind.
Here.
Yes. Can you hold the fort for about 10-15 minutes till Thomas gets here?
I'm not signing from my laptop. I'm signing.
All right. Man, you can go and then Thomas will come and join us.
All right. Let me bail out then. Acknowledging Ite Ege, something or the other, popularly known as Prince. So there he is, right there. He kicks it off. Bosun came in, wanting to hear from Larry on Tinubu speech, with Larry duly obliged. Tope Oak says hello. There she is, right there. That is Prince still. I'm not going to attempt this whatever it is you just wrote as your new name. So that's Prince right there. That's Kulata. Before he teases himself onto the screen, I think a Rational Mind actually teased him in there. So that's Kulata again, right there. That's Ola again, playing hard to get, super chatting, not being in the studio. That's Ola still carries on doing it the other way around. So that's of course your as always gets the mansion, not once but twice. That's Tima Jack right there, speaking to something Agege. The only Agege I know is Agege bread. I wonder if you guys have the Agege bread in America. It's an obsession in this house. So that's all right there, carrying on. Still, that's Tima Jack, the latest installment. That space still open. Anybody else to pop in, and anyone that's to add to it, add to it. Let me be loud, gentlemen.
I'm here.
Brilliant! I was just going to say. So let me bail out then. Akim has not spoken. Simba is there. He's not spoken. Rational Mind certainly waiting. So let me bail out. Kulata, Prince Daddy. I thought I saw Babatis there, of course. BT. So you have the full house. The old guard, all of the old guard in play. So let me let me bail myself out and throw a bit of a joker into the mix. Thank you, everyone.
Where is your joker, one man?
Thomas, are you showing yourself from a television screen or what? I don't understand. Or is it okay car window?
Well, are you seeing me or not? That's the main thing. That is the sky. You do have beautiful sky in America.
I don't live in America, Thomas.
that that is the sky right there. Our sky is different from you guys. We are closer to heaven. Yeah, who is speaking? Yeah. I think they say speak.
Can I say something so that I can go because I have to go. Thomas, if you
Yeah, that's what I meant. How are you? Yeah,
good. Yeah.
yeah, good. Yeah. Yes, you have the floor. Yeah.
No, thanks. So for me, I just think I don't know. What are the topics? Thomas, do you have the topics? Because I came in when you also said.
Rational man, you have been tackling people here since now you are asking for topic. All the subjects you'll be tackling people on.
See where we're going now again. Yeah. All right. I just want to say let me just say this. I just feel out because I need to start preparing. Yeah, for me, Tinubu's speech. The speech. For me, I align with Ajali Koko, what Ajali Koko said on the way he went about the whole thing. Some people have said that the reason why he had to come up was because of this Russian flag that they saw among the Northerners when they were protesting. Maybe that's what it is, because that was what I was trying to listen to Solly yesterday when Solly brought it up. I wanted to listen to his analysis on that. But for me, it could be, it could not be, but I don't know because this is a guy who.
Sorry for stopping you. You know they can just hand over a flag to one guy. He doesn't even know what he's carrying. You know the Northerner now. They don't know anything.
Come on, let's not do that. They know something.
No. I'm not being derogative now. But you know what I mean now. They can just give people random. Who cares about it? What they know is they want to go out, they want to destroy, they want to loot. That is it.
Thomas, maybe I don't know if you've ever lived in the north before.
I've never been there. I will never be there. What am I going to do?
So let me even say the north. Even within Lagos, if you see all this malam, if they have a little shop or little counters, like all these counters, all these little small kiosks that they have, they sell stuff. When any malam you see, you will see them with what? This is their transistor radio. They're always listening to either to BBC Hausa or VOA Hausa or German radio Hausa or Radio France Hausa. They will listen to any of those four. They are very, very, very politically aware of what is going on. If you see them in the bush, whether they go inside one thick forest, you always see them without their transistor radio. They are always in the loop as to what is going on around them. So forget that thing that they are not. They might not be as educated as we might consider people as educated from the south. Like you go to school, you go to Makaranta, and then you go learn, you go to Turenchi, and all those kind of things. They might not have all those things, but when it comes to politics, what is going on in different countries, they know because they listen to that from their BBC Hausa or VOA Hausa or whatever as the case may be. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So that they don't know the difference between a Nigerian flag and a Russian flag, I doubt it. There's more to that story than more to know. But for me, I just believe there's something going on. There could be something going on, or it could be some propaganda too by the APC too, like some people have said. That the APC just like they've said it that was it the Egbetokun has already said it before that we know that we have intelligence that the foreign mercenaries are going to join them, and maybe that is what they planted among them. Like you said, maybe they gave them those people. They are just APC thugs who doesn't know what is going on. They handed them that flag so that they could just go and prove what the suspicion has always been, that the people are faceless. We don't even know there are people that are sponsoring them. You see now, even the Russians among them. It could be too. Who knows? But you see, that's why I said, you see, when I come here and I argue some points here about Tinubu and his propaganda government that is running, they kind of confuse us. Some of us will argue about this fuel subsidy, this and that. There's a lot of murkiness around that. There's a lot of vagueness. It's so opaque that you cannot even understand what is going on. It shows so many things in secrecy. In a country that you would expect to be transparent, how much they've saved from the subsidy. We'll be seeing it from Minister of Finance. Or go there. I don't think there's anything like that, because I've scoured through many through many platforms. because I get daily news bulletin from my stockbrokers from Nigeria. I never even see any of them. It's always one reportage they give you here, or the presidency just releases this figure, or the ESA, what's his name? This Minister of Finance say this and that, etc. But you see, when you have a government,
National mind. What do you mean? What do you mean by money saved from fuel subsidy that you cannot see where they wrote it, where they put it down?
What? Yeah, Minister of Finance. Do you have the figure as to how much they've saved from the subsidy? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, but why would they have a figure of how much they save from fuel subsidy?
They should.
It's part of the country revenue, and then those money are shared. They are shared they are shared during FAC allocation. So it's
Fine.
not.
They shared it. Is it not something you need to prove to the people to show that, look, guys, we are saving. This is how much we've saved. This is
why they told you that your FAC allocation have gone up drastically since they removed subsidies.
Forget that FAC allocation of the crap you're talking about. I don't believe in all of that.
So how am I supposed to convince you then if you don't believe in it?
Well, when I said I don't believe in that, I don't believe in. I'm not saying they're not sharing FAC allocation. But the point is,
I'm not. No, it's not that they're not sharing. Has it gone up since they removed subsidy? Yes or no? That's the whole point.
Come on, you see, this is another propaganda you people are.
It's not. Can you just answer? Has it gone up? Yes or no?
Rational mind. You are running away from the question.
Has it gone up? Yes or no?
Can I just land, Thomas? I'm not going to answer your question yes or no. I don't go with that.
You are doing propaganda now. That is me. You are doing propaganda.
Okay, hold on. If I do propaganda, just let me talk. I beg you. Now, when I say I don't believe in it, is that I don't know how much is being saved from it. Just share it. So over time, you want to prove to Nigerians that Nigerians, this is what we've been able to achieve. This is how much we've saved. Of course, we've increased the FAC allocation that we give to these people. But this government, these governors, some of them are complaining that they are paying debts that was incurred by their predecessors. That's why they could not. They were handicapped from using that money to spend on their people. Either it's true or not, we don't even know the truth. That's what we're saying. When there's no transparency about in this many of those things, there's no transparency. Then again,
that's not mine. That's not mine.
Let me land this point. Let me land this point. You answer your question now. If I have 100,000 naira 2 years ago or 3 years ago, you cannot compare that 100,000. If I now have 1 million naira today, it's like that 100,000 I have about 2 years ago. Forget that it has increased in numbers, but what is the value of that money? That's the question.
Of course, but that's a different conversation.
No, it's different. That is where the propaganda I'm talking about goes. Because you were saying you increase it. Ordinarily, anybody will increase it. If they save subsidy, of course, it is given that you would increase the amount of money that you have in the treasury, because you're no longer paying those. I mean, that is if what we have to go by that logic. If truly they are really saving money from that first subsidy, then it means that if they are making, say, many years ago they're making 1 trillion, but because now they're saving that money now from that subsidy, we should expect that 4 million, or let's say out of that 4 million subsidy, I mean, at least they save half of it. Now it will now be 3 million with the 1 million they already 1 trillion they get. I mean, 3 trillion. But then the question now is this: that what is the value of that 3 trillion compared to that 1 trillion that they were saving a year ago, or they had in treasury? That's the point we're making here.
That's a different conversation.
No, it's not a different conversation. It's not a different conversation.
It is a different conversation.
It is still part of the conversation. Because
you ask where is the money they save from fuel subsidy, and I explained to you that it has led to the increase in FAC allocations that they share among themselves.
Right.
So
I also agree with you. I had you at that point, and I wanted to believe that logically that's how it should be. They should be saving money. It means that money that they'll be sharing the federal allocation, it should be also be increasing from what it used to be. I agreed. But the point is this again, that some of them will tell you they are paying. Look at the Kaduna State. All the allocation is going towards this El-Rufai crap that they did.
Because El-Rufai borrowed money.
I understand he borrowed money. But what is even the value of that money that they are giving them now? Because you're having 100,000 naira 2 years ago. It's like you're having 1 million naira today.
So they should stop giving them money, Abi. They should stop giving them money.
That's a different conversation, Rational. If you want to talk about
It's not a different
inflation,
conversation. It's not a different
it
conversation.
is.
It is the crap that Tinubu has caused in the system.
Okay, rational mind is a dollar. A dollar from 5 years ago, is it worth the same as a dollar today?
No, is
the question I'm asking. Just say yes or no.
I'm not going to answer that your question. I don't go by
Okay, then you don't want to talk seriously.
No, don't give me that crap about not to talk seriously. I just gave you now. I just give it to you now that 1 billion 1 year ago is like 10 billion today in Nigerian naira.
So why is that?
I don't know. Maybe it's Thomas.
I mean, why is it that 1 million 5 years ago is like a 10 million today? Why is that?
Thank you very much. It's because of the floating of the naira that this guy did. Also, the inflation that was caused by the removal of that subsidy. It just scattered the economy. That's why you people need to. You need somebody. Why you want to? I forgot how Yoruba people talk. So people, they said if you want to eat yam, you have to look at the yam. Should I eat this yam because of the oil, or should I eat the oil because of the yam? You have to weigh the pros and cons. What Tinubu has caused with this removal of this subsidy and the floating of that naira, we will never recover from it.
I think all
the indices right now does show that we do not have the means to pull ourselves from this crap, because they will keep borrowing. They put themselves into a quagmire of a continuous cycle of a never-ending cycle of borrowing to service their debts and also to meet up some other things, and it will become a spiral. They should have thought it through very well. That's my point.
So if it's going to be a spiral, how is it that the amount they're using to service debt, the percentage terms has reduced instead of, if it's going to spiral, it should be going the other way, not
God bless you, Akeem. That was what I was going to say. God bless you.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
I said you said it's going to continue and it's going to go spiral. It's going to go spiral. So which means it's going to get worse, right? So what I'm asking you now, if that is the case, why is it that since they came into power, the money that they are using to service debt in percentage terms has come down instead of going the other way?
Oh yeah, they're borrowing money. I didn't borrow money. I didn't see borrowing money.
Borrowing the money is not the issue. The percentage of your revenue. The percentage of your revenue. Hold on, Rational.
Okay, go on, please.
Rational, hold on. The percentage of your revenue that you are using to service debt, if it continues to grow above the point where you cannot.
Are you talking about interest?
Rational, please listen to him carefully, please.
Okay, let me listen. Okay.
So if we continue to grow above the point where you cannot manage it anymore, that is dangerous. But in the case of Nigeria, it has reduced significantly since they came into office.
What has reduced? That's my point. What has reduced?
Okay, so before, if we were earning 1,000 naira, we were using like 95 naira to service debt.
Okay.
So and that money continued to grow. But since they came into power, that 95 naira out of 100 has reduced down to like 65 naira out of 100. Do you understand now?
I get you. So, but then my question
it means that instead of us to be using 95 naira to service debt, instead out of 100 naira that we earn, leaving us with only 5 naira, we are now using 65 naira to service debt.
Okay.
Leaving us with 35 naira.
Okay. Let's just even assume, because I don't even know how factual that is.
What do you mean assume?
No, I will assume. I only assume because I don't know how true that is, because with this Tinubu,
these are published numbers, Rational mind. Let's not argue with it. Yes.
I'm yet to see it. I'm yet to see. Don't get me. Don't be annoyed with me. I'm just saying what I can't speak to what I don't know. I'm not too an economic survey like most of you here, or some of you here, or even though some of you are Agbado kind of. Let me just leave that. So my point is this.
Rational mind, can I quickly say something, right, please?
Let me learn now. You put a proposition to me. Okay, go on.
No, I just want to quickly say something so that it's going to help your analysis. Look, there are areas, in my opinion, where I think the government have not done well. That is in the area of managing this naira flotation. They've not been able to tame the drastic movement one way or the other, and I think the biggest jump in inflation that we have seen is as a result of this flotation of the currency. It's not really subsidy removal led to some level of inflation, but it didn't get as bad as it got now, as it is now, compared to when they floated the naira. And I think if they are able, even if they're not able to tame the, like, kind of bring it back to maybe 700, but what I think they should do is go to work with the local refineries, the Dangotes and the modular refineries, sell crude oil to them in naira, and then peg that naira to say 700 naira or 800 naira to the dollar, and just sell crude oil to this refinery at that rate. And I think that will reduce the price of petroleum products, and then it will also reduce the pressure on sourcing for foreign exchange to go and import refined petroleum products. And I think if
Akim, that's exactly what they're doing.
so, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if they can successfully do that for, say, sustainable period of a year, you will see a reverse in inflation in that country. But this idea that they are trying to use the interest rate, do this, give people 40. If you give the 40, give people 1 million bag of rice, those governors will just warehouse all the bag of rice. I don't know why Tinubu have not learned from previous lessons, man. Carry the whole rice in this world, bring it into Nigeria. As much as you bring in, they will build the biggest warehouse to steal all those rice and put it somewhere. They will sell them later. There's no need for those sharing of food that they are doing every time. It doesn't work since they started it. It's not going to work. They will just keep stealing all the food. There's no need.
Let me just say, sorry, I have to leave. I'm sorry. So sorry to break your thought on that. I think I heard what you're saying. But you see, the point is this: when we come here, we argue the point we argue. When we say this guy was not prepared for what he did, you will say, this one said it after all. This one said it. He said he was going to remove it immediately. We know. We had it said it. But the point I'm trying to make here is that you just make a point now. The way he was going about this, giving people food and whatever the crap they do, it is just, these people don't even know what they are doing. They just know that, we should remove subsidy. So when you remove subsidy, what comes next? Because you know it's going to backfire. But were they prepared for that backfire and what is going to be the consequence of that removal of subsidy? No. They just believe that Nigeria will suck it up. And look at where Nigeria find themselves today. Nigerians can hardly hit. But when we talk about it, and some people say, go sit down. Where are you in Nigeria? We saw people how they troop out. We've not seen images of people lamenting that they could not even feed their kids. Let's just leave that. That's by the side. So this is what we're talking about. When you have people who are clueless, who are heartless, who doesn't think about the people, ordinary man on the streets, because they believe they never got there even through the people. They believe they can always read themselves in. Either you put them or you don't put them in. So my point is this: I'll close it this way. You see, for me, you cannot be doing one thing and be doing something that is opposite of that thing. That would not even make that thing even work, or that will even make the thing even reach its eventual goal. Because you want to save money for Nigeria, right? But at the same time, you're impoverishing people, and the more you impoverish the people will lament. You will throw them corn, and this corn, mind you are buying this corn too. I don't know, you're going to conjure it out of thin air. And during that process, there'll be a lot of corruption around it too. It will not get to the end users. People are going. So it's going to be that's why I said you continue borrowing money. Okay, look at the money they borrowed sometime when it newly came in. He borrowed money from the World Bank to go and buy grain, or was it food they go and buy for Nigerians? So what are we talking about? How long are you going to be doing that when Nigerians cannot even feed? You have to always use that money that you say you are saving to always buy grain or buy whatever for Nigerians. So you see, I'll just close it like that. Tinubu doesn't know what he's doing. Apparently, he doesn't know what he's doing.
Hey, Rashman, quick question if you don't mind. What do you think about the last 1 or 2 months of Buhari's administration when they had this Naira redesign? That time period compared to now, which one was worse for Nigerians?
Nigerians are still buying currency now. Are you not aware of that? Nigerians are still buying currency. Nigerians.
Well, when did you buy currency in Nigeria, Rationama? When? Recently.
Come on. You have to go.
I'm asking now, when did you buy?
Have you heard about the POS people?
Yeah, POS was there before that.
So are you saying Rationama is better? It was better under Buhari when people did not have money, their own money to spend.
I don't
being able to buy food.
Okay, I don't know why this question, but I would answer this question this way. because I know where. If I want to assume this is where you're going with this question. You want to promote your Tinubu as, oh, he has lightened the whole thing. No, that it has never been, or even under Buhari, Nigerians were not buying currency like this, or they never had that problem like they had it towards that time of the election. Buhari did it for a purpose. He said it himself. If you listen to what he said, we don't want these people to use this election and use it and go and bring out money and go and
right. But you and if I can remember, you supported that initiative, right? You supported it, right?
Supported it. Yeah. He supported it.
Okay.
Why supported it? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, you. I'm saying you supported it.
Come on, let me see. This is what we're doing again. I don't want to go into those things that were of those time whereby we had to argue here, fight ourselves about it.
We're not okay. Let me line my point. My point I'm trying to make here is that look, I'm not a blind Tinubu supporter or any government supporter. The point I'm trying to make here is that the things are hard, but Nigerians still have access to their own money. But during Buhari's time that you supported, people had money in the bank they didn't have access to.
Hold on. For how long? This thing we're talking about, this whole naira scarcity, for how long was that? How long was it?
How many people died?
Of course, we know people died. I'm so sorry. We are so sad that people died. But my point is this: that of course we knew. Okay, let me know. I don't want to argue this point with you because I know you would like to do this. What about every time? The point is this: it was not always all like this under Buhari's time. It was just about 6 months toward the election, or how many period of it? Was it 3 months period towards the election? That was when we saw this scarcity of naira. But that's just by the way. Let's not even go there. We're talking about economic policy that is anti-people, that has immersed Nigerians into misery. And then Nigerians are what the French people call les miserables, people that are miserable, and the Nigerians are the most miserable people on earth today.
Rational mind. Do you know how much Buhari borrowed to sustain dollar at 400 at official rate and to sustain subsidy?
The same way Buhari was blaming Jonathan. The same thing.
No, I just asked you a question. You can say a yes or a no.
I don't like a certain question that you people bring up.
Because you're not acknowledging he borrowed. He not only borrowed, we also started owing that we couldn't even service our backlogs. Did you want us to go bankrupt because you wanted to pay subsidy?
Okay, what does that want us to go bankrupt? And you're using 21 billion just to build a house for somebody.
Okay. If building a house, 21. Let me answer your question. Let me answer your question directly. Head on. If building someone a house for 21 billion reduces my revenue to debt ratio from 96% of using my revenue to pay debt to 64%, I better build more of those houses.
Okay,
because you guys focus, you focus on the tiny stuff. You don't focus on the big picture.
21 billion naira is not a tiny thing. 100 billion.
It's tiny. How much is that in dollars?
100. Hold on. You want me to start giving you the money that this
So should we continue on the path of 96% of our revenue to service debt?
Hear me out. We should not. But hear me out. If you're talking about austerity measure or you're trying to bring it, whatever.
I'm not talking about austerity measure. I don't really believe in austerity measure.
I'm not. That's my own word. I don't use the word. I know they did not use the word. Tinubu government did not use the word. But I'm saying if you want to bring about some kind of austerity or frugal, like what you used a while ago, frugal kind of way, you should cut your expenses. We do not have the office of the first lady, but yet you are spending.
Cutting your expenses is meaningless. It's cosmetic.
Can you just allow me talk? Can you allow me talk, please? I beg you, please. I know you have something, but let me just say this: you will not spend more than $1 billion on your wife's office or whatever crap you call it. We don't have it in the constitution. You will not be spending 21 billion naira building a good house. You will not be spending billions of naira in building a Godon barrack that you never even going to sleep there for one day. You will not be putting 100 billion naira for Hajj. You want me to start going about all the money, crap money that has been given out to people, turning out to people? Why would there not be super inflation in that country? When you start, we're not even hearing about millions anymore. It's billions of naira that's been given out, dot out.
Rational mind. I am sure you have over $1 billion naira. So why are you talking like it's a big deal?
Don't put this like. Don't put me.
I'm not putting you anything. It's not $1 billion naira is nothing.
Yeah. So what's the use of 1 billion naira? If that 1 billion naira is equivalent to like having about 100 million naira about 5 years ago. What's the point of me having $1 billion in my account?
The point is you are focusing on small ball, not the big picture.
I think rational mind knows what you're talking about. We just want to criticize for criticizing's sake.
I will criticize because it is not helping anybody.
You focus on a very minor thing. I mean, look at the big.
Minor.
Look at the bigger picture.
You lead by example. That's what I'm saying. You lead by example.
Being frugal. Look, government is still going to spend money, whether on a capital project or on a salary or any other thing. They're still going to spend money, right? But when you have a limited resources of income, then you have to find a way. And what government is trying to do is, look, you rather the subsidy that they are paying, that 80% of it is going to the pocket of individuals in the name of subsidizing the petroleum. They rather scrap it, perhaps build it from the scratch if possible. And the government said, look, enough of all this, let it play out by itself instead of going into the individual's pocket. And yet you guys said you should bring it back. How is that possible? How can that be? How can that be rational?
I don't know what to tell you anymore. Because for me, I just believe that's just my view. I just believe that you lead by example. When Argentina had problems, we know what they did. Even when Greece, they almost defaulted, and even Italy also defaulted. They almost defaulted. We know what they did. They cut down on many things.
Argentina still has inflation of 200 and something percent. So what are we talking about?
But they're not at the level of where they were before their president.
But they're still at over 200%.
But they still brought it down, right? They still brought it down. It's a process. It's a process.
But we started our own process.
Our process is not working. They don't understand it.
I watched a documentary on YouTube today, sponsored by Financial Times. And they interviewed the players in the oil sector. Actually, Obasanjo himself was also interviewed. And in that interview, they explained the root cause of what we now have in Nigeria, about how connected we are to the petroleum. Now, what Akim just explained just now is actually the solution the federal government is trying to do. When you sell crude to the indigenous refinery in your country in Naira, and definitely it's going to reduce the cost of the final produce. And that product, when released to the market, is going to be reduced, it's going to be sold cheaper, right? And the way we tie petrol to everything, every cost in our country, it's going to affect it in a positive way. So now, even in that documentary, Obasanjo just said that during his tenure that they invited foreign oil companies to build a refinery or to take over the moribund one. And they all rejected it and said no, they don't want to, because number one, those refineries are obsolete and they don't want to be entangled in political issues that they have in Nigeria. So they decided not to. But when they relinquished power to Yar'Adua, I think Port Harcourt refinery was sold to Dangote. And what do you call it? You got the sales and cancel it, right? And see, all these things are the things that affect if we have a functioning refinery. How could one of the largest producing, oil producing country in the world not have a single functional refinery? So we will continue to import. There's no reason to import, rational mind. There's no point. But the fact that you can have an indigenous company that can have a refinery in Nigeria, and if possible, the dead ones are able to be revived. Look, I think it's a matter of, like Larry said the other time, it's about a long-term goal. Because buying grain to be planted or for local domestic use is just the pushing effect of it. I mean, by the grace of God, by the time Dangote started, releasing petrol to the market, Nigeria will feel the impact one way or the other. And I'm glad that it's going to be sold in naira, not in dollar, because if they are pegged with the dollar,
we only fixate ourselves. We're fixated on Dangote. What happened to Abba? What's his name? That guy, the NNPC guy. He talked about
But for now, Dangote is the only one that is viable.
So what happened to the $6 billion that they spent already on revamping that moribund refinery in Port Harcourt and in Warri?
Well, according to Malachiari, he said that by December that Port Harcourt refineries will produce.
December, it's always every December. Every December it will become more.
But that is not putting all the eggs in one basket.
Hold on. Johnny, that's what we're saying. When somebody does not have a clue of what he's doing, you have somebody in the person of this Abba Kyari, what it was the Kyari in what's his name? Have you seen that video of when Buhari was there? When he said that, we guarantee you before Baba finish, we'll have what's his name? That was about almost 8 years ago. And to this very day, Tinubu came again.
But I just told you that those refineries are obsolete. They are old. They are old.
Why can't Tinubu fire that guy off for his gross incompetence? Fire the idiot.
Well, listen. Whether you fire him, NLPC has been embroiled in controversy way before Mele Kyari was even appointed. If you don't know, NLPC is like a cult, and federal government would dare touch. Look, we've had a GMD in NLPC that started his own money in his own house in the village before. That's to tell you how rotten that the agency is. But the point is this: look, this like federal government is not trying to put all their eggs in one basket, and what they are trying to do is to empower the local producing company like Dangote. Look, if Dangote can come into play, others can join in the market as well. What I'm even glad for is the fact that federal government issued a directive that the crude sold in Naira. To me, that is the miracle of it all. Because look, I don't know, maybe Blatter can shed more light on that. If Dangote himself will be able to, if that transaction will be more profitable for them, because I expect them to at least for now every of their transaction will be done in dollars, all right, in the international rate. But the fact that it's going to be sold in Naira is a plus. Maybe Blatter can shed more light to it. So don't let us
there's not even, hold on, man. Don't. There's not even plus to that. You say any product that is sold internally must be sold in the nation's currency. You can't sell a product in internal within the country in dollar. What are you trying to say?
It has to be sold in Naira.
What's the big deal?
Not crude.
That's the normal practice. A product that you produce and you are selling it within your country, it must be sold.
You said it, but the correction is typical. I mean, not crude, because of the way we handle our crude. It's not just NNPC. You have NNPC and IOC involvement, and
not commodities generally. Commodities commodities are priced in international.
So it's internationally priced. But it's a good thing because it's going to be a fixed rate for 6 months. So essentially, we're subsidizing currency for Dangote. So it's going to be fixed rate, and then we don't use our dollars. We don't have to source for dollars to buy our own crude and then refine. So I think it's going to be a good deal. But the only problem is, does NNPC have crude to give Dangote to sell? That's the biggest question mark, in my opinion.
But with this presidency directive, I think they'll be able to sort that one way or the other.
NNPC or Wulo, I don't know. Well,
but I think what we discussed some days ago was the one they would use locally. That OPEC has, I think Baba was trying to explain that to us some days ago. That is, there's a local allocation, which is different from the one they sell.
400,000 barrels. We normally use that for crude swap.
Okay, so 400 barrels every day locally allocated for our own use.
Rational mind, give me 1 minute. When you are not speaking, please mute yourself. There are many underground noise coming on. Please, if you want to speak, or mute yourself. When you are not speaking, mute yourself, please. Thank you. Rational mind, go on.
So Baba was trying to explain to us already that we have local allocation they give to us, which is we can't sell it out, but it's within our own Nigeria we can use it. So if Dangote can be giving like 250,000 or let's say 300,000 of that crude oil, and the remaining local refineries they give them. Now the question is, in what rate? I mean, in what currency are they selling it to them? Is it in naira? Those crude that they're selling to them, are they expecting Dangote that does not even have?
It's going to be in naira.
So if it's in naira, then there should not be any problem. We should be able to
it should help. And I was just thinking about this. If the geopolitics will allow, why can't we even start selling petrol to other West African countries in naira? It will make our naira strong. But do we need a strong naira? Maybe we don't need a strong naira.
I don't think we need a strong naira now.
I don't think we need a strong naira.
Especially with our neighbors.
Even the one that they are diverting from the port to those other countries, West African countries you mentioned, they are being sold in dollars, not in naira.
If we sell in naira to neighbor now, if naira is strong, then it's an incentive for our people to go to buy their
to start importing again.
To start importing from Cotonou, because small money, they'll say this thing is cheaper in Cotonou.
I think what the federal government is trying to do is to find a way to gradually perhaps eradicate importation of final products. I mean, I'm talking about petrol now.
Can I keep you something?
There's no point.
I'm sorry,
okay, go ahead.
I'm going off a little. I just saw something now and it's really troubling to me. We might not have a country in a few years to come if care is not taken. I saw that in this protest. So anybody that support the protest, I did support it, but I'm regretting that. Do you know that they went to the National Library in Kano and vandalized the whole thing, took the chairs, took everything that is there? That is very incompatible to South. You understand what I'm saying? I can't imagine, even with NSAS and everything in Lagos, the youth going to the National Library and taking the seats, the chairs, the table, everything, books, and maybe scatter the books, burn them. And I don't think we should continue like this.
Patrick, why are you saying just National Library? What about the printing press, the oldest printing press in the north?
No, that they used to print. That's their own stress.
But also the geopolitics introduced. I don't know who gave them the Russian flag, but that's just
in the
something.
North, they are that in the north, right?
In Kano, they gave them Russian flag. They've been flying Russian flag since yesterday.
That would be from Niger now.
So that's.
I mean, there might be some Nigerians there.
Patrick, sorry, Kulata. Let me play a little clip to what Patrick just said there. I want you to listen very carefully to what this man is saying. That's that Kano Space Library.
Yeah, thank you very much. I am happy you directed this question at me. And first, let me tell you that where the president in his address categorically requested protesters to return home and embrace dialogue and come and dialogue with him or with the government, I think I would like to appeal also to the protesters to heed to that statement. The president is the father of the nation, and he had said, look, where I have heard you, you've made your point. The issues that you have raised, I understand them. And I feel them, and I want us to sit down and talk about how we can go about them. All the other aspects that you're talking about, him cutting the cost of governance and everything, should be the subjects for negotiation, for dialogue. Even in conventional war, at the end of the day, the opposing sides must sit around a table and discuss. The end of every conflict is dialogue. There is no conflict that ends perpetually on the streets or on the battlefield. So we hope and pray that going forward, this address should signpost an end to the protest and the beginning of the dialogue process that would see to, addressing some of the core demands more directly. So that is that. But on your other question, I think there are political hawks, there are political opportunists that are trying to cash in on this seeming discontent, as exemplified by the protest, to say, look, we want to gain some political currency out of it. And so when some young people are instigated to say Bamayi is tied to, wherever you hear Bamayi, is tied to the treasonable call for military rule, which to my understanding is politicians trying to cash in on something that they see as an opportunity. Because most of our political elites, unfortunately, are opportunists. They just look for an opening and then they come in and begin to do this. And then there are also, the economic aspect. The ones the president called rent seekers, those ones that have been benefiting from some of the extreme leakages within the economy. They may also have to mobilize young people to do some of those things. But let me tell you, if you want my honest opinion, as a Nigerian and as a northerner, what played out was not a perception of Asiwaju by the North. What played out is a clear indication of the abdication of the responsibilities that we, northern elites, I say it with all sense of responsibility, we have abdicated our role and responsibilities to empower our young people. We've allowed a large army of uneducated, out-of-school children walking about in the streets without homes, without families, without imbibing any values. They don't even know, and they don't understand what is family, they don't understand what is societal values, they don't understand what is societal norms, and they are roaming the streets. And we could see them, 5 to 10, coming out to protest. And imagine, when they broke into Kano, the National Library in Kano, they took away everything except books. Not one book was taken.
So there it is right there. They stole everything apart from the books.
It's a very dangerous thing. How do we grow?
Let me tell you, Patrick. Well, if we are not just even all these things that we are doing on the platform, we are just playing politics with Nigerian future.
Yes.
Believe me. All these things that Ajali Coco, rational mind, and they are not just being fair. To me, there is no quick fix to the problem of Nigeria. If you want to agree with me, there is no quick fix to it. The rot, look at what this man just said now. Is it today? They have been watching this looming volcano. They have been watching it, and the thing is started to erupt now. All these children that he's talking about, just like, we have talked about these things several days now. These are the children that doesn't have family. They don't even know their parents. They have never enjoyed any love in their life. They don't understand anything, no societal value, nothing. They are just roaming the streets. And somebody will come and be telling us that is one government that just came 1 year ago that caused this problem. We don't see that one as a problem. We are talking about you can see, I'm very sorry to say this. For 2 or 3 or 4 days now, since this protest started, I've never seen Babajale Kuku mention insecurity as part of the problem. The only thing he just started hammering is subsidy, subsidy, subsidy. And he was the one that used to say that one of the major problems in that country is insecurity. He has left it. He's not even saying anything about it again. He's just talking about subsidy, subsidy,
What is
subsidy.
salty
As if
soup me
subsidy.
now? What is salty soup?
But why is it? Why? It's not about that. It shows the way we have been playing hypocrisy. I'm very sorry to say. You understand? Now, even when we are talking about this subsidy, I hope Kulata is still on the platform. Because one thing I don't understand, the question people used to ask, what the money that we save from subsidy, I don't know whether there is one money that we are keeping somewhere that we say, okay, this money is for subsidy, and since we are not paying it again, the money will be there. I don't understand, because that's my own understanding is like something that you don't have money for. It's like you don't have something, you are borrowing money to do certain thing. Then you say, okay, you are not borrowing the money again, you are not doing this thing again, so you don't want to borrow for it. And then somebody is asking you, okay, what have you saved from that? So the money that you don't have, how can you save it?
Simba, all the allocation that been increased, state have been
I'm not
collecting.
even.
So
It might
where's
not
the
even.
money
Let me
coming
tell
from?
you, it's not even the subsidy that increased the allocation. You understand? There's increase in revenue generation to some extent, and then the floating of the naira. If you earn $1 before, which was 400 naira or 500 naira during Buhari regime, it now becomes 1,500 naira or whatever this thing that they are using now. That one can be accounted for the seemingly increased allocation. But what I'm saying is, if you are seeing subsidy and the people will be asking for what have you saved from the subsidy, is what I don't understand. That is it really money that we kept somewhere that's okay, this is money that we have set aside for subsidy. Now that we are not paying it again, we are now using the money for certain things. That's what I don't understand. That's my own. I
No,
might be making mistake.
Simba, you don't listen. What is saying? How much are we saving on that subsidy that we can give account for? This is how much we are now saving on what we used to pay on subsidy, which has been directed to the development of this and
No,
development of that.
I think no,
That's what
Baba.
he's saying.
You don't understand what Simba is saying. Let me explain. You see, before we were spending money on subsidy. That money we were spending on subsidy were the borrowings and the interest on the borrowings that we took because of subsidy. Now we are not paying subsidy again. That means we are not borrowing any money and we are not paying interest on borrowing. So what we have saved is what we
It's
have
not the
saved
debt. We have
what we
it
have
will just
saved is
reduce.
we
Yes,
have reduced we have reduced the rate of we have cut off the
borrowing.
money we would have owed that we didn't owe.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
we have
So
cut
it's
off
not
the
as if
money
there will
that
be one
we
cash
owed and
somewhere
we
that
didn't
is
owe.
that.
But we
That's the
said
only
it
thing we
before
can
now
say.
that it's not as if money is coming. I remember Kulata, and one time me and Kulata and some of us were doing some economic analysis. We say, look, it's not as if this cutting off subsidy is going to make us save money. It's just that we are no longer we have saved the interest that we would have paid that we didn't pay. That's the point. And would have still borrowed money to pay the interest. And you understand? So
Well,
I think that's the
but
logic.
okay, if obviously the Tinubu administration, they have more money to give to the states, and it sounds like from what you're saying, we must have been using some of the IGR to pay part of the fuel subsidy because they have extra money. The money just didn't come from sky or from the sky. So apart from maybe born externally or internally, generated revenue also seems to be used
Okay, you
for
are saying they would
subsidizing
have
fuel.
used part of the IGR
Yeah,
to pay subsidy.
yeah, it's part of the combination
No,
of the
no, you see,
portfolio for
the
subsidy.
challenge is this. The challenge is this. We have IGR now. the cost of spending has increased generally. Even the cost of providing social services by government has also increased. You understand what I'm saying? So if you now say, let me use that money to pay subsidy, then you still have an opening that you have to now borrow to fill. Because, for example, the government is going to buy, if, for example, I'm a governor in maybe in Ogun State or Lagos State, and I'm providing healthcare services, I'm going to buy syringes at an exchange rate of 1,600. Now, I was buying at maybe $600, $600 to $1 before. I'm going to buy an MRI film or maybe disc for, you understand what I'm saying? So the cost of providing social services has also increased because of dollar, because of consumer price index, because of other costs has increased in the system. So most of the time I want to cut the governor some slack because look, the cost at which they are providing those services have also increased. Even when they want to construct road now, the cost of constructing a 1 kilometer road has increased. So that's the point. So it's like you can't. The first law of
So
Ho, if you
are you
remember,
saying the increase in IGR is artificial? Is that what you're saying?
the increase in IGR is taken up by the consumer price index. So it's just like salary increase. If they
Okay,
increase,
Patrick, I
they
want
do
to Patrick, sorry, I want you to take this question along. Now, I want you to take the allocation they have been collecting before this increment. What have they done with that allocation for a long time? Even before the increment.
Remy, just hold on. Let me tell you this. If you are talking about the allocation, yes, the allocation has not even doubled, is that it has tripled. You understand? But the people that are bringing the argument of, okay, what is the value? They also have a point. But my own problem is this. Me, I'm not an advocate. I'm not a socialist. I'm not an advocate of you have to be subsidizing everything that we are using in this country. It has not been working and can never work for us. You understand? But if your allocation has tripled, maybe before you are paying 30,000 as minimum wage to the workers, and your allocation has tripled now, there's nothing that stops you. We are not saying you should go and buy food in the market. Your money has increased in terms of quantity. I'm not talking about value. Increase the quantity also to your workers. It doesn't cost you more.
But the increase, listen to Patoki, but the increase is negated by the foreign exchange of the weak naira.
We're not talking about let them even match it. Let them, so at least you are moving from, you are in a point A. So if the foreign exchange has tripled or doubled, if you double what the salary of the people also, at least they'll be able to cope to some extent. But you can't remain there. Your allocation has increased in quantity. Increase the quantity of money that the worker are also earning.
Okay,
you can't say you don't have the money.
It shows our exposure to importation or reliance on foreign goods. Yeah, even I mean, it's not based on Petoski's analysis. It sounds like almost 100% of our consumables are from foreign, from trade, from imports. I mean, it shows that we have nothing that we produce locally. Oh no, there's nothing we produce locally.
Okay, somebody is calling me.
Yeah, it's Adewale. Those governors would rather pay the arrears than to increase the salary of the workers. You know, some of them are owing pensioners that are owing salaries for months. So they would rather spend those extra money, you know, on IGR, on arrears of workers.
But for how long are they going to be paying arrears? Are they going to be paying arrears forever? They can't be doing that one forever now.
Simba, look at this scenario. When they increase allocation to them, I'm not talking about Tinubu regime. Even when they have more money, some of these states are still paying 12,000 as minimum wage. Some of them are paying 18,000 as minimum wage, and they are not up to date. Now they have more money in their pocket. They are not even thinking about raising their own, about minimum wage. They don't care. And now they have increased to 70,000 now. Some of them, before this 70,000 minimum wage, some of them have been paying their state workers. They call it reward.
Remy, according to Patoski, they don't really, in terms of real increase, they don't have it, according to Patoski, because of the weak naira and the cost of things in the market.
No, Prince Zaddy, that is not the argument of Patoski. Patoski is talking about if they want to carry out capital project.
Yes,
We are
because
talking about paying salary.
No,
You
he talks
understand?
about
You see,
buying
it doesn't
consumables like disposable for
even
example, that he
consumables.
gives about the healthcare, buying syringes
Whatever.
and
That
bandages and all
one,
those
when
things.
you as a governor, you have all those, you have budget for all those things. You have the
I just
current
want to
expenditure.
put
Simba,
it
what
to your notice.
I
I'll give
think
an example of your state.
So
no,
are you now telling me that they want to fix that one rather than improving
no,
the lot of their workers?
Simba, I
Eh?
think Prince Daddy got what I was saying. I'm saying the cost of
Mm,
providing social service has increased. You
mm,
understand? So the point
mm,
is that part of the social services that government, for example, governors present is maybe they have healthcare services, they have contractors, right? And they pay
mm,
them. Now the cost of paying those contractors has increased.
mm,
Your civil servants are also your contractors. They
mm.
have contract of employment, so their prices are supposed to have increased.
That's what I'm saying.
So
That's the
the
same thing
argument is
I'm
that you
saying.
should also increase it.
The
They are
salary,
not locked up.
exactly.
They should review their contract. If I'm a contractor with government, if there is inflation and there's price change and everything, I'll go and tell the government, I want to review my contract with you. If you say no, I'll withdraw. I will abandon the
Patrick,
contract.
Patrick,
But
I
the
want to
civil
ask a
servant's
question.
contract should be
No,
reviewed.
but Patrick, listen. When these contractors are awarding contracts, when they are kind of giving estimate to this to the government, or they always factor inflation and all this cost into it anyway. It's just that sometimes they will have to go back and say, look,
They have opportunity for contract
So
review.
Patrick, my
They have
question
opportunity
to
for
you,
contract review.
Patrick, my question to you is this: apart from the allocation they are getting for the federal government, every state is supposed to generate internal revenue by themselves. You are not supposed to rely solely on the federal government. What are they using the internal generated revenue? What are they using it for?
I don't think that is what I think we are not, nobody is arguing here. I think everybody was speaking in the same direction.
I know. I just want to get something clarified.
The conversation is not to that area. The conversation is to how the effect of those federal government policies in terms of removal of subsidies and
God bless you.
I understand very well.
Yeah,
I understand
so
what
it's not as to
No, let us even excuse me. You guys, let us even look at the subsidy removal itself. At least the subsidy has been removed for the past, let's say, over a year ago. You understand? And if you see the price of the petrol, yes, I think recently there's a marginal increase maybe by 100 naira or 150 naira, because now some people are selling for 850, 800. But let's look at it. We move from, let's say, 190 to 600 by June last year. From June last year till now, we move by maybe 100 naira. Now, we cannot, nobody can tell me now that we are not paying, we are still paying subsidy. You understand what I'm saying? So if we're even saying that, okay, the subsidy regime should even come now, the people that are championing the subsidy regime to come, they should come and tell us what will be the acceptable price or affordable price of petrol that they think will do the magic that will now bring down this inflation that they are talking about, that is the subsidy that is responsible for food scarcity, or the problem.
Look, for me,
That is
even
that.
That is
No,
even
let me even finish, Akim. That they attach all the problem that we have in Nigeria now. That okay, it's subsidy that cost it. You understand? Inflation, hunger, out of school children, and all the problem we have in Nigeria is because of the subsidy.
I think the problem for me, what the government, I don't look
Akim, let us, let us tackle this issue, because if we don't tackle this issue of people will still, they will still repeat it tomorrow and next tomorrow and in the months to come.
I think Simba, you should give a base, maybe because they are asking for 100 naira, 100 naira. Go back to 100 naira.
Look,
So I want to know that magic price that Nigerian can afford.
Boys,
hold on, Remy. Did you just say rebate? So what did you say right now?
I mean, the organizers of the protest, there are people are asking that subsidy should come back and they should sell petrol at 150.
Remy, relieve the organizer. The people that are championing it here on our platform. The organizers are not here. They are not discussing with us. Remy.
I can hear the last part what Remy said. What do you say, Remy?
I'm trying to say that
they should return the price to 100 naira per liter.
We should look at it from that angle, from 150 naira to what it is today, and then find an acceptable price to the answer that Simba is trying to ask. We have 150 naira that they are craving for Nigeria, so that everything will be kumbaya again. And then they are saying
Remy, I say something.
I think right now, if you are able to, our currency needs to be redebased, or how do you put it? It needs to be,
our currency or our GDP.
No, the naira is artificial. It's the bane of our problem. It's the weakness of the naira with our poor, manufacturing sector is the problem for us.
Prince Daddy. Let me. I know the reason why. Yes, you are audible. Akim can hear you. I know the reason why I'm asking this question. Let me give you, for example. If I'm producing tomato, I'm a farmer, because we are talking about food now, because the only problem Nigerians have now is food. We don't have any other problem again. And once the problem of food is solved, Nigerians will be the best country in the world. You understand? We have forgotten about every other problem. The only problem that we have now is food. So we have to solve the problem.
We know that, and we agree. We talk about it all the time. So what the heck is Tinubu building an highway from Lagos to Calabar?
Prince Daddy, leave me alone. Let me finish what I'm saying. No, I've not finished. I've not finished of what I'm saying, Akim. Now, if
everybody hold on, everybody hold on. No, Simba. I'm not doing all data, please. One voice at a time. When I say hold on, I know hold on. Simba, go first. Akim, go second. Prince Daddy, respond. Yeah, let's do that.
Prince Daddy, sorry. And now,
Prince Daddy,
okay, Simba.
Okay, what I'm saying now, if I want, how much, let me say, we are talking about subsidy. Now, if I want to produce tomato as a farmer, you understand, of how much is the input of petrol to the cost of me producing my tomato? I'm giving you an analogy because I told you people about 2 or 3 days ago, I bought tomato seed. It's not up to, Patrick, that small spoon that they used to feed children. That small one, not the one that adults used to use, like teaspoon. It's not up to, it cannot fully fill that spoon for 9,000 naira. Believe me, they even put it in the sachet. 9K. That one, I don't think it cannot even cover, if you plant it, it cannot cover half a plot. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, if I plant it, I will pay the people that will till the land, the people that will owe it, I will buy chemicals. That one, there's nothing that include fuel in everything that I've mentioned. The only time and the only time fuel will come is by the time I'm harvesting and transporting it to the final consumer. Do you understand what I'm saying? So, sometimes we can paint a scenario.
Enter to that market to buy that seedlings. Calculate their stuff. I can stand the ridiculous to you, but that's how some people calculate their expensive.
Probably, maybe I take an Okada to the shop. Maybe I pay, let's say, 500 naira for my transportation.
And you might lose half of this.
What is the ratio? What is the Well, hey, what is the ratio of that 500 naira to 9,000 naira for the cost of the seed? What will be the ratio of that 500 naira to the cost of the chemicals? That because if I don't spray it, the disease will the
rodent might eat it. Insect
will,
might eat it.
exactly. And you understand? So what I'm trying to paint is this.
So, Simba, how much do they sell a basket of tomato now?
I don't. I mean, I'm not. I can't. I don't know the price. I can only ask my wife because she bought maybe 2 or 3 days before the protest.
But
So I asked
that
her.
answer can be skeptical. Different states have their different prices. Lagos state prices is different from Oyo state.
But
Yeah.
so what I'm saying is this. Then I heard some people talking about say government should fix price because then if farmer produces more, the price will come down. So if you say if farmer produces more, the price will come down. I agree with you. But as it is now, even farmers are not encouraged to produce more. Because if the scenario that we are painting as if because if our scenario that we are painting that is because there is scarcity, that's why the farmer inflated their prices. Then the farmer should be smiling to banks now. Most of the farmer in Nigeria now they should be millionaire. But the reverse is the case. They are not millionaire. They are even struggling to even break through even with what they are producing. I'm telling you, I'm on ground and I'm a practitioner. All these things that we say here, they are just things that we don't even understand. So for us to now say, it's a subsidy that is removed, that's why the price of things just went up like that. Even in the country where they didn't even remove, we might say, okay, our own is worse than the other country. But there's no place in the world now that there is no food inflation.
So, Simba, you finished? Can I
So
comment?
what I'm saying is that the so-called fuel subsidy removal did not contribute significantly. Let me tell you, let them bring the price of petrol down to 200 naira today. The price of food in Nigeria will not change. The only way I think government can come in, maybe if they can subsidize the input, agricultural input, one, or if they can create because you cannot even say you want to control the price of something that you are not producing. You are not the one buying it. You are not the one producing it. Then that can so you come and tell me if I produce my tomato now, how much I will sell it. Am I not a businessman?
Yeah. Let's
So
say
if
from
they
my let's say from Akim. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Simba. Akim.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, Thomas. Look, I think Simba, he was making some very good
Before you go,
points.
Simba, that's your chicken that is crying at the back of your house. Keep it till December. I'm coming in
okay,
December. We eat it
no
together.
problem. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah.
That's that if Hawk never carry out before that time.
Yeah, go on, Akim.
Yeah, yeah, Simba, he was making some point, right? Some good point. But look, the the removal of subsidy in its own is not the biggest problem, and this is why I don't understand the protest. That protest, what they say, bring back subsidies. Even if they bring back that subsidies and bring petrol to 300, 400, it still won't solve a lot of the problem. Okay, the problem, the biggest increase, the biggest uh, 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 factor that led to the highest increase in inflation was the naira devaluation. When the naira losses, you remember around January, February this year, when at the time price of cement went to 13,000 naira for bag of cement. The subsidy was already out since last year. Okay, but that happened this year, and that was the biggest decline in naira. That was the one where we had the biggest decline in the value of naira, and that was what led to huge inflation in all across the country. Even they are still struggling to bring that price down till now. I think cement have gone down to about 7,800 last time I bought some. Okay, in some areas 7,500. Some people still buy 8,000. So I think what the government should do is to look for a way, even if they cannot really put control the way the naira is going up and down. Take that that risk away from those our refineries, local refineries. Just sell crude to them. Say, okay, I'm Dangote, you, all of you. We are going to supply you 600 or 700,000 barrels a day at the rate of say 700 naira to $1 at that rate. We peg it at that rate for a sustainable period of time. So when they know that, okay, they are going to be buying crude from Nigeria at 700 naira to $1, so that will significantly reduce the pump price. It's going to reduce some level of inflation. But then it's now those ones that are importing food and this and that. Those are the ones that they will need to sort out. But the government can either do one thing and say, look, if you are importing food, that's your issue. We want to encourage local production of food. And this idea that people keep crying about bag of rice, bag of rice, bag of rice. I don't know when we start to become countries that buy bag of rice. When did we start living our life with rice every day? Everybody, the first thing everybody will tell you is rice. The first thing everybody will tell you, this is food that people used to eat only on Sundays or Christmas Day or Easter Day. That is when
Hakim,
people used to.
laziness is part of the laziness. You know, it's one of the easiest food to cook. It shows laziness on our part. You
Yeah, but
understand?
that demand has created a level of pressure in the market whereby the
You,
need for
Hakim, the only food that you see people talking about is Indomie and rice. Indomie, rice. Because that's the only thing they cook in their
yeah,
house
but the
now.
thing so
It,
because
but you discover that most Nigerians did not even know how to prepare eba. They don't even know how to prepare amala. They don't even know how to. They can't even pound the yam again.
yeah, so
You
but
understand? They can't pound the yam
that is
again.
very hard. That is very that is so because everything I hear is rice, right? Like when did this culture of rice? When did it start? Like when? Because I remember back then it's nagari eba. That's it, you know. You cook soup, okra soup and stuff like that. Like things you can things a lot of the food that we were eating when we were growing up, Simba, I can guarantee you that we could go for 1 month and don't taste any food imported into that country.
Up till now, if people don't dash me, I can't say I'm hungry. Then the next thing I'll be thinking is rice. Up till this present moment.
Yeah,
Even
I say we could go one. We were going. I can remember back then. We can go 1 month and don't even eat any food outside of Nigeria because it will be gari, it will be padeyam, it will be amala, it will be egusi soup, it will
there are so
be
many things you can
soup.
use. You can use maize to do. There are so
Yeah,
maize
it
things you
can be
can use
it can be
beans to
akamu, it can
do.
be akara, it can be agidi, it can be mai. You know, like different like today all I just hear is rice. I'm like, when did this sickness of rice, when did this start again? When did this start? It's crazy, man. And the government is not even happy. They send it 20 truck of rice to different states.
Instead of sending beans
I see that one as a waste of money. Hey, tell me,
it's completely waste of money.
which food can you share to alleviate hunger in Nigeria? If you go and bring all the how much? I don't know the quantity that you want to say you want to. Exactly. It's
It's
just
a
a
waste
waste
of
of
it's
money.
a complete waste of money. They should not be doing it. Government should stop. They should stop that practice. It doesn't make sense, man. Stop
It
it.
doesn't even get anywhere.
No, because if you go now, all those governors they warehouse all this food. They will warehouse. Some of them will just warehouse it.
Even let me tell you, even if they don't Akim, if they don't even warehouse it, let them even distribute it. Even if you give a family one bag of rice, how long are they going? Are you going to be giving them every month? Are you going to be
No, I'm
giving
just
them
saying,
every three months?
even if they were to say, okay, we benefit once, but is they still will not benefit. Even
If you give
Simba,
a family one
Would that
bag
one
of
solve
rice,
the hunger?
I'm going to tell you
Then they'll be
something
eating
now.
rice,
give a family
only
one bag
rice
of
every
rice.
day.
I'm going to tell you something. When they remove the import duty for all those food items, has it led to the reduction in food prices? The answer is no. You know what is going to happen now? People will import food and just go and hide it somewhere, go and warehouse it somewhere. They'll be waiting for when the import duty will come back again, and then they start selling those food at those prices. Why are we acting as if we don't know our people?
Akim, do you know some houses in Nigeria today, they can't do without cooking rice in a day?
Yeah, but this is what I don't understand. Why?
Never. They can't survive. They can't. I don't know. I think they have been, maybe, I don't know. As you already said, they must cook rice.
Thomas, I've been in Nigeria for almost 3 weeks now. I've only ate rice twice. This last one was yesterday. I've only ate twice. Why should I even come to Nigeria and see it's rice that I'll be eating when I've missed all the amala and
Even me that I'm staying in Europe, even me that I'm in Europe, for the past 2 weeks, I think maybe I've eaten rice once.
Simba and Akim, you don't understand. Most Nigerian youth or children, they will go for Indomie and spaghetti. That is their food. And why the elderly one, or the young adults will go for rice? Because they want quick food every time. So, in fact, Dr. Simba, I want to ask you a question. What do you think the impact of Indomie and spaghetti on Nigerian youth in the next 10 years? Because these are processed.
What kind of question is that?
Another calamity waiting.
It's talking about the health issues, isn't it? It's talking about the health issues that come with those food, and it's true.
Okay, let me, Akim, let me answer the Remy's question. You know, about this will be like 2009, 2008. I admitted the child with malnutrition, and when I look at the mother, you cannot actually marry the mother and the baby. If you see the kind of dress, the cloth that she wore that day, and then the state of that child, I was not asking her, what do you normally feed this child? Maybe she wanted to impress me. I don't even know. You know what she said? She said Indomie. And I asked her, I said, do you know what they used to make Indomie? Do you think Indomie is nutritious? I said, our amala with ewedu, with eja gbigbe that you put inside that ewedu is more nutritious and it will cost you less. As at that time, I remember I told her that even with ordinary 30 naira, you can buy enough fish that will take a whole family. Why are you buying Indomie that will cost you more?
It's laziness, man. Maybe she can't.
You cannot tell me that the Indomie is still not more expensive than Gary today. You cannot tell me.
People stop cooking beans. Beans is very proteinous.
No, you know that one will take time now. You want to sleep. You want to sleep there. They don't want to. Beans that will take more than 1 hour to cook. They don't have that time. They don't have that time now.
There's pressure pot now.
That's the food that is LD.
They have pressure pot now. What's wrong with them?
No, Patrick, that is the mentality. You know,
no. Another problem is it costs more to even hold on. Thomas,
what is this?
Thomas, Thomas, hold on. Gbàgbé nǹkan tó fi ń ṣẹ̀wà. Wọ́n ló mẹ́wàá tó ń ṣe.
Ìbọn ṣe fún ẹni.
Thomas, in Nigeria today, it costs more to cook than to go and buy food outside. Because the cost of gas, yes. Hold on.
Baba Anjali Koko.
Hold on now.
I disagree.
Hold on. Let me land. Then you can disagree. Hold on, baby. Let me land. I'm not saying that cooking is bad, though. That is not what I'm saying. But like Simba is saying, that it will take you 1 hour to cook beans. Do you know how much it costs to buy that gas or petrol that you have to burn to cook for an hour?
You don't use petrol to cook.
You use petrol to cook? Baba
No.
Hold on now.
Which a gas left cook ni, abi petrol.
Any petrol like we now.
No, sorry.
Petrol
Oh,
cook.
ẹjọ́ tó rọ ẹ má dà mí lórí irú
Ẹ má
ẹjọ́.
jẹ́ káwọn yẹn máa sun káwọn yẹn máa sun lé.
So I'm talking about the gas. So the cost of gas now, according to information, is so high. So when you pay so much to buy gas, and then you want to cook on that for an hour, you are losing money on both sides.
Have you
So
been to restaurants in Nigeria?
all the luxury, the way we were doing before, when you can easily send somebody, oh, just go and buy me kerosene there, and then you can use kerosene to cook for so many. But now, to even cook, it costs even more using that gas.
Baba Jali Coco,
Yes.
have you eaten in a restaurant in Nigeria recently? You know what they call what they say they want to sell you pando, right? You know golf ball. You know the golf ball. That's a wrap. That's how a wrap of
Òkèlè kan náà ni ẹni tó kélé rẹ̀ bá tóbi Baba Jali Coco ẹni tó kélé rẹ̀ bá tóbi yóò bá sọ sẹ́nu lẹ́ẹ̀kan náà ni.
It's like a golf ball. It's a golf ball now. You just take it into your mouth.
Jokes apart. No, it's far from the truth. There's no way you can say what you buy from outside. Buying food outside is actually cheaper than cooking food for yourself. No, it can never be true. It can never be true.
What I'm saying, that's what I'm saying, cooler, is that it costs you. Okay, go on.
Baba Jali Coco, when you cook in a family, you are not cooking for one person, and you are going to use the same amount of time to cook beans for 45 minutes for 5 or 6 people, and they will eat at a go. So it's more economical that way. And the price of gas continued to fluctuate recently. I remember that there was a time they are buying 4 kg for around below 9,000. So you cannot say cooking at home is more better because you know what you are cooking. You also
I tell you, it's like a golf ball. It's like a golf ball. They will sell you that pounded yam separately. They will sell you the soup separately as well.
That everything does scatter now. They go sell soup separate. They go sell the separate. Everything
if
goes
you still
separate.
go to some restaurant, they will sell you the meat separately as well.
Oh God, that's not good, man. It's I mean,
one guy said he went to a just all these mama puts beans and bread and pure water. He's spending 5,000 naira. Said how do you? That's too outrageous. He was saying that
bread and beans. Bread and beans.
Bread and beans, 500 naira.
Bread and
meat.
tewa.
Bread and tewa. I said, he said the 1,000 naira bread.
That's cheap.
1,000 naira bread, one person. I'm sorry, I'm not living in Nigeria. I don't know how 1,000 naira bread looks like. Simba, how is 1,000 bread looks like? One person can finish it.
Thomas,
Simba,
show you Simba, the bread 1,000.
The most expensive one is about 1,500 naira now. That 1,500, I want you to equate it back to the biggest bread you always buy, maybe 10 years ago. So it's about 1,500. The long one, okay? Where 2 people can eat conveniently. If you that big one. It's about 1,500.
So that 1,000, and do man no 1,000 funny.
Of course, only 1,000. That one of 1,000 naira is like you cut 25% away from 1,500. So I think with 1,000 that person can eat it. So that person is right. Maybe 1,000 naira of bread. I don't know the beans. I don't know.
One spoon of beans. 100 naira.
I don't know, but I know people can exaggerate. I'm sorry, I don't know because
it's too much bread at Tewa just for mama.
People are complaining. What they are henny also. Let me give you for example. Yes.
Hold on, Simba. We've been asking a question before you. Yeah, maybe you didn't answer. 1,000 naira bread, is it enough for 2 person, 3 person?
It depends. You know, some people eat too much. Like me, I cannot even finish. I mean, to me, it will be enough for me. But so the way we eat is different. So let's say a person can finish it, but me, I cannot finish it. Or if I buy, I
And,
can even eat it
and
three.
as food, the way food are expensive in that country, that's how some people will see that they will eat as if tomorrow is as if they're going to die that
You
day.
know, we talk about 3 square meal. Since I came to Nigeria, I put the maximum I've eaten in a day is 2 times. So all these 3 square meal, three is not even a square. So I don't even know.
There's nothing like 3 square
Yesterday,
meal. It's just a fallacy. People just make it up.
yesterday, I took pap around 10 a.m. in the morning, and then I ate rice around 7 p.m. in the evening. So, and that was the only food I took yesterday. So if I want to even put a price to that one, I don't think I've eaten more than 3,000 naira worth of food in a whole day.
What about
That,
those
that,
fruits?
that,
What about
that was
fruits that
because
you
it was
take?
made at home, you know.
No, fruit
It's,
you get you get fruit from that 10 o'clock to 7. If you are eating it, maybe take orange, banana, and the rest because you have all of them.
Let me tell you, even yesterday, I was even chasing one guy that came and one guy, an apprentice of a welder that came to my house to come and do some. They were busy even stealing my orange in my compound. So I don't buy all those things. To me, if you see now, even the cost of
You are,
labor now.
that's why I'm asking you
Eh?
this question. You are in Nigeria, in the long of today. If a normal person, I'm not talking about somebody that eats like somebody that will die tomorrow. Like somebody that normal food, maybe 3 wraps of inyo, one, two,
almost
two,
3
one.
wrap. You didn't know what I said. I say it's like golf ball. You say 3 wrap. I say it's like a wrap is like golf ball. You take it and put it in your mouth. That's
Now,
1 wrap gone.
but like a normal person want to eat in not too outrageous canteen, not too dirty mama food, like average canteen. How much can you spend in the table in a day?
You spend between 1,500 to 2,000 naira.
Where is that?
Is that in the learning?
Baby,
Is it too?
you're looking,
Is it too? Is it too much?
you're looking minimum
Is it too
5,000
much? No, Akim. No. I don't know whether you are
Ordinary people are
eating in
not
a
exploitative like Lagos State.
high
These
choice
are
restaurant. How can you be? Even if you go and buy food in
I think
Mr. Big
under
here, you
1,000
can't.
eat very well. On normal small restaurant,
Simba,
not
you are home now, right? You are home now. Okay, you go and buy food and eat. And come and tell us tomorrow.
Is it by force?
No. It's just an experiment now.
Today or tomorrow.
No, as an experiment, you go and buy food and see how much it costs. Because I think you are still at the figures you are giving us now.
The issue here is this. What you're asking me to do, I can go and see what people are buying, because even right when I was even single, I was even a young man. I don't buy food outside. Even when I was in the university, I
Because
cook my
when
food.
you say 1.5, I knew that you don't buy food. You don't use restaurant. That's why I say go and buy now. Not even if you're not buying, just ask people there, Madam, I won't buy a plate of pando and meat and soup, and just hear what they're going to tell you. That's all I'm saying.
Simba on the
No. Let me tell you, you are not using a good example. Because that one, I know that one will be very expensive. Because even if you want to buy this Ola Pando flour, you understand? I think it's almost 30,000 or so.
No, just say you won't buy pada yam then. Forget Ola pada yam.
Simba
You cannot be eating. You cannot be eating, even be talking about yam by this time of the year, because this is the time of scarcity of
Okay,
yam.
so what
Maybe
can we
you
buy?
go for amala, fufu, apple, and all those things.
Okay, yeah. My own is that in
No, Akim, what you are trying to say, there's no doubt that and let me tell you what I want to say. Even
this inflation that we are talking about, you understand? Should the economies, should they now have another way of actually, but we will calculate based on the region, sha, because you know that it's not as if the food actually is actually more expensive in Nigeria than any other country. Do you understand? It's not. If you look at it relatively, and we have been talking about the purchasing power of our people. You understand?
Simba, on a lighter note, I saw something very interesting in your learning. Only one person, only one girl, all the way from Lagos, wanted to protest in Ilorin. And when she got to Ilorin, she caught.
She was disappointed now.
She was disappointed.
She was disappointed. She started abusing them that it's only religious rights that they used to do. They didn't do blah 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 blah
And
blah
at
blah.
the end of the day, they pushed her to go and write 3 letters. One to the governor, one to the chief of staff, and one to the police, so that
I know she will be arrested. I know she will be arrested.
I think they will detain her. So sometimes this protest is very funny, okay? Some states, they just go on their normal business. Like on your state, after 1 or 2 days, everybody go back to their work. If to say you are hungry and you don't have a work, continue to join the protest. I'm not saying you have the fundamental right to go for the protest. But if you have work, and it's
armed robber, that many pass.
Let me finish.
That many pass among them.
Let me finish. If you are getting your money daily, like a bus conductor, and you're asking him to go on a protest for you, he will ignore you now. If you are working and you try to go to protest for 1 or 2 days, your employer will fire you also. So sometimes it's very funny. So, and why are some states not protesting at all? Why are they not protesting at all? They call it nationwide.
They don't want to protest. You can't.
So that means it already have a political undertone. Why are you protesting?
They are very wide. They are very wide.
Oh God, man. Yeah, it's
let me tell you this. If we are talking about the protest, and then we are saying that it has political undertone, and some people want to say no, it's not. We have some genuine people that okay because they want to protest, but what is actually the major issue with that protest is okay. Look at what that useless Kano governor is talking about now. You didn't. Let me tell you, even in Loring here, where we don't even have any protest, if you see the security that they put in strategic government properties, Kwara Mall, because that was the area where they did a lot of looting during the NSAS. They put not even police, they put army there, well armed, government secretariat where they think that people can go and unleash mayhem. They guarded all the places were where they put security there. You understand? You just say, hey, you supported the protest and then you left everything open. You are saying that somebody came, was just appointed in Abuja, is an APC, whatever. It was the one that said we will unleash mayhem. And then when these people started their mayhem, you know, look at those kids that were removing slab. They sat down there, they were breaking the slab. They have all the time in their life, and not even a single security even chased them away from that place. And then you came online and you are telling us that they attack this so place, they attack this. That guy, to me, is not even competent to be the governor. Why is he playing politics with people's life?
But Simba, let's just stop, pause for where you are there. I've been talking about this breaking of slab. Simba, are you sure somebody will not wake up in the morning as eating and started breaking slab? And they said these people are hungry. Those very heavy slab, people are picking it up, breaking it, and you say these people are hungry.
Thomas, have you ever been to a quarry where they are using hand to break this granite? Those are the kind of things they do in a quarry. Those guys, they just have their days, and
Simba,
it's because
I
yes.
think we can help the North better if we break up than we are doing now. If we break up and become a very good country, I think we can be of better help to the North. As it is
No,
now,
no, that
that
would
country
be a
cannot go
They will
forward.
competition.
flood your. They will flood your country. They will flood
No,
your
no, no.
country. I'm
At
telling you
that
now.
point, no.
I
They will
said it
come,
yesterday
but
that
it will
they
be
will not be a good
controlled.
neighbor. They will not be a good
They will
neighbor.
come, but it will be controlled. They'll get a visa
Look
to come
across
now.
South. Look across the whole southern Nigeria now. Oh, those young northern boys is they full. They're like look. They're like sea of ants everywhere now.
They have to
Sea
be
of ants.
documented. If we break up, they will have to be documented. In that case, we will be able to control them, and then we'll try them. If they commit a crime, unlike if you do that, and it looks like you are victimizing one tribe, you are attacking one tribe. If we break up, if I am a northerner, I'm in the south and I misbehave, they'll try me based on the north law in the south. If we break up, if you're an easterner, you have a house in Lagos that is built in the wrong place. If you demolish it, nobody will say they are victimizing any tribe. You understand? So it's the
Patoski,
law.
Akim Patoski,
I
I saw
think it's
them in
better
the
off. We'll be able to help them better than we are doing now, because as it is now, we are enjoying ourselves. I love them. You understand? But somebody say if you want to pull out people, you have to be standing first before you say you put somebody. As it is now, that country no go develop for this our generation. No. Forget about this Tinubu effort.
No,
Somebody
they
is
will
going to
always
come
drag
into
us.
power
They will always drag that north
rewind
will always
everything.
drag us down. They will always yes. Even if Tinubu should put everything in place, by the time they
By the
come,
time
they will
another
reverse
come there now, he
everything.
will rewind
Mm,
everything.
mm.
You know the worst part of it. The worst part of it all is that these northerners, they are elite. Before back then, they were not like this. They were not corrupt. But now they are even worse than southern elite, man. The level of corruption those northerners exhibit these days, man.
They have always
It's
been
like
corrupt. Our eyes no open to them.
the way they steal money, the way their level of corruption these days is almost like unprecedented. Like before when I see a northern, I used to have this level of trust that okay, but recently you see the way these guys are stealing. Other that Emefiele, I'm telling you, northerners here, if they no, or if they did, if a lot of them did not become billionaire, maybe at least maybe they would have created 1 or 2% northern billionaires under Emefiele. Those guys is just like they went rampant with those corruption then, man. Look, for me, division is not something that is possible now. It's not something that you can push, or if it happens, yeah, but it's not going to happen. But for me, the way I see it is that the South should know one thing now, that when Jonathan was there, they not find it they find it convenient to protest. 8 years of Buhari was non-existent. It practically was a ghost. Like it was non-existent. You did not see a protest in the north. This man will still go to the north and people they'll be hailing him with all those his incompetence that he exhibited while he was in office. Look, but when you had another southerner in office, it didn't take 1 year plus and they were on the street protesting, hunger, starvation. Look, there were naira shortage, severe shortage of currency. A journalist was walking to work because he couldn't go get transport and died on his way to work. That happened. A lot of people lost their life during that period. People were spending 30%, 40% of their money to acquire their money. You use 40% of your money to buy your own money. It happens.
Akim, you should hold people like Patrick that always talk from the other room, Babajale Koko and National Mind and the rest for instigating people to go and protest. When they are not damaging the property, doing a lot of stuff, Patrick is now telling us another story. When we are telling you people, Nigeria is not a country that everyone should just go and do whatever they want. Let's give an example. Look at that Abuja. If those people that convert at the outskirts of Abuja city, if they were able to troop into Abuja, another story would have been telling today. That would have been the end of that country. They will have looted everywhere and destroy that city. People that are not, they don't care. You see 10-year-old, 8-year-old, 12-year-old on the street. They are just running like animals, doing whatever they like. I'm sorry to use that language. If the security people have allowed them to go to Abuja that day, because
Remy, no apologies for that language. They are really animals. No apologies. Go on.
So if they were able to run Abuja down 2 days ago, what are we going to be telling ourselves? If not those people, they use their brain very well that day. If they have run the security over, are we going to be here talking about anything today? That city will have been destroyed totally. Thousands of people running to the capital city like that. And we continue to tell people, protest is okay. At the end of the day, are we not going to go to the table and negotiate again? Why not use that way to negotiate with the government from the beginning? The so-called country you claim you love, and now things have been destroyed. Even all those northern youth on TikTok, wherever, on YouTube, that gaslight, instigate their people, they are regretting it. Some of them are apologizing now. So whatever, it's our country. The way we lay our bed, that is the way we lie on it.
I don't know why. I don't know what educated Northerners are doing. All these them Erufai, all these them, they have to speak out. All these them boys that come here, they are not talking about that thing. It's crazy, oh. They are not the first person to become poor now. We have poor people in the south too now. My parents were they not poor?
My parents wasn't rich.
Why are we not burning everywhere? Why are we not burning everywhere? Not just that now. They don't, life is not important to them. It's easy to recruit them. I saw them chasing one policeman in this protest. The policeman was running. They were chasing him. Obviously, the man had a gun, but obviously he didn't want to shoot. And there were many. One lay one go. The guy was running. I'm sure he didn't want to shoot them. Because they were close to 300.
Badowski, he has the right to shoot them.
No, later they will say
No. Badowski, that's your country. Canada that you are. America is closer to you. If you have a needle, knife, scissors, razor, and you are going closer to a policeman, the police is allowed to shoot you. So what are we talking about? You should have shot like 2 or 3 of them so that the rest will go back. No, you can't do that.
The man was running. Osa, somebody his children is,
How do you know they haven't killed him?
Patrick, the Nigerians will not have this party for him. They will only talk about they will say the policeman is actually have a license to die.
They will say they are corrupt.
They say all these police. Let me tell you, all these people that say this protest was successful is because of the destruction. I'm telling you, they say the protest was successful. How can you have a desire for evil? How can you say you have a desire for evil? Nigeria will go far. The best thing is let everybody go their own way. I don't used to sound like this before, but from what I've seen, there's no way. You need to work together to build a country. It's not nobody's working together.
Patrick, it's not even about protest alone. Okay, look at if when they started talking about this protest, if you say, no, we don't want this protest to go because of the danger that it portends to the country. They will say, they led the protest against Jonathan in 2012. He did this.
So that's the reason why you must protest now.
Oh yes, that's the reason that they are giving now. And then you can see the way we are using social media now to disrupt so many things. People will be telling lies. You understand? And that, let me tell you, if you see what we are doing now, is worse than what the APC did in 2015. 2027 will be worse than what we are experiencing now. It will be a vicious cycle. That's the way we are going. I'm just trying to allude to what you just said, that it's like there is no future.
Could they
The way
work?
we are going.
Where we are going, no,
Yes.
there's nothing. Can't work.
We are not being sincere. We are not being sincere to ourselves at all.
At all.
The division is so high. Like in the north, they are crying. We want Atiku. We want Mustafa. They are even portraying the picture of the chief of defense staff, that Hausa man. This is our next president. Come on. Is that a protest?
Which picture? Which that man?
That CDS. That Hausa man. That one that won there.
The man is from Southern Zaria now. As if they want him. The man is from
Yes.
Southern Zaria.
They are already carrying the picture all around. This is
they
our
don't
next
want him.
You know, the funniest part of it is that the northern people, all those youth, or all of them, think that if they edge out Tinubu, that the next president, whether civilian or by khaki, by soldier, is going to be an Hausa man. That is why it's so pronounced over there. So, but like you said now, I don't used to have that feeling that that country should break. But for me now, I think it's very, very difficult for that country to be united.
Yeah.
It clearly shows that there's so many divisions.
If there's a way we can break peacefully,
yeah,
if there's a way we can break
if it's possible, so that this Wahala will just stop. Okay, we are totally different.
I mean, if for example, if we break, and Nnamdi Kanu will not tell them, if you see a police in Edo State, pick him up. If they try it, then the law of Edo State will convict them. You understand what I'm saying?
At least if they break, maybe South people will be their own country. Look
Southwest you go, Southeast you go,
South should go. Everybody go their own way.
At the end of the day,
and we have 3 countries.
We'll be doing business with ourselves. You understand?
Even if we cannot do business with ourselves, I think we know there is peace.
We will even do well because we are intermarried. We'll do business, we'll do well, we'll do everything. But
it's just unnecessary wahala because of what you want. You lose an election, the country must
now.
It's unnecessary.
But guys, why are you just thinking like this?
If you know what I'm doing now, I can't cook today. I'm looking for food. I just left my office. Can you imagine? I'm telling you, it's late. It's around 11.
No. You guys know. You know. It's just like one-way traffic. You go, that is it.
But Thomas,
Thomas,
ask yourself a good question. You want to progress in life. You need that peace and tranquility in your environment. The more you are working out to progress, the more some people are dragging you down. How to do? What to do? Is it not just let them go and you also stay in your lane? The trouble is just too much unnecessarily.
Remy, average northerner, they don't value life. Have you seen any in one of our states, a Hausa man selling stuff? The wife died yesterday. They buried the wife yesterday. The second day, he opened shop.
That one I don't care about that. What I just care about is that
I'm just saying like this. They don't value life like that. People die if people die in Southwest, like one person die, we shiver, we mourn the person. We
are saying the same thing. We are different culturally. My own point of contention is this. Before this protest, a lot of people are saying dialogue is the answer. We are all Nigerians. We want our country to be better. Every Nigeria, we agree that country is in serious mess for over how many decades now. So, but now you do not compound the problem more. Because at the end of the day, whether you like it or not, even if you protest for 1 year, you are still going to go back to that table to negotiate. Why not take that line now? And when we are talking that time that this country is not right for protest, a lot of people say, no, we should go to protest. We should continue to do the protest. And now people are fighting back. You see that in America, in Europe,
they did not this state, Remy.
Yeah, of course,
why are you worried? They did not destroy Ogun State. My own state is still intact. Maybe they are destroying themselves. Let them destroy themselves. Abi?
But they will continue to drag you down now. Don't you think so?
Yes.
As Nigeria, are you not going to be worried if they started killing thousands of people in the north? How are you going to feel if those security people fire can start to shooting them?
Come on,
What
let
are
me
you going
explain
to
something to you. Let me explain something. You see, you see those boys that are breaking street lights, that are
Yeah.
doing breaking concrete. They are the ones. That boy has the same vote like you. You have one vote with all your education and exposure in Australia and everything. One vote. That boy that is breaking street light, his vote will cancel your own, and he will go and choose a leader like him, and they will control you. That your currency that you have in Australia is going to impact it. The house that
God
you are
bless you,
building in
Pastor.
Lekki, the house
That
that
is
you building
very,
in Lekki, his
that is
policy
very
will
right.
affect it. That's the funny thing. You are
That's
investing
it,
so
though,
much
Pastor.
in your
You
own
are
children
you
now.
are 100%
They will
right.
graduate, they will do everything. When your
Patoski,
child comes,
please,
that boy's vote will cancel his own.
Patoski, say that
Yeah.
again to me. I want you to enter me again.
It's true now. You are spending money on
so
your
that
child
your
that
brain will
are
be reset?
you are spending money on your child. You are doing it. Let me even give another scenario. God forbid, somebody has traveled. He's spending money on his children. Look at Aborodi. He has gone abroad. He has done everything. The man is a doctor. He spends so much. One Almanjeri will just on live him.
Just delete them like that.
Just delete one Almanjeri that Batoniko Kawe, but he didn't even go to school.
He didn't even go to
Or
school.
one idiot that was supposed to be reading with all the opportunities they have in the north. If you are a northerner and you want to go to school, you have a lot of opportunities that we in our set we didn't have. When we were growing up, an average northerner has a better opportunity at education than us in the south because they have all the support. They have opportunity for all the time that scholarship has
Patoski.
cancelled here. They still had contract opportunity for scholarship now.
Yeah, I think Dorothy wants to say something. Yeah.
Dorothy, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. You have said it all. You see, I could remember during those days when my friend was we were serving then in Kano. I was serving and we were serving in Kano. Two of my friends, they were almost deleted. These are children that the hope of the whole family were on. Just number one, the first one, election problem. Number two, that one, something happened in the street. So a Yoruba police officer shot a Kano boy or so
Wow.
so and they said he's a Christian and they became a new action. They went to the what do you call it, police station. From there they burned down some part of police station. I think those ones they give them okay. I think they gave them a fight. They tried to burn the place down. Now they now start touching all the house on the streets. And that my cousin, that my friend, he was a fiancé of my cousin. She said, I called home. I told them at home that, see, mommy, you might not hear my voice in the next few minutes. Too. She said after she dropped that call, that was when she scaled the fence. She later like, how will you succumb to death just like that? She now scaled the fence, carry her results, her certificate, scaled. So I have a lot of issues like that people escape violence. Now another thing I want to talk about is look at our governors. You see, our number one enemy are the governors. So, and it's a pity that people that went to school in that country, even those that also have a exposure outside of the country, they kept on chasing shadows. Today, I saw something, and just now I just saw the today's Guardian newspaper. The governor of Bayelsa State was saying that Tinubu shouldn't have paid the minimum wage. Can you imagine that? Number two, the local government autonomy. All the governors are fighting local government autonomy after they have failed with all the money that the government has given to them. The NG Cares program, they gave them 580 billion, 70 billion naira community resilience and economic stimulus program. They gave
Okay,
them
I
the
tell you
money.
what,
It's
sorry
only
to
on
cut
that I
you.
know
Let me
they're
give
using
you
it
one
all.
information on that local government money. Do you know that money, some state government are borrowed against it? That joint allocation, local government jack, joint allocation allowance.
Yes.
They have borrowed money against it, such that they have domiciled that money to some banks, and those banks are meant, I mean local banks, so those local banks are meant to deduct from source
The
from that
money.
money. Now all those contracts have scattered everything, so it's a problem. Now the local government guy gets his money directly. The exposure is there on the state. That's the problem. That's the dilemma those governors are having now. You understand what I'm saying? And if you are a very strong local government chairman, you can't tell him to bring his money. You can't tell him to bring his money. So that's a problem. Because I remember then when I was in the system, they used to borrow against that account, that joint allocation account.
Yes, you know they did
No,
it during the Buhari time. They did it.
Hold on, please. The money they haven't collected, they will borrow against it.
Of course, now
Yes,
like taking salary advance
oh
now.
my God.
Overdraft. They do overdraft.
It's like taking salary advance now. They will even do
Government.
They will borrow on project like okay, we want to do dam or whatever. I'm just giving an example. They are not even doing dam. They want to do,
Patose, another dimension I quickly want you to know. Do you know that all the stupid chairmen in your state, all the local government chairmen, they are opting out of Argon, and they are now saying that they are in cooperation with the state governor, that the state governor will help them manage the money of the local government.
yes, this will come for them now.
See your state, see your
They are
governor.
mad. Don't worry. Don't worry.
So many.
Maybe will come for them.
Yes, this will come for them now that they are going against the rules. They can't do that.
Makinde is up ahead.
As educated as Makinde is, he must have borrowed against that thing.
Yes, a lot, and he must have siphoned a lot. Also.
But I can adults supposed elite be saying somebody will know how to manage the money better than them.
That is what is coming out. Already on top of Argon, they are forming their own association. And the state governor will help them manage the money.
I think they should remove all of them. They should remove all of them and then put another set of people. They are not capable.
Remy, just hold on. Just imagine I'm saying now, I can't manage my money. Simba, come and help me manage my money.
Thomas, manage Kowa.
Oh my God.
So when you are castigating their northern counterpart, the southern counterpart are even worse. Look, I'll give you an example. Look at Delta State, for example. The allocation for June alone surpasses all the state of the southeast. One state alone. And they have been collecting billions and billions upon billions from last year to this year. And if you go to that place, it's a glorified. I don't.
You know that Delta. I don't know what is wrong with that state.
I think
they are the highest. And whenever they share any money, they will receive the highest throughout the federation. You understand? And when you see data, you see what are they doing with the money? Are they just giving it to some group of people, just sharing it, or what?
Sharing it among themselves for Ibori and the rest.
Dr. Timber, Delta collected. I have the information here. Delta collected the highest since Tinubu became the president. In 12 months, they collected 512 billion naira.
People open eye reach.
That is average of 5 billion.
But Patosi, how can Bayelsa say they cannot pay 70,000? I can't believe it. Well, I mean, 9 local governments.
Let me tell you, the money that Bayelsa is collecting, they're supposed to be paying salary to all the citizens of Bayelsa, whether you are working on. What is their population, sir? They are not money now.
Bayelsa, Dr. Ziba, Bayelsa collected, Oyo State generates 5 billion per month. Under Ajumobi, Ajumobi started, he improved the IGR from 400 million to about 1.45 billion, 1.5 billion. Now, when this guy came in,
Everybody was saying, yeah, Makinde will give us and let us be. Ajimobi's own is too much. Is a lie. Oh. He retained all the something and he was collecting 5 billion right now. Now let's now look at it. Oyo State collects in the last 1 year. Oyo State collected about 248 billion naira. If you divide it by 12, that's an average of 40 billion naira. The highest Oyo State. See, let me tell you, when I'm talking, I was born up, so I understand how politics of Oyo State goes. Oyo State, the highest Oyo State ever collected was under Jimobi. Then, not even under Buhari, did Oyo State collected 10 billion naira. The highest was about 7.5 billion when oil was at the peak then. After that time, during Buhari time, it was 2 billion, 4 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion. It was IGR that was helping them and borrowing like overdraft that they were doing. Now they are collecting over 20 billion naira every month, excluding what do you call it, local government
IGR.
fund, excluding local
Okay,
government fund.
excluding local
And
government.
Bayelsa is collecting. Bayelsa is even collecting more than Oyo State. 8 local government. I've been to Bayelsa before. 8 local government. They are collecting more than them. When they calculated it, it's about 300 and something billion, almost 330 billion naira per month. Bayelsa collect, and Bayelsa is still paying 18,000 naira minimum wage. I don't think they have started paying 30,000 minimum
And they
wage.
will tell us say now they
I
open
think
eye well
the
well.
people there, once they buy them Ogogoro, it's over.
No, not
But
just that.
even apart from that, what about the 13%? What about the
Derivation.
30%
13% that
derivation.
they
LLNG, you know they are the home to LLNG. LLNG project is in Brass. Is in Brass local government. Brass.
But Dorothy, this question we should be asking ourselves all the time. Why don't we always run and blame our governors? We always
We
look
don't
for
okay,
think
them.
okay.
Àti bèrè ó ti sú
Thomas,
wa.
they
Thomas,
have a way of
Thomas,
they have a
Thomas,
way of turning the time.
Thomas,
They have a way of
you
backtracking
know,
themselves. That people will not know.
wait. Dorothy, there was a
Yes.
day one lady came, I don't know, that used to talk from London. I've forgotten her name, that is a friend to one man.
Okay, Sheila. Sheila. Sheila.
Seller, they were talking about Alex Uti that day, and you can see the way she was defending Alex Uti.
Exactly.
Look at
Somebody that you don't
even
know.
today. Look at the reason where somebody was talking about that. Okay, allocation to the state governor has improved. Rational man came here say, but some of them are still complaining that they are using the money to pay debt. Is that an argument? You understand? Just
But
because you wanted to put everything on the neck of Tinubu, that was why they are doing that. They don't want to see anything that the state governors are doing wrong. We want to hang everything on the neck of Tinubu. That's what. If you see the way we talk, how can we say, okay, the allocation has improved, and I say, hey, the money is even useless. That the money is even useless. Or they are using it to pay debt. Are they not the one that borrowed the money?
Because
I don't understand.
Madam AI, welcome.
Thank you. Wetin happen?
Can you answer that my question? Why don't we blame our governors? Why don't we run to our governor every time?
Can I
Go on, my sister. Go on, my sister.
Today, yesterday, I had a lot of time. So I was a bit under the weather. So I stayed at home. I listened to him, the president. And then I had my time to listen to all analysis on his speech, his broadcast. There is one thing one man from the north, I can't remember his name, said that struck me. They asked him, do you think that this demonstration that was actually very severe in the north is like their feelings and their response towards Tinubu? Is that what it means? He said that's what they thought it means. Or rather, that's what they thought it is. But when he saw 9 years, 11 years, 10 years demonstrating, looting stores, arguing, abusing, throwing stones at the police, throwing stones at the governor's house, throwing stones at the man's house, that they in the north have to have a rethink. He said that he's seeing something and they need to discuss it. It's not anger on Tinubu or Nigerian government, that they saw beyond that. That is anger on them, the elites of the north and the political class of the north. He said that they have discussed it and they're still discussing it. It's like those people, because a 10-year-old boy, is he out of job?
I wonder.
Or is he looking for a job? His responsibility actually is not actually to feed himself as 9 years old.
The parents will take care of him.
So why is he that angry? He said actually that it's not that those people were not, the small children, they were not organized. That they just came out and became more violent than the adults. So he said it's something they have to take home. Otherwise, they're going to have a revolution in the north that has nothing to do with any government in Nigeria. And that his word struck me.
Madam, here, hold on. So what in incinerating? What are they incinerating? That I think they are fighting in-house war. Isn't it?
Well, it's like what we discussed the other day. Like
yeah.
Having children you cannot take care of, like littering children in the street, and then or giving it to somebody who cannot even take very good care of them, and then using
Madam,
them.
but you said they should be procreating that day now. You said nobody should control them.
I'm tripling down on it. Let me tell you one thing about reproduction.
They call that one their own. Their own reproduction.
No. Nobody should do that. I will not. I know governments do. Some countries tried it. I know some government in the world tried that shenanigan, but that thing is divine.
But
that's what. Hold on,
divine.
let me finish
No,
now.
Madam Rita, I will allow you to finish. But it's also, you are not a Muslim. I'm a Muslim. It's also divine, and it's also in the Quran that is a sin for you to bear children that you cannot take care of.
Even in the Bible.
So,
but let me tell you this. If you can, to bear children you cannot take care of. Actually, what the Quran is saying, or the Bible is saying, is prepare yourself before you even start doing the jiggy.
Yes.
Because if the jiggy
I don't understand that one. Expatiate on that. What is jiggy?
Why are you asking me that question?
Dr. Simba, come on now.
I mean, I'm a small boy. But
So you don't understand jiggy. Kira kita. Jiggy.
Ajale Koko was sciences. You saw this why?
Can you imagine?
Madam Ajale Koko was sciences though. He heard jiggy now. He'll meet himself.
Who not like jiggy?
Everybody is a product of jiggy.
Thank you, Zita. They enjoy your big. I bet jiggy is good though.
But another thing that really baffles me now. Reproduction is okay.
Let me continue. So, Dr. Simba, a jiggy is a jiggy. There's no not expatiating or explaining it further. Jiggy is a jiggy. In the context of what I'm saying, you should know what the jiggy jiggy is. Okay, fine. Actually, my understanding of the Quran and the Bible, what they are saying is that even before you start a jiggy jiggy, you must get ready for the consequences of your jiggy jiggy. Because the consequences of the jiggy jiggy is a child.
Is a child, my sister.
So you
Child.
have to be, this include, it's not even talking about only married people. Although, because it's a religion, it restricts it to, because he believes that before you do a jiggy jiggy, you must be married.
Married.
But outside that, even as a young woman, as a young man, I even hear people in Nigeria now, they keep putting up news on the newspaper, on the television, on the social media, people dumping children here and there. Dead children, dumping, that's desecration of human being. So what I'm saying is, even as a young woman, as a young man, even if we are not married, if you are doing a jiggy jiggy, you must get ready for the outcome of the jiggy jiggy. So
yes.
that's it. But then, back to what we are discussing. It's not every jiggy jiggy that result to a child. And children don't actually come when you want them. That's one thing you will understand. That's why I say it's divine. You can prepare all the grounds you want to build house, buy car, save money, even plan what the first child will be, second child, plan everything. And then when you say, okay, I'm ready, they give you a little finger. I'm telling you, those children in the spirit world, they give you a little finger. They say, come now.
That we are not ready for you.
Then you'll be running around the whole world trying to find a means for it. I mean, come on, man. Dr. Simba, you know what I'm talking about. There are some Muslims that have 3, 4 wives. They don't have even up to 4 children. I have a lot of cases about them. It's not all about marrying women. So for those that is working for, please, can we leave them? Let's find a way to take care of those children. That's what I'm saying. Let the government put things in place that can accommodate such, or actually, for your information, the world is turning. So I shouldn't be telling somebody not to report. That's a no-no. And a child, you don't tell a child when to come anyway. That you're lucky, you prepare your ground, build your houses. Even some people used to make a baby cot,
Madam
decorate a
Lisa,
baby's room, say, we've been waiting for you, then the baby will come.
Madam Lisa,
Lucky
let
you.
me say this. I saw one yesterday. I just went to a place yesterday with my younger brother. I've informed maybe like 3 or 4 years now. I've not been to the place because I have a property there, so I went there. And I saw one of the houses is an uncompleted building. That house has been there for it will be more than 15 years. It's already even falling down. I now saw some people there. I saw a boy. I can't even call him a man, a boy and a girl. They just occupied that place. I'm very sure that nobody even gave them that place. They just see the place vacant and they just occupied, no window. The place was not plastered, nothing. You understand? And if I counted the children that I saw with this boy and the girl, they will be up to 5. Small kids like this. So those are the ones that you say we should be taking care of. I should go and take those ones and be taking care for
Listen,
him.
I didn't say you should take care of them. What I'm saying is that government should put up measures. There are beautiful measures to handle all those things.
Madam Rita, we are not even giving Nigerians that check, that opportunity. See the way they are reproducing. If you dare do that, let me tell you, the whole will be in the next 10, 15 years, our population will be more than that of India.
That's what you think. It doesn't work that way. That's what you think. It doesn't work. Let me tell you something. I will say this because my cousins are listening. Let me tell you something. Before now, in my family, it was just like Amusa Majiri, like children everywhere. And my family is known for twins. In fact, they tripled it. Some people started having triplets. And everybody was like, Loy, whoa, 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 no. Family planning, if you have 3 children, that's okay. If you have the... By the time it was getting to my generation, the whole thing is turning. Some people have 2, not because they want to have 2. Some people actually have 1, not because they want to have 1. If you come to my family, my generation now is 2, 1, 3, 4. It's not like they want to. It's just what they got. But before, somebody will sit down and have 7, 8.
So what do you mean by stinning? What do you mean by stinning?
Telling. When you say your I don't want to use the word in native English.
I know, I understand what you mean. The issue here is this, Madam Zita. Even if you restrict Nigerians to maybe 1 child per family, our population will still grow. Because you are
I
not
don't know
really
where you
replacing.
get that your statistics from, but let me tell you something. I still maintain what I am saying, and I am doubling down on it. Do not put a measure to cut off reproduction. If husband and wife want to do it, that's their personal business. They can decide to have 1
Okay,
and
maybe you should.
chop off whatever they need to
You can
chop off.
speak to the effect now that we're having in the north. Now, what they are talking about, so that don't let us be arguing about the.
Oh no, wait now, Simba. Haba. You see, if you come to Nigeria, can we be honest? Money, wealth. In fact, the most beautiful house I have ever seen in Africa is in the north, made of gold. I'm talking about 24 karat gold. The toilet seats are made of gold. I don't want to call the name, but people who are from the north listening to me this morning, they know whom I'm talking about. Although the man is late anyway. But they have money. The richest man from Nigeria is from there. Number 2, number 3, number 4 is from there. The issue in the north is not actually that there are so many children. The issue in the north is an ideology that have made those children not to be controlled, not to be taken care of, not to be directed. What is the people saying too many children now? Haba. How many people do we have on earth that you are saying too many children? I don't get it. It's not because people are having children in North. That is not the problem. It's because of the ideology, the way they have cautioned their system to handle those children because of what they want to use them for in future. And that got to stop. Not that reproduction have to stop. No. I would not say reproduction should stop, but that thing they're doing in the North, it has to stop.
Do you guys want me to tell you the solution to Africa's problem?
Okay. Let me tell you something.
Are you ready? Are you guys there?
Do you know?
Are you guys there?
Is that what?
Oh, I'm just making sure you guys can hear me. It's okay. Go ahead.
Do you know that there are some NGOs in Nigeria that give free education? Most primary and nursery and secondary school in the north is actually free. Do you know how many hours you stay in school? Those children I see running around on a Thursday, on a Friday, they're not in school. If they're in school, they won't be demonstrating. So what are we talking about? It's not kids. It's not because a child was born. It's because a child was born and another thing was done. That's what is the problem. They should stop that thing they're doing. Otherwise, it's going to hurt them. That's my take. Oh. You know, I talk a lot of rubbish. When I finish, after
You
some
make sense,
days,
but
it go make a lot of sense.
let me
It go
propose.
make a lot of sense after 1 year. You know my own. It go take 1 year before it begin to make
let me
sense.
propose another idea. Let me propose another idea.
Mike,
Baba, yeah.
Let me say one thing, please.
Yeah.
Look, thank you, Zita. You know, you have been saying this since yesterday, and I've been listening carefully, you know, and you are still very firm on your point. I have said it here severally that the population in Nigeria, if we have managed it well, it will have been a huge asset for us. But we are not managing that population well. It is not the birth rate. It is not the birth rate. It is not the birth rate that is our problem. I know Simba don't like to hear, but oh, they should cut down. They should not let people have children again. Oh, the poor
People should not do jiggy jiggy again.
people
Jiggy
should not do
jiggy
jiggy jiggy. Poor children, I mean, poor people, they are having too many children. Oh, they are not well paid, but still they are. Look, we should thank God that poor people are producing baby for that country.
Manjali Gogo, what kind of statement is that now?
Yeah, I concur.
Look, we should thank. How many of you? Hold on.
Yeah, so why are you crying about the baby is hungry now?
How many of you that are educated have children like those people? But those people, those children, if we have given them education or we have law policy on education that
So I'm the one that will go and give them education.
No, hold on, Mike.
Won't the education cost money? Are you talking about government that's already bankrupt? They are looking for money. They have to take away subsidies just to get money to build infrastructure. You are saying who will pay for this education? You have to. Is it parents that don't have jobs?
Hold on.
In the country you live in, don't you pay tax? So using all your tax money, they are using to educate your children. Don't they tax your property?
Okay, hold on.
Give. As if everything is free.
I didn't say you should pay for them.
Education is costly now. It's not free.
Hang on. I'm going to give a free policy now. Just free. Last month, somebody was on this platform. He was, when I came in, he was calling the amount some states we are giving. If anybody can tell me the amount.
All that money is not enough to build them.
Wait.
Say that can't even.
Which
They
one
don't
is money?
find job. You are telling me.
Excuse me. Is there any time in the world money is enough? Which one
It's not enough. They can't sustain it. The whole education.
I ask a question. Is there any time on planet Earth money is enough?
Madam Zita, let's give you an example.
We don't even have enough money to fund our healthcare. You are already talking about
Madam Zita. Example.
You know that Osun State. Hold on, let me say this. Madam Zita, do you know Osun State? Wait, hold on. Do you know that Osun State a few years trying to do it? They say free education. Even feeding in school. The governor, do you know what they said? They said the moment they started it, one woman bring like 7 children.
Excuse me.
They just couldn't sustain it. They have to cancel it. It's not, they can do it, but they can't cover all the children. It's not possible.
Please, can I say my policy? I have a policy, free of charge. Bayelsa State, who was that guy? Bayelsa State, how much did they collect last month?
Almost 300 billion.
300 billion, okay.
Yeah, over 300 billion in what? No,
that is for a year. That's for a year.
Money is not enough. I know money is not enough. Money can never be enough anywhere in the world.
Maybe Bayelsa State may be able to afford it, but not all the states in Nigeria can do it.
Can I finish, please? After we call one state in the north. Bayelsa State. Let's start with Bayelsa. Thank God it's Bayelsa. It starts with B. Is there any major project in Bayelsa State that is taking up to 100 billion? Anybody know of that? None. No question.
Of course, they have road now. They have airports. They have build their airport. They build
Wait
roads.
first.
They
That
build
airport, they've been building it since Alamesiye was alive. So don't tell me
I
they
know.
are building airport. Please. Let's be serious for once. Somebody just said they cannot afford it. I don't really
The
understand
parents
what
have to
you mean.
contribute. In America, they don't
Hold
use
on. I don't
America don't
really
sell natural
understand
resources
what
and
you
use the money
mean
to
by they
give in
cannot
welfare.
afford
They
it.
tax people to give welfare. They don't. America don't sell natural resources and use the money to feed all American and welfare Americans.
Excuse
The way
me.
even
Can I
America, the way they
land
fund their
so fast? Why are you
welfare
screaming?
is by taxing
Do
properties
you want the
and
problem
taxing.
solved?
You are one by to be using
Excuse me.
allocation money to be doing
Excuse
welfare.
me. Do you want the
That's
problem
not the way the
Let
world
her
solved?
works.
land
Sorry.
now. Let her
Which
land
kind
and you will
problem be
come
this
back
now?
later. You
Do
come
you
after
want the
her. Let her
problem
land.
solved or do you want us to be all over the place?
But I was my turn. You guys, you gave out. It's my turn to talk
Okay,
now.
let
When I even
finish
get
now.
chance.
When you finish, I will talk, please. Go ahead. Because I
Here's the
don't
deal.
want this rowdy
Here's the
stuff.
deal. This is the deal. In any society, people have to produce. You have to contribute. Be put to work, put some kind of production for government to be able to extract revenue or whatever it is to sustain any kind of funding of anything. Now, what I was trying to propose earlier is better than, though it may sound very harsh and very evil. But I'm sorry. If Africa wants to go anywhere, that's the step we may need to take. It's been done before, though people call it one of the most evil thing in the world that was done. We have to do slavery, plantation slavery, like America did. I'm telling you, but the way we do it, we'll make a law that will send you into slavery if you break that law, which is now we'll break. Let me before I go into the law. America, when they discover a big land in the United States of America, in fact, the whole North and South America, they say, okay, we want to develop. What do we do? Now, let me use focus on United States. United States have what they call colonies, which today is are the different states. They used to call them colonies. Now, within that colony, they went to Africa to go and bring human beings. And within that colony, they create something called plantation. And they dump those Africans there. And all they do is do plantation work and produce. And that's how America got rich. And everybody on that plantation, none of them went hungry. They were making babies. So the blacks were making babies. They were all fed and they work on the plantation. And uh, the colonies make their money, make their wealth. Those white, they make their wealth. Now, I'm not saying do we have to do exactly the same way. We don't have to. But I think what we need to do in Nigeria is in each state, we create something called colony, plantation for agriculture and production. Now, the rule is if we see any baby on the road or anywhere that's hungry, we'll find who the father is. Sometimes even the mother gone, but maybe you can excuse the mother a little bit. And we take you, we say, come, we're not feeding this baby for you for free. We'll put you on a plantation. That's where you will be until that child grow up. You'll be producing every day, and whatever you're producing, you'll be feeding that child. And if you produce more than, maybe you can give you a quota. Like the first amount of this you produce is free, is labor. The government is not paying you. And then if you can produce more than that, whatever excess we get now, we can pay you something. We'll pay you money. But before we pay you for your work, you must produce enough where government actually make money out of what you produce. And then, first of all, everything you produce will first, and the money government make, it goes to feeding your children. And then the rest is tax, and whatever is left, we give you. Now, if you don't produce enough, you get nothing. You don't get paid as a man. The plantation is where you be living because you have hungry children. Now, those people that make babies, they have jobs, that are feeding the baby. If you, as long as your child is not hungry, you're a free man. But if you create human being, you create a soul, and that soul cannot take care of himself, meaning a baby or a child. We'll put you to plantation because somebody must produce to take care of that child, and you cannot be sitting around with a hungry baby. We'll arrest you, take you to the plantation. Go and go and do your servitude, whatever they call it, because we're not about to have take care of your responsibility. That's what that means. Plantation is what we need to do in Africa. We need to be serious about solving problem, and that to me is the solution. Instead of this idea you guys are saying, people can just one lazy guy, non-entity can just make baby. I'm sitting around, yes, walking around and drinking, doing nothing, have nothing to do, and then the government will not be the one taking care of the baby. Which money? Oil money? Really? So everybody will go, okay, now there's no consequence to just making babies, and one guy can just be giving a bunch of women belly everywhere. I mean, what are you guys talking about? And we are like, so you're thanking the poor for making babies. Ah,
So we should enslave ourselves now. That's what you are saying. Eh? Going back to slavery.
if you make
Eh?
it
My,
Baba Jali Koko in
Are you
America, when
done
you make
now? Can
babies.
I speak,
Well, no, let me make
please?
this last statement, Madam Sita. Baba Jali Koko in America, when you make baby as a man, what do? They make you pay child support. They go straight, wherever you are working, they go straight to your paycheck. They draw the child support money out first before anything else is left. That's the first thing they do. And that's the money they used to take care of the children in America. Okay, go ahead, Madam Sita.
Okay, first of all, I want to make a point of correction. Babies are not made, they are born. That's number one correction. Number two, you don't start a policy in the middle, and we are doing democracy. We are not in a junta where you force people to do one thing and stick to it. There are policies and there are laws that control certain things. The third thing I want to say is that for everything a country is doing, including Nigeria, they should make sure that there are severe consequences for certain things, like things that has to do with children, because those kind of things bring down the country, both in productivity and in everything. That's all I have to say. Then let me go back to my policy.
Before you go to that policy, let me make one point about what you just said. You said we are practicing democracy, so we can't force somebody to do. In America, if you don't pay your child support, they will arrest you, take you to
And
jail.
that's not
And
what
when you
I'm
go to
saying.
prison,
You said they should do
you will work as a
slavery.
slave, and they will take money to take care
You
of that.
said they will do. I don't even know all these my sisters that have children for 7 different men. I know them all. I don't
For
even know
those men, they
whether.
pay
Hold
support,
on, let me
and if
finish.
they
I
don't
don't
pay,
know
they
where
arrest
you're
them. Am I lying?
getting that. If you are a man in US, you have a child, you must pay child support.
Yes,
I
you
don't know
must.
the heck where you're getting that one, but let's
Papa
leave
Jale
it.
Cook, am I lying? In America, if you have baby, you don't pay, they won't make you pay child support.
Father Lord. Anyway,
I
let
don't
me
know my
leave that
Europe, but
one.
we live in America,
I
and I'm telling
don't know. It's when you have what they call co-custody of that child. That's when you are talking about all these ones I see that have. I better forget it. It's a
and even
global
if you
problem. I
are
don't want to
married
go.
or you are
Hold on to
together,
what you
if the
believe.
child
They
go
pay
hungry,
child
they will arrest the
custody.
parents.
That's okay. They pay child custody. I don't know. Maybe you are
It's called
talking
child
about
support.
a
You must
real
pay.
married life where a man went and married a woman and they wedded. They are registered as husband and wife, and they have problem, and then the wife is taking custody of the child, and then the man is working. They will say pay child support. That is, I think that's what you are talking about.
No, you must pay child support. If
But
whoever has
the
custody, the other
ones
parent
I
must pay. If the
see,
man has the
they
custody, the
don't
woman
have
must pay
such
child support.
situation. So
Hmm?
no
Madam
child
Zita,
will
you don't
pay
have to
child
marry in
support.
America. Once
That's
the
if they are
DNA
divorced
show
now.
that you are the father
You
of
are the
that baby,
father.
you
Papa Jale Cook, tell her
they
now.
will
She
kick
doesn't
you.
know.
No,
They
but
will kick your
that's
ass.
if they
That
Oh.
is what I
no,
am
that's if they are
saying now.
You
divorced
don't
They
need
now.
to
are
be
That's if
doing
they
man.
are
They
the
just need
same
to
divorced.
thing
find out
in
you are
a
the father,
different
and you
way.
are. They will make. Even if 20 years later they find out you are the father, all that money they will put it together and they will tell
I
them
don't
you
know
hold the
where the
state.
heck you got that
They will
one
say
from,
you
but
hold the state $50,000.
the
I'm
only thing
telling
I'm
you.
telling you is that these my people will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, somebody who has 7 from 7 different men. They don't know child support. But let's leave it at that. Let me continue with what I'm saying. We are not talking about America. And I don't really like comparing Nigeria with America. America and Nigeria are not the same. And their way of government, their freedom and everything, and their currency is the official currency of the world. Their language, they have only one language, and that's the official language of the world. So I don't even know whatever yardstick people using. They have had their independence for how many years, and they've been crumbling even after so many years of independence. So I don't know all this America. Can I speak, please? Okay. Now back to what we are talking about, my country, Nigeria. There is, when people do something, more especially the governors or the government or people around me in the office, in the company or a company, NGO, I observe and I ask questions. When Amechi became governor of Rivers State, Okodbiwala was calling amount. Every month, a woman will read that amount he gave to governors. And everything was in the open. Amechi, those schools are still there today. He renovated all the primary schools in Rivers State. When I mean renovating, to the extent that the headmaster's or headmistress office is air-conditioned. That in those days, if you are coming to Rivers State, you see those schools, you will think it's people's houses. The design. Some of them, you will think they are hospitals or something, an office block, because you will never know that it was a primary school. Now, what did he do? He was younger then. He used to drive power bike. He put a jingle in River State. Every child, he said every child that is of the age to go to secondary school must line up for measurement. They sold 3 school uniforms for them, 3 stockings, and 3 shoes for all, depending on the color of their uniform and everything. Then I think he did food, and then pocket money to the parents or something. There's another thing he did that was very interesting. He now did another jingle, because in River State then, we used to have this kind of terrible traffic. And sometimes it ignores my heart when you are in your car. You see a child of 7 years or 8 years, school period. You run out of your office to pick something or to go for a meeting somewhere. On your way back, you are stuck in the traffic, and this boy will be hawking pure water. Not even anything reasonable. Or peanuts. If you look at the peanut he's carrying, then in those days, it's not up to 100 naira. But he's in that song, in that traffic. So Amechi did a jingle, a continued jingle. He said, if you see any school-age child during school period in the street of Port Harcourt or anywhere in River State, then only heaven knows what he's going to do to the parents of that child. They disobeyed. He hit one, but you know Nigerians, first they will disobey you. They will try you. By the time you hit the first person, hit the second person, hit the third person, before we know it, there is no children in the street. Then he started the cleanliness. Some of them, their parents could not even wash their uniform. The man started, I remember my gate man's son then, when you dress him for work, he will say that you didn't tuck him in well, that Amechi might come to their school and see that his shirt is not tucked well. It was that bad, or rather it was that serious. So he did all that. One thing about policies, for you to put it in, Another thing is for you to carry it to the latter. He was so severe in that of education, primary education, but the primary health care he did, for some reason, he wasn't severe there. Everything was stolen. Everything was vandalized. But for the school,
Lazita, we have some new people here. I mean, they may want to come in. I think Tunaja is here. And,
come in. You can come in.
Tunaja, you become a quiet boy this year. You like don't repent. This Tunaja we I know. Tunaja cannot keep quiet for 30 seconds on any show, man. All of a sudden, he's become somebody I noticed these days. We just be he let people talk. Yeah, that's good though. That's good about you, man. Tunaja, how far now? We can't hear you. Maybe that's why we haven't, because his stuff is not working. That's why. Maybe he's been trying to talk since. But we can't hear him, Sha. Maybe he doesn't know we can't hear him. Maybe he has to go out and come back in. But anyway, Madam Zita, you can continue.
Madam Zita.
That's why to say you should let him in.
No, yes, I'm already in.
Tunaja's audio is bad, so we can't hear anything he's saying. So
no, I'm in already. Yeah, let Madam Zita continue. Let Madam Zita, let's continue. No, I'm not talking. I don't want talking. No, I just want to say that what you are saying, you are correct. Because I saw it. I saw that in Paracord during Amich's time. He built model schools, very nice schools, you know. And the funniest part of it is that the indigenes of River State themselves, they were not attending those schools. Am I wrong? Because I saw them. I was with a friend, and we saw a lot of guys. I saw people, children on the street, walking something or playing a hand, when they are supposed to be in those beautiful schools that had netball court, table tennis court, basketball court, Wi-Fi, and so on and so forth.
Dorothy, you're asking question. Why are they not in the school when they have schools? That is why we said they should not. That is why we say it should not be a children that they cannot take care of. Children will not take themselves to school. These are the. No, Madam Zita, you don't understand. It's like you don't. No, wait, Madam Zita. It's like you don't understand the problem, the enormity of the problem. These children that you are talking about, they don't even know their parents. Some of them, they have walked away from the house. So who will take them to school?
Simba,
who will feed them? Who will clothe them?
So they are making the children work for themselves to eat. That's what's going on.
Exactly. The parents, they are like an emancipated adult. They are children, but they are like adults that are working, surviving on their own. Is it not when you are parents that are ready to take responsibility that will take the children?
Why do you think I came up with the idea that anyone that have a baby, you put them to plantation, so they produce? Because children have no business surviving on their own, trying to survive on their own. They don't. Your children are supposed to experience childhood, no survivor, no hardship. It's not good now. I'd rather have the parent in slavery than the children.
You're not looking at it is the way culturally, the way we view things in this country. Now, when Jonathan wanted to do this thing, that was one of the reasons why they hacked Jonathan down. They dealt with Jonathan. Jonathan was trying to please them, build schools for them, do everything so that they can go to school, elementary school. Did you see any? Did you know what they did? They said it was going to use education to rob them.
Because on Niger Delta, he's busy trying to do for the north. I'll do a mastery for the north. If they are not interested in going to school, go and do it in the south. We need schools there.
They're doing it now. So, and that's the problem. So, if you even want to solve the problem, they will deal with you politically.
Maybe Madazita, you understand it better now. We have you have all these beggars, women or beggars, that we have like 6 children, and what will happen is that at a time all these children, they will just walk away from her. The only thing that she's doing is just to beg and produce those children, and they will just walk away. She doesn't care whether she sees them or not.
The children now. That's why the children walk away.
Exactly. So they will just walk away and they will never come back. They can't even remember again. She doesn't even remember them again. So who will take responsibility of what? Because is children is not about going to school again. Who will provide guidance? Unless you are saying that okay, they should be as they are producing them, you'll be taking them away from them, and then we'll be putting them in one hostel where they will employ people that will be taking care of them.
But Dr. Ziba, I think
So we
another
be
problem,
thanking the
is
name
we
for
have,
processing baby, according to Baba Charlie Kuku.
Baba Jack may be right that we should
We should be thanking the
our
poor for
population
producing baby for us.
no, but Mike, this is it. Babaja is partly right one way because
Yeah,
it's a good thing that we have our population is, but we are not productive.
unproductive population.
The cultural and the religious part kind of negate every good thing that's supposed to come out of our population. Our population that is rising is good, but right from the time, and when we talk like this, some people say during the military time, every politician and even during the military administrations that we have in Nigeria, everybody pander towards religion and ethnicity, ethnic culture and stuff. But we are forgotten, and it is very sweet in our mouth. You see, what normally pains me more, I read a book written by Lee Kuan Yew from first world to third world, from third world to first world. Singapore did this, and we know where they are today. They control their population. The British that gave us what's it called? What do you call it? Freedom. I
Independence.
mean, independence. They were 55 million when they
Hello,
gave us independence.
hello,
We are
hello,
now
is Zita
over
still there? Hello,
I don't
is
get
Zita
you.
still
I don't
here?
know.
Who?
Okay,
Madam Zita.
Zita, Mike,
Madam Zita.
is Zita still here?
Yeah.
Okay,
Dipsy.
because yes, I want to say something about what Zita said.
Doopsy, Alpha now.
She already
Madam
bẹ̀rẹ̀
Zita.
tẹ́lẹ̀ èwo ni alpha now, èwo ni ṣé ọ̀rẹ́ ni wá ni?
Mo fẹ́
Ṣé
toast
ọ̀rẹ́ ni?
ẹni now.
Àtẹ̀jẹ́ni tí ó jẹ́ young boy, àgbàlagbà fẹ́ toast rẹ̀. Àtẹ̀jẹ́ young boy ló fẹ́ toast rẹ̀. Àtẹ̀jẹ́ Mike ló lóun
Olójú edé fẹ́ toast ẹni now.
Àtẹ̀jẹ́ Mike ló lóun fẹ́ toast rẹ̀. Arúgbó náà sọ̀rọ̀ toast.
Ah.
Ládàradà. I want to talk to Zita about this having babies. A lot of people don't know what this thing entails. Having babies aimlessly. It is a lot. And that is why we are still where we are in our country. And all over the
I
world.
agree with Madam Zita and Baba Charlie Kuku. I say we should be thanking people for making babies.
I don't agree with them. I beg
They
to disagree with my sister.
They should come and tell us how many children they have on their own.
I don't agree with
because
them at all.
Baba Charlie Kuku marry her 17 children.
No, I beg to disagree because Zita is my sister. I don't oppose her like that because she's a very wise woman and she talks very well here. So I don't mean to oppose her at all. But children, it's deeper than what we think. So that's why we are still not having a functioning society up till now because people were not raised properly. People were not raised properly. So please, what Mike was saying about people going to plantation, I support it. And I think that the human brain is still going to evolve to the level that we'll be evaluating people before they have children. If they evaluate it and they see that you're not mentally balanced, you go to prison if you're pregnant with a child because it's like committing suicide. I'm telling you, human brain will still evolve to that level because I don't know where people see that it's compulsory to have children. Because that is why this world is still here, static, that we are not moving forward the way we are supposed to move forward. Because people are not raised properly.
Lucy, we are not even static. We are retrogressing.
Retrogressing. I'm not even talking about our country alone, no, Simba. I'm talking about the world generally, including the Western world. Because see the leaders in the Western world too. You think those people are raised properly? People like the guy that wants to go there now. Don't let me call his name because I want Prince Daddy Mawayami there. You think they were raised properly? People don't even know the extent that this thing damaged the society. That's why people think a child is a treasure. Yes, a child is a treasure where that child was raised properly or it's been raised properly. That's a treasure right there. But it's a big deal on the society when you neglect a child. It is not something that helps the society at all. So people shouldn't be saying that people should continually have children. For what? For what? So I support what Mike said, that if you can't raise that child, take it to a plantation. Motherfucker, you know. If you can't raise a child and you're having that child, it's
So,
like breeding a
Madam Lucy,
criminal. Yes,
can I
I'm
come
listening
in?
to you, my sister.
How you
That's why I
doing?
came in.
So
Yeah.
what you are saying in
Yeah.
essence is that some people shouldn't have children.
No, it's not compulsory. That's one
That's
thing you should
exactly
know.
what you're saying.
It
People
is
should
not
not have
compulsory, my
children.
sister. It is not.
So you must, if you don't have money, you shouldn't have children. So
It's not even about
children
money.
are not meant to
It's not about
be
No,
money.
it's not about money. You
They
didn't listen to
cannot
me.
take care of the child. You
Sister,
shouldn't have it.
you didn't listen to me. It's not about money. Forget about money.
What does it take
Money
to
is
take
the
care of a
least of
child?
what we're talking about. I said your mental health itself. If you are not psychologically balanced yourself, you're not supposed to have a child. And I
Oh my
said
goodness.
that, yes. And I said that human brain will still evolve to that level, that they will have
I
to
disagree with you.
carry a test on you first. I'm telling you, Zita, it is a big deal and it is a research
So,
that
Madam
people are
Zita, all
doing.
those were in Lagos, we always find pregnant.
It's not only in Lagos, oh, my brother. It's not only in Lagos, all over the world.
All over the place that you see
All
them,
over the
one
world.
mad
It's
woman
not
like
only in
that,
Lagos.
she's pregnant. We wonder,
And I
give
still
some
think
belay.
we are going to evolve to that level that they are going to carry a test on you before. Then if you don't pass that test, you go and get pregnant. You go to jail because it's a big deal to have a child. And it's not, we should change the narrative. It is not compulsory. It is not. It's a lie. People
Thank
that say
God
it's
you not be
compulsory.
God, though.
Thank
That's
God,
all I
oh
can
my
say.
sister, I said we know be
Hallelujah, praise
God.
God. You guys are
Thank,
not God.
So
thank
they're
God
We
we
saying
are
can
not
God
have
God.
support.
children, and who will not?
Thank God we are not God, my sister, and I always support you, Zita. I can't oppose you, but on this one, I'm so passionate on it. I'm writing a book on it. I'm doing a lot of stuff on that. It is not compulsory, sis, for people to have children. There are lots of damaged people in this world that we live in. We don't want that again. We want the narrative to change. And I'm telling you, it's going to get there where you're going to be examined before you are allowed to. They will give you a go ahead to have a child. It's going. The human brain evolves all the time. It's going to evolve to that level. That there will be a law that will be passed. So those people that think that children are just handbag, that's to be showed and to be displayed, is a lie. You're lying. It's not for everybody. So that's my submission this evening. My sister, I came in because of you. You know you are my sister and I love you now. I didn't come because of Simba. Simba, this old man, what's my own with him? It's when I hear voices like yours that I want to come into the studio. So it's because of you that I came in. So that's my submission. I don't really have much to say about it again. So Zita, I hope to have a session with you soon. Hope you guys are hearing me. Hello? I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes.
Aha, okay. I said I hope to have a session with Zita regarding this soon. I'm going to look for a topic that is related to this. It's good for us to spread this narrative. I'm a mother, you are a mother, Zita, and we are not young women. Do you understand? So we have to change the narrative. It's not for everybody. It is not. No. For I'm so passionate about it. A lot of people can't parent. They're still child in their minds. So that is why you see a lot of damaged people around the world. It's not only in our country. Don't make the mistake. Lots of
Even in
people,
America here, like most of
lots
the
of people in
children
America.
that become gangsters, you find that
Exactly.
they were not, it was only one guy
the
just
number
get
of teenage pregnancy teenage pregnancy everywhere. I said,
So in America,
the
if you
number
go
of
to the ghetto, you find out that it's just someone single. The woman there, she was a teenager when she had the boy. The guy, the father is not one level guy. He's probably drug addicts, and those boys they all become gangsters and just
Can you
shoot up the.
imagine?
They become
look at the one that
they
did that
become
to
useless
Tupac. Look at
kids,
the one
man.
look at the
And
one
it's
that
more
did that
common with
to
people of our
Tupac.
race. I don't know why.
Exactly. Mike, I don't know if you listened
Mike,
to a particular interview in Nigeria this about a couple of weeks ago, that the girl said she likes to sleep with dogs. So they had to ask her why, because she has been abused since when she was like 2 years old. From
imagine.
her brother, same father, same mother, was abusing her. So she was used to sex. So she said, I've been, so she doesn't see anybody around. She starts sleeping with the dog. So I'm not, it's not something that's funny. Nobody should say people should be having children. For what? For what? It's not easy. And it's not even easy on the state as well to start taking care of damaged children. It costs a lot of money. Those things cost
Look
a
at
lot of money.
Most of them end
The
up in
government.
prison, and God state have to take care of them in prison anyway. So what's the point?
Look at Madam Ducey, look at Sweden and Sweden, Norway, all the Scandinavian countries. I watched a particular documentary on CNN the other time. The husband and the husband is going to get 6 months, while I think the wife will get a full year. So to take good care of their 2 children. So the state is ready to take care of them, and their populations are not actually that massive, and that's why you see that the population that we have in Nigeria is not actually productive, because we do not have a vision, a good visionary leaders, and that can also drive vision that people can move with. These children that we give birth to must be the one that because we are saying it's not everybody that is actually cut out for giving birth. There was one time like that we spoke about that. Like look at Tupac mother. Look at Tupac mother. If you watch that my mother, he sang a song for his mother. He spoke about his mother being a drug addict and was raising them also. So you can imagine the kind of children that they eventually turn into. Even though he managed to escape poverty one way, but you can see what happens at the end of the day, because it was
And I
actually
always
checking.
tell my children one thing, that you are opportune to be raised by good parents. It's not everybody that has the opportunity. So you have to be considerate with people when you have a relationship with people. It's not everybody that has that kind of opportunity to be raised up by good parents. Some people, when they were born, their father or their mother is in the prison already. So it's so easy on some people. I'm telling you, my brother. Go ahead.
Dubsy, have you heard of crack babies? Children that were born addicted to crack.
Yes, and alcohol.
Because their mother was doing crack. She was doing.
I'm sure Simba will know about this. They shake when they give back to them in the hospital. They call it shaking syndrome. They'll be shaking because because of the alcohol withdrawal. Because they've been taking alcohol since when they're fetus in the womb. So when they come out, they can't survive with alcohol. They'll be shaking. You have to stabilize them.
I'm even talking about, you know what crack is? Crack cocaine.
Now it's the same.
Very addictive drug. Like
it's the same.
The woman is taking it and someone get her pregnant, and she's pregnant and she keep birth.
And she's still taking it.
Yeah.
I know it's the same. I'm telling you, Mike, it's the same alcohol and substance withdrawal. That's what they call it in babies. They will be shaking when they give birth to them because they are used to taking that substance from the womb. So by the time they come out, they can't survive without that substance. The fetus. People have to know more about these things. I'm so passionate. I cry. I'm so passionate about things like this. I'm a very hard girl. I don't cry. But when you don't treat your child well, I see that child, I cry. I cry. And I'm not.
That's what happens in the north and some part of the south too. That's what happens in the north.
I'm not even naming not all. It happens everywhere, my brother. I work in the West.
It happens in all of the in the south also. You know, we have
even in
school children in the south.
Everywhere.
Everywhere. This thing happens everywhere.
I see it all the time. How come you see children in poverty and I'm like, come on, what is this now? And you see that they stacked next to each other. Like,
and turn these guys.
The woman will still be pregnant again. She'll still be dancing, happy that she's. I'm like, you happy that you're pregnant? You don't see anything wrong with this picture. They don't even see anything wrong with that picture. The children are all malnourished, and you're having more and more.
No, I don't think they're meant. I told Simba was it yesterday or day before yesterday? I don't think they're mentally balanced. I'm serious, because nowadays when you come to the hospital or you go to your GP and it's going to be the 6th or 7th time, they suggest to you that you should go for tubal ligation. If you don't agree, the social worker will come in to start investigating you because people don't believe they're mentally balanced again. So if they suggested to you to have tubal ligation, if you don't agree to that, then the social worker will be on your case. This is happening in Canada right now. Because you can't be having 6, 7 children.
If you take up to 6 children, you have up to 6 children. After 6, they ask you to do tubal ligation.
Yes, if they suggest that to you and you're not, agreeing to that suggestion, then they will report you. They will report you
better
because they will be bothered.
Look at what is happening to us now. Look at what is happening. UK that gave us independence is 55 billion. Now they are 67, 68 million. We are 200 and something million. And you see, when we all shout here that the government is not doing this, is not doing that, I just laugh. You know what I did yesterday, Madam Lucy? You know what I did yesterday? Yesterday, I told somebody, I said we have about 120 million youths. I said, okay, give or take. Things are not going well, right? Okay, let's give each of those 100 million youths, let's give them 50,000 naira. Just once off. When we calculated it was already 5 trillion naira. The whole budget for the country, for 220 million people, the whole budget that we're going to spend across sectors is $28 trillion and 28 trillion naira. Now, I think they just added a supplementary budget of 6 trillion, 6.2 to it. That makes it 34 trillion. So look at it. So how do we sustain that? It means our country is still one way or the other poor. And Nigerians are thinking we have money. We are not really there.
All those children that they're out of jobs or they're jobless and all that, you will see that they struggled all their life. They were not properly raised. Most of those children. I'm not even blaming them. I'm not blaming them. I don't even blame kids that are not properly raised. I blame the parents always. I'm not blaming them because you don't come for me. I'm saying that I do see them. No, I'm pitying them. Because sometimes if you see the way these people talk, the way they behave, you will know that these people have been traumatized since when they've been born. So they can't be productive to the society. They can't be. So that is what people don't understand about having children, that people will be supporting, that let people do whatever. No, people can't do whatever they want. It affects the economy. It affects the society.
Look at China. China had to cut down their population. They were able to raise China in 2015, going to 20, they were able to raise over 500 to 800 million people out of poverty to almost to the middle class. So in one way or the other, if we are able to also, we can also do that. All we need to do is correct policies. Now look at it, like the policy that the government is doing is talking about, but we need them to also act on it. Tinubu needs to act if truly he really wants to give hope to the people, and that's what we are supposed to be talking about. Now, I was telling somebody in the West, one of the reasons why everybody feel like, oh, okay, life could be better in the West is because everybody have one way or the other to plug yourself into, and you are not irresponsible with giving back to children. Also, you are not irresponsible to giving back to children. 1, 2, then you can get a student loan. You yourself, you can get credit for mortgage for your car and live your common normal life, and you have a whole lot of, you can do a lot of things for yourself because you don't have a too big family like that. So, but and that's what we're trying to. The government is trying to put in. I think I heard now that 150 financial institutions are already, banks and other non-money banks, non-financial institutions are ready to partner, whereby people can get mortgage. People are working with government. They can get mortgage. I know they can raise children in a proper environment. You know, those things also can't. If you are a government worker, you can get a mortgage, you pay for 10, 15 years, and everybody they already take your N9, they already know you are in the civil service, you cannot do anything. So you are paying. You raise your child in a very good manner, in a very good place. And the child also has some other things that you can get from the government, little. But we are going to start from somewhere actually. It's not going to go around everybody at the beginning. That's one problem that we have in Nigeria. And that's why everybody kept on complaining. And that's the problem that Nigeria has. And people don't see it that way. That the population is one of our problems. We want to compare ourselves with the UK, with this, but we want to give out to 6 children, 5 children, 4 children, and so on and so forth. So I think people need to just be sincere and be open-minded with the government also. Because the government cannot actually do everything. Yeah, you want to give 50,000 to people. How many people can it go around? Yeah, can it go to? Yeah, out of 100 million people. And even when we are saying the people should japa, that people should japa too. We saw what happened in the UK. People were trying to japa. We saw what happened. There were a lot of restrictions. There are a lot of restrictions practically everywhere in the world now against us. And in the next few years, we are going to have serious issues on our hand. We have 100 million youth. In the next 2-3 years, and in the next 25 years, which is about 2050, those 100 million youth will have given back to one children on the average of one or two. So we'll be running into.
Mr. Dorothy. Do you know why they have to remove that subsidy? Because hold on, let me say this statement. It's very short. That subsidy, the more the population grow, the more oil we will consume, right? That means the more subsidy will grow. So that the more the subsidy money will grow, because the more of the petroleum we consume, right? The more they have to pay, the more the subsidy cost. That's why I'm like, what are we subsidizing? Because the money was subsidy kept growing and growing because population is growing and more people are consuming even more petroleum, because more and more people are leaving the rural area, they are going to the urban area. So that subsidy just have to go, man. Sorry. All right, go ahead.
I want to ask one question, or maybe later you can discuss it. I've been reading this thing. There's one Nigerian guy in this Olympics now that was pitched against a lady in the boxing.
No,
And
that's a guy. It's a one girl. It's a girl.
That's I think there's been some false narrative around that.
And I feel that's very unfair.
No,
They
Khalif. Her name is
categorize the
Khalif.
guy because they
No, it's
identify
not.
as a lady.
It's not a man. Her name is Khalif. And let me put it out.
She's a
her name is
female.
Khalif. Imani
Is she a
Khalif.
lady?
She's a woman.
She's transgender. Transgender.
She's not
transgender. She was born female. She just has a lot of male
she's
hormones.
born female. She has female organs. She has female reproductive organs. She's a woman in all physical, and for all physical reasons, she's a woman. Okay, she has female reproductive organs.
Yeah, because
most
I was
likely she can
wondering,
have a child.
because Algeria is an Islamic country. I was wondering
It's
they
not
would
even
never
that.
present a transgender.
I also want to.
So what has happened is this, and to be frank, I think this thing might be even more common than people know it is. Okay, but so what has happened is this: she's a woman. She has female reproductive organs. She does not have any male genitalia of any kind. Now, she has a rare medical condition. That means that she actually has a Y chromosome. And she produces higher levels of testosterone compared to the average woman. I think people that understand statistics, understand distribution, she'll be outside of the 99.7, towards sigma from the norm. She's an outlier. It does not exclude the fact that she's a woman.
Okay. Because I was like, this is Algeria. Algeria is supposed to be Islamic.
And I've been told that it's actually not necessarily. I don't think it's an extremely rare condition in women. But I think most of us, for someone like myself, I've never had a DNA test done. Because I've never had a medical condition or any familiar reasons to have a DNA test done. God knows how many women would live their life having never had a DNA test done or chromosome check done. So how are we even certain that this is not a much more frequent occurrence? It might not be as rare. Now,
it's not rare actually.
This young girl, she's lost to 9 women. 9 other women are beat her. So I think what has happened is this.
the IBA, which was a corrupt boxing organization, disqualified 2 of them who were found to have naturally produce high testosterone. They disqualified them.
What was
I
it?
think
Is it that they were able to? You know, the testosterone must be. Is it synthetic? Or I mean,
no,
did
it's
they
real.
find?
No, they naturally they produce higher testosterone.
I know that everybody has testosterone, both the woman and
you
male.
know, there's so like I said, anyone that understands statistics, most likely the IBA, they have the tests,
No, I
and
know
they will have a
genetics, so I
regulation,
understand that.
and the regulation will be based on for the someone of about this height, this weight, this age, they expect you to fall within. They'll have a general limit. You know what I mean. It's just like
Yeah,
it's
I
just like
understand.
BMI. So I think that's what. So they disqualified them. Now, apparently there's some corruption around the IBA was known to be corrupt. It's run by Russia. The current president, it's Russian centric. I think they have the competition around in somewhere in the Far East. I think there's a suspicion that the Chinese influenced a lot of decisions to try and to help get athletes get ahead of other athletes that might that they thought So the previous world championships that was run by the IBA, it suggested and the Chinese especially funded the organization to disqualify some athletes to get some athletes out of the way for the athletes, stuff like that. I wouldn't go into that. But she was unfairly disqualified. She has boxed at least 9 other women that won her. I think what has happened is there was some commentary that went into this Olympics about her. I think the Italian girl that fought her already had a psychological idea that she was fighting a woman. So when she got into the ring, I watched the match. When she got into the ring, she was making silly. I mean, she was open. There was the one, the two, like she was hit twice, and one, the two times was yes. It's just an amateur. One, I know she's boxing the amateur leagues, technically, but she made a terrible mistake you don't make as a boxer. She left herself absolutely open, and that girl just made like a picture perfect nice cross punch, and hit her smack in the face. You do that against anybody, even in your weight class. You give anybody in your weight class a chance to do that to you, they'll break your jaw. Like she left herself absolutely open. Anyone that likes watching boxing would have seen it and said, "What's this girl doing?"
I noticed that she was off guard. It was open. I said, "Is it boxing or what happened to her?"
So she
had no
had
guard.
the psychological idea she was boxing a man. So she gave up already before she even got to the ring.
Yeah.
You see, at least that girl has had at least 50, she's had at least 50 fights, amateur fights. Because she's only disqualified, she's 26. And she's been boxing since she was rather young enough. And that she's lost to 9 women. 9. She's lost to the current world champion in that weight class, a British girl, or an Irish girl, She's lost to so many 9 other women have beat her, and they've won her in style. It's very like saying boxing. They've won her in boxing style. So genetically she's a woman, physically she's a woman. But I think what has happened is that in the world that we live in now, because of social media, individuals that are not professionals, even myself, in some things, they now go on social media and make comments, and then we have individuals like J.K. Rowling, Elon Musk, and the likes, who have they tend to have conservative ideals, but themselves are not informed, scientific, in terms of medical and scientific facts. They're making comments about this, and they are setting up this what because they are already. These people think all of their life is set up in the idea that they are fighting a cultural war against the left. Anything that they perceive that the leftists have come again, they are trying to put men. I don't agree that men should ever be in any competition with women in sports. I believe there are systematic genetic advantages instead when it comes to physical, activities. When it comes to between men and women, it's be a problem. Okay, well, I think it's going over the top when you say a woman. I'm not going to go and run against Usain Bolt. I can train from now for the next 100 years. Me and Usain Bolt can be give or take about the same height, about the same BMI. I can train for 100 years. The fact is, most likely, the guy will have some sort of a genetic advantage that just makes it impossible for me to race against him. He probably has muscles that twitch at a different rate than mine. So I can keep training. Genetically, my muscles can't twitch at the same rate. I will never be as fast as he can be. There's no point me going to fight someone like Mike Tyson. Myself and Mike Tyson are not very far away from each other in height. He's not really a particularly very large man. He's about 5'10". I'll be mad to think I can get into the ring with Mike Tyson. He give me a punch, I'll probably go into a coma. We are both men. We're about roughly the same height. I can probably bring myself about his weight class. Does it mean that I can go and
It's
fight
because
him?
you're not talented in boxing. That's why. It's not because
No, I think that
anything.
Mike Tyson one is different.
If you are a talented boxer too, then and you are in the same weight class as another boxer, you
There's
get
a
it.
lot of
So
boxers that
the
he weight
argument you
like
are
Mike
making
Tyson's weight
is
class. I can't punch as hard as he can.
He has trained himself over time now. That's part of it too. So
That's
even if
part
you
of
are
it. I know
talented,
that's what there's
even if you are
training, but
talented
there's
and even
also
if you have weight like him, he will
there's
beat you
training, but there's also
straight.
some individuals. All individuals have specific genetic traits. Okay, that might be people don't understand genes, understand this because people pass down genetic. Why do some people have blue eyes, some people have brown eyes? Why do some people in their family they always
Potential,
go
give me
bald?
lateral, maybe me buying better. It what you people are saying, I don't understand it.
It's about that woman in the girl, the Algerian girl that was that is in the
Olympics,
Olympics.
that fought with as in an Italian lady
An Italian
like
girl,
that.
yes.
And punched the lady. The lady said, "I've never been that punch in my life.
It's that
I've
in my
never
life. Of
had."
course, you left yourself open, so you hit very hard.
He said, "I've never
So
received
what is
such
the
a hard
problem?
punch." He said, "The guy is a man,
There's a lot of contention on the internet that she's a man and a man
That
should
she is
never
a
be.
man.
transgender.
Yes.
That she's transgender. She's a man. This and that."
So okay, it's like what happened in this South African lady that time, Caster
Semenya.
Samaya. So is it something like that?
yeah, something like
I
that.
don't
Yeah,
know. I don't think
yeah, it's the
I don't
same.
know if
It's
Casper
similar, man.
has
They have
female
high level of
genitalia.
testosterone. They look like a man. They move like man, so they kind of like almost a man, but women.
But even Caster Samaya, that was the same speculation. But at the end of the day, she was cleared that they
So
declare as a woman.
exactly. She
Yeah,
was
she's a
cleared.
woman, but they just, I mean, that their level of testosterone is just unusual, So they're so male. They're so close to male.
Actually, you see some ladies now. They look
Okay, I
muscular.
hope you know that
They
there are
look.
some people that depending, but we have some male that are even alpha male that have like double Y instead of one Y.
Exactly. Look at that. So the argument is that this woman has a XY chromosome.
Okay,
Instead
some
of
men have
XY, they have
double Y.
XYY.
Can you
Yes,
believe it?
So some men
but
have
they are
XYY.
usually yes. We have XYY male.
Those ones are not alpha male. They are sigma
No,
or
they are
maybe.
usually they are criminals. Those ones are criminals. They usually see them in prisons because they can't behave normally. They are usually very criminal minded.
Multiple personality disorder, or what are you talking about here?
It's not personal. It's because of that additional one that they have. Is like having excess of all those sex hormones, and it's affecting
Okay.
them.
Can you see that?
But sometimes have you seen some males that you think that this one, yes, he's a male, he has all
Actually,
the
do you know that?
male features,
I don't
but
want to.
you have a female voice, female mannerism, and all those things.
I don't want to sound somehow, but there's a theological explanation for that too. If
Go
Mm.
I
ahead,
find
please. Go
myself
ahead.
in a platform where it's possible, there's a theological explanation for some of these, even some deformities and other stuff like that. You understand? If I'm permitted, I can just give explanation.
Oh,
Yeah,
go ahead now.
because it's theological, it might not be spiritually It might not be scientifically tested, but maybe with time science will come to that point when they can test such. You see, it was believed explained in some texts. They are not in the Bible, but they are extra biblical texts. You understand? They are not canonized, but they are still read by scholars, Bible scholars. One of them is the Book of Enoch. Other books like that that those books are even referenced in the Bible. That means the people who wrote the Bible read those books too before they could reference them. The In those days when and that explains the origin of evil, because the general belief is that evil came into the world because man sinned. And if you read those texts, you know that it is not because man sinned. The origin of evil started with when there were angels or divine beings, not necessarily angel, divine beings, that's extraterrestrial being that came into our world. And because they were extraterrestrial being, they could take up forms. So they took on human forms, and they saw that daughters of men were beautiful, and that text had an overlap with the Bible, that they started taking themselves for themselves wives from the daughters of men, and the Bible said they gave birth to giants. Some of their offspring were referred to as Nephilims, and those Nephilims were not just physically huge, they were intellectually high, and they could do a lot of things. So those guys were the ones that came up with how to invent. They invented weapons. Human beings never really knew how to kill
Oh,
other human beings.
But
let's get back
I don't know who is
to
talking, but do you understand? I don't know if you actually read much into Greek mythology. What you're speaking about here is really the basis of Greek mythology.
Yeah, that's
I
why I'm saying
can.
that
first thing you need to do is define
extraterrestrial.
Patoski, define evil first.
So that's why I say they are. Wait, now let me finish. So they are extraterrestrial. What I'm even now saying is that because those guys have a capacity to meet with women, they produce different kind of creatures
So they are the
that
one
were
that
not
brought evils. I mean, that's what you are saying.
that no that were not original to. We are looking at
So the
why
people,
some
human that
there
were
might
there
be
before
some.
they didn't know how to do evil. That's what you are saying.
Wait now, wait.
I'm
I'm
trying to
saying
understand
there are.
what you are saying now. You are taking us on a long
I'm
journey. We
saying
want to know what
I'm
you are.
saying I'm saying that there are theological explanation for
To
some
what?
things. There are scientific explanation for issues. There are philosophical explanation for issues. There are sociological and there could be theological explanation for issues. So, for any intellectual person, you listen to all the dimension of explanations, and if you want to challenge it, you probably bring up an intellectual argument.
That's
That's
why
what
we're
I'm
trying to
saying.
challenge you now. So
And
we're trying
so
to
you
use
must
basic
bring
sense,
up an
basic common
intellectual
sense to
argument.
challenge. So
So
that's why
where
we're
I'm trying,
asking, what are you talking about? You telling
they are
us that
trying to, what they are
in the
trying to
beginning you
say,
said the people that brought evil were some
what they are saying
extra.
is that what they are saying that the origin of evil did not
And what
start
is the
with
define evil for before we
human
know
being.
the origin of the evil you are talking about?
evil
Define
evil
evil.
is evil to me is an harm, the capacity or a situation that cause a situation or an event of harm to other human beings or other creatures.
Is
You
it a
understand?
spirit?
The-
Is it
Whether spirit
a
or
Don't
spirit?
don't
evil
you think
means,
he
for
needed to have
example,
that to be
evil
equipped
for
with that as a
example
creature
means
to
evil for
survive?
example means evil for example means that I look at a Simba, I know that I now discover, oh, I can kill someone like that. I can fight the person and the person will die.
So
That's
the ability to find somebody, is that what you're calling evil?
is evil. The
Okay, let
ability
me
to
ask you
feel that
this.
you can
Tell me
cause
a
harm,
creature. Tell me
the ability
creature.
to cause harm to people. So they came
Okay.
to realize, the explanation is that even among the animals or other creatures, there were no such on earth, there was no such evil before the invasion of those beings.
So how were they surviving?
That's the
How were they able
theological
to
explanation.
how were they able to kill to eat?
That's the
They were
argument they
just
have.
only all
Those are
hanging
not my
around.
own. Those are not my own argument. You understand?
Tiger, what was Tiger Lion
So
eating
exactly. So how can you survive
before
without
the
having
evil
the
The
came?
ability
explanation.
to do something negative? How can you
Carnivores.
how can
The
you even defend yourself? You don't have the ability to
no. The
think to harm
explanation.
somebody.
The explanation.
If you're facing danger, how will you be able to carry
Danger is
out
a form
act
of
to defend
evil.
yourself if you can't
The
think
danger. Danger, for
think of
example,
harming
that
anybody.
the
So it
danger
doesn't.
that
The logic doesn't make sense at all.
the danger. What do you mean? Definition of danger. What does that mean to
No,
you?
no. If you find yourself in a dangerous situation where you have to
Like
escape, where you have to defend yourself, you
like
have to
what?
have the mind to be able to
Like
harm.
what?
Hold on, hold on, hold on. If you're in a situation where either a human being
No,
or
Mike, I
other,
think you should leave him alone because he said it might not be. Before he started the argument, he said it might not be appealing to some of us. So
it's
there's
not
no
really
need
about appealing. It's
asking
just a matter
questions.
of using
So
logic.
what my argument is this:
He
if I'm
even prefaced it
confronted
that
with
might not be
danger,
logical or
if I'm
scientific.
confronted with danger, if I'm confronted with danger that I need to defend myself, that means what I have to defend myself against is evil. So the origin of that, you understand? So if there's no evil, I don't need to defend myself against any danger.
I don't know
That's
about
the
this book of
logic.
Enoch you're quoting, no, because
You
if
say?
we even look at the biblical context, and I think maybe that is why it was not never canonized, when the when the books of the Bible were being put together. Because even if you look at Genesis, it is well understood by anyone of the Semitic religions, Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. We understand very well the concept of Adam and Eve, and the concept that after Eve was deceived by the snake, which was Satan in disguise, that she understanding she also pray, I'm naked. And then she said, Adam, look at your folly. You are dancing around. Don't you see that you are naked? So I think
You believe that?
if I'm going to say the sin, we all understand it, and it's almost agreeable that that is where that's
Arrow, that story is even there is a lot of fallacy there, so it doesn't even explain anything. If you want to be
I
using
don't
yeah.
that,
even
So that's why I
understand
said
how
that's why I
some people
preface it
came
by
from
saying
Europe
that
and came to tell us some stories and we just believe it.
people of
I don't
Semitic
even
people
understand.
that base their concept on Semitic religions of Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. That's why I prefaced it in that manner.
because
You know what
even
I
what
mean?
Pato is talking about now, at what point during that, if you follow that story, all those extraterrestrial beings that is talking about, at what point were they created in that story?
No, they were not created in that story. They were
So they
created
were
before then.
created after.
They were created before then. You see, let me explain the way to look at Genesis for you. You see, Genesis is not a record that somebody took a pen and when God started creating and he started recording. No, it was not the story of an eyewitness. You understand? Genesis is like an explanation for something. It's like somebody has an understanding. Maybe somebody is inspired to have an understanding of how certain things took place, and that person sat down to explain to them how. It's not as if they
But
say, "Oh, God did this,"
Patrick, let me
and
ask you this.
that's why you have the date challenge, the date
Wait, wait,
challenge,
wait, wait,
or that
wait.
challenge. Yeah.
Which one should be more detailed? A high witness account or something that God inspire you to write? Which one should be more detailed?
You see, it depends. God inspire you to write something. The inspiration that God
If
gives you.
God inspire you to
Wait
write
now.
something, that
Wait.
should
Let me
not
finish.
be,
Let
it
me
should not
finish.
be
Let me
even be, there
finish.
shouldn't be any mistake in it.
No, if God inspire you to write something,
Mm.
God could just give you a hint. You understand? The
And so you will
scholars,
just be adding your own. You just be
no,
adding your own.
scholars, no. You see, don't say that. I didn't say that. You
No,
see,
not you. I'm talking about the person that wrote it.
when God speaks, it has been discovered over time that God does not speak directly, as in plain language that is, you could say, okay, now this is what is happening, this is what. God, because God is a spirit, so God inspires
Did
and
God
speaks
tell you
to
that
us
it's a
through.
spirit?
God is a spirit. People say God is a
Simba,
spirit because
Simba,
it's
Simba,
invisible.
I
Yes.
want to ask you a question, Simba. Do you take care of psychiatric patients? You don't, do you?
No,
No,
no, no,
why are
no.
you laughing? You don't
I'm a
even know the question.
pediatrician.
Okay,
I
okay.
refer them when I see
Because
psychiatric pediatrics.
Okay, you refer them to
Do say
psychiatric.
what to be wala
Listen,
no.
listen, brother man, that is not even that will tell you that God has told them something. They are hallucinating. It's about psychosis. It's not as if God said
General
anything to
Thomas,
anybody.
General
So
Thomas,
that one I want
can
to
you
just
give me
chip in.
about 3 minutes to
I
speak?
just want to chip that in.
General Thomas, I beg, I need about 3 minutes to speak because the reason I actually came in was because I was listening to Madame Dupsy. And I understand that she's passionate about things when it comes to family, children, and raising children and these things. But she made some statements that I found alarming and I found to be very concerning. And I understand the passion that moved her to make those statements. But I want to bring that into some realities of the consequence of that statement. Um, because I think sometimes in the passion of wanting some legislations, some laws, and some concepts in society, we neglect the danger of an extreme individual or some individuals with ulterior motives abusing those laws, those legislations, those. And she was speaking about essentially individuals that may be mentally incapable of having children. I can't speak of other parts of the world, but I can speak of America and Britain especially, because historically, I can only speak because, like I said, my perspective is Anglo-centric. That used to be a thing. And there are some very historical cases that surround the fact that individuals were sterilized because they were considered to have some, they were sectioned by the state. That was the thing they used to do. Individuals that were sectioned by the state used to be sterilized. It was disproportionately affected women. So I think we should be very careful when we even propose any laws.
No, we don't understand what you are saying. No, it's not what you are talking about is not clear. What do you mean by what your statement
Madame
is?
Dupsy was speaking about essentially sterilizing individuals because there's some
That are
individuals that
not
don't have
mentally capable. That are not mentally
guy,
capable.
This guy that is
Yes.
talking,
That are not.
you know that video that one man usually puts. That man will be speaking some grammar like this that you won't understand. You know that video? It is exactly like this man that is speaking, because this man now you have not made your point at all.
No,
I
what
did
I'm
not
trying
talk
to say
about
is this. No, what I'm trying to say is I'm just saying let's be very careful before we make suggestions, because government, if you
No, I
left it
did
to
not
most
talk about
governments,
sterilization, my brother.
no, I'm just saying don't let us suggest that, because what I said, you said they should prevent some people from having children.
Yes. If
Okay,
you're still
how do you prevent
and
someone
that's why
from
I
having
said
children?
examination. You have to be mentally examined. I said
Okay, when and because you are saying this should be done. I don't know if you
because there's a
understand
lot
this.
of money on the state.
Yes, I
The state
understand.
can't afford it. Yes.
That's why I said I understand the passion and I understand the logic about why I don't believe in having many children. I have two of my own, and to be frank, if you left it to me, I might just have one.
Okay.
Because I understand the cost psychologically.
Yeah.
I understand it. I understand the more. I understand. That's why I said I prefaced it by saying I know I've urged you. I know that you're passionate about children, about raising children that are of value to the society, not just to the country they live in, but to humanity. I understand this. I've heard you say these things before. But I'm trying to let you know that historically, in England and in America, I know of many cases where women have been sterilized because they were sectioned by the state. Do you understand? Do you know what? And then
Simba, mute yourself, man. We don't want to hear your.
So, Madam Dupsy,
I'm listening, my
Madam
brother.
Dupsy, I know that you understand when people are sectioned, but in England especially, historically, especially in the 50s and the 40s, 50s, and 30s, anyone that is, they used to have a law. I can't remember what law is called again. Essentially, they said that this person is dysfunctional and they targeted people that thought of certain sexual orientation, aka gays, and individuals that were mentally disabled, they used to say, and they thought that homosexuality was a mental. The concept then that homosexuality was a mental illness, essentially. This guy that deciphered the Morse code. I don't know if you are familiar with the persecution he faced because of his sexual. Now, so I'm just trying to say that we should be very careful before we start making suggestions to empower
I'm
the
not even
states.
making suggestions.
Can I
I'm
can,
saying
can, can
that
I can I
human
can I just say something, please? Can
said
I
that
just say
the
something? I
human
think
brain, I said that the human brain will still evolve to that time that we are going to examine human beings before they start having another human beings. That's what I said. It's still going to be a time. You can't just be having a child because you want a decoration in your house. Because it's something that's so deep. It's deeper than what we see. So that's why we in Nigeria that you're seeing most of those leaders too, they are not properly raised, they're not okay in their minds. That's
I think we're passing over the failures as a society.
All right,
Yes,
all
we're
right.
passing over
Can I
and we're
just say
looking for
something? Can I
a
just say something?
simplistic solution.
Enough of you guys, man.
Are you the
Can I just say something,
moderator?
please?
Are you the moderator? Who is this person
But,
saying
but
you're
you but you are not the only one that should be
Are you
talking
the
now.
moderator?
You can't just
Are
be
you the
talking amongst
moderator?
yourselves.
Are you
I
the
mean, you are not even
moderator?
making
Or to
sense.
shade to Nigeria?
I have access to moderation tools, so stop it. I'm a moderator. But you have been talking now.
I have access to moderation to what do you
No,
want?
but she's been talking now. She won't let any other person talk, and she's talking about what I'm a moderator. You don't have a monopoly on the
You have
mic.
to be nice. You can't
You
just
have
demand that.
come with your
What
cry
is there to
again,
be nice?
to
I just
Nigeria.
said let some other
We've been
person talk. You
having
won't let some
civil
other person talk.
conversation. Nobody has been fighting over talk up. Everybody has been talking. If you want to talk, talk. Why do you have
Okay, you guys,
difficulty in a
carry on with yourself now if you want to talk.
But everybody,
Because they don't let people
keep
talk.
quiet
People
for
are so
you.
selfish.
Well, you just came
People
in.
are so selfish. If somebody wants to talk, allow some other person to talk.
If you want to talk, you ask, and then they will say, "Wait, let us land." Then they let you come in. It's not like when you want to talk, you must talk. That's not the way life works now.
No. I wanted to talk. She said, okay, she wanted to talk. Then I
No,
let
when
her
you
talk.
wanted to talk, you just
Then
came
when
and
I
say you
want to
want to
talk
talk, you
again,
must talk.
she said I shouldn't talk. Hold on now.
Why
You don't read the
examine
events.
yourself to
You
Nigeria?
don't read the events.
Everybody,
Hold on.
some
You
people
don't read the events. You see now, this
came
one
in.
is
Okay, we don't want to fight
interrupting
over
me.
talk. Calm
Dupsy
down,
came
man.
in.
Can you guys just stop?
Nobody
Can you guys
cried
just
for.
stop?
You can't do
You
that.
have to be
You can't be saying
fair.
people
You
should
have
stop
to
for you
be
now.
fair.
If you
I
are
let
not
her
comfortable,
talk.
you
She
can
stopped me
leave.
from talking. I let her talk.
Now, just kill the
Can
whole
you just stop,
discussion now,
Simba?
please.
I let her talk. I let her talk. Then she said, "Okay,
Say
you
what you
speak
want to
later."
say.
Then
Don't
she
waste
carried
our
on
time,
talking.
Joe. Say
Then the other guy
Okay,
spoke.
what you
Then
want
I
to
need to
say.
talk.
Say
Okay,
what you want to
Say
say.
what you want to say. Go ahead.
yeah, because they don't like what I want to say now. You all don't like what I want to say. That's why you are
Then
talking.
get lost.
You
Then
don't want to
who's
carry on
that?
with. Maybe I should just let you guys carry on with your this thing. Maybe I should just let you carry on.
Then
Carry on. Go ahead, talk.
Thank
You
you.
come
We'll
and say you
carry
come to
on.
drop
So
the
you
drill.
can
Like
go
you
and
say you come to
sleep.
drop wisdom today. Like we need you to see who is talking and see anything you have to say is on the high level of wisdom. Just go ahead and say what you want to say, man.
Mike jọ má pa mí o, mo ti fẹ́ rẹ́rìn fún bí. Orúládé wa ń bí báyìí kí máa lọ ṣubú lórí bẹ́ẹ̀dì ẹjọ́ torí ọdún. So Naija go ahead now and talk. Torí bí mo nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ, ọ̀rọ̀ tó fẹ́ sọ náà kò sí kankan tó máa bá dé. Go ahead and talk.
He's not talking again now. He don't vex. So he can go. So let us continue our conversation, Jerry.
So I
Well,
want
we
to
cannot be
correct
begging
myself.
to talk.
I said
Okay.
Morse code. I meant to say the Enigma machine. His name was Alan Turing. I think anyone that's interested to go and study about him. So I'm being general, and I'm just being alarmist by saying if we want to address the issue of of how do I put it in a crude way, family planning, as they used to say, especially I grew up into the era of family planning when on TV and everywhere it was family planning. That's the world I was born into. I don't know if all of these Gen Z people they are familiar with all this, that line of thought. That's the world I was born into. So I think we should go back into addressing societal matters. letting other individuals see the value of planning their life, planning their family, rather than rather than addressing it with crude legislation. Because what happens with governments with crude legislation is this: they will abuse us. Because yes, I understand the fact, like Patosky was explaining, how can you even distribute the budget of a country and account for so much a big population of people when we are growing at a rate of almost I think we have a growth rate of almost 6 point. It's ridiculous. We are several multipliers above most first world countries, of which most of the first world countries themselves are actually a bit below what should be the norm. They are not really, they can't keep up with their population. They're not even growing their population. They are literally declining, and that's probably why they are importing people from all over the world. You know, so but I think I'm very cautious because I know the historical context, and I know that if you left it to some government officials, they will propose legislations and they will be sterilizing a lot. Even people that are mentally fit, they will sterilize them and say this one is not, for everything.
I'm
Because
not even saying that. No,
they are
I'm
very close to do that in
talking
China. I know in China they actually have a system that so they have I think it's called WeChat or something, and people make payments with this. Their social media is this. So what they do is they use it to profile individuals and they give them a score, and that score affects a lot of their life, from gaining a bank loan. So I think that's where China is moving towards, using data to kind of profile an individual. And you never
how did
know,
it
they might
affect
come to a
their life?
situation where they
It actually
use that to
helped
decide if
them.
they can have a child.
It helped them. Why are you saying it affected their lives? In what way?
And that's why I said that. That's why I said we need. I'm not contesting that it's going to help them. I'm just letting you understand that if you leave it to government officials to legislate on these things, they will go on the extreme. They'll take it to the extreme side. So I'm just saying, let us be very cautious.
I'm even talking from the medical point of view. I didn't even talk about government. I'm just speaking to the government because
government is going to put legislation out now. It's government that's going to create legislation that informs the medical framework.
I agree. I didn't even talk about that yet. I was talking about how it affects the healthcare system and how it's going to affect the social system.
That's why I said let us go back to the time of Beto Omobibi. Where the society is sensitized.
But people don't listen though. People don't listen to that. That's
because not everybody that will listen to your sensitization. Trust me. There are some human beings just have to use force to make them do what they have to do.
I think what
you educate in the United States where we are, they educate all they want now. We still have those kind of people. They still
United States will never be used
welfare system. America will have.
I know that you and all of these Americano people, you like to call the United States like it's like El Dorado. United States should never be
Nobody
used
says El Dorado. That's why
let me give a rules on medical conditions. Okay, you know what they call Down syndrome?
Yes.
Will you encourage such a person to have a child?
That is Mr. Simba. That is why I brought up the historical context, because in the 30s, the 40s, and the 50s, they used to sterilize people that had Down syndrome, and it led to some historical judgments and cases as to the fact that the government has no authority to sterilize an individual that has been sectioned by the state, because that's what states do. The individuals that have Down syndrome, they will be sectioned by the states, and they will then be sterilized. So
even naturally, most of them are not even fertile. But if they should have a child, then they will have a child like their own. And you know that they don't have mental capacity. Most of them, they usually have mental retardation. There is also a condition called fragile X chromosome. So Ducey is just talking about medical conditions. You understand? Okay, because it's not only even when you are talking about medical capacity. There are even some conditions, diseases that are actually people, yes, that people have discovered, and then you can do. That's why the women advise you that this group of people, they cannot marry each other because they don't want them to be propagating that kind of disease in the society. You understand that? Then some they will even advise them they have to be doing in vitro fertilization so that they will
Mr.
do
Simba,
selection.
I
Yes.
appreciate what you're saying, absolutely. But I want to bring it to a reality
But why are you
that
even picking that one? What led to that is what is happening in the north. An
yes,
argument. Some people say that they should not control birth, that you should allow people to have as many children as possible, children that they cannot care for. And and they are saying government should be taking care of just let me finish, Aro. You will talk. That government should take up the responsibility of training those children. And but we are telling them that okay, even government provides schools, who will train these children, who will take them to school, who will clothe them, who will feed them, who will give the right societal values to these children. So it takes more than just sending children to school.
yes, I think the people for the examples in the north, I think we will find that the vast majority of them they don't suffer from any severe mental retardation, if not ignorance. I mean, if there's any disease they suffer from is ignorance. Forced upon them by poverty, including religious considerations and whatnot, and cultural considerations, which can be addressed, I think, by you know educating them at their own level. But I'm just saying that we need to be cautious because if, for instance, let's say that we start to introduce laws to curtail childbearing, I think at first Nigeria will first, even Nigeria try to introduce something, they'll first have to exit the charter, the human rights charter, because if everybody can take them to the I for
What do you mean human rights
ICJ,
charter? In what sense? You have to be specific on which law
the rights to choose. I can make a choice for myself. My reproductive rights is under the human rights charter.
forget human rights charter for now. We're trying to talk solution. Let's not talk about human rights charter.
No, Mr. Mike, I'm
What is
telling
we're
you.
trying to say? What's the solution to this problem? And you're
That
telling
is
us
why I said
we
education.
proposing
That's why.
solution. All you are proposing to
No, I'm
us is
just no, Mr. Mike.
why the
You said
solution
you
will
want
not be
solution.
not.
Mr. Mike, we are talking about solution, and you are
Okay, tell
suggesting a
us your
solution.
solution. Stop telling us what is against our own solution.
The solution is education and social justice. A lot of people.
Okay, so in societies where, despite the education, people are still there's still some people that are just making bad decisions.
I think this my brother, I don't know your name, I'm sorry. I think yeah, Aro. So you thought I was talking about people that are illiterate or that don't have money. No.
No, because Mr. Mike was
wasn't
starting
what
to deviate. That's where Mr. Mike,
no,
I think,
that wasn't what I'm talking about. I'm
is
talking
lying towards.
generally. I'm not even talking. I wasn't specific about Nigeria in my own submission.
I know, because Mr. Mike is
talked
talking about America.
generally
Yes.
in this world that we live
let's
in.
talk. Let's
Yeah.
do Zilla pace. So let us talk on each
Okay.
other. Yeah. Deep sea land it.
Thomas, good evening.
Good evening. How are you, my sister?
I'm very well. Thank you, Thomas.
Yeah.
So I'm just talking generally that the narrative that was forced upon us is that when you get to a certain age, you have to be married and you start reproducing. So I said it's a very wrong narrative in the first place. It is wrong. A lot of people, there are still children in their minds. They were stuck on a certain age because of the kind of trauma they faced. They didn't grow up from that age. Some people are stuck at 10 years old and they're 60, but they're still stuck in that 10 years old in their minds. So that kind of person is not supposed to have a child because that person is a child. So this is heavy on the society and the economy. When somebody that is not supposed to be a parent is a parent, it affects the society at large and it affects the economy of the state. So that's why I said human brain will evolve to a stage that you'll be compelled to go through, psychological examination If you fail that examination, you get pregnant, you go to prison for it. Because you're not supposed to raise another human being. It is
Madam
heavy on the
Ducey.
state. It doesn't help anybody.
Well, that's where I'm coming from. Already,
Yeah.
that already contravenes the Human Rights Charter already.
It does not, because it's not helping anybody. It's not helping all of us.
Madam Ducey,
So
have you read
that's
the
why
Human
we
Rights
have
Charter?
bad leaders. That's why we have people that don't know that this thing belongs to a group of people. They think in their mind they are the owner of
Okay,
that
so
thing.
if you are talking about right, okay, if you bring back to a child that you can't take care, don't you know that you're already abusing the right of that child also by not providing for that child?
Exactly. Human rights charter that you're already violating. People are not taking care of children.
angle. That's another angle of it as well.
So how can
We're
you now
creating a
encourage
law to
somebody
defend a
who will
child's right, and you're saying the law will be against
somebody's right,
human rights.
somebody else's right, and then you are fighting for the right of the person that will violate another person's right?
I'm just being cautious. I'm not. To be frank, personally,
the law is to protect the child's rights.
Don't be carried away with all these Western human rights, human left.
Yeah, and that's our problem in Nigeria. We are so caught up with Western way ideology when we are not Westerners, and we just copy and paste anything.
Okay, let me give you an example. What is the wisdom? Is the what is it called now? Amnesty International will come and say, why is Nigerian military killing Boko Haram members? Meanwhile, the Boko Haram members, they will go and bomb people. Okay, kill the tongue, so right now,
those people are sensational.
They politicize their human rights rubbish.
But we already know that those people exaggerate the matter
government
now.
there kill people, they don't talk. But when they have problem with another, the government they have problem with the one they complain.
We know they're political, they always inflate and they exaggerate the matter now.
Let me tell you. Okay.
Simba, let me say this. They are killing their own terrorists, putting them in jail. But their own terrorists, kill them, they have rights to live.
They went to Iran. They went to Iran and killed somebody recently.
Yeah.
Look at the people that they arrested and put in Guantanamo Bay and all those things. That one, they don't have their right to. But if a third world country that is doing that, they will say it's human rights. And then
I will come here and be talking about charter.
Which charter are you talking about?
Me, I don't bother myself about that one. But what I'm just saying is, I'm just being cautious because I'm just being very cautious.
What is your fear about this thing now? Why are you so?
My fear is that normal people.
So your fear is what America will say. I mean,
my fear is that will be legislated, and normal people will be sterilized because they fit outside of. Like I said, I was using the example of Alan Turing. Alan Turing was responsible for breaking the Enigma codes for our Second World War that the Germans were using. I just want people to go and read the persecution he faced. And there's another case of another lady that was sterilized because she was sectioned by the state. I think this was in the 30s or the 40s. So my fear is that legislating and testing people and saying, you can't have a child, and doing a mental test and legislating that someone that fails the mental test should be sterilized. It's a very dangerous path because what is going to happen is it will be subject to abuse.
Okay, we have read you. Abdul, you can comment.
Yeah, Simba, I want to add to what this guy is saying. I don't know his name, but he's absolutely right. We should learn to listen to each other. The caution this guy is throwing up has a precedent in history. If you've heard about the eugenic movement, when the Europeans were trying to preserve their race, so they abused that process and started using it to sterilize political enemies, people they don't like. Just the way politics can get, you can't put such a thing in the hands of government. They're gonna abuse it and use it against innocent people. I think that's the caution this guy is throwing out. And if you go and read the history of eugenics, you will see the point in what he's trying to say. That's
A lot
all
of the
I'm trying
Trotskyites were
to
even
agree.
sterilized as well in Russia. That was the Trotsky, people, Trotskyites that were arrested. They suffered such things as well. So I'm just being very cautious. I think we can solve the issue of childbirth by improving our society, education. Like I said, I was born into a world where everything you heard on radio was a Tomo Bibi, a Yashi Tomo Bibi. I think we can go back to a time where people are sensitized to this, and the likes of America. I think what Mike is talking about you find that these people come from
What exactly
households where
I said that you keep back.
Aro, why don't you look at this direction? What religions has taught us, even procreating as well, is affecting the psyche of some Africans. They will say, Jesus, God, the Bible said, my BCMRSC, just produce. Maybe Quran will say, go and marry 10 wives. You can have 100. I was listening to Abiola's son. I forgot his name. He said the total of them, they are 100 and something. Then when they do DNA, it's only 55.
about 50. Yeah, I read. I was there. I heard it.
Abiola children
125.
Is Abiola
100 and something. But when they do DNA, 55. 55 kids? What is normal human being doing with
so
55
Abiola
kids?
gave birth to 55 children.
55
More,
kids,
probably more.
DNA.
The ones that showed up at that tent that they did DNA that was successful. I knew of that story from the get-go, from even when he died,
But
because he's my mother's twin.
the one he was claiming when he was alive is over 100 that he thought it was his own children, looking after hundreds of children. But when he died, they do DNA, it's only 55 that was satisfied the man's kid.
Is it the same Abiola we were trying to make president of Nigeria? And we
Yes,
all
yes. Yeah, this same man that I knew that story from when he was from then, because him and my mother, they come from the same area in Negba. They are my mother's mother and his mom.
Mike,
So
can you see
I
what
knew
I'm
that story.
saying about raising a child? You know the history of Abiola. When we go back to the history of Abiola, how he was raised. He was this traumatized human being. Do you understand what I mean? He came from a very, very poor family.
He came
Do you
from a
understand?
relatively poor family.
Do you understand? So when we are talking about these things, people will
don't
think
even say poor. They are wretched. He came from a wretched family.
Thank you, my
Wretched.
brother.
Poor is
That's the
still
word.
very rich.
Exactly.
Poor is still very rich. Yeah.
A very wretched family. So this guy was actually mentally affected by all those things already. Because if you're a normal human being, you won't be doing that, regardless of the money that you have. So that's why I said I did not talk about money.
You
I
can't
did
be
not talk about
normal.
money.
Yeah, he just
I'm
didn't care
talking
about
about
the
mental
life of.
capacity. Mental capacity
You have to
raise
be
a
very
child.
careless to do that. Very careless.
Mental capacity to raise a child. I didn't talk about money at all.
I don't think I think the way the only thing I can ascribe for is because, like I said, if
I'm
someone
not talking
dies,
about history. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about how human beings will move forward and the human brain will work properly. I'm not talking about history, bro. I'm talking about how humans will move forward in this life that we are in right now. Those are the solutions.
Can I alarm you?
History, what happened in Germany? I don't have any business with that.
But Dupsy, historical context should guide us.
No, history doesn't guide me, brother. History doesn't guide me because this history is not accurate.
We're going to repeat it. We're going to repeat our failures in the past. Our failures in the past will
which
repeat
history? You're talking about European. This is Africa, man. Don't give us all these things. You guys like looking at Europeans to draw this thing. Here's the deal. There's got to be law in place to prevent a man from doing those kind of things. You understand? Some kind of measures got to be put in place to make you not even consider doing it. They'll stop you. There's got to be some force to just stop certain human beings from carrying out certain actions, man. Like there's no reason why.
Mike, please, sorry for cutting you. Subtract 105 from 55 that is now. So the remaining numbers now, they throw them away. There was no way for them. They were not going to cut out of them. So those 50s at minus 105 from 55, it's almost still 55 plus. So those
Okay,
55 now, they are roaming the.
at that time. Timo Kamomo, not such a dancing that I know of.
So
How is he doing it? Wait.
Is that normal?
That's if he's making one per year, that's 100 years of baby making. What the hell is going on here?
He was making more than he was promiscuous.
Because there was no rules to check him now. That's why.
And most of these children,
and that's what we are saying here. We have to have rules. And some people will come and challenge the rules when come at human rights. Come on, man. There's got to be something in place to stop you from behaving like that. It's just and there's so many people in Nigeria doing these things, man. Especially those men that have money. As soon as they make money, I don't know what it is about just making babies with this Nigerian culture.
Mike,
it's like people see pleasure in it. I don't understand why.
Mike, by your standard, you string up my grandfather because he had 64.
Hello. Do you know why I don't really talk about history? I don't respect Bible. I don't respect Quran. I don't respect all the historical books because they are distorted already. Do you know? I don't go by them.
I'm not talking about the biblical history. I'm talking about
history generally because it's distorted. Actually, history is distorted. So your own view of what you read in a particular book doesn't mean it's accurate. I'm talking about how human brain is moving forward. Let us move forward.
Dupsy, can I alarm you?
I don't do religion. I don't do other things.
Dupsy, can I alarm you?
I'm talking about the human brain here. It's going to evolve to a stage where somebody like Abiola will be termed incapacitated, mentally incapable of raising a child.
Which is the dangerous place that me and Abdul are speaking about because of the historical context of the eugenics movement, of the punishment of the Trotskyites in Russia, for instance. Okay, and of the persecution of individuals like Alan Turing. We have to, but let me not even alarm you, Madam Tusi.
So because of these guys now, we should leave our problem where it is, right?
No, I'm not saying we should. I'm not saying we should leave a problem. I'm saying we should not legislate.
Every solution will always come with some kind of
problem.
There will still be some kind of abuse in whatever we introduce, but
we shouldn't legislate it and resolve it using medical solutions or suggest medical solutions such as eugenics, selective breeding, granting reproductive rights.
No, here's the deal. Here's my proposal.
Because what you are suggesting is the exclusivity of reproductive rights.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, wait.
Rights.
After Abiola had 50, should there be a law that would say, okay, come on, guy, if you make the 51, there's a law in the book that says you can't have more than 50. So if he now decides to have 51, is there anything wrong with the law to sterilize the clown?
Mike, you're not listening to what this guy is saying. He's telling you that that might sound like a good thing, but there are unintended consequences that comes with it.
Well, there will be, no matter what. There's no perfect system. There will always be some consequence to every
this thing.
But as long as you can't tell me because they're gonna abuse few people. Hold on. You can't say because they're gonna abuse few people. So if you allow
people, Mike.
whatever amount of people, who cares? People are going to fall victim regardless. Hold on. No matter what circumstances in life, what position in life, there will be victimization, no matter what. But what we are saying, we have to solve this problem of.
Is more damage now. He doesn't realize that. He's just talking about some kind of history that we don't appreciate here. You don't
appreciate it. There are those that
God created all of us, and we are not the same. You can look at the way God created us. Is we are not the same. So there can't be any perfect system. Look at Lucy now; she's very beautiful. There are some ugly ones around also. So what are we talking about now? So we should let us do whatever we want.
Yeah, they want to propose a perfect. There can never be a perfection.
So, Mike, if what you are proposing is not,
Did you know what I actually proposed, Abdul? Should I propose it again? Should I tell you again?
yes,
Okay, here's my own actual what I actually proposed earlier. I said, listen, we'll create plantation in every state in Nigeria, a huge plantation, right? Now we'll make a law that we see any parent, any child that's not being taken care of, that's poor, or I mean, that's like if it's someone that have a baby, that can't take care of that baby, or we see any child that the parent cannot take care of, and the father will take the father, or even sometimes the mother said, we put them in a plantation to serve the state. Then whatever they produce from the plantation, the state will use to take care of the children.
That's
wow,
very good.
I love that. I love that.
That's
So,
good. Yeah.
I don't have problem with that at
I
all.
don't have a problem with
That's
that.
a beautiful
I
proposal.
have no problem with that. In fact, that I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Because the United States of America, when they wanted to build the United States, that's what they do. Not the colonies. They built plantation and they went to Africa to bring slaves. They put all the slaves in plantation. The slaves, all the slaves produced, they used to feed the slaves' children, and then the rest, the white man kept it to develop the country. So if we
I
all
don't disagree
our
with you.
men that are walking
don't
around making babies, they don't have anything to do. How about put them all in plantation? So they produce for
Mike,
the
I don't
state and we
disagree
take
with you. I don't disagree with you on the concept. I think what should be done is that the state should legislate that any parent should be financially responsible for their children, and that any parent that cannot be emotionally and financially responsible for their children can be penalized by the state with a fine and including up to imprisonment. And then when you are in that prison, you'll be subjected to having to work so that you can then contribute to society with your effort. I do not
Exactly.
believe in prisons where people wake up in the morning and then go to a general population area to go to the gym, exercise in the gym yard, and then in the evening return and go, have their food, and then in the evening return back to their cell. They should bring back chain gangs. If you're in prison, you should be put to work.
Arrow, let me tell you the goings on in Australia. Australian government, they don't want our population more than 25 million. They always try to keep it under that track. 25 million people. Even though Australia is the sixth largest landmass in the whole world, we are 25 million people. But when our brother from Sudanese came to this country, because if you give back to your child, on a child, they will pay you $35,000. Just 35, no 35,000, $3,500 when you give up for a child. So when they came here as a refugee, that money was so like, when they change it to their home money, it's like $1 billion, billion in their own currency. So they were just doing what? They were just giving back. I saw Sudanese that have 12 here because of that 3,500. What did the Australian did? They cut it off. They slice it to $1,000. When they slice it off, what did they do? They sit tight. They are not giving back like before. Now again. So government have to use the taxi to the population. No, you can't just be
I
giving back.
agree.
Yeah, to Aro, even if you can take care of the child, that is even better. But this child, they can't even take care of them. You will see a beggar. Aro, I said a beggar sitting down at the roadside, 3-4 kids are with him, he or she. What is a beggar doing with 3-4 kids?
In Australia too?
No, I'm talking Nigeria.
Oh, in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is a beggar doing with 3-4 kids? For goodness sake.
I think what we should do as a society, I agree with General Thomas and Mike about making sure that the burden of raising your child is not on the state, of the government transferring that burden back to the parents. and making sure that any parent that does not want to take on the responsibility is then penalized. But what I don't want us to do,
Mike, I like your idea. I love this your
absolutely
idea.
love. I agree with it.
It is
But what
perfect.
I don't want us to do a kind of like a medical examination that then grants reproductive rights.
No, me, I won't say I really believe in that as well.
That
I just
where
think
that is where I'm being cautious. And I think that's where Abdul as well is coming from. And that is why we keep talking about the historical because this thing was was very common in that's why I said my own perspective is Anglo-centric. In America and in Europe and in England, sorry, I meant to say, it was the norm. If you are sectioned by the states or you are believed to be, they used to have, they called it, people that they felt were homosexual or sexual deviants were sterilized.
Even just looking ugly is enough to get you sterilized.
Sterilized.
in the United States, like if you're a man, the moment you do it, they find out that's your child. They will put you on side child support system, and every time you get a job, your paycheck,
They garnish it. They garnish
they
it.
garnish your income.
They garnish your income.
And most guys just they sick, man. They they don't want to have babies like that. The one that I don't care, the person's life is pretty much over because you can't do anything about it. They will take the money from your paycheck and then you be broke. You just be, So if you don't want to be broke, then don't.
Mike, imagine people saying that America are infringing on those men's rights. That is their human right to have children in an irresponsible manner.
No, see, don't take us. We're not talking about that. They are not infringing on their rights. To back the people are there right now.
Please, I don't go by history.
You want to do in Nigeria now, they will say
I'm not that kind of person that goes by history.
No, that is not the direction of this contest.
I don't have.
We are not contesting the fact that Tobati Bimo and the state should be able to enforce you to carry that load.
And nobody should say just compel them
up to and including imprisonment.
Yeah.
If you do not,
that the state has to be responsible for those children. Just state
no, the state should not be, and the society should not be either.
Anyhow, what I'm about is that enough of people with mental incapacity in the society. That's what I'm saying. How people are being raised from whoever.
Have you gone on social media lately? Dupsy, have you gone on social media lately?
I don't go on social media like that.
You'll find that most of the youth in Nigeria, if you were meant to do a proper mental test for them, they will fail.
What do you think?
So most of them are not even they are incapable of raising children because they are still children in their mind. They are not logical.
I agree with you, Aaron.
What do you think is causing that? Who raised them?
That's why I keep coming back to correcting.
So why are you against what I'm saying? Children raise them. People that are not supposed to parent have those children.
Dupsy, I think what you are doing is you are looking for the easiest solution. Your proposal is the easiest solution.
It's causing a lot of problems to the state as well. Because
your proposal, Dupsy, is a easy
social media to young nonsense because they are not being productive to the state as well. So it's even tough on the state itself.
Dupsy, what you are proposing is the easiest solution. I'm just trying to call the attention. Now, can I say this? What you are proposing is the easiest solution. However, it's just an easy cop out. Rather than correcting, the dysfunction in the society, what you're trying to do is, what you ultimately do is, you get yourself into a situation of selective breeding. What you're proposing is to breed the dysfunction out of society. Do you believe that? Do you understand that that's actually what you're proposing?
Aro, if she doesn't care about history, she wouldn't understand the implication of what she's proposing. So
you want to breed the dysfunction out of the society rather than correcting the dysfunction in the society. What is going to happen ultimately is that not only are people going to be persecuted unfairly, what you actually end up is you will end up with a servant class and a master class.
So what we have right now is not master class and servant class already.
But it is not, it will become defined as so. Because what you ultimately have is you
I
have.
don't even know the world you live in, Mr. Man. I don't know the world you live in. Because you're talking.
I know the world I don't want to live in.
No,
I know the world I don't want to live in.
Wait. You're talking as if the world you live in is perfect at the moment. Because I don't understand what you're yarning here. You're talking as if this world that you live in is so perfect that you don't even want any kind of change. I don't understand what you're talking about here.
I want a change that is proper.
Because you're just talking as if no, everything is normal. If the children infringe on people's rights, how about those children that you're having? Are you not infringing on their rights? Did they beg you to bring them to this world that you can't take care of them?
Doopsie, have your way. Have your way.
How about a change that's better at least? Not necessarily perfect. A change that's better than the current status
You're
quo.
talking as if this world is perfect in itself. What are you talking about, brother?
Anything better than the status quo, I think I'm on board with it. It may not be good enough. If what Dukes is proposing is better than the current, status quo, then I'm with it. It may not be as good enough. It may be corrupt, whatever. But if it's better than what we have right now, then I'll be on board with it a little bit until we,
No, Mike, we've seen this, we have precedents for this. For what she's proposing, we've seen that world before, and it's really bad. It's
we're better than what we have right now, where we have bunch of ocean of babies everywhere, we begging on the street.
It's not better than what we have right now.
Really, what you have right now is good.
The funny thing is, someone like Dupsy might even fall victim of
millions of children in Nigeria just
she might become a victim.
Begging.
Yeah, Mike.
All right. Can I have my say now? Can I have my say now? You guys have been having your say forever on this going circle round and round. See, my take on this is that
before you come in,
Thomas, can I talk?
So Jack, can you chill out, man? Why are you so emotional today?
Just calm down. You will talk.
So you want to start again?
Just chill out. You have to be emotional. Just talk. Don't want to stop you from talking.
You know I'm a moderator here, and I'm gonna take this up with this because your attitudes is very unedifying.
My attitude or Mike?
Can I just talk? Other people have been talking. You didn't interrupt them.
I said I wanted to say something. We are shutting it down.
Okay.
10 hours, 30 minutes. So everything we want to say, let's say it within 30 minutes. That's what I want to say. I'm not stopping you to talk. So, my brother, please come down anytime. Please go on. You have the floor.
I prefer that it's not my turn. You want to make your announcement, but it's all right.
No. You have the floor. Go for it.
All right. So I'm not going to say a lot. I'm just going to talk and leave. This discussion has gone completely sideways without taking into account the geopolitical environment that we are operating in and what society actually needs. And we did have a conversation about a few weeks ago about how we don't value life. And you can see that in the discussion. And I think Dubsif is from a class of women these days that seem to kind of have this latent resentment for men in terms of the ability to procreate. They see procreation as a dirty thing now, that you have to limit it to the minimum. I don't know where it's coming from. Maybe it's a Western thing because, but the West, the system that they are creating, they're not creating it for us. They created it for themselves. And make no mistake, people that are thinking that because their population is growing slower, it's almost as if they are dead. They are not dead. Their population is still very, very strong. As a matter of fact, it's stronger than they were when they were in the 70s. Can you imagine? They have more population today than in the 70s, where they had already conquered the whole world. To think they are dying or they are falling back, that's a mistake. At the same time, if you look at India itself, with a landmass 12 times smaller than that of Africa, but has the same population as Africa, for us to be the ones talking about population reduction is crazy. You see what I mean? Because other people have optimized their society so high that they have 10 to 12 times more population for the size of landmass that they have.
So Naja, who's
That
talking
Africa
about
has never
population
done.
reduction? When did anybody talk about
Hold
population
on.
reduction?
Because they are talking about sterilization, penalizing men that have any children and all the rest of it.
No, we
Even
are talking
Abiola that
about
has so
people that
much
can't
money.
take care of
Look,
children.
can I finish my statement? Even
Okay, go and
Abiola that
finish.
has so much money, even Abiola that has so much money that can afford the children that he has got, is being frowned upon too. Because why? We don't value life. We look at life as if it's a burden. Actually, life is power. Make no mistake about it. The person you want to get rid of may be the Einstein of tomorrow. The person that you want to get rid of may be the one that will solve all the problems that you have today. And society is often shaped by people that are on the fringes. Some people that are savants are not necessarily known as the most normal people, but they perceive things that normal people cannot perceive. The idea that you want to start cutting population, a God-given right, you want to take it away just
Okay, so
because you
Naja,
don't
can I
like
ask
the
you a quick
person.
question? Can I ask you a quick question?
Please go ahead.
What do you think
Okay.
about Prince Daddy? Hold on. What do you think about the children that are begging on the streets all over the place in Nigeria, and where their mother, like for example, you see one northern woman begging with 4 little children, and she's pregnant with another one. So, what do you think about these children begging? What's your opinion?
Wasted opportunities. That's what I see. Just like we waste even the graduates' opportunities. How many of our
Should that
nurses are
woman have
leaving?
had those
Just
kids?
yes, of course.
And should she be?
The
pregnant?
two things
Hold
are
on,
not
wait.
related.
Okay, let me ask you this one simple one. She has 4. One is 6, another one is 5, another one is 3, another one is 2. Sorry, another one is 1, and then she's pregnant with 1. So should she be pregnant?
She should be able to procreate the way nature
No. That's
permits
not what
her
I'm
to
asking.
do.
Should she be pregnant with another one right now?
Like I said,
Well,
she should have the
answer,
right to
Just
do
answer
it.
the question.
That is
hold
not.
on,
It's not
guys.
up
Let
to
me
you to
jump in.
decide.
I'm
Well,
not saying it's up to me. I didn't ask you whether it's
will
me
be
to decide.
no,
Just
because
She should have a right to do that. It's up to society to capitalize on that power. If you cannot capitalize on it, then it's your problem. Because if you look at our
it's up
nurses,
to me
our
to
doctors,
capitalize
they're
on
all
that.
traveling overseas to go and no, but we see that happening with higher level, higher functioning people too.
Okay, when society
Our
cannot
society
capitalize
don't
on
use our
chime in.
people well.
Okay, unfortunately,
Let me
we don't have a
chime in a
society
little
that can
bit.
capitalize on them. So the fact that we don't have that society now, should she still be pregnant, knowing that society will not capitalize on the children, on the child? That's the
Good
question.
question.
No, because one, she's doing one right thing. You don't.
Prince Daddy, wait
You
now.
don't. Sorry.
Wait, Prince Daddy, you come in. Wait, just let him.
She's
Let's see what
doing
happens.
one right thing. She's doing the right thing to be able to procreate. She's doing what creation has given her a right to do. It's your job to fix it. That say stop procreating,
So
which is even a
procreating is
worse
a right.
position to
Is
be
a
in.
right. To be
Of
bringing
course,
children
yes.
that you
Of
cannot take
course.
care. You cannot take care to the world. Is
Of
a right.
course. The fact that
So
you are
what
even
about the children?
questioning
Are you
it,
not violating the right of those children by not caring for them?
because they are your genetic offspring.
No.
The
Answer my
idea that you are
question.
deciding,
Answer my question.
I
You are
have
talking
just
about
answered
rights.
it to you because they are genetic offspring. They don't want their own children to suffer. They are living in the suffering themselves, and they are bringing new generation to the world to reshape the world. And it depends on the choices that we
To
make that
reshape
will
the
give them the
world.
chance
You
to
are talking
reshape this
rubbish.
world.
Rubbish. To
See,
reshape
let
the
me say
world.
this:
Children
you don't
begging on the street. They
understand.
don't have the means.
Do you
They don't want to
think? Do
take care
you
of them.
think the Europeans?
That's
Hold
reshaping
on
the world.
now.
That's why Nigeria is where it is,
Hold
man.
on. Do
This kind
you
of
think? You
mentality.
see,
Prince
you
Daddy,
can
you can
carry
come in
on
whenever
with
you want.
you can carry on with devaluing life as much as you like. Believe you me, you are also
You are
devaluing
accusing of
yours.
devaluing life. Are you kidding me? We are talking about
Yes, you
process of
are.
society. I think we're devaluing life.
Then fix the
Tuna,
problem. Capitalize on those children.
your
Who
Capitalize
is
on
proposal
those
capitalizing on
children to do
children? Me?
something. Stop trying to stop them from having children.
So I should go and help her feed
You
her children. Is that what you're telling me,
you
Tunaja?
create
I don't
avenues.
have my own
No,
children.
you create a society. If your brain is good enough, like Oyibo people's brain are good enough, they are able to create a society to cater for those children. What
Okay, but
is
we
wrong
don't
with
have that
you? Maybe
society
you should
right
be
now,
asking yourself
Tunaja.
that question.
So now you are doing strong arguments.
No.
We don't
The
have that
Indians,
society
no.
We don't
The
have that
Indians,
society
the Indians
right
had
now.
similar society. They were suffering too. Even to today, a lot of Indians are suffering. You don't see them saying, "Oh, let's just
Okay.
start sterilizing people."
Okay, so because
You
India
don't see them
don't
doing
take care of
that.
their
Instead,
poor,
they
so
are
we
sending their people to
should
the
copy
moon
India.
and all
That's
the
what you're telling
rest.
us.
See,
Prince Daddy,
our
go ahead,
elite
John.
class, you are one of the elite class. Our elite class, you people have a habit of being like your parents. You don't learn any lesson from the past. Our people used to sell human beings as slaves because we didn't value life.
Now
And
you can
now
you just you shift
hold
conversation
on. Let me
to
finish my point. Let me finish my point.
so
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. The reason why they did that is the same instinct you're having today. You don't value life again. You see those life as a problem.
So me
Instead of
caring for
seeing them
life
as a
means I don't
wealth.
value life. Me caring that your life should not be suffering is me
No,
not caring for
you
life.
think you are caring, but you are not.
Me caring
You
that
are
a child should
not.
not be suffering begging is me not caring for life. Are you
Okay,
kidding me?
now then after I gave you the information that
For you that you don't care that whether
India,
the child is
okay,
suffering,
now
you're the one that care for life.
let's say you care about life.
Oh
Let's say you care
Lord.
about life.
You care about
Okay,
life
let's say you care
you
about
care
life
about life,
now.
but what if you don't care if they're suffering?
See, hold on. Let's go to the point that you care about life. Indians now have 12 times the population that in terms of density as
So India, you
Nigeria
stand out, we have
does.
to
So
for India is doing
no, hold
something
on
now.
now, hold on. Because you say you care about
will
life
talk.
now. I want to now that I gave you that
So
information, why are
because
you
India
so
is doing
keen on
something, no, that means
reducing
it's
your
right.
population? No, why are you so keen on reducing the potential of your population?
Hold on. Do you want me to be conversational or do you want to talk to yourself?
Yes.
Let
Go
make the
ahead.
conversation place. Yeah. You
Let's hear
can
from Prince Daddy.
yeah, we can we always compare ourselves to other country? What is peculiar in our
Actually,
it's quite different.
yes.
Indians are quite different from Nigerians.
But you are in
India
the
has
same
more poor
Olympics
people than
game.
Africa, than the whole continent.
You see,
And so now
you
that
are
want us
in
to
the
be like
same competition for the human race. If you are going to Olympics, you
What
don't
is
say because
India? What is in
Australia
India that
and
you're using as an
America is
example?
different, you don't compete. The point I'm making is that you are living in the same world, competing for the same resources. You don't say because they are there, you should not compare them to
they're
you.
competing for
You
babies.
have to compete. You have to
To
compete
Nigeria,
at all levels.
your argument is backward. You don't get an Einstein out of dustbin. You get an Einstein out of opportunity. If you don't give people opportunity, if you like have 1 billion population, you will not get an Einstein out of it. That's why I say your argument
Let's
is
can I
backward.
can I even can I quickly defeat the argument?
Okay.
What's the name of this gentleman? Ben Carson. Ben Carson doesn't come out of your conventional family, does it? You know who Ben Carson is?
Ben Carson is just
We
he's
know
not
him now. Go ahead.
No, this individual that's talking about you don't get an Einstein out of. Do you know who Ben Carson is?
we know Ben Carson. He's just a regular
So
guy.
Please go
can you
ahead.
then apply? Can you apply your rhetoric into your definition into the conventional family or the conventional source of an individual that becomes a Ben Carson? Tell me, how did they come? Where did they come from?
See, one of the things you can do in society is to encourage people to raise their children very well by rewarding them in terms of in their old age, in retirement, that they are going to be taken care of if they raise law-abiding and upstanding citizens. You can do that. Populations, my own main point is that populations are a power; they are not a problem. And if you start seeing them like that, then you start tapping into them. Other people that have understood this have gone on to do great things. Even the ones that don't have one natural resources have gone on to do far more things with their people than we have. And I think there's something about us that don't value human beings. I don't know why.
To Nigeria, can I just make a statement that what I see, and I think this statement is inspired by some of the things you've said. What I see is individuals who are supporting a society that has failed in justice, delivering social justice for the vast population that it has, a middle class and an upper class that has failed in delivering justice for the entirety of this population, trying to penalize the individuals that are victims of their social injustice. That is the way I just see this argument. I just
Yeah.
can't go beyond this.
Yeah,
This is issues
you
that
are
we're
going
speaking
after
about.
the injustice.
These
You are going
things.
after the injustice that could occur. But I'm going after the fundamental basis of the argument itself, to that in terms of reducing the population. And when we are trying to grow to be able to compete with the world, what we should be doing is tapping into our population, because human beings are the greatest invention. That's the greatest technology in the entire universe that we know of. And we want to have less. But if you tell them, should we have more F-16s? Should we have more computers? They will be happily want more
So Naija, the
computers,
question
but
is
they don't
not
want
about
human
No,
beings.
the
what do
argument is not
you
having less or more. That's not the
to
argument.
Niger? Is it quantity that you want, or you want the quality?
It's quantity now.
Both. You have to have quantity first before you can even you can magnify their power. If you have very, very few
This
and the
is
power is
why
not
I said
magnified,
it's
it's
Do
of
you
no
know?
absolutely
use.
backward.
Do you know where we started this argument from? We have children that don't even know their parents. We have children that they don't know, they don't have any value, they don't have any education, nobody cares for them. That's
Yeah.
the point we
Have you heard of
started
the war
from.
of the bastards? Have you heard of the war of the bastards? This is
You
natural
know
to
your
human
Naija want us
you
to
society.
give
read,
us more
maybe you read
bastards.
so many things, but you have a little understanding of most of the things that you
The
read, and you just
fundamental
come
is
and
that
be
you should
pouring them
value
down.
life. You should
Naija
value
read books
life.
backwards.
Don't cloak. You know how Democrats pretend as if they care about human life. They don't want
Naija
suffering,
is not
but
about
they
Democrats.
promote the
I
slaughter
shooting
of
go vote.
unborn babies. No,
Why
hold on, hold on. The
you
point.
want to tell me
See,
that you care, but you want to bring children that will come and suffer in this world. You want to bring them to the world, come and suffer in the name
who
of
I wonder.
told
care.
you? Who
And you
told
turn it
you?
around.
Because
You turn
see,
it around now.
let
We are
me
talking about
So Naija, are you
bring
blaming Tinubu
children
for
let
the
that you
hunger in
can care
Nigeria? Are you one
for.
of those people?
see the
And
whole
then somebody
existence
will
of
turn it
human
around
beings.
and say, okay, the people that say
Simba,
we should care for the children are the wicked ones. We
Simba,
are
just
talking
hear me.
about,
You have
say,
said your piece. Let
bring
me
the
say my
children to the
piece.
world. God.
Yes, Simba, I hear your goodwill, but if you want to get that future you want, you need more people. You should focus on tapping into their potential,
So
not
Naija, do
looking
you believe
to
in
What
having
reduce that
babies
potential do
number.
they
responsibly?
have?
They are not the problem.
So
The
Naija, do you
people that
believe in
are
having
supposed to be
babies
shaping their
responsibly?
society is the problem.
So Naija, do you believe in having
Pardon?
babies responsibly?
Yes,
Well, that's what we are
I
saying
believe
now.
in that. But you are
Do you
that's your own
believe?
definition
Okay.
of
Do you believe in having
responsibly.
babies? Okay. Wait. Do you believe in having babies irresponsibly?
No, I don't believe in having
Oh,
babies
then
irresponsibly
that's what we are telling
deliberately.
you. So what's all this
You know,
argument?
No, no,
we
no,
should even
no,
ask
no, no,
him.
no.
Are you?
That's
See,
what we are saying.
hold on.
How
You
many
No,
cannot.
children did
So
you
why are you
have?
arguing
You
against
what you
us
are
talk
all
like
this
saying is
that.
while?
that what you are no when
You,
You
you
why
just
can't
hold
you
agree
on,
that
hold
you don't
on.
talk?
have
Why
babies
can't you behave the
irresponsibly.
You are
same
not
way like
letting
that?
me
How
talk.
many
You are not.
children did
No,
you
there's
have?
nothing to
To
talk. You're already
Niger.
agree with us, man. Let's move on.
What do you
Bring that.
term?
Niger, how
What
Bring
do
many
you
children
term
did you
Do you
have?
want to come in?
irresponsible? What would you
1
term
point, please.
irresponsible? Is the
1 point.
question.
So
What would
Naija,
you
you
term
already answered it.
irresponsible?
Okay, you explain what irresponsible means.
No, exactly. That's the key.
Having
What you
baby
term
irresponsibly, explain it.
irresponsible? No, just because I am poor doesn't mean my this and I'm
So Naija,
irresponsible. Just
explain
because I can
having
say
baby
my
irresponsibly. You agree with me
I'm
that
saying it now. Maybe you cannot hear me. I'm saying it.
okay.
What you term irresponsible is not irresponsible by my definition. Like you consider that a
Okay,
poor person that
what
cannot
is
take care
your
of
own?
their
Tell
children.
me your own. Tell me your own.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? You
I'm hearing
consider
you.
that a poor person that cannot take care of their children is irresponsible to have children. I don't believe so. And because there are rich
We
people
are
that
not
will
Okay,
have
tell
saying they
us
should
children
your
if
not
they
own. Tell
are.
have.
us your
Well,
own
let
then.
me tell you, nobody is saying
I
they should
just
not
told you
have.
now.
In a
Maybe you're not
situation
hearing me.
where
I
we are
just told you.
man, just hold on to
No, you
Niger.
are telling me
A
my own
situation where we are
irresponsible.
man
Tell us.
will be having one man that cannot take care of one. We are not saying you should not have children at all, but you cannot be having 15, 20. Then you just litter them into the world. Who will take care of those ones?
You see, look at how you call it litter. It's not litter. If
Just get
somebody
the word
has
so
brings so
Naija
many
phrase
computer
it in
and give to you,
point.
you will not call it litter. Hold on. If somebody comes
No,
and
it's
puts computer
litter.
and technology in front of you, you will not call it litter. But you call human beings litter because you
So
don't know how
Naija,
to
forget what they
use
call
them.
anybody.
That is your problem. So my point is that in terms of responsibility, no, my point is that in terms of responsibility, if somebody is poor, it doesn't mean that you should deprive them of the ability to have children. Even if they want to have as many as they
Naija,
want,
nobody ever
they are not
said that.
raping the women.
Nobody ever said that. You just throw my
So like
argument too
And
much.
then what do you call see that?
Nobody
Okay,
ever
now
said you're poor. What we are
okay
saying
now
is
you
don't have
define to
more than
me what is irresponsible.
okay.
so
Tell Tell me,
What do you
tell us what you
define
mean
as
by irresponsible.
irresponsible?
Mike, let me answer him. Let me answer him.
No,
To
let him
Ninja.
define his own. He answered the question that no one should have baby irresponsibly. So he should explain what he means, what he is irresponsible. I mean, sorry, having baby
irresponsibly is, for me, what I consider irresponsible. I've talked about what is responsible. Irresponsible is if you have a child and you maltreating them deliberately, like you are this is abusing them, or you are using them, selling them as slaves or stuff like that.
No.
That is
No, you say
irresponsible.
having babies irresponsibly. No, after you have babies.
If you have children,
no,
because it depends on what you're doing with them. Like, it depends on what you're doing with them.
Okay, tonight,
If you start using them as slaves, that's irresponsible.
Let me ask you a question. You talk about
I gave you my definition now.
Tonight, you said abuse. You mentioned abuse. If you have a child and you cannot feed that child, is that not a form of abuse?
Not necessarily. Not when you are starving too.
Not necessarily.
Nature. You know that nature. Hold on. You know.
Can you start your
that's
child
not abuse. Who told you? You see, people are so westernized. You don't even know how westernized.
Can you start your kids in the UK?
Hold on.
Even nature inflicts the same thing on you. You don't take it up with nature. Nature inflicts punishment on people all the time. None of you are saying, "Oh, let's give up because nature is punishing us." When famine happens, what do you go and sue nature? When this in tsunami happens, you go and sue nature.
Strawman argument.
The point I'm making is that suffering is inherent in nature, in our life already.
It was wrong. I didn't talk I hate men. I did not mention men. So stop judging me and stop talking shit about me. It's you that you hate women. That's why you rushed in to come and attack me in the first place. So maybe you are traumatized with women. Go and heal yourself, bro. I don't have any problem with you.
I didn't say you hated men. I just said you are from a culture.
Which culture am I from when I'm saying something that is correct?
A culture that seems to think that women are men. That they are, you sound as if you don't like the idea of having children. That's how you come across. I don't know maybe whether it's true or not.
It's you that you don't care. I care. Because I'm a mother.
No, I'm just trying to say you claim you care, just like Democrats, but they kill more children than anybody else. They will tell you that they care, but they used to kill more children.
Because you said anybody should have any children irresponsibly. So it's you that you can kill a child.
No, that is not irresponsible. That's having children.
I care passionately. I care passionately. I'm a mother. Brother,
yeah, that's how Hitler cared now.
Mike, let's hear from Prince Daddy now. Let's hear from Prince Daddy.
Stop judging me and stop naming me.
Yeah,
I'm not. See, don't take offense. I'm not trying to I'm just saying that you are from a kind of political class. It's not personal to you.
Yeah. I hear new thing today from Niger. If you give back to your child, you can't take care of them. That is not irresponsible. That is good. Yeah. Prince Daddy are left. You know, Prince Daddy will not push himself.
That is by your own standard of measuring whether you can take care of a child.
That's what you do, my brother. Are you listening to yourself?
You look at it like they have to be able to go to school. They have to be able to do certain things before you can take care of a child. No, that is not what the definition is.
Now it's from my argument. That's not what he said.
No, what he's saying is that by that standard, people 100 years ago or 500 years ago are not allowed to have children too, because they are not able to provide all this type of amenities that you are talking about. People used to have children.
Everybody was in a farm.
Do you know the parents?
They were
the parents of Obasanjo had about 8 children or 7 children or so. Most of them died. This is how people used to have children before. Do you say, "Oh, why are you having children? Because you know they're going to die"? Are you allowed to have children because you know they're going to die?
The child will die before they have them.
See, because you know that the other people's children are dying. You know, because the other people's children are dying. You tell them now that why are you having children that they're going to come and die? You do that. Hold on now. You are just stopped using you are just trying to drift from the point. I'm asking you a specific question.
Wait. Our children
okay, Mike, I'm going to pin you down now because you have been very, very arrogant about this. Let me pin you down on this. Those people that are having children before that go on to die, you tell them why are you having children knowing that they're going to die? Why do you go and tell them stop having children because they're going to die, because the world is going to kill them? But because the world punishes them now, because they are poor, you say they should not have children. Do you hear yourself? You see the irony of what you are saying?
You didn't come here with your hat. You're thinking.
Oh, now you want to start waffling around. You want to start waffling around in Mike. Answer the question, Mike. Answer the question. You see, now he's waffling.
He's
Because first of
waffling.
all,
You see,
okay,
you
let me
people
answer
don't
your
know when you
question.
are sleeping. You can't even see yourself sleeping.
Okay, let me answer your question.
Go ahead,
Tonight.
answer it.
Let me answer your question. You say, "Will I not have children?" Because I know that children die. First of all, most children don't die. So
Most
if
of
I'm
them,
gonna have
most
children,
die.
bro, chill out. Majority of
Most die
children.
before they get to old age.
What? What the? Oh my God!
Obasanjo is an example. Obasanjo is an example.
It's just
His parents
shifting
had about 8
goalposts,
children. Only
and the
2 of
more you
them made
shift the
them to
goalposts, the
old
more you
age.
make yourself
Do
even
you
look
say
ridiculous.
no? See,
You shift the
I know
goalposts
people
to
that
even
have
more
had
to trying to
no.
run away, boy. You make yourself even look
See,
worse.
no, because you the argument you are making is that because there is suffering, you should not have children. I'm saying by
Nobody
that
say because
standard,
there's
if
something you should
people used to
not
die
allow, you should
before,
not have children. No one said that.
isn't that what you are saying? Come on,
We are
let's not
saying
pretend. That's
if you
exactly what
don't
you are
have the
saying.
means to care for the child, you don't have the
That
means
is
at all,
exactly
and
what you
you
are
know that.
saying.
Then don't have it.
Exactly. You don't even hear
Yes,
yourself.
you shouldn't
That's
have it
exactly what
because
you just
somebody.
said.
So now you know why? Do you know why? Children cannot take care of themselves. Someone got to take
You
care of them.
see, but that is always been like that.
So
By
okay,
your job, see, Mike, your job
it has always
is
been
to
like
make their
that,
life worth living.
bro.
Yes,
So now
because
you're
there's
talking
always
about.
suffering in the world.
We're not talking about
Yes.
just suffering alone. There's difference between maybe you are poor, but you can't give your child the best food, maybe luxuries and everything. But you know that when this child is born, the basic thing they can have it means you can feed them at least. You understand? And you can love them, but you are not rich. You can still have children. We're not against that. But we are talking about someone that has absolutely nothing. Knowing even the person cannot feed himself. Now he knows when his child is born, he has no means at all
Mike,
to feed the child.
Mike, it
And
is
you're
my
Then
asking,
how
that's
are
what
they
we are saying
alive?
tonight.
Then if they don't have any means, how are they alive?
I enjoyed before this guy came in. I enjoyed the argument, and the other guy,
You don't like it because they are not talking about utilizing our children and limiting our birth rate. You don't enjoy it. Why would you enjoy it? You are talking. No, I don't want to be judgmental. I'm not trying to be judgmental towards you, but you have to own your argument. Your argument is to limit birth rate.
It was very rude the way you talked to me.
I'm sorry I came across as being very rude because your arguments were very pointed. You were basically advocating a form of this in the eugenics, really. That's what you're advocating. That was actually a very, very stranded position. Hence why I think I or Arrow came to highlight some aspects to you. But I'm highlighting a more fundamental aspect that you don't seem to value life. Your job, yeah, Arrow. Your job is to focus on making those lives.
He did not
See,
judge me. Neither did he speak bad of me.
no, he didn't judge you. No,
yes, he highlighted very
okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I came across as speaking bad to you, but that is not my intention. Okay, I'm not trying to speak bad to you as a person. I'm just saying that from the culture, that narrative, the people perpetuate it. It's not you. And as a matter of fact, some of our people hold these views very, very strongly, don't knowing where they got it from. And if you look at the data, it doesn't support those type of views. Because like now, now from this conversation alone, we went back to a point whereby we started arguing that, some people have 5 children, 10 children before, and 8 of them die. Do you say, oh, because of that, you're having children to come and die on the face of the earth? You don't stop. Because that is not the real problem. The real problem is you're not utilizing them well enough. That is what you need to start doing.
Do you know what I want to say to you before we close the show? You like to listen to your own voice. It's a big psychiatric problem. You like to listen to your own voice a lot. I've noticed it about you. Do you know you changed this argument around?
Problem.
Yeah, it is a psychiatric problem. Who lies?
Maybe
listen to their voice. It is a big psychiatric problem.
I just started speaking barely how many minutes ago. You have been talking for hours.
I'm not even
So I like to listen to my own voice, but I've not been speaking for hours.
You like it.
You have been speaking for hours.
You've monopolized this show now.
No, because I came and countered your argument. Don't make it like, you see, you are the one being personal now. I came and argued against the argument you were making. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe most people support you. So I don't know why you're getting personal. My point is that your argument is devaluing life. And you are arguing for a form of eugenics, which is true. That's not. You are basically saying.
This guy is.
Okay. But that is eugenics now. You are advocating a form of eugenics here. That you should select people that are mentally deranged. They are not allowed to have children. So autistic people are not allowed to have children too.
Okay.
Come on, man. You know what you're
Nice
saying
speaking with
now.
you. Nice speaking with you tonight. Mike, Thomas,
It's nice. It's nice talking to you too.
Arrow.
And
Yeah,
don't take it
Arrow and
personal.
Thank you, Dempsey.
no, I'm not
Thank you,
personal about
Dempsey.
it. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank
thank
you
you, bro.
so much,
Thank you, sis.
everybody.
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you.
Simba, thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
Hope to
yeah.
talk to
Thank you
you
so
guys
much.
soon.
Yeah,
God bless
we're
you
good
all.
to see you, my sister. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Daniel, I beg, you want to listen to Prince Daddy? Oh, I beg, I want Prince Daddy to say
Prince
something.
Daddy don't come out now. Prince Daddy don't go now.
Ah,
When I no let him talk, you know, so Prince Daddy no go push himself.
you know, say me,
When
I was
Naija dey-
quiet because I really wanted Prince Daddy to say something.
no. When to Naija they
Prince
talk,
Daddy,
Prince
when I
Daddy
will not finish to
never
Nigeria.
come.
No, I like Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy said something that I wanted to highlight. I wish he was here. He said something about this protest when he said that it's good to go with one issue at a time. In other words, he was talking about specifics. And I really wish that this process, Prince Daddy is one of those people that, you know, he can do his good analysis. So it would have been great to hear him speak. But, you know, I'm not being personal. I'm just saying that we should value life. Seriously, we really need to think about life a little bit more. There's something about us that devalue life.
No. To Naija, I want to understand you. What is the definition of valuing life? Let me learn before you respond, please. Is he bringing child to the world when you can look after them, you can take care of them, which we are? That's my own side. Or you think bringing them to the world, they are fine. Something will look after them. Somehow community should look after them. Which one is valuing life then? I don't get you. But let them be bringing them. Just be bringing them to the world. Don't worry. Community should take care of them. The world to look after them. No, we are saying, because those kids, you know how they just die in the north. They don't care. Children just die. Mother will not see his child for days. 2 days, 5 days later, it will just surface. Welcome. They don't care. They throw them to one malam, go and do ileke. It's just are you telling me that those guys are those ones that value life? Please let me understand, brother.
Okay.
Please.
So you see, the thing about life is it's a God-given right from the start. You have children, and when you're
Answer
allowed
that
to,
question. Sunaja, sorry, answer that question.
I'm
Also,
answering.
answer,
I'm going straight to it. I'm going
I
straight to
know, but
it.
answer it along with this question this person asked you here. Can you read this?
I have a question for Trinidad. If he has a high tendency of giving a child with a sickle cell or physical disability, will he do it? Sickle cell is a totally different thing altogether. And you are giving the child little chance to survive if you have a child with sickle cell and you don't have any means of curing it. So if you have the ability to control it, you want to select the one, because the process of having ability to control it is you still have the process of changing it. So you can do that. Just like you pick the woman that you sleep with, the same thing happens with these two. So that is why I will treat that question. But regarding the aspect of whether you should bring a child into the world to come and suffer, and one, there is always a form of suffering in the world, and there's always a form of danger in the world. And if it was an angel or a savior you want to bring into this world, you don't say because there's suffering in the world, there's going to be things are going to be not nice for the child, the angel or the savior. You don't say you don't bring the child in. Every child deserves a chance to come into this world. It's up to us that are in this world with our infinite capacity of a mind that God has granted us, that have lived long enough to reshape the societies or environment, to tap into that this power that is coming in. A child is power, especially for us right now. Societies can decide and say, you know what, we have too many people, we don't have enough resources to feed them, so we need to reduce the number of children coming to the world. So in the Asian Mayan culture, I think, or Aztec culture, what they do is when there is time for farming, they increase the year of consent. In other words, the year you are allowed to get married, they will increase it so that you don't have a lot of children. But when there is plenty, they reduce the year of consent so that younger people can start having children very early and they can have more children. So societies have a way of shaping these things. But that is not euthanasia in itself. And that is not saying people should not have a right to have children. And there's an element of control there. But in terms of our society, we know full well that our society is capable of handling more human beings. Our problem is that we don't have the ability to tap into their potential to reach their maximum this productivity. So that is where the issue is. We should be focusing on what do we do? Why our refinery is not working? Why our Ajakuta still not working? If we had all these things, this population would be too small for us. We will be able to do all kinds of different things. In short, we don't even use them. When you go to the market, you see young men looking for you, and they don't have a shop. They'll come and say, "Take me to the." They will take you to this shop, take you to that shop, because they are looking for something to do. These people could be tapped into. Why are they not securing the country, for example? Do you see them securing the country? No, because our leaders don't want to tap into them, and because of that, some of this conversation can be had and say, you know what, these people are a problem. They are not a problem. It's just that we are not standing our people up. We are not using them for what they are supposed to do. If we did, our nation will not be like this at all. Now we will all be enjoying it. We will be needing more people. See, in this world, for what I see of this universe and the entire reality that we live in, there is infinite capacity to learn and grow. It's just that we, as a people, have not focused on that yet. We have not even gotten to an electing level to start learning and knowing the potential that we have. We can grow food. Now, people already know that they can grow food even where there is no light. They can generate their own light underground. They can give it oxygen. They can grow food anywhere. What makes you think we cannot do it in Africa? We can do it. There was a time people used to believe that 8 billion population in the world will all die. And that is where all this problem came from. In the 60s, they believed that if the population of the world got up to 7-8 billion, there is not enough resources to support them because they didn't have the technology at the time. But guess what happened? The population kept growing, technology kept improving, and all those people that you are saying they should not exist, they came and they created a new world that can even support far more life. So what does that tell you? The human beings are the value. Removing them from the equation is a danger. As a matter of fact, it might lead you to your extinction. Any population, any society that starts doing that, they tend to lose out historically. You don't tend to see them getting stronger. That's my take anyway. I value life. And I think from our own perspective, we're in the circle we are in right now. Africa is too underpopulated. And hence, my argument is we need to increase our numbers, not argue to reduce it. That is how I will leave it.
The one that you have now, how have you been utilizing it? Can't we?
That's what I'm saying now. That's our problem. Let's talk about that problem.
No. We have a problem now. The one we have not even utilized them. Then want us to add more. What sense is in that one?
But that's a failure of leadership now.
It's not. Exactly. Let me tell you. There's a role of a parent. There's a role of a leader. You cannot expect somebody to be okay if the leader can provide
facilities. It's a societal failure, Simba.
No, okay.
Because I think the people that you see that are having children irresponsibly, they are individuals that I keep talking about social justice, ignorance. Individuals that have suffered from mal-education. Okay, I think Mike was talking about a woman you see on the road, a beggar with 3 children, and she's pregnant again. If that woman had been empowered in a just society, she probably would be a scientist in a laboratory, like Angela Merkel, developing solutions to healthcare problems in the society, developing patents.
Aru, you are talking like because you are specialists in theory. You understand?
They are
theory
because nice.
But I think that's the problem. I personally don't think Nigerians theorize enough.
No.
The Europeans, why the Europeans are successful? But Europeans, you know why they're so successful? The reason the Europeans are very successful is at
because
the moment
they don't have irresponsible. They don't make babies.
The Europeans they do something that's very well, and the Chinese do very well as well.
That's why.
The Chinese and the Europeans, what they do is they get together, they get mind together, they build models. They use those models to then develop systems, legislation, and they develop a system for the future that they project. That's the theory that you're talking about. The Europeans already forecasted a population tendency 20, 30 years ago, and they're already developing models to cater for those for the objectives they have. That is what we don't do in Africa as Africans. So yes, you're accusing me of being theoretical. Well, I'm talking about the fact that we don't have social justice. Mike is talking about a situation where we're living in a country that has a social net, a safety net. And then you're accusing individuals that the society has failed because they dropped and fell on hard times in a society that has no safety nets. You are accusing them and further vilifying them for daring to have children.
No, you know what we are doing now? Nobody is saying they should not have children. We are saying you should have the one that you can care for. Is there anything wrong in what we are saying?
No, absolutely
nobody
not.
say they should not have.
But
So what is the argument now?
You should not be in the place to tell them what to do. You want to be telling people what to do with their life. They're not raping the women.
Every time you talk, I don't even understand at all. Like, what the heck?
No, you are trying to tell them what to do with their life.
Someone said the right thing. I'm saying it should not have. It's not like if I tell you not to go and steal, you tell me I don't have the right to tell you what to do. I'm telling you not to go and steal. I'm telling you the right thing.
Okay, that's your advice. No. Excuse me. Theft is a crime, but having children is not a crime. That is the difference.
Aro, you are saying that the society, now we are teaching them, what we are providing is a form of education. But you people are saying, no, we should leave them, that you allow them to do whatever they want to do.
No,
the education you should be, the education you should be focusing on is how to tap into them. Maybe if you did that more,
forget
you
what
find your society, those children that you are seeing, hold on now, those children that you are seeing as a potential problem could be a very big asset for you. See, Mike, I'm just answering directly. I'm answering directly. Mike, stop gaslighting. I'm answering directly. I'm saying the children that he's talking about, that he should think about how he's going to tap into them to build a stronger society. That is what he should be doing.
No. Forget what he should be doing. Focus on what he said, not what he should be doing. He's saying he wants people to have babies that they can take care of. And there's nothing wrong with that. So there's no argument against that. So don't now start telling him that you should.
You can say that, but you can't. You can say that as a form of advice.
You agree with that or not?
I can say too. Okay, hold on, Mike, calm down. It's all about scale. I can tell you that, Mike. You, the way you talk right now, you don't even have a right to have children. You should have children because
you come online to just create argument. That's what you like to do. You don't come online.
No, I can say that. It's my opinion. See, there are certain things that are given by the creator himself. You can't come here and start telling people not to have children. They should have children in a certain way that you like. Oh, look at Mike. He's crying now. He's crying now with your wine, sipping picture.
It goes everywhere.
We can go now. I didn't want to stay long. I just came to
argue
make my own case.
Maybe you should
against this idea that we should destroy life. Mike, I'm really surprised by you actually.
I
thought Mike was a traditionalist. But when it comes to all this type of stuff, you support the. You're not a traditionalist,
Let me ask you personal question. Because you are the advocate of having is called, you see children like a natural occurrence. Are we? They are gift from God.
They are value. Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
now,
definitely.
You sorry, don't just pardon
you
me.
Don't need to ask,
I want to ask you something.
I know what you want to ask. It doesn't apply to ask.
Let him ask now. Let him ask.
No,
let him ask. Let him ask.
He wants to see how many.
I'm not going to answer him now. He can ask, but I'm not going to answer. I'm going to give him an answer, but not the one he wants to hear.
Did I get it, Simba? That's what you want to ask.
See,
how many kids did
if I can have more, if I can have 100 children, I will have 100 children. That's my point.
You are misleading them. You are misleading them. Nobody is your argument. There is no need for this argument. Nobody here today said nobody should have children.
Simba, nobody has said don't give
birth. You are talking about Dupsy that was advocating a kind of eugenics, saying people that are psychologically unfit should not have children.
Because you came here, what we are saying that you have children, have the number of children that you can cater for, so that you will not even abuse
those children, because if you deny them
Simba,
education, is a form of abuse. If you
Simba,
deny
this thing
them
that you're
food,
talking
is a form
about.
of
Have you
abuse.
thought
If you
about it?
ask them
Have you
to,
even thought about it? There are some people. Hold on. Let me think. Let me highlight a scenario to you. Some people might be well off. They have a good farm and their life is very good. Then suddenly the man suffers a tragic accident, which
that
happens
one is
all
a
the
different.
time,
Don't
and suddenly he
give
doesn't
such
have.
examples.
So
It's
no,
not.
no.
We are not talking about
But
that. We
do
are
you
not talking
know?
about
How do
that.
you
There
know
are
that
some
that is
people
not
have
the
an
sum of people?
issue.
But
Have an issue. They
You
know.
understand
You
unintended
now,
situation.
you know your
but
capability now. You will
but
not tell me that you want to go for 6 children and that you are going to have 6 children because you know your capability. That's what we are talking about. Start
Mike,
twisting
okay.
things.
But why was Mike?
Stop it.
You
Okay,
can't
hold
say
on.
it's
Then
an
why was Mike?
accident because accidents
If I
happen.
am twisting things, so why was Mike against MKO Abiola having so many children? Why was Mike against that?
First of all, MK Abiola
If I was
created
twisting
poverty.
things,
Hold on. MK Abiola should have enough children that he can still take care of. Maybe he should have like maybe 10, 20 or something. But what he did is he had over 100, right? And then
Suppose
when he
70.
died,
mm-hmm.
When he
what he
died,
left
yeah.
behind cannot even reach all of them. Now, instead of him creating generational wealth, he created
You see,
generational
that
poverty.
goes to the point I made before. But he was alive. He was alive when he did it. Now you are saying because
No,
of that,
even when
other
he
people
was
should
alive,
not.
he
Come
knew.
on.
But hold on. Someone like MKO, for example, we won't have really considering someone who go after whatever. Hey, as long as he has the billions to take care of the kids, fine, he can do that. But his argument was kind of like a different kind of argument we're arguing about because we're like, okay,
But you
now
didn't qualify it then. You were
wait,
just
hold
against
on,
Abiola for
dude,
having so many children.
dude. You know what we accuse? You know what his argument is not really more of whether I can take care of them. The argument was more like, can he be a father in their lives and things like that? Because there's no way you can be mentoring that many children. You won't be available to mentor them. So
Mike,
that
Mike,
his own case more of irresponsibility,
Mike.
being
My
irresponsible
grandfather had
father, but not more
my
of
grandfather
creating
had
problems.
64. Mike, my
Yeah,
grandfather had
those kind
64.
of people, because there's no way you can mentor 64
So
children. Or like
Genghis
it's
Khan
not
must have been
Mike,
irresponsible then
I
for having
want
so
you.
many children too.
I
that one
wish you
is
could know
more
my
of
family, Mike.
Sunaja. Oh,
Mike, I
give me a
wish you could know
second.
my
Give me
family.
a second. That one is more of that one you don't create. If you have the means to take your 64 children, you have them. That's not, you don't create problem for society. You don't create poverty because you have the means to take your 164.
It's not
But
even. Is
the
it
only
only
thing we
money
can
that
say is
you even need to take care of the children, Mike? It's not even only
No.
money that you need. Most of you
exactly,
people that are
and that's
arguing
where I'm
here, you
going.
are
That's where
in
I'm going.
Western world.
Simba.
If they call you now that your child has a problem, that you should come immediately, and you fail in the Western world where you people are living, you know the penalty.
Exactly. So
So
where I'm
how
Yeah,
going
can
is
but
somebody
that
now
is for
have
the West.
20?
You see,
How can you?
since when are you the West? That is for them. Not for you.
No.
The
So
government doesn't prescribe for you. The Chinese is
But you are
different from the
living in
West.
the
The Indians
West.
are different from the West.
You are living in the
hold on.
No,
West.
but
Let me
we are
say this.
I'm not
Nigerians
even
talking
talking
on
to
behalf
you.
of
I think
Nigerians.
Aro is more reasonable than you. That's why I'm
See,
talking to Aro
Simba,
because you will not listen.
You know what? Go and check your eggs. Your chicken eggs are probably getting ready to. Just go and check your eggs.
Mike
You
and
know
Simba.
that's what you should be dealing with. I don't know why you are discussing babies here. You should be
Mike
go
and
and check your
Simba.
chicken eggs. Yeah.
I agree with you when it talks about irresponsibly having children you cannot cater for. But I want to use the example of my grandfather as an exception because I think you need to give space for exception. My grandfather has 64 children. The life I've lived, my father had 4. The life I lived as one of 4 is absolutely much exponentially poorer than the quality of life my father and his siblings enjoy. Emotionally, in terms of the
All
relationship with their
64 of
father,
them.
all
All 64.
64. My
You
grandfather was a notable
really,
person in
you know the
Nigeria.
life of 164. How are you able to
I
figure the
know
life of
them. These
164?
are people that my aunties and uncles,
Can you
and
name
they tell me
164? Okay, give me the name of
64.
164 right now.
Sorry?
Give me the name of 164, first one to last one.
One of the 64.
Start with
Okay,
Mike.
give me
Name
the name of
them.
Mike
one of the
has to be
64.
one
No,
of
give me
them.
their names.
Of all the 64.
Name
If I
them.
sat down,
You see,
if I sat down, I can
Mike.
start
So
naming
that's
them.
the standard you use to judge
Name
quality of
them.
life.
Even if you make up
If I
names,
sit
Name
name
down,
of
them.
all
no, Mike, I
64
can sit
is
down.
how.
Hey, Mike, wait, I will start naming them in order.
Okay, go ahead.
That is even how. These are members of my family. I'm
You
being
don't
very
need to
cautious
name them
because
because
my
I'm
grandfather
But
was a
Name
Mike,
notable
how
every
person
person
can
in
you
our family.
64.
verify
Go
it though? How
ahead.
can
Let's
you
hear you.
verify it, Mike?
No,
Come
you
on,
You
don't
Mike
need
just
to
give me
Paro.
name them.
64 names and
No, I will get 64 right. I know them. These are members of the family. I'm very close to
Start
them,
now
I
and
from
I
will
happen
sit
to
first
be
you
one.
very
down.
familiar with
I
my
will
members of my
listen.
And
family.
all the
Forget
164 are
about the
still
name.
alive.
No, 64. I didn't say 164. 64.
Oh
No,
my God.
64.
Even
I didn't
even
say
the man will
164.
not be. He will not name
64.
all 64. Even the man that gave birth to them will not remember.
Not only did my grandfather name us 64, all his
He will not
grandchildren
name
that was
them. Trust
born,
me.
no, all his grandchildren that was born in his
One by one,
lifetime,
by
his,
Aro, go and do the
But
go
that
and
Mike,
do
what
the
if
DNA
no?
of
But
the
that
Mike,
missing
what if he
people.
cannot? It
Mike,
Go
doesn't
and do their
matter.
DNA. Go and do their
Mike,
DNA. Eh?
Mike, I wish you could sit down with some of my older aunties. Like, these are people that in their, I'm being cautious because I don't want to be out there and just be pulling the name of the family. He was a notable individual in Nigerian society. And I speak to his children, and they tell me things about their father, about the fact that he knew everything about them. He kept a document for all of them, and he knew them personally. They had a personal relationship with them. These people were in their 40s and their 50s, and they were still able to relate with their father and bring their concerns to their father, and he dealt with them in a very personal level. He left a will that was very, very generous to the children, to the grandchildren, and to the great grandchildren.
So he
That was
was
kind
very
of will my
wealthy.
grandfather left behind.
So he left
And
a
he was
will
a
for
very
all
wealthy man.
64 children and
64,
grandchildren.
he left a creditably will and an estate to take it. My grandfather notably told his children that they should not work too hard because all the things they and
Did
their
you
grandchildren
inherit
will
anything
leave.
from him?
Did I inherit anything from him? A lot, yes.
From the man that gave up to 64?
My grandfather, Mike, should I put
He
it to
must
you
have
very
billions, man.
pointedly? My grandfather was an honor
How
official.
many property did they have that he will share with all 64 and grandchildren all 64?
Properties, limitless.
Don't mind Aro.
My
Maybe
brother, the man
his
did not
grandfather
transfer
was a
generational
king.
wealth. Trust me,
Maybe
that generation, that
he
his
has
wealth were
taken
done in one
all
generation.
the wealth that belongs to the maybe his grandfather is a king now.
The
So
generation was
Yes,
his
I wouldn't
wealth was
deny that.
gone in one
Yes.
generation. The wealth will not transfer to three generations. Trust me.
So
Even
he
beyond the
has
first
taken
generation,
all
the
the
wealth is
resources
gone.
that belongs to the society and he has
No,
apportioned it to
how
himself.
can one person do that? But I'm just
The reason we
saying,
don't have generational wealth in Africa is because we
because someone took it all.
the moment we have money.
No. Mike. You see, even apart from property, the most important thing you can transfer to them is transfer the quality education and the quality mindset to them. And that
So all
that goes
64.
on. So all 64, yes, they went to
So,
Cambridge, they went to Oxford, they went to the best schools in the world. They
what
had
did you do
private
for a living?
educations.
He could give all 64 children quality.
My grandfather was a king and a very wealthy individual before he became a king.
King of where? Iwo or where?
You know where I come from, Mike. I already told you before.
Yeah, he was the king. What's the name of the king? Somobane.
Simba knows, and I know that Simba can make a conclusion already, so I don't need to.
You're from a royal family.
Yes, he was a king. He's possibly he's a king and you're a Yoruba man, and I think for
So
that
use
fact
the
we
money
should
of the
even.
town. So you use
Sorry? No, my
use the money
grandfather
of the town
was
to feed
notably extremely very
them.
wealthy before he became a king. No, Mike, because obviously this is becoming a bit personal. He was notably extremely very wealthy before he ever became a king
What
because
was
he
his
was very
business?
successful in business.
He was
My
selling oil.
grandfather, at a very young age, he was traveling the country and he involved in cocoa, a lot of agriculture. He was in transportation. This was in the 20s. Grandfather, he was a very wealthy man before he became a king. Very, very wealthy. I can personally show, you can speak personally. So you can go and
Aro, what is your point now? What is your point now?
I'm saying that there are exceptions because you are talking about Abiola.
We are not talking about exceptions. We are talking about general thing. You are giving exceptions. It doesn't matter now. We are talking about general thing. You are talking exceptions. There's always exceptions to anything now.
Abiola can't cater emotionally for the children. You can. It's possible.
So Aro, are you saying
Let me
because your
tell you,
grandfather has 64, it's okay for everybody to have 64?
Don't do this. Don't do this. There's no way it can be emotionally present for 64 people. You say he traveled around, he was not even available, he was not on ground. It's their mother that raised those children, and they will lack one thing or the other.
First
So
of all,
forget about
Simba,
it.
we have 24 hours in one day. 24 hours. That's not up to 64. Even if you have to spend half an hour.
But even if you have two,
Hold
you
on.
can even
If you have to spend
suffer
half
as
an
well now.
hour a day for each child, it's still not enough. Because half an hour in 24 hours, that's 24, that's 48 hours. You still have 64. So some of your kids, you won't even see them in it. You won't even be able to spend time with them. Now within a day,
Some of them, you will not even see them in weeks. You will not even see them in weeks. That's the truth.
So don't let us lie
Talk
to
less of knowing
ourselves.
how they are doing in school. And
He will
he
not
told
be
us to give
there
all
for
of them
them emotionally. We know how
quality
those
education.
people, those days, we know how they behave. We know how our fathers behave. They are not even, the father of those days, they are
You
not
still have
even
to
as
spend time with
close
the wives,
to
so you
their
still have to
children
sleep with
as
all of
we
them.
are
Oh.
even close to our children. Aro, why are you talking like this?
Well,
Don't
Those
paint
children will not have
scenario
father.
that
They
are not
won't experience
possible.
their
Now, why are you
father,
painting it
you
as
know.
if this thing?
well, I'm just saying, don't let us be absolute, okay? I appreciate what you're saying. Yes, there's only 24 hours in a day. Okay, so
How many PTA meeting did they attend? PTA,
he most
Parent
likely
Teacher Association meeting, did they
honestly, he
attend?
wouldn't attend himself. He'll probably send. You know,
That's what you are saying.
they had people that did that, but he had
So
the
can
work to do
somebody
so.
replace you? Can you use another person as your father?
The people that did it did it very well.
If let me tell you, if you are doing something in your school and your father comes or he now asks somebody else to come, how will you feel? Is the feeling the same? It's not going to be the same now. So why are we deceiving ourselves? Just forget about all these examples that you are giving. It's not possible.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't use his example because it's maybe not a good example. Yes.
Abiola that was just he will go and impregnate
No,
one
Abiola was an
woman
irresponsible man. No,
in
Abiola was
Elisha,
notoriously
another
irresponsible.
one in Benin, another one in Onisha.
Yes, he was notoriously promiscuous,
So
irresponsible.
even some of these children, they might not even see him at all. They will just be hearing that he is the father. They might be seeing the money, but they will never see him in their life.
No, Simba said a lot of. I know many people that it's like they say, Omabiola no niye. Like I said, this is someone that I am very familiar with in the from my mother's side. They come from Eba and that same this same locality in Eba, and there's children that suffered financially, not just emotionally. They've never met him. Their mother probably just had a one night stand with him, or was just a fling, and that went along. They had that child, they go and live their life. He was not financially present in their life, he was not emotionally present in their life. All they know that their mother told them is, your father is so certain and Babiola. And that is it. So I think he's a irresponsible man that just used the opportunity of his wealth to live a unguarded and yeah, he's not a good example
Aro,
because
I hear sometimes you said Tani one berry. I'm one of your child. Which Alaja? Alaja 4 number what?
yeah, he had many girlfriends in
You
if
know
he
how you
went to a
stammer. That's why he talks.
yeah,
He doesn't
yeah,
even know their
I
name.
think there's two things about him. He was very wealthy. Because he was wealthy, a lot of women, and he was generous. So between that and the fact that I just couldn't keep it between his, he saw a beautiful
So
woman,
he was using
and
his generosity to just sleep with women around.
yeah, he slept with women. He slept with maybe a woman a day. You know what I mean? It was, but it's not unique to him. I mean, you look at what's there, this Will Chamberlain that claims that he slept with 1,000 women. I think it's just his wealth and what he had access to. It allowed him as a man to live his dreams, his desires, his perverted desires. Fine. That kind of thing. When I have the money to have money anyway.
So you agree with this lifestyle?
No, absolutely not.
So what are you even telling us since then?
But my grandfather's life is a great contrast to his. Baba mi ò bọ́mọ àlè síta náà. Ọmọ àlè pọ̀ ní ìfàlẹ́ ọlọ́dọ̀ ọmọ àlè
Ìrọ̀lá
lọ́la.
Did they all do
àrò ẹja
DNA?
lọ ṣe DNA ẹ la ṣe DNA àwọn kìíní ẹ máa half of them gan ni ó máa ti lọ jẹ kí ni tó sọ ọjọ́ ìjà gbọ́rọ̀.
No, Abiola was a terrible example. He's a bad man in terms of that in that
Maybe
And
area.
that's
then
why
followed by your
Babangida know the
grandfather,
election
maybe
safe.
followed by your
And the
grandfather
people
also.
So you mean the other one that had so much more issue? All of them, half of them are bastards. I mean,
I see Babangida, maybe that's why I know the election. Like this guy, we 100 children. You
So
will use our
Aro,
Commonwealth to be taking care of your children.
can you imagine these days, Mike, can you imagine these days, some people will have only 3 or 4. and you have two that are offside out of the four. Three will be offside. Then you are talking about people that now have how many wives sef? How can you start? Even one woman is not easy to satisfy. Talking of now having 10 or 11 or 12 wives.
To be frank, I don't know
Abiola's
how they
son,
do
owó
it.
yẹn ni
the
owó tó
one
bá
they
ti fún wọn
interviewed, he
lówó báyìí
said their father have 40 wives. Wọn ka concubine o, wọn ka side chick o,
But that,
wọn
I
ka
think maybe we shouldn't
sáré wá
use those
gbà.
examples because that was the time. It was a frequent. I think some of us in this down here as well. Some of our grandfathers have 20, 15. So I think the norm then was if you are somewhat wealthy, that's you know, you know, I think maybe it's
No.
probably
He is a
yeah.
sign of irresponsible. It's a sign of irresponsible. To me, yeah. We are just five in our house. I was even, one day we were joking. Our father, our mother was sitting down. We were five. We were seven in the room. We were telling our parents, said, why do you even give back to five? Maybe if you give back to three or two, you will be able to give us good life more than this. We were just joking. So even our five, we were still complaining in our house that we are too much. We are telling our parents that we are too much as five. Because if they take two out of five, maybe the money could have be able, because I didn't come from a rich family or my brother. No. Life wasn't easy. But we thank God where we are today. It's just by the grace of God. So eh,
Because yeah,
55.
possible can be more joy in this world that we are in.
No.
It is not even it's not even ideal. It's not ideal.
No.
It's
I've
not.
saw
It's not.
people here in this diaspora we live. They don't want to have kids because they can't cater for the kids. He said, I can barely pay my house rent. I can barely buy clothes. So what do I need a child for? If I'm getting a child, I'll be irresponsible. They will say it to your face. It's not that their spermatozoa is not working. It's not that they don't have a girlfriend. They have. It's not that they don't go to the other room. They go to the other room, but they don't want to have a child because they don't know. They are not responsible to take care of a child. If you
I
can't
even have
take
a
care of a child, you don't supposed to have a child. Forget about God nature, this
yeah.
stupid
I even have a
preaching.
colleague at work.
Teenager is preaching to us. It's
I have a colleague at
stupidity.
work, a senior engineer, doing very well for himself. He has a wonderful house not far from my house over here, 6 bedrooms, over 3 acres. I mean, this part of the world, everybody that lives in this part of the world, UK, and you know what it means for you to have 6 bedroom property, very large property that sits on 3 acres. I mean, you are doing well for yourselves. If you're a middle class person in that kind of conundrum. He has 2 children. He actually went to do what that is about that they caught like all that declared me. Simba would not. He
Yeah,
already
yeah.
went to do it. 2 children, a boy and a girl. What's it all? His wife
you know how
is
many times I had to break up with a girl because she just wanted to have babies so bad. Like, almost, some ladies, I've had no, no, I can't. I just don't make babies anyhow. I just do that. I think before I make babies. I just don't do it. Like, it's not good because I just believe in the idea that when you bring child to this world, you have to plan for their life. The women I have children, I always open bank accounts. The day they are born, there's money going to the bank account. So by the time they become adults, they have something to start their adult life with. So your responsibility is very important, man.
That's a good responsible father.
oh yes.
It's
Maybe
not
you're coming
that
my be money and you're coming my be money.
yeah.
Come on now. You're
Oh,
not helping the world,
my
man.
own children as well. I told the mother to open a credit union account for them. We put stuff in there for them as well.
And they earn
Ọlọ́run
everything.
ló
As
mọ
children,
wèrè.
they work to earn that money, it goes to their bank account. Go and do this,
Ọlọ́run
go
ló
and
ń
do that.
wọ́mọ.
Ọlọ́run ló mọ wèrè. Ọlọ́run ló mọ wèrè. Yeah, that's nonsense idea. God will not fall from heaven to come and take care of a child. Though. God doesn't look out of the child. You look out, you take care of your child. God doesn't take care of your child. Though. If anybody is telling you, don't worry, give back to your child, God will look after them. No problem.
But
When they
Edgar
get to the
Thomas,
world, yeah.
That then is the premise of my argument, that in dealing with the issue of population control, rather than trying to legislate the issue and then put what might otherwise be draconian laws that could then be subject to abuse.
Aro is this thing that came with population. We are talking about. We are not saying we should control the
Yeah, no,
population.
no, you know
We
what?
are
I was
talking
actually
about raising responsible children.
yes,
That's what
that
we
which
are.
is where I
Responsible
stand.
population.
Yes,
Responsible population.
population,
That's
yeah.
what we are talking about. Yes, that's what
yes.
we are talking
Actually,
about.
it was
It's not
Dupsy that
having
actually
the
made me come in.
quantity. That was why I asked to Nigeria that are you talking about quantity or quality?
Or
Quality,
If
yes.
you have the
It was
quantity, it's
Dupsy
going
that
to
brought
be a
me in.
nuisance. We don't want
It was
nuisance.
Dupsy that
That's what
brought
we are
me in.
talking about.
Dupsy's argument is the reason I joined, because I heard her and everything she was saying, it was just telling me this woman is advocating for eugenics and selective breeding. And because it's dangerous. Because
Yeah,
some of us that don't, some of us, so that's the reason I came in. And that's why I keep talking about social justice.
Yeah, I know.
A lot of children
I
are being let
understand.
down.
Yeah, I understand I understand the angle you are
And it will
coming
be a
from.
shame after you let a child down and the child already a victim because he has suffered injustice in an equal society. They've been denied a quality education. Because they've been denied the quality education, they cannot pull themselves out of poverty. And that is why the greatness of Obafemi Awolowo is something that Yoruba people need.
Do you know that? Okay. Do you know that in the north, it's not as if there is absence of school, but these people did not even take their children to school.
But that's why I keep saying Obafemi Awolowo is such a great man. I know that I don't know if it's Simba or if it's Remy that doesn't like Awolowo. But I know one of you.
Kí ni problem pẹ̀lú yẹn? Kí ni problem pẹ̀lú yẹn? Sọ tó sọ já tó kí
Simba ni like Awolowo.
Gbọ́rọ̀ ó dénú. Ó fẹ́ bú mi náà ni, àró fẹ́ bú mi ni.
I'm trying to say that.
Kí ni ìyẹn ní ṣe pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ? Ṣé whether I like him or not? Kí ni ìyẹn ní ṣe pẹ̀lú nǹkan tó fẹ́ sọ?
Because, but I'm trying to say that some of the him and the AG and the action group, their idea of free education.
Do you know there are some kids in the north, they don't even know that school exists? That there is a place called there's a place called school that they're supposed to go in the morning and come back in the afternoon. They don't know that school exists.
Yeah.
They just wallow around, go out in the morning, come back. They just see people going. Maybe later, they will see somebody with uniform. Maybe they are talking to themselves. Then the dad will say they are going to school. He will be asking
Thomas,
the other, what is
that is even if they go out in the morning and they have a house to come back to.
To come back to.
But they don't even have.
They don't have.
Wow.
They are destitute.
Wow. And some people still want them to continue procreating.
Theirs is a case of arrested development.
Oh my God. If I'm a president, their parents will rot in jail.
But that's the problem. The parents are already absent. The parents, even the parents don't remember that they have children. They don't care. When they die, they will not be buried. They'll be buried in mass grave. They'll scoop them off the floor, put them in one big freezer in one mug, and when they are doing every month, every 6 months, the government, the state pathologists will say, the mug is full low. They will take them unidentified, carry all of them, put them in one big mass grave, and there's the end of their existence.
But don't they think of that 9 months they carry that child?
That is why I keep talking about there needs to be justice, social justice, which starts at the top. The leaders have to put a framework in place that makes it number one, we even have appropriate register. And that's one of the things about this local government autonomy. The local government should have a register of births and deaths. And some of the things, the failures in Nigeria that lead to other things, these are some of the things we don't understand. These small things they
Arrow,
lead to other
Arrow.
things.
Do you know that most of these children they were born inside the house? They were not born in
Inside the
any
hut,
health
yes,
facilities.
Agbebi.
So how would they know that somebody deliver? How would
No,
they take account of such a child when you don't
but
put the radar?
in a proper local government that is
Yeah.
responsible to a citizen,
Mm, mm.
there should be a social register for every child born.
What if they don't present themselves for registration?
Yes, they're supposed to. Even if you do
You,
Agbebi,
and
you're supposed to
then
go to the local government.
it will become a crime for any child to be born and not be registered. Simple. We
Oh,
don't need to
so
start. If we start doing this thing at the inception.
okay, have you seen a situation whereby some of them will even deliver and they will go and just hide the baby somewhere and they will just walk away like that, leaving that baby under the
That's a
sun.
crime.
Even
Manslaughter.
dog can eat the child, even any wild animal can come and take the baby. They don't
Yes,
care.
and then that is a crime. Manslaughter.
Let me tell you, anybody that brings any child to this world without having the capacity to take care of that child is a criminal.
Yes, I don't disagree with that.
He's a criminal. Things do change. Yes, you might have the capacity, people will understand. Those are rare exceptions. But in the state, everybody, at the time you are starting, it's not as if you don't know that, okay, because you cannot say you want to have a child without having a plan that I want to have a child. But you know that most of these children, they are not even, there was no plan. They just did something and they become a baby. And they will say, okay, let's go ahead and have the baby. They have most of them without a plan. There was no plan for this baby at all.
And that is why I think we should, these things it's a matter of cultural norms. Cultural norms, ethics, ethical standards
who is
in the society.
Let me ask you, the beggar, a woman that is begging along the street that's having 6 children, do you think who is their father?
Let me address this, Simba. Simba, I keep coming back. I know I know it seems like I'm just being, trying to excuse, but what I'm trying to say is this. That woman you are looking at, you need to look at her and understand that she is a victim in many ways as well, possibly a victim of many circumstances. She could have been a victim of the lack of education, because most likely, if as a young girl, she was given the opportunity of education and escaping a life of poverty, and escaping a life where all she's going to become at 16 years old is married off, at 14 years old, married off to a malam that just starts having sex with her, is not responsible for her, and then after a while just says, I divorce you, I divorce you, I divorce you, or whatever he wants to say, kicks her out and leaves her destitute and her children without an education in a country where there's no social safety net. So can you see already that she's a victim? And I think it'd be inappropriate for us to then continue as individuals to keep victimizing her with our opinions.
Well, how is anyone victimizing her?
No, by not appreciating. Number one,
Appreciating what?
That by not appreciating that the complexities of a life she's lived through. And then by the fact that we don't support a society that actually fights to make sure that she never gets into that place.
But that's a different argument, though.
But that is meant to be the primary way that we actually build solution, because this thing is not something that we can. Because I think maybe,
I don't know why you guys always shift argument.
No, maybe I think you know what has happened to me. Because of the reason I came here was Dupsie's argument that for me was tending towards eugenics and scientific control, doing tests that then give people, that then confer the rights of.
I don't think that was the argument she was presenting.
That was the argument she was presenting.
Hold on. The argument she was presenting is the same argument me and this guy is presenting that people should not be.
No. The argument she was presenting is that people should be doing tests. They should do a test.
Can you calm down?
It's only as a consequence of test.
Can you wait?
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
What she came to agree with us is that Yes, that she's sick of just seeing people making baby that they can't take care of and things like that. So the main argument is making that people should not do that. But then she started suggesting that maybe she's saying maybe. I don't think she categorically saying that that's what she wanted. But she's saying maybe if they can even do whatever it takes to stop them, and maybe eugenics, maybe the first thing she came to actually calling to agree on was my proposition, which was any man that has a baby that to put them on plantation to make them work as to for the state to provide for the state to take care of the child. That's what she came to agree with. That was what she really came to agree with. But then she started saying whatever it takes to stop these people from just having baby responsibility, and then she started like kind of like saying maybe and sterilizing and things like that. But I don't think she categorically was
But
saying that's what she
but
wanted.
even Mike, I want to even ask Carol, have you seen even some people even within the family that they have the education and everything, and they will decide on their own that this is a path they want to follow? Hmm? Aro?
Come again, come
Bad
again.
part.
Sorry, I missed that a second. I was a bit distracted.
I said because you are saying that maybe you didn't provide there are some people that they provided with the opportunity, and at the same time they will not even take it.
Of course,
Yeah, there's
yes.
some people that just deliberately want to do wicked things to the world now.
Of course, of course, of
There's
course.
some people that just deliberately
Yes,
want to that's just their mind. Like wicked,
yes.
like just a mind, like okay, let me just do this, because it
But
make me feel
you know,
good.
there's a lot of
But they know
dysfunction,
it's wrong, but they'll do it.
and that's why
They are human beings that do wrong things because
Mike,
they just like
Mike.
doing it,
I asked
not
Dupsy one
because they don't
question.
know that it's wrong.
I asked Dupsy one question. I said, does she visit the social media lately? The reason I asked her that question is because there's a lot of dysfunctional. I think for me, the way I see this generation that we are in, I and well, I can't speak of all cultures, but I can speak of at least the tendency in Nigeria, tendencies in some parts of West Africa, tendencies in the likes of South Africa that I'm taking notice of, some tendencies in among the African American communities in the Caribbeans. There's a lot of young people themselves that are damaged, that do not have the psychological capacity to transfer anything creditable to a young mind, to a developing mind, to a child, essentially. Any child they raise would have some form of emotional damage because themselves and the partner they've chosen for themselves lack so many things themselves. So, and that's why I asked Dupsy that question. That does he even look at the social media? Because if the future doesn't look bright for a lot of our people, it doesn't look bright. Um, so I think what should be done is that we should start looking at how we correct these things, the morals, the ethics, the ethical standards, the moral standards, looking at culture and correcting it at the root.
If you want to take that approach, then you have to use force to enforce that.
Oh,
You
there will
can't
be
say
some.
you can't say you
There
want
will
to
be
start
some
preaching to people
Yes.
and think everybody will accept the preaching
No,
and
without a doubt. No, there has to be some force.
there's got to be a law and
Legally,
a force to say, okay,
yes.
if you
Oh,
like I told you, I said it. I said, look, once you make a rule that if you do this, you end up in plantation. You
yeah.
think twice,
There needs to be.
and there's no way around it. Once you do it, unless you
Yes,
chapa, you go into plantation.
yes,
So that's
and that is why I keep saying.
Aro, I think I gave an example. Okay, you can imagine even the society that they even have all the means, they have all the school, they have all the facilities. In Saudi Arabia, they have to force people, they have to put a law and say the parents will go to jail if they don't allow their children to go to school.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? Not even going to school. They say if your child misses 15 days of an academic session, you're in trouble.
Yes.
Just 15 days. You understand? So when we are talking about some level of force or punitive measure, then you have come up with all these human rights, human left,
no. That is where I
human
stand. No,
middle.
that has nothing to do with human rights. But because no, I think my contention when it comes to human rights is to push back on Dupsy and our tendency towards eugenics and selective breeding and selectively granting the right to procreate. That is where my issue of, because it's not even something I'm not proposing it. Already the Human Rights Charter already frowns against that. But it's not only in Saudi Arabia now, even in this part of the world, if your child doesn't go to school and your child keeps missing school, I think there's a way there's the ministry, and then within the ministry they have like a local, like a board. The board, the school board in that locality, they will write to the parents, and the social welfare can actually interfere and say, why is this child not attending school? Are there other issues in the family, in the home, causing it? And your child can be taken from you.
And even not attending the school. If the child is attending the school,
but not properly kept,
be well kept,
yes,
well looked after. If they see
must be well fed.
anything that go wrong, they will come to your house now.
Yes, the teachers, they ask the children now. They ask the children, are you eating well?
Yeah. They will come and check your fridge. Maybe you have milk in the fridge. Maybe you have vitamins.
Yes.
They will come now.
But the other thing about this part of the world is this: if they then come and they find out that you are financially incapable and you are trying, they can either support you. There's a social safety net. I think one thing we should appreciate in Nigeria is we are talking about societies where they provided a somewhat of a social safety net, and they've tried to pull all members of their society up. We are talking about Nigeria where people have been abandoned. The people at the bottom of the society, number one, no one cares for them. No one makes any allocations
for
them.
What Gaddafi did in Libya.
Exactly.
He said, he said, if you get married, right, he reward irresponsible behavior. If you get married and you are with a wife and you're raising kids, he provided benefits. But now, if you just a baby mama or baby father or that kind of stuff, you don't get that benefit. So he encouraged people to stay together and raise kids together. You understand? He say people that are married, he provide housing for them. So the guy, you got to put that measure in place and encourage to promote.
That's what I mean
the
as
right
well.
choices.
Mr. Mike.
You promote right choices.
Mr. Mike, that is where I stand. That is where I stand. Social justice.
We have to go. Yeah, we have to go. We've tried. Yeah.
Yeah. Shut it down. You don't go. I'm tired. I've been trying to go a long time ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. Thanks very much, General Thomas. God bless you.
Yeah, everyone. Yeah.
Daro.
Yes. Another day, another dollar.
What up?
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Thomas, I like that, bro.
Go and sleep.
My convoy is 5 vehicles. And you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka government house, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion,
If anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, now. I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't? Why? It must be an omission.
Let's ask this question. You took money belonging to Anambra state government and put it in a company in which your family has interest. That's what you're telling me.
No, let me tell you. Look at what you're saying. I bought shares in banks. Let me tell you what I did. It wasn't only in that I invested. I invested $50 million of Anambra state money in power sector. I invested another 10 over several billions in banks, including banks where I have share. I was investing for the future of the state. It doesn't matter whether I have shares there or not. But so, if the shares is making profit, so if I have an opportunity of building a...
You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. You can only see, but you can never get there. Listen, you can only see, but you will never want them. You can only see, but you will never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. You can only see, but you can never get them. Every local.